then talk to me nice. Me and the dogs, you slime tonight. Talking to hoes, I'm way too polite. I got to put some good gas in my eyes. She tryna fuck by the end of the night. Fell in love with me on here and ain't right. Buying you things I know that you like. Bitch, I'm a dog, no I don't bite. Dripping that shit with all of my mic. I got a couple of demons I fight. Making these plays, I'm back on the site. All of my diamonds, they black or they white. She wanna know me, I'm keeping it light. I could afford it, had that in my life. Docking you out, then I'm back on my flight. Keeping it P, I'm pushing this pipe. D12 a demon, I'm running these lights. I can't believe that she fit in them tights. Buying it once, I'm buying it twice. Swiping this card, don't ask for the price. Texting and read, she say I'm uptight. I got a check, but I'm earning my stripes. Cheating no pussy like that shit advice. Baby, you know I'm not good at advice. Why would I go if I don't get advice? Taking these chances, rolling the dice. Started from nothing, I'm hitting these heights. All because what I be spent on these bikes. Beat a few things inside of my Sprite. Better to sleep, you in my device. Thought I could trust you in my life. Can't even trust you in the night. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Yeah. If you talk to me, baby, then come where I stay. Be in the dolls, we back in LA. Making this money and stay out the way. Take when you text me saying okay. Taking this shit out day by day. Don't like to dunk it, I'm shooting a J. Backing up all the things that you say. You and your knees for me, yeah. Funny because I know you don't break. Said that you down, it's up for the bait. Said I'm on one, so you making me wait. Baby, you know that's that shit that I hate. Pull up on you, I'm in a C8. Holding my own, I'm making shit shake. Shit on my shoulders, I'm lifting this weight. I wanna come on, I grip on your cake. Loading, I'm down, I do what it takes. Bitch on that nigga, I'm not my mistakes. I'm in the cut and I'm slipping away. Niggas I know, they moving real fake. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love. They talk to me, baby, they didn't talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get tired of me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get tired of me, baby, then talk to me nice. Tired of me. Tired of me. I can't stay too patient, cause shorty, you been fake to me. I'm just trying to let you know before I tell you. I can't see us out the plays. Get the fuck up out the game. I just need a one-on-one with you before I tell him. I can't keep on getting paid without giving up a play for my people that have made me. I swear I told them I can't keep on throwing shade and expect you to create something better. It's a shame now to let them know that everything a blessing if you round me. 2 phones, mama hit me back saying they found me. Think it's hard to understand my level of accounting. Money tucked away, put it to sleep to dream about me. Pop up out the plaza bless. Business casual, cause I've been staying proper dressed. Sign the affidavit, fuck it, I don't keep the checks. Find an issue with me, searching for the reason check. You might not get it if I tell you that I'm more one. Yeah, they might not be good for the long run. Find a way to make $1 till they crown me. It don't matter, it's the marathon we all run. It's been too long, I gotta let them know that I can't decide on the type of chick I want, cause I got options. And I try to let them know how I've been feeling. I said I can't stay too patient, cause shorty, you been fake to me. I'm just trying to let you know before I tell you. I can't see us out the plays. Get the fuck up out the game. I just need a one-on-one with you before I tell them. I can't keep on getting paid without giving up a play for my people that have made me. I swear I told
Now we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. All in your feelings, you gotta be kidding me. Bet for respect, but you only show jealousy. Wanted some status, but you make it enemies. Talk about bro workout like you burn calories. Calling a bank cause he come with the cavalry. Caught another L, rated, took another casualty. Now you on the 2, talking like you had a strategy.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. You might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever fall above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ? Cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah one too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back, man. Another episode, another debate topic, man. And we got a lot of these debate topics coming all week for you guys. So make sure y'all stay tuned. Smash the like, hit the subscribe. We're gonna be dropping a lot of links. I'm gonna be dropping a lot of links in the chat today. Not just a link to support the channel and donate by hitting the Cash App, but just links to follow some other places like our Discord. Right, the Discord is just another way that allows us notify that you guys that we are live, man. For whatever reason, man, our live notifications aren't going out properly. I'm not necessarily tripping on that. There's a million ways that we can notify you guys that we're going to be live. You can follow us on Instagram. You can follow us on our Discord, a million other ways. And like I said, we're going to be also putting out our community posts as well. So again, salute to everybody that's here now. As you guys start to pile in, man. One of the things I gotta fill you guys in on is some of you guys, I see that some of you guys have already signed up. Some of you guys have taken advantage of one of the main sponsors of this show, Rental Karma, man. Rental Karma, you guys. Look, y'all listen and watch all these videos about how to boost your credit and delete stuff. All that stuff is mostly fake. It's not even necessarily real. The easiest way to raise your credit score is just to sign up with our partners over at Rental Karma. Why is it important to do that? You can report your rent payments. It don't matter if you're paying a landlord, your mom, your dad, your sister. You can report those payments on your credit to immediately boost your credit score, and not your current payments. They will even backdate it and report your old payments, man. Link is in the chat, man. I'm going to run this quick video for you guys, man. Make sure y'all check out Rental Karma, man. Link is in the chat. Sign up today. $25 off the $60 registration fee, man. No excuse to get your credit score.
Did you know that you can add your rental payment history to your credit report and help you improve your credit score or establish credit if you don't happen to have it? At Rental Karma, we've helped over 62,000 families across America in the last 5 years do just that. Whether you pay to a family member or a friend or apartment or a landlord, we can help you. So if you're a renter in America and you want to get the credit you deserve for your rental payment history, visit rentalkarma.com and see if Rental Karma can help your family.
Link is in the chat, man. Check out Rental Karma, man. Like I said, man, boost your credit score. Do it the right way. You don't have to pay all them crazy expensive fees to these credit agencies that claim they can just delete everything off your credit report, man. Not necessarily true. Salute to Emmanuel Twizzy. I see y'all in there. King 90. He said, bros tried to scam the chat. No, that's not a scam. That's a legit company. But like I said, it's for each his own. If it ain't for you, it ain't for you. Like I said, just click the link. Go check them out. It's $8 a month, man. $8 a month. And they will report, man. It's legit, man. TOS says it's a sponsor. Yeah, it's just a sponsor of the show, man. Like I said, they reached out to us. I partnered up with them. I tried it myself. Like I said, they're reporting. My payments are already reporting monthly anyway. But they were able to take backdated payments from other landlords that I've had from other apartment companies and add them to my credit. It will boost your score, man. Legit, man. Salute to King Marco, man. See y'all there. This is going to be one of them chats where, like I say, I'm not going to do a ton of talking. I'm going to be dropping that link, man. I'm going to have y'all pulling up so we can get y'all thoughts on today's particular topic. Y'all see the title of the video. And we're going to be talking about the decades, the battle of the decades, right? We're going to be doing kind of a debate style to try to get an understanding of what decade of basketball is the best, the most elite, the most popular. I mean, we're going to combine all of those in one, right? Whether it's popularity, having the best players, garnering the most viewership, right? Putting basketball back on the map, however you want to describe it. What decade of basketball was the best? You talk about level of competition, right? Entertainment value, all of these things and how we going to factor it in. Okay? I'm going to be bringing you guys up. We're going to be getting y'all thoughts on it, man. Y'all already know I got my thoughts on this. And then, anytime we do something like this, we have to come up with some type of criteria. Some type of criteria that can help you start to determine how we going to break this down, how we going to get to a possible answer in this. Right? North Seas Fellow said anything on tape delay can't be the most popular. There was a time period when that was going on. But the thing is, the games today are on a slight tape today. Games today aren't necessarily played live. There's a slight tape delay there. This is how they're able to catch some of the F-bombs and some of the things that are said, right? That these hot mics pick up and catch, and they're able to kind of blur it out. and keep things PG or rated G for TV. Yeah, a lot of people are probably going to come in and cap for the 90s. But again, as long as you come in, if you are going to come in and say that, let's say the 90s are the greatest era, that's fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Just have some type of sound logic. Like, don't just come in here with all your fandom because you grew up watching 90s basketball and say, oh, that's the great just because, right? I want to give true consideration to the 60s. I want to give true consideration to the 70s, 80s, 90s, and then so on and so forth. And the only way we can do this is if we actually go back and we at least try to do some type of evaluation on what type of basketball they offered to the world, to the people of that era. And then even when you talk about the 90s, one thing we have to take into consideration is even though people like me, myself, I believe that the competition wasn't the stiffest, the competition was what the competition was. And then we have to evaluate, okay, the entertainment value. Also, we have to evaluate the nostalgia of each era, right? The nostalgia of the 90s is unmatched, right? It's kind of similar to either the 2010s or even the 80s. So we have to take all that into consideration as we break this down, right? But I think if we're talking about the best of each era, right? And I kind of did this when I made my top 75 list. We have to kind of make a starting five of the best players of each era, and maybe we'll come up with like a first team, a second team of each era, and then really start comparing players, seeing what we got from there. Hopefully that's not the fake Ticket TV, but salute, man. If that is Ticket TV, he says, look at Sturdy Meat riding in the chat, man. Look, man, you got Ticket on you already. Ticket said we don't want this cooking. I just don't believe that's the real Ticket. But when I drop the link, we will find out. All right, Ticket, you did enter the rankings, right? We got to keep you debating. If that's the real Ticket, you got to stay debating if you're trying to level up and elevate from that number 5 spot. You can't just beat Young Africa and run. It's been a lot of people calling Ticket out. I don't know if it's the real Ticket. There's so many people running around. They be faking accounts, trying to stir up stuff. It is what it is. So I'm going to run through some of the top players just because I don't expect you guys just to be able to recall the best of every era right out the gate. So I'm just going to kind of give you guys a refresher of the top players of each era. And we can then start to break down the best of the best of what made those eras the best of the best, if you feel any particular era was the best. All right, we got the 60s. The 60s, when we talk about the 5 primary stars of the 60s, you got Oscar Robertson. We all know what he meant to the game. You got Jerry West. We all still know what he meant to the game, right? But to be factual, he is the NBA logo, but it wasn't because of how great of a player he was. It was purely by accident, and it was never meant to be recognized that it was Jerry West. People just picked up on it. So again, I don't want people to tie the logo with the 60s. Salute to No Chill Jill. No Chill. He said, who's the top 5 ever? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and see what era holds the most. Teams, hey man, that's a good criteria to go with. When I drop the link, like I said, I want everybody to be able to formulate some type of criteria right now because it's a lot of people that just don't know who these guys of the past were. I got to run down a few of these names so people have a refresher. And I don't want people connecting certain players to certain eras where they don't belong. When we talk about Isaiah Thomas, I've heard people like Kwame Brown talk about Isaiah Thomas being top 10 in the 90s. See, you can't connect people in the wrong eras. Isaiah Thomas is an 80s player. So you got the 70s, I would say Walt Frazier. John Havlicek, Julius Erving, Elvin Hayes, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. To finish out the 60s, because I don't think I got through all the names, Oscar, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain. Those 2 names you guys should know at least. We got the 80s, Isaiah Magic Bird. I would say Kevin McHale and Moses Malone. Your list might differ there. John Stockton for the 90s. Jordan, Barkley, Malone, Elijah Wan. But again, with the 90s, there are a ton of other names you could potentially throw in there. Maybe you can swap out Barkley, throw in Pippen, something like that. However you want to dice it up. But there's a lot of different names you can really kind of mix up there. The 2000s, I believe you got Steve Nash, Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal. A lot of people are going to say you should be able to throw LeBron in there in the 2000s. You probably can. All right. The 2010s, you got Steph Curry, James Harden, LeBron James, KD, and Anthony Davis. A lot of people might not like AD right there at the top of the 2010s, but we have them there right now. If you guys want to make those modifications, feel free to do so. And then in the 2020s, right, I know we're still early into the 2020s, only 3 years in, but you got Ja Morant, Luka Doncic, Jason Tatum, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic right there. Those are the guys I feel are leading the way for the 2020s. And again, it's another list right there where I feel like there's a few names that you can swap out. But if you want to create a second team to kind of bolster your case, feel free to do so. But again, like I said, I'm going to drop this link, man. I'm going to get y'all in here. No Chill Gil, man. Make sure you can hit that link anytime, man. Get you to pull up. And then anybody else, man, I need y'all thoughts on this, man, because we got to come up with something. I want y'all to start formulating these opinions out of logic, because sometimes I be hearing y'all go over to these other channels. I've been hearing people with these weird takes on the 60s, and y'all, a lot of people been slamming the Wilt Chamberlains and the Bill Russells. I don't necessarily slam those guys as much, right? Even though I know they probably couldn't play in this era, I don't necessarily punish those guys because they couldn't play in this era. I just look at guys on how they dominated their own era, and that's truly the only way you can really judge these players. But let me drop this link, and we're gonna get y'all in here to cook, man. There we go, right there. And then make sure y'all see the link at the pin to the top of the chat, man. Hit the Cash App to support the channel, man. I keep telling you guys, man, this YouTube monetization thing, we've already had to turn off our monetization on this channel because of sponsors and just because of limitations. So man, anything that you guys can give to support the channel, man, it all comes back. It all gets put back into the channel, man. It helps the level of production, man. It helps us do a lot more things as far as getting the interviews that y'all want to see and whatnot. So, man, make sure y'all hit that link pinned to the top of the chat. Hit the Cash App. Support the channel, man. Support your boy over here, man, as we look to grind, man. We got a lot of things coming as we look to expand and get on to other platforms as well outside of YouTube. We got a few people in the backstage, man. I'm going to go ahead and let them up. We got to start cooking on this. I want to hear their thoughts on this before I start diving into it, man. And Wally is back, man. Wally, I was just thinking about you the other day, man. I got to find his contact information. And it's a man. And Wally, yeah, I do want to mention Shaq. I just feel like there are some players who are kind of in between. I think Shaq should be in the 2000s. But, again, it's just one of the things. And just because I left out a name, the fact that I left out a name, it only simply means that potential error might be loaded with talent. It might be overloaded with so much talent, and it has an influx of names that you can interchange as who the top 5 might be, and that might make that error's case stronger for being the best. So Wally, man, definitely you can hit that link, man. A lot of y'all don't know Wally. A lot of y'all was hating on Wally, man. Man, Wally was a Virginia Tech standout, man. I was hoping I would have saw a clip of Wally when I was watching that Steph Curry documentary. I saw him talking about Dale Curry. But that footage might be long lost. But Wally, man, is a Virginia Tech legend. Salute the Antisocial, man, pulling up in here, man. We got all the heavy hitters in here, man. But let me get to let me go ahead and get to Sturdy, man. He was the first one back there. Sturdy, what's good, man? What's your thoughts on this decade's battle, man? And what criteria are you going to be using to help come to a conclusion on this?
Yeah, salute everybody, salute chat, salute FYF Nation, salute panelists, of course. I think first to establish the ground rules or criteria for each era, I think you gotta go a few things. Number one, entertainment. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's a sports. That's how the NBA makes their money. It's through attraction and entertainment, right? Number two, competition. Competition, obviously, because It brings the most parity. It's going to bring the most type of traction, and also it's going to give you different type of styles of play. Speaking of styles of play, I think another com, another criteria that needs to be added is talent. Of course, player, not player drafts as well as even international and in different ways they accumulate that sort of talent, as well as the type of teams that's formed during that era. And lastly, I think another criteria is I like to call it miscellaneous. So because every individual decade has their own level of innovation. So I think the way you can explain that type of what make that decade special, I think that should be a criteria as well. Anything that's missing from those main three things, which is talent, entertainment, and competition, and then the last category is miscellaneous. Anything that's missing from there. Those I think the criteria. Anyone else want to add anything to that?
I got you. Let's hear from Boba, man, formerly known as P5, man. What's good, man?
It was good. It was good. When I rank eras, it's kind of tough, but mainly I agree with some of what he said. Parity around the league, the top talent, like the top level talent. How do the all-time great players from that era combine or compared to the other top great all-time players of the other eras? Every era has a super team. Maybe except the 70s, maybe. I would compare those teams, like the top teams. I would compare the drafts, and I don't want to look too much into like an entertainment thing because, of course, if you watch the 60s nowadays, like people aren't really going to be entertained by that not as much today. So I try to just compare it to the era. So that's really my criteria for it. Just top level talent, the draft, parity around the league, and how did the super teams in that era compare to the super teams in the other eras? When I say super teams, I mean dynasties mostly.
Okay, so he wants to go with the best of the best teams. I like that one. Emmanuel, what's good, man? What you got on this?
Yo, so for me, I try to avoid the entertainment because I don't think it'd be fair to like the 60s and 70s and 80s because they would all lose like automatically. And like even from personal experience, I try to watch the 1980 whatever finals that Magic won Finals MVP his rookie year. I try to watch the game 6 and I fell asleep. I couldn't even like better watch it because it was so boring. I try to not to put entertainment to it. I just try to focus on like the talent and the competition around it. That's all I try to do.
All right, I think you might have to be careful there because remember, basketball in the 60s and 70s wasn't designed to be entertaining to you here in the 2000s, 2020s. Yeah. It was designed to be entertaining to those people back then who knew the game as it was designed back then. So what might be unentertaining to you because you've seen an advanced level of basketball, this could have been the most thrilling thing that they've ever seen in their life back in the 60s.
Bob Cousy, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's the problem with that because so you have to give them the entertainment value. I think we have to judge the entertainment value based on how they described it back then. Like, was there a dead period? Was it losing fans? Like we saw in the 70s going into the 80s. And then Magic and Bird came back and revived the 80s with a level of entertainment that we hadn't really seen. Mm-hmm. So we have to kind of judge it. That's what I said. We got to be fair with the entertainment value. But I do like that criteria as well. And then we got Nahari. Hopefully I said that right. The Bulls fan. What's good, man?
What's good, bro?
What you got on this topic, man? Because I don't want you to make your choice now. Because I'm going to run through some other criteria, but just thoughts on this whole conversation, man. If we coming up with some type of criteria to really break this debate down, deciphering what is the greatest decade of NBA basketball, how would you break it down?
For me, like in order for it to be like a best decade, you have to have high level competition and I think high level talent in the league. And there's a bunch of other things that go into it, but those are my 2 requirements.
Okay, I like that right there. So let me do this real quick before we start to really screw this up and get to making a decision. I'm gonna run through some pros and cons of each decade, right? Pros and cons of each decade, and we're gonna start with the 60s. Pros of the 60s. I feel like Hold on, we got Mr. Stir the Pot pulling up. So pros of the 60s. I feel like it's a decade mark with dominance of the Boston Celtics, because when you talk about super teams, Boston Celtics won 9 championships. Players like Bill Russell, he revolutionized defensive play. You also have Wilt Chamberlain, who also emerged extraordinary individual talent. We all know what he did as a scorer, just breaking almost every record known to man scoring the basketball, and some of those records still ain't even been touched. And then I believe in the 60s, the pros of the 60s is because of what those 2 stars did, the league expanded. It increased the level of competition, and they did a good job of bringing in more talent. So I think the 60s did a great job of paving the way. I think the cons, the worst of the 60s is I think the game lacked diversity in playing styles. There's too much of a focus on fundamentals and team-based play, which seems probably less dynamic compared to what we might see today. The NBA was obviously still growing, so a lot of people are going to say, rightfully so, the level of competition was not as stiff. When we go to the 70s,
hey, Lamar,
I think it was – yo,
can we add pros and cons as list them off, or we got to say that?
Yeah. So when we talk, so we just I feel like that's a good starting point for the 60s. What would y'all add or take away from that when y'all think back on the 60s, if you can recall anything?
I'll say the most underrated thing about the 60s, the level of impact it had. A lot of people forget that the first all black lineup was in the 60s. The first black coach was in the 60s. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, free agency, the fight for free agency started in the 60s, and the fight for players union started in the 60s. So if we want in regards to impact, that affected that from free agency alone, that affected a ripple effect that impacted every other decade. So impact could be added to pros, in my opinion.
Okay, cool. I like those right there. Yeah. What was you about to say?
I ain't gonna lie, that's it. Impact. I tried to watch the 60s, man. I just can't do it, bro. I watched like 2-4 games. I just couldn't do it, man. So I can't really talk about the 60s too much.
Yeah.
I didn't really watch it.
I
just can't do it.
Cons. There weren't really that many rounds in the playoffs. Not many teams. And plus, I haven't really cared to watch too much 60s, so it's not like I can really give an in-depth analyze it's not like I can go in depth in the 60s at all, outside of just the rule set and just the players that I think were generally the best in that era. I can't really do much outside of that. I've watched maybe one Wilt game, but that's really about it. I haven't watched 60s at all, really.
Hey, Lamont.
Yo, what up?
A pro is, it can be a pro and a con. Single out superstars and changing the rules for them, meaning it impacts their game in a negative or positive way.
All right, so stars arose, changing the game. Okay, I got that.
Yeah, one Wilt game, James. One Wilt game.
You're missing out on great basketball, brother.
Hey, that's cool. I'll keep missing out on it. Sorry.
All right, so I think that covers the 60s. Again, the 60s is just one of them eras that's just going to be at the biggest disadvantage because we just so far removed from it. But like I said, we'll do our best to judge it fairly. We got the 70s. The basics I got for the 70s are going to be the decade saw a wider distribution of the championships, unlike the 60s. And I think the wider distribution of championships obviously is going to indicate a more competitive league. The league became more innovative with styles and strategies. And there was but it was a greater focus. It was still a greater focus on team-based play. And then there also the ABA and the NBA merger. It brought new talent and also introduced the three-point line, changing game strategies. That's the pros of the 70s. When you talk about the cons, despite the increased competition, I don't believe there was a single team or player dominating that particular era, which could be viewed as a lack of standout performances. And then the NBA faced significant financial and image problems during that period, like we talked about before, and it impacted the quality of the league. So that could be a detriment to what we would believe to be the entertainment factor. They lost, they lost money, they lost fans. and the quality of the league did decline in the 70s. And so that could potentially hurt it as well. Y'all got anything to add to the pros or cons there?
Yeah, no superstar really stood out.
Kareem?
Like you said.
What? Kareem and Dr. J?
Kareem?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Dr. J was kind of like came in late.
I said.
What do you mean? No one carried the league.
No. What I said was there was no single team or player that I felt completely dominated the era, which could be viewed as a lack that the era has a lack of standout performances. So even though Kareem was good in the 70s,
didn't dominate. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
You mean he didn't win that much in the 70s because he didn't win a lot, but individually, I think he dominated.
Individually, it's not even close.
Yeah,
that's another superstar that carried thing. When I talk about Kareem won the one ring in the 70s in the weakest era. Yeah, it's tough.
Yo, bro, I ain't gonna lie. The 70s got some. The 70s got some players, bro. Hold on, let me look these niggas up.
They're all in the ABA, so
they got some players.
No, that's not true. So,
what's the superstars in the ABA?
I think one pro you can add to that, Lamont.
You got John Havlicek in the 70s. So.
I got you, bro. Real quick. And somebody got an echo.
Yeah, it's Chris. Chris, you got to echo, Chris.
Ace.
But one like you said, a con for entertainment. You could also say a pro for entertainment because, like you mentioned before, we got a lot of ideas from the ABA get implemented to the NBA for that decade as well, such as additional all-star events like the slam dunk contest, more half-court entertainment that they took from not only the Harlem Globetrotters but also other notorious ABA teams as well. And then, like you just said before, the implementation of three-point line. A lot of people forget that the 70s too was the high-paced era as well. So you got that balance in there.
That can also be deemed as a con because you couldn't come up with your own original ideas.
No, Ralph, it's both. That's what I'm saying. No, that's the point. It's both. We like the fact that the 70s had both the ABA and the NBA. It gave viewerships options, and you get a bit of both worlds.
If you count, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Like let me allow Josh real quick. Like Ralph,
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, Ralph, you're a wrestling fan, right? When NWO and when Monday Night Nitro was going against Monday Night Raw, as a fan, even though they was going competition on it, you still got double the action.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, brother. That's why I retract what I just said. I agree.
I also like how the 70s was more balanced. I know what I said about me comparing the dynasties earlier, but the 70s is that exception, and maybe the 2020s are going to be an exception too, where the league was just really balanced. You know, maybe the talent wasn't top tier, but you know, like it was still a balanced league, and it was more parity in the league. So I think that's
I also agree with that too.
That's another positive or negative. It depends on how you want to take that.
All right, so let's get that right here. All right, we can go to the 80s then. All right, this is going to be a little bit now that we coming closer and closer to where we are now, it's going to be a little bit more familiar. It says this is obviously the pros of this era. Magic Johnson. This era was led by Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. That rivalry that drew massive attention and made the sport more popular. And you know, those two, that combination, they're known for bringing life back into the NBA. The era saw emphasis on fast-paced, high-scoring games, and this also led to fans finding the game more entertaining. And then this era also birthed the arrival of Michael Jordan, right? It birthed the arrival. I wouldn't consider Jordan an 80s player, but it did birth his arrival. And again, it brought forth unprecedented talent and athleticism into the game, which also you pushed into the 90s. Also, when you talk about the cons of the era, the physicality of the era, while exciting to some, was off-putting to others and led to criticism over the style of play. We've seen that. We've heard the conversations, how they fouled Jordan, so we don't have to get into that. And then also, I think one of the cons of the 80s is there was less parity in the league, with the Lakers and the Celtics completely dominating the decade. Yeah. So, the good thing is that Magic and Bird brought the league back, but again, it less parity because there was so much of a focus on those two teams. And then also some of the rules with regards to trades and trading draft picks, some of the teams and ownerships weren't well versed on that, and they kind of strategized themselves out of being able to compete because they didn't understand the value of drafting and scouting and things like that.
Yeah.
But anything to add to the 80s and 90s that y'all can think of?
I think the 80s is probably the most top-heavy decade ever. Probably. But between, if you look at the conferences and the records for some of those years, you got teams like many games below 500 making the playoffs because the top of the league is just so dominant, and the rest were like kind of just forgotten. So I think that's a negative. It was really top heavy, and the rest of the league, outside of a few teams, were really kind of mediocre, and I think that's a negative.
Yeah, we talked about that in here. Just obviously lacking parity, so we got that already.
Oh, well.
I think a pro you can add is I'll make it a correction, is like also different styles of play. During that era, we got introduced to a myriad different styles, from the Bucks running an inverted offense to even people forget what the Pistons was doing towards the tail end of the 80s, how they had a 3-guard lineup, and it was defensive oriented, while starting out the decade as the 80s of a high-paced, fast-paced team, which some coaches to this day took some of those strategies. And also not forget the birth of Don Nelson and his
man.
The birth of Don Nelson and his implementation of playing style. We all know how impactful to the league that is. So there's underrated. I think there's underrated different types of play styles in the 80s that I think is a pro as well. And not to mention the fact that adding guys like Akeem and those type of other international players of that era helped bring more attention, which was the original birth of the attention around international play.
Also, international play. I think that's one that I think we all missed right there.
The 80s was stacked with talent. I think that was probably the best con.
Hold on, it sounds like your mic cut out. All right, we'll just move on, man. Anything else on the 80s, man? I think we covered it. Hold on.
You talked about the physical style?
Yeah, I talked about the physical style.
You really brought up everything about the 80s almost. I think.
Yeah, I talked about the physical style. I mean, obviously, like I said, but a lot of people say the physical style was a positive, but then it was also a negative.
What the heck?
Hold on, what'd you say?
Hakeem showed up.
My mic tripping, bro. I gotta go. My mic tweaking.
Yeah, when you get it back right, just hit the link, pull up.
I think the physical style was a con.
No, the physical style is a pro and a con.
It depends on how you take it. It depends on how you take it. Like, if you prefer that style of play to this style of play, then it'd be a pro.
Oh, Lamont. Also, I forgot. Did you already? I think. Remember the style of marketing too. That was the birth of the Bad Boys. That was the first era when they really emphasized not only the teams but also what those teams represent for those cities. So now each great team of that era is representing not only that style of play is actually conducive to that to the breed of the city and what they do in that time as well. So I think marketing is I think is a plus for the 80s as well.
Got you. Let's see right here.
Yeah, you can put that marketing also in the 60s.
No, I'm saying
I talked about it in the 60s already. Ralph, you got to pay attention, man. We covered a lot of these points you keep bringing up, man.
And also a pro of talent. That's arguably the greatest small forward era, underrated center era, and guard era. The 80s.
Uh-oh. Is this something that we feel like? Because I know Gilbert Arenas talked about this, and we saw it in The Last Dance. Is this something we have to bring up at the crack academic and NBA basketball?
That was in the 70s, right? Was that mostly?
It started in the 70s. It was both the 80s.
It continued in the 80s too.
It was heavy in the 80s though. I mean,
I remember in the 70s, like I just saw some videos on YouTube about it. I've never really gone too deep into it, but
no,
I remember that was
just a drug problem in the 70s because crack didn't come out to the 79, 80.
Oh well, didn't Jordan?
It was like more like meth and like.
Isn't there a story out there?
Heroin and stuff in the 70s.
Isn't there a story where like Jordan caught his teammates or something? And
Ralph, they were doing drugs in both eras, bro. Until David started.
I'm saying there was more like heroin in the 70s.
But the point is, they were doing drugs. It was a drug problem in both decades. Until David Stern started cleaning that up in the mid to late 80s, both eras dealt with drug problems. That's the point.
Yeah. But I was just asking about a specific Jordan story I heard before.
I hear you right there. Hold on. We got Walter Young just pulled up. Salute. And we got Ken Marco. Walter, man, you hear us talking about these different eras. We're not having anybody select yet. We just really kind of going down the pros and cons of each decade of basketball. You've been hearing what we talking about. What you got on the conversation?
I think the 80s and 90s. Oh man, what can I say? I'm from the old school. That's one thing I'm gonna say. Lakers, Celtics, that was classic all the way until the Pistons took it over. But the conversation no one talks about, and I mentioned it there in the chat, about the Houston Rockets. They went to the finals twice, and the second time was like 86. You had 2 7-footers, Hakeem and Ralph Sampson.
What happened?
So maybe there was a bit more competition in the 80s than we giving it credit for. Is that what you're saying?
I think competition is strong.
Well, I said that you had your top teams in each conference, but like the rest of the conferences were like just dog crap. So I mean,
wait a minute, who said that? Who said it was dog crap?
that was Boba.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you something before
there were
realignment. Oh, I'll let you go ahead, man.
Oh no! You were about to say something. I was just gonna repeat myself.
Okay. What did they used to say back then? The beast of the East was the Boston Celtics. The rivalries were the Celtics and 76ers, and plus the fights that happened. What did you have? What did you have out west? Run and gun style. East, you had defense. You could say the Chicago Bulls that went 30 and 52, if I remember correctly, still made the playoffs. And oh shit, what's the other team?
That's my point. That's my point.
But this is where I'm going here with this. As long you made it on in, you made it to the playoffs, and granted, you're going to get your ass kicked. Hey, you still made it.
Well, yeah, but the point is that bad teams could make the playoffs, unlike today. That was mainly my point.
Unlike today.
Like you don't see 31 teams making the playoffs nowadays.
No, bad
teams. Yeah, that's because that's because people intend to forget there too. And let me throw this out here to the chat and to everybody else. Expansion started back in 1988 and 89. So I want to throw that out there. I don't want to get to where people could say, "Oh, it was watered down because of expansion." No,
didn't say that.
But this is my first time being on here.
No, you good, man. Keep cooking, man. Keep cooking.
Let me say it like this: how many of y'all was born back then to watch it back then? I ain't trying to throw no shade or anything. How many?
For sure.
Not a lot of us. Not a lot of us on the
There
panel.
You go.
Yeah, for sure.
If you look at those first round series,
Lamar, speak for yourself. I was born in the 40s, brother.
If you look at those first round series, some of them you say the bottom teams, some of them were good, and the bottom teams you spoke of upset at the higher seeds.
Well,
I'll give you a prime example. What was it? It was Seattle and the Mavericks. Yeah, 87. Seattle made the playoffs. Upset at the Mavericks in the first round.
That happens. First round upsets happen all the time.
No, I think what he's doing is because this is why I like that he's here. Because I don't always like the argument that if you didn't grow up in that time, but I think in the connotation that he's speaking with regards to the depth of competition, we weren't there. So we haven't really, we're not going to find articles and clippings and reports about the depth of the 80s. We're just going to hear about Magic. We're going to hear about.
Let me tell you like this.
In the Irvings, we're not going to hear about the other teams.
I feel that.
I'm not going to try to interrupt or cut you off. To me, the biggest upset was, and people don't talk here about this, there's two of them, and nobody who's a fan of the NBA don't even know this. Did you guys know Larry Bird got swept?
I know. Yeah, he did.
It was either 82 or 83.
Yeah, Larry
he got
Bird.
Swept by the Milwaukee Bucks. Nobody never talks about that.
He was off on that. Yeah, that's true.
Not one single person ever talks about that, and they swept that underneath the rug. And the other upset is, and this is, well, I want to say two, and no one pays attention to this one there either, excuse me, the 86 Lakers. They lost to the Houston Rockets.
In the conference finals, right?
Yeah, lost to them. And I'll go one even better, even 90 against the Phoenix Suns. And Magic Johnson won MVP that year.
All right. So hold on. Let's do this then. Because he's making the case. It sounds like you're veering towards picking the 80s as the best potential decade of basketball all time. We still got to get through the 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and the 2020s. And remember, before we start making a selection, because we're going to put a poll in the chat, because before the chat even makes a vote, before we make a vote on the panel, I want to at least give everybody the information to go with. Hold on, let me get him back in here. So we're going to move on to the 90s real quick. When we talk about pros and cons of the 90s, right, this was a decade that was marked by Michael Jordan and Chicago Bulls. And what I think a lot of people don't necessarily talk about with Jordan and the Bulls is I think Jordan and the Bulls started to bring the worldwide attention to the NBA. That's one. I think that might be the Bulls' biggest impact. When we talk about the 90s also saw a significant, right? Sturdy talked about how the 80s introduced international players, but I think the 90s saw the most significant increase in global players coming into the NBA, and that broadened the talent pool. So this is where we saw the Drazen Petrovic's and the Vlade Divacs and the Arvidas Sabonis's, and these guys started to come into the league, and it broadened the talent pool. The Tony Kukoc's, Luke Longley's. We can go on and on. And it internationalized the sport. And then the style of play in the 90s was a much better blend of physicality and skill than we saw in the 80s, with the strong emphasis on defense. Now, the cons of the era, when we talk about the cons of the era, the Jordan era Bulls were so dominant that they overshadowed literally everybody, right, leading to less competitive balance. And then the retirement of Michael Jordan, especially the first one, it left the league without his biggest star for a period of 2 years. And again, so it was kind of a dead period. They had no star. Right, the game kind of got dry and boring. People try to claim it wasn't, but if we're being honest, it was. And I think those were the two biggest cons. Now, when we talk about the 90s, pro or con, you guys can add to that, and we can broaden that list to give us more to go off of when we vote.
I want to make this correction, Lamont. It was actually the Dream Team was in the 90s, and that's very impactful because now that was the first year that pros were allowed to compete in the Olympics with the other pros of the Olympics. And that is what really turned the NBA to an international brand. The implementation of the Dream Team, I think that should be added to pros for the 90s. And for a con for 90s, the contracts. Some of the worst NBA contracts you ever see in NBA history would be from the 90s.
Can I jump in right quick and say something that was forgotten? That was that didn't get mentioned from the 80s, even in the 90s. Advertisement was key.
We talked about that.
Okay. I wanted to be sure because that's another thing that doesn't hardly get talked about was advertisement and good TV deals.
Yeah, we talked about that. The marketing. I think might have been Sturdy that mentioned that the marketing around the teams completely changed. And he talked about how that was one, like when we start seeing the bad boy Pistons and how that's when the NBA really started focusing on marketing teams and those core players, associating players with organizations. And I think that's what broadened the fan base in the 80s going into the 90s. But we're talking about the 90s now. Is there anything you guys, as far as pros and cons of the 90s? I think one of the cons that I want to add is the expansion.
The expansion,
I think the NBA expanded too quickly, adding too many teams in such a small amount of time. And I think this is what thinned the league out going into the 90s. Because a lot of people just say they don't understand the repercussions of what an expansion can do. Remember, the draft compensation got taken from other teams given. You had the expansion drafts. And so because a lot of compensation was taken from teams that wanted to compete and given to the expansion teams. And I think as Jerry Salone and guys like Larry Bird mentioned, it kind of left some of the teams that were competitive in a kind of stuck with really no way to get better. This is why you never really saw the Spurs really do anything significant to get better, or the Utah Jazz, other than adding Jeff Hornacek, never really been able to make significant additions to that roster. We saw Barkley move to the
finals
Suns.
twice. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to interrupt. I'm not trying to interrupt.
Say it again.
But no, I just said they just made it to the finals twice. And,
they did.
You got to give them credit. But here's the other thing.
They get credit for that. But the thing is, when we look at that Utah Jazz team across the 90s, let's say from 90 to 99,
there weren't that many big teams.
What I want to ask you guys, and this is for any of the teams that were competitive, because in today's league, we can look and we can see a team like Memphis who was starting to get better. They went and got a guy like Desmond Bane out of the draft, kind of that middle area of the draft that really a lot of people were kind of unsure who he was. Mm-hmm. Competitive teams weren't able to hit those home run picks because teams like the Charlotte Hornets were able to allow to pick twice. So they could go risk and they can go draft a Tony Delk and then draft a Kobe. So they can kind of throw two birds at one stone and hopefully hit a home run on one. And so this is why the expansion teams were able to get good really fast. But other teams like the Utah Jazz or the Rockets, they struggled. You don't really recall any significant.
Can I add something?
Rookies. I mean, the Rockets had some good young players that they brought in, but other than that, not too many teams really had the draft picks going into the 90s to get better.
Yeah.
And then with the CBA still changing, the CBA still really restricted players from moving around and signing with other teams. So you really didn't see enough player movement for these guys to get better as well. Go ahead, Bobo.
I think another point to bring up, and when I was watching, I saw this more prevalent in the 90s. One big thing, especially what the Utah Jazz were doing, were abusing illegal defenses. They would have big men that were no threat to shoot the three at all, standing outside at like the corner of the wing, and the defender would have to guard them because they had no choice. I think.
Wait a minute. What big man? Wait a minute. What big man did you see shoot a three from Utah?
I didn't say they shot threes. I said they had them. Okay. I said they had them out there. Like for example, if you watch the Jazz, there's a lot of plays where you'll see Mark Eaton standing out on the perimeter for no reason at all. But the only reason he's standing there is just to bring the defender out. I think.
Yeah, to do a pick. It was called the pick and roll. That's what Utah.
No. Like Mark Eaton would be standing on the wing, just standing there, and the defender would have to go out there and guard him.
Yeah, because of the illegal defense rules. Yeah.
Yeah, that I think that's a negative. How teams
you could commit a hard.
Also, illegal defense. So you just want to add illegal defense just in general?
Because I think it was more prevalent in the 90s.
All right,
especially when Utah started using it. So,
wait, I had a question about illegal defense. I thought you could double, but it had to be like a hard double. You couldn't like hedge and go back.
Yeah,
like,
but
it had to be a hard double.
And when we tell people that a hard double can absolutely compromise your defense too. Mm-hmm. So like what Boba said, you're putting some guys, you're putting a center, like whoever's, let's say,
like I said, Mark Eaton.
Let's say, Antoine Carr is guarding Mark Eaton. And then Mark Eaton spaces himself out into the opposite corner 3-point line. But that means you're asking Antoine Carr to go bring on a strong double because he's that kind of freelance guy. But I don't know if he has the mobility to do that. If he comes over and tries the hard double, can he even recover in time? Let's say if Mark Eaton floats to the basket. So again, the Utah Jazz, that was all strategy. I give them credit for exposing teams to that degree. It was a rule that they took out the game because teams started abusing it. But they put some players in some real compromising situations with that illegal.
Who's the dude that said something about the Utah Jazz? Who was it? What's his name?
Boba.
His name
Boba.
Boba. Oh, Boba Fett.
Yeah, finally someone got it. Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
Did you? Man, I feel so bad saying this. Did you ever watch any of the Piston games? From
Bad Boy Piston games?
Before pre-Bad Boy. I'm gonna give you pre-Bad Boy.
I haven't watched pre-Bad Boy. No.
No. We want to stay in the 90s though.
Yeah.
No. I'm just saying though.
I know. I
look what Detroit used to do to Jordan.
I didn't watch pre-Bad Boy.
Okay. And even who the hell was the other team? The Knicks would do that there too.
But also, see, I think the 80s was a different style of play. because with a faster pace, it's much easier to throw those hard doubles. Remember, they had a really good strategy against Jordan. But a lot of that was predicated on Jordan not really having significant help around him as well. So it was much easier to just completely shade over that trap, send that guy over. They consistently forced him to that left hand. So it was much easier to do it when you knew that the guy you were leaving is not a threat at all. And then you also know that Jordan, who knew he was by himself out there, wasn't a significant threat to pass and dime you out the game as well. So when you know Jordan is a shoot first type of player, will take a ton of tough shots. The threat of him swinging the ball to your man that you leave is kind of low because he's going to shoot that tough shot irregardless.
But I am going to say the other team. I'm going to say the Knicks. The Knicks of the 90s.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That I would throw out there.
Shout out to Choker Patrick Ewing.
Yeah,
Lamont. I think another rule implementation that you add a pro to is the flagrant 2 rule. I think that's a pro.
All right, flagrant foul rules is a pro.
Isn't the 90s like the decade where they added like the idea of free agency? Like they took away the right to sign these 10-year deals, and
there was no such thing as 10 years.
That didn't happen. Well, it did kind of happen, but it didn't really get changed until the late 90s.
Oh well, I knew it was somewhere around there.
So it really had its biggest impact going into the 2000s.
Hey Lamont, I got a pro.
What up?
The superstar, like being more than like the team, like him being more like above the team and all that.
What?
Like the superstar being like.
Are you saying that
probably more in team like the superstars?
No, I get what he's saying. I feel like he wants the birth of the superstar.
Yeah, like the final form of superstar, like the shoe deals and all that, and like being more like you're not worried about the team. You got favorite players now.
Is that a pro?
Yes, because that goes to entertainment value.
Yeah. I guess so.
That's a good one. No, I didn't think of that. Let me write that down.
Lamont, how could we forget? I could get the birth of the shoe boom.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to.
The shoes.
That's part of marketing.
Oh,
remember. That's when the whole league changed. They were just Converses like the black and white Johns in the 80s. Now Nike came up. Yep.
Reebok.
Let's go, Sturdy. Keep cooking, brother.
I saw some Pat Ewing shoes at Goodwill the other day. So
the pennies, like
Charles Barkley's.
I didn't even know Barkley had shoes.
I would say the 90s would be the era of the franchise player. Because you had all the players. They all had shoes. Everybody had the commercial.
I mean,
the birth of the superstar,
I think that kind of goes along the lines of what Ralph said. But yeah, that's I know what he's trying to say as well. But I think that started in the 80s, connecting your best player to that organization. I thought that started with like Isaiah Thomas with the Pistons, Bird with the Celtics, Magic with the Lakers, Dr. J with the Sixers. So I think that kind of started more so
Moses
in the 80s.
with the Sixers. Nah.
Oh, the other thing about the 90s is the centers, the center position.
Oh no! You don't want Lamont getting his bag about that. Oh no! Oh no!
What's wrong with me? You have to have
Lamont. 2000s, Lamont. Oh no!
Wait a minute! I'm not trying to go there any place. Well, I'm.
Oh, the cards! Oh, the cards!
Sam Bowie.
Oh.
Brad Lowhouse.
Oh, we're not doing this.
Oh no!
Are you for real? You're picking out people who didn't really. Come on.
No, okay.
Mark West.
Hey, just in case you don't know, his point is outside of like Hakeem, David Robinson, Ewing, guys like that were at the very top. The rest of the league was very shallow, is what he's saying, basically.
No. You had Shaq. You had Alonzo Mourning.
I'm talking about outside of the like top 5 or 6 guys.
Brian Reeves, hello.
Hold on.
Kenny Gaddison, Eric Lichtner.
Oh no.
Will Purdue.
Oh, we're doing
All
this.
right, Lamar. Let's do
James
the 2000s.
Come on, man.
Come on,
Let's go to
man.
the 2000s, bro. We going
Kenny
to the
Walker.
2000s. The 2000s,
Look,
Lamar.
there's even a guy.
But wait a
named
minute,
Lamont.
wait a minute though. If he's bringing up those type of guys, then where's Hakeem Robinson? What's up here with that?
His point is that without those guys, the centers suck. Is what he's saying. That's what he's saying, bro.
Couldn't you argue that for any era though? Like you take out the best.
That's
like,
but most eras don't proclaim to be the era of a certain position. Like for example, like if people started running around saying, "Oh, this is the era of the centers," and they're just riding the coattails of Jokic and Embiid, well, then people are going to start criticizing. They're going to start looking at, okay, let's look at all the other centers. Were they so no? So you can't ride the coattails of the top, trying to say that this and for the most part,
Dwayne Dedman.
This era really hasn't been dominated by the big men. It's been dominated by the guards from the guard position. That's just a fact. Even though Jokic got one, at least Jokic got one in the 90s. You know, when Jordan was in the league, when he was actively playing, nobody else got anything.
That's right.
Lamar, I do want to say this though.
And then the team that won the most championships didn't even have a dominant center. They didn't need one. They didn't even.
There is a decade that advertises itself as being the best at their position. We ain't get to it yet.
All right, well, let's go to the next. We got the next one. We got the 2000s. I'm gonna run through some quick pros. We're gonna run through some quick pros and cons that I wrote down. For the 2000s, I got this is a decade marked by the rise of superstars, Kobe's, Tim Duncan's, LeBron's. They showcased high-level skill and athleticism, so I think they kind of changed the game there. The game also became even more global, even more international players got introduced. And then this was the start of the advanced stats and analytics. And once this started, really changed strategies and player evaluation. So we started seeing more and more talent get introduced to the league because of it. The era I think the cons of this era, was the era where people claim was the start of super teams, even though it probably wasn't. But these are claims that are out there. And a lot of people will argue that these super type teams damaged the competitive balance of the league. And then also there were controversies such as the Malice of the Palace and the referee betting scandal that harmed the league's image, which probably could go to impacting. It could impact the entertainment value because it pushed fans away.
The 06 finals. Just go to that.
I go with 04. The 04 one was the biggest
upset.
upset.
1 Cool P, man. Appreciate you being here, 1 Cool P.
Lamar, we can't forget one of the most important pros is the implementation of the zone, which added more depth, more different schemes of defense that the league could implement into the league. So now it's more balanced instead of being more lopsided to one or the other, at least in the 2000s.
Is the 2000s when the draft started to get hyped up more? I'm just asking. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, with LeBron.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What really happened was it was the explosion of the high school players. So so even though Moses was technically the first guy to be drafted from high school, I think it was Derek Dawkins. Well, anyway, it happened decades ago. It was there's more great players that came out in 2000 drafted from high school. Kobe, Garnett, Stoudemire, LeBron, Dwight, like Marbury. All these guys came from high school. T-Mac, Hall of Famers, Wrecking League.
Why did they change the rule? Because I know you can't do that anymore.
Because they suck.
I think David Stern said there's a certain maturity level he wanted to lead. And me personally, I just thought they wanted to funnel the talent back into college, is my opinion.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and then you had the lesser version guys.
What truly happened was Rod Thorne and the commissioner and the NBA commissioners basically saw that teams were like the Utah Jazz and even, and the New York Knicks and the Rockets, teams were starting to completely abuse the illegal defense rule. This is why the pace got so slow in the 90s, because they would just slow the game down to a bore, completely isolate one side of the court, right? Just like Boba said, and it took away from the natural essence of the game. That's how Rod Thorne explained it, because teams started to abuse it. So that they had to do away with it to bring that natural essence of the game back, the flow of the game back, pick the paces back up. I think the con to bringing back the zone was there was no there was no adjustment time frame for it. So there was only really one team truly prepared for the zone when it came back, and that was the Phoenix Suns. But outside of that, most teams needed multiple years to adjust to the zone coming back in. And a lot of teams struggled offensively to the defensive changes that came in. So there's pros to the zone coming back, and there's also some cons there.
The Heat, the Spurs.
And also, we can't forget the parity. And also, let's be honest, depth of talent. You go through that era outside of the center position, there's like 3 to 4 guys that's top 10 all time in their position.
Right, that's fair.
You said entertainment already, right, Lamont?
Nope.
Well, the entertainment, like the All-Star Weekend, was at its peak.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me, Lamont?
Yeah, we hear you, Jared.
Hey, what y'all cooking on?
Come on, bro.
Yeah, go back in the chat.
Wait, what did he say?
What y'all cooking on?
Oh, we talking about decades right now, fo.
Which decade are you in?
We on the 2000s.
Okay. That's what's up.
Yeah, for sure.
Hold on, how are you gonna come here and ask what we talking about, Jared?
Well, no,
Like, it's not.
decades. I was just trying to figure out which decade you were on because I heard a couple
okay.
decades being brought up.
Well, if you know that we're talking about decades, I can understand.
Hey, your mic a little buggy a little bit. Magic jersey.
My mic is bugging.
Nah, Magic jersey.
Yeah.
My mic is bugging?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can hear your mic is bugging a little bit. So what position? We're just talking about all the players or a certain position?
We just talking about the pros
We're
and
just talking
cons.
about the decade.
Yeah, the pros and cons of the decade. We ain't really single out any players yet.
Okay.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
you good.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
you good.
listen. In my honest opinion, I think zones are kind of overrated simply because if they play zones on a superstar, that superstar is going to pass to the open guy, being that 2 players are zoning the paint.
Right.
Feel me?
Yeah,
But they don't make the pass though.
Let me ask you a question. So you say that they're ineffective, but we literally saw how the teams that were able to be quick enough to disguise their zone coverages gave superstars the most problems in the 80s and the 90s. So when you talk about the Houston Rockets, one of the teams that had the most success against Michael Jordan and the Bulls, well, look at the rotation and the people that Rudy Tomjanovich was put out there. Quick, fast guards that could rotate, and the refs really couldn't pick up on the illegal defenses because they played fast lineups. Even Otis Thorpe was pretty fast at the power forward position. We know Hakeem was a small forward at the center spot with his speed, so they could disguise it, and it gave teams like the Bulls a ton of problems. So, and then you also have your stars, your superstars like Grant Hill, Tracy McGrady, and Jordan all talked about how zone implementation would take away from their individual statistics. So if the stars of the time admitted it, and we saw it also work to a certain degree, then I don't know how you could say it wouldn't have that much of an impact or would be overrated, because there's a lot of people who would disagree with that.
Yeah, but even if they stop the superstar from scoring as much, you're still going to have teammates that you could pass the ball to, being that they're trying to zone you out.
Yeah, but Pootie, that also requires you to be an elite playmaker. So again, one of the things I tell my team, because we run a lot of help coverages when I coach, I say, I want to turn these guys. I want to see if they can be Magic Johnson. I said, I don't believe that some of these guys that are driving to the basket can pass like Magic. If they can pass like Magic and they can kick it to a guy across the court for an open shot, I'm going to shake your hand and I'll allow you to beat us that way. But it takes a level of skill to even do that, especially if you're running the zone at an elite level. So what I'm saying is, if you give the best defensive teams of the 80s and 90s zones, like the Knicks, like the Pacers, like the Rockets, if you give them a zone that isn't handicapped because of illegal defense, you're just going to make these guys, you're going to make those teams much better defensive units. And that's all I'm saying. So the zone just makes them a better defensive unit. It doesn't make any individual player better defensively, but it makes you a much better defensive unit because you can shade coverages over. You can really crowd the court, which is what you want to do with star players. And you can turn guys like a Jordan into playmakers, and we could really see if he's the elite passer that you think he could be, which I don't know if he could do that consistently. I don't know if that was in his nature.
He had
He wasn't a passer.
that point. Sorry, he had 10 triple doubles back in
the passer and a good playmaker, two different things. Russell Westbrook has proved that to us. You can get all the assists that you want. Doesn't necessarily mean you're a great playmaker. Russell Westbrook led the league in assists. Nobody's going to put him up there with the Stocktons or the Mark Jacksons or any of those guys. So again, just getting the running total assists don't mean nothing. We know that Jordan came close to averaging a triple-double at one point in time when the coach put him at the point guard spot. But was he a great playmaker even though he was accumulating them assists? I would argue that he wasn't a great playmaker.
He was not the best playmaker, no.
So again, teams would have loved to zone up on Jordan and said, okay, kick this ball over to Scott Burrell. I want to see what Scott Burrell gonna do with this ball once you pass it. Right? Kick this ball over to Randy Brown. I want to see what Randy Brown gonna do with this ball with 5 seconds on the shot clock. So again, you're looking at some much different results if you give these teams, good defensive teams, zone coverages. And I think Jordan, like I said, he took advantage of an era that just catered to his strengths.
Also one thing that he said, that kind of insinuates that every superstar is a great playmaker. Saying that zone defenses don't work on superstars. I can give you an example. A zone would not work on a guy like Jokic because he is an elite playmaker. But if you play it right, it could work on a guy like Embiid, who really struggles passing out of double teams and passing in tough situations. So like it depends on the player, but it's not like zones just don't work on superstars because they do.
Well, they could work. I think
The MVP can pass over double. It's crazy.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's just the
passing out of a double team is a skill. You can't just wake up one day and say, "Oh, I know how to pass out of a double team." Because I promise, I can take any one of y'all to a gym and we can throw a diamond press on you, and I want to see how you pass out of that trap or that double because you're gonna look crazy. So again, it's a skill. You have it or you don't. Not everybody has that skill.
Yeah, there's just certain players that can't do it. And
I think for an MVP, I think you have to have that skill.
Okay, well, we'll get to that later, I guess.
Yo, Lamont, Mac Duff backstage. Anything else y'all want to add to the 2000s? Pros and cons that we missed?
Yeah, I could add something. So I don't know if this has been brought up or not, but the 2000s was a very bad scoring year. Like there wasn't a lot of points being put up.
We talked about
what?
I think we talked about that. We talked about why that.
I think they covered that.
We talked about that.
They played at like a slow pace though.
That's because the defense was up there. That's why.
No, it was.
It's not because they couldn't score. Stop it, Jerry.
It was an adjustment. Teams did not have time to adjust to the introduction of the zone. So a lot of teams didn't have the shooting on the floor. Like I said, now shooting is at a premium. You space the floor out, so now they can cater and account for those zones because they can space the floor.
There were games that were in the 70s. Like that's not good.
That's middle, almost close towards the middle, like 2002.
But you know what, Jared? That is a good point because lower scoring games, I believe, did impact the entertainment value because we saw some of the most boring NBA Finals matchups around that time. You have to be honest here. Yes, Pistons Spurs was boring. Yes, that was boring.
Yeah, but it was a lot of beautiful basketball.
No, it wasn't Pooty. It was boring.
By the Spurs, yes, it was.
I'm not gonna lie. The Spurs next is boring. The Spurs next is boring.
Game 5 was pretty fun to watch.
Just because it's the Spurs doesn't mean that it's always.
I mean,
the
Spurs fundamentals.
Some of them games were boring. The low scoring games, scores in sports entertainment is always boring.
Even today. It's boring.
It's just you talk about entertainment value. Yeah, low scores does not help entertainment value.
Watching teams get blown out is boring.
I got a question there for the guy. Why is it boring when two teams could be evenly on out, playing the best, leaving it all out on the court? Why is it boring?
I'm not talking about boring to us basketball. Like we're all basketball like crazy. I'm talking about to the casual fan. People that only watch casually, when they turn on that TV, that they're impacting the ratings. They're putting money in the NBA's pocket. They affect it, like they're dictating the entertainment value of the league. So of course, we're gonna watch. The hardcore fans are gonna watch irregardless. But when you talk about the casuals, to get those casuals watching, they need to be entertained, and they're easily entertained by the highlights and the buckets. And those casual fans weren't getting entertained.
They want to see more. They want to see more.
Spurs fans at that time saying it was boring.
There's an echo.
Yo, we got an echo. We got an echo.
Somebody got an echo.
Hey, but yeah, it's.
I think
the casual wants to see more 81-point games by Kobe, not games in the 70s by both teams. That's a good point.
Hold on, where did he say that? I didn't see it.
Oh, what is that?
Yo, MacDuff, you want to add anything to the 2000s that hasn't been said yet? A pro or con?
I'll give my pro and a con. And then if I'm regurgitating, my bad. The pro is the defensive error. I think it was the best defensive error. That's one of the pros. Another pro is I think we've seen some of the best one-on-one scores of all time. I mean, yeah, we could go top heavy with the Iversons and Kobe's and Tracy McGrady's, but I think Paul Pierce is very underrated in that era as far as one-on-one scores. I think we kind of maybe forget about even Gilbert Arenas. You can go look at Vince Carter back in the day. I think there's a lot of one-on-one scores in that area that we forget that we kind of forget about. Steve Francis. There's a lot. I don't really have any cons about the 2000s. I do.
I do.
The Eastern Conference is a con.
That's definitely a con. Yeah.
You can put that in the 2010s too. By the way,
it was great. Don't get me wrong. It was great basketball being played, but you just knew nobody had a chance to win. It was a J. No. It was truly a J.
It was the West Coast. It was the West Coast.
Yeah, that's the only con.
The East Coast had superstars, but the West Coast was actually winning the chips.
I do want to say this, MacDuff. Yes, even though the Western Conference was superior, like majority of those games in the finals were competitive. In the East versus West, despite the West winning majority of the time, I'm saying majority of those finals were competitive. The Pistons with Spurs competitive. Both those Celtics and Lakers in the late 2000s were competitive. You know what I'm saying? The Heat in Dallas was competitive. So like I'm not saying the West was definitely superior, but I think the best teams out of the East were still able to prove that they can compete at least for majority of that decade against the West.
Yeah, I agree, sort of, but I mean, we did out of 10 finals, you got 2 sweeps, you got 2 5-games. Like it wasn't really. A lot of those finals wasn't competitive.
I think we got 1 sweep.
In the early 2000s,
the Spurs swept the Cavs, the Lakers swept.
The Lakers swept the Nets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nets, they went
they
5
did again.
versus the Lakers went 5 against Iverson.
I mean, there were some god awful finals in the 2000s.
Wait, then the Nets get swept by the Spurs?
No, they lost 2 games. The Nets
there was a lot of sweeps and gentlemen.
Yeah, but
that was a boring.
There's also 2 sweeps in the 80s too.
That was a boring finals though.
No, 3. No, there was 2. I'm sorry, there was 2.
2. There were 2 sweeps in the 80s.
Yeah, Magic
Blazers got swept, and who else got swept?
Get to the
Wait, did he say the Blazers?
Nah, yeah, 1990 they got swept.
No, the Blazers won 1
Blazers
game.
did not get swept. They won 2 games.
They won 1 game. The Lakers got swept in '89, and they got swept again in '83.
Only Shaq got swept in the 90s, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, he got swept in '95.
Yeah, I think Shaq was the only player to get swept in the 90s. I think so.
In the finals.
I could be wrong.
The only player to get swept in the 90s.
That's crazy.
No way. That can't be true. No way.
Last pro before we move on to the 2010s. Diversity of play. We had the triangle from the Spurs adapting to the game, the slow pace of the modern era. Even the Kings with that high up and down 3-point shots. The underrated Bucks team in the 2000s as well. I think the diversity of play also is a pro for the 2000s.
So when we talk
Sacramento
about my
Kings.
thing is when we talk about these individual teams, if we're talking about a whole decade, I just need to know how did these teams completely impact and have an impact on the decade? Was it like when you talk about Sacramento Kings, Arco Arena, the entertainment value was crazy with them, if that's what you're alluding to. With the Milwaukee Bucks, probably less entertainment value, but I don't know. Are you referring to their style of play? Like,
Yeah, like remember we've seen a lot of belly ball, the triangle. We've seen that 2008 Celtics defense. We've seen and that '04 Pistons defense. We've seen a lot of styles of play that's historic in 2000s. And how could I forget the Suns? Historic style of play as well. So yeah.
When I think of the
There's a
2000s,
lot of
I
diversity.
usually think about Kobe and the Lakers. That's what I usually think about.
Yeah,
I think about a flurry of different talent. Like let's not just predicate and pedalize the 2000s just Kobe and Shaq. The 2000s,
Right.
No, of course.
They had a lot of talent throughout one point guard to power forward. You can name 10 quality players at all those positions in the 2000s.
10?
Yeah, one thing about the 2000s was the officiating ruined the playoffs a lot of years. I mean, the officiating
Especially
in the LA
2002.
Sacramento series was garbage.
Lamar said that already.
2006,
Hold on,
they
y'all,
called
let
a
him
foul
finish. Let him
every
finish.
time somebody touched Wade. And the officiating really ruined the Spurs Phoenix series too, because they suspended Amari for the critical game 6. Otherwise, Phoenix probably wins that series and they win a title. And Iverson got a ton of calls in 01 too. I mean, the NBA was desperate after Jordan left the league to find teams and players to build the league around. And a lot of the series and playoff runs, I don't think anything was rigged, but a lot of it was ruined by garbage officiating.
I was about to ask. Sorry about that, Brandon. Go ahead.
To be fair to the Spurs Suns point, I think Amari did come off the bench when he wasn't in the game. So there's really nothing you can do there. But that's just being fair.
The NBA doesn't suspend superstars in the playoffs. They never do that.
Well, I mean,
Even
it's mandatory though. So that's
it's not mandatory. I mean, David Stern does what he wants.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it just happened. It's by rule. So
Boba Fett in real life. I know you.
I mean, the NBA just doesn't suspend superstars in the playoffs.
No, but you know what? But to Brandon, to summarize that, just to summarize that, one of the cons that I did mention for the 2000s, it was the referees, the refereeing. It's like we can summarize that all up as far. We can elaborate on it later, but we know that during that decade there were some big time refereeing scandals and things that we were able to identify that kind of threw off the competitive balance. So that is a good point, but we did already mention it.
Could I add one more comment before we
go ahead, Magda?
The dress code that was implemented. I hated.
How does that impact the game, though? How does it impact the game?
That's just a cosmetic thing, I guess.
To me, well, I don't know if it impacts the game on the court. But to me, the dress code before it was implemented, it brought a bigger audience. It brought bigger, to me, popularity into the game. The and one was around that time, so when we had it was more cultured. You could say urban or whatever, but I think the fans, we were more reluctant to go to games as well. When you look at 80s and 90s, it was a different crowd in the 2000s, if I want to say it like that. And you guys kind of know what that means. And I had season tickets to the Warriors. And the Warriors were horrible in the 2000s, but we were going to games. We felt more integrated into the game with our culture, with our style, with our language, hip hop, the jewelry, and everything. When they kind of implemented the dress code to the fans who spend tickets and money to these games, it kind of left us ill feeling, because it was like, oh, you trying to box us out. Oh, you kind of, some things ain't changed. That it kind of goes more political, and I don't want to get too deep into that, but that's something that I didn't like. What was the dress code, because I thought it kind of put us barred, and it was too much for me. It's a lot of political other stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what because I talked about like the image of the league in the 2000s, because I talked about
yeah.
controversies such as the Malice at the Palace, and I think the NBA was searching for a way to clean up their reputation. And
the NBA is
one way
full
you
of
fix your
hypocrites.
reputation.
Can I say something?
I feel you.
I don't want to interrupt. The NBA is full of hypocrites. I'll tell you why. How can they say like back Malice in the Palace was what 2004? If I'm correct.
03.
Oh, 03 or 04.
04. Yeah, 04.
How is it that the NBA can forget that the Knicks and Heat brawled in 2000? How the hell is it that, Shaq and Barkley went up here at it? Then you're going to implement a dress code after that?
No, well, the Malice at the Palace involved fans.
Yeah, like they got
that's like a whole different level.
Like the Malice at the Palace was only different because that's when the first time we saw literally fans, and it was a massive brawl, one of the biggest in NBA history, and it was one of the first time we saw literally saw players knocking fans out. That's what you cannot have. Players can fight each other all day.
But here's the thing, and people don't even go on back, and I was watching this. This was on YouTube, I think. I don't know. Maybe. But Dr. J and Larry Bird had a fight, and I think some fans were into it. Danny Ainge got into it with Antoine Carr, and fans got into it with one of the players.
Did they jump into the crowd and like start knocking people out?
Right.
It's a possibility.
Bro, I don't think there's nothing that we've seen in NBA history that could compare.
Yeah, Mad Max, good one. Mad Max, Vernon Max. Well,
yeah,
I can forget that.
There's nothing
things like Dennis Rodman kicking a camera.
He didn't swing at them though. He just like
to Malice in the Palace. Like
everybody in Malice in the Palace was fighting.
There have been incidents where players have interacted with fans, but not to the degree we saw Malice in the Palace. That was,
and I'm going to say this about the whole
with crimes. Players were going to court. Fans were going to court. Like that was a big ordeal. That wasn't no.
Hey, I'll say like this: people's lives, and players' careers changed forever after that.
Yes, that's true.
I think 2004 was a mess. As far as the NBA, 2004 was a mess.
Yeah, can we go to 2010 now?
Yeah, we got.
Let's go to 2010s.
I'm tired of talking.
Hold on, we'll go to 2010s. The game further became globalized. The decade was characterized by the change in style of play, with the emphasis on three-point shooting, pace and space offenses, making the games more high-scoring and thrilling, and then also advanced analytics continue to evolve, and this increased strategic depth. So we've just seen teams, defenses, schemes become more diverse because of the analytics. The cons, again, the further rise of super teams. Some people think it's positive, but for the most part, it's looked at as a negative. It continued to lead to more criticism about competitive balance. And then also traditional positions and roles started to blur. And this, while this could be innovative, it was also criticized for making the game less structured. So that's what I started with the 2010s. You guys can add to that if you want to.
All right, I want to push back on the narrative about super teams a little bit, because I think if you look at the two teams that people label as super team, it's Miami and Boston. And if you really look at I think what really happened was the Eastern Conference was so weak because of Derrick Rose being hurt. Really after the Bulls got to the conference finals the first time. And the East was very weak when Boston, Garnett, Allen, and Pierce got together. But if you look at those teams, Garnett and Allen were past their prime. And if you look at the Heat with Bosh, Wade, and LeBron, I mean, Bosh he was never close to a superstar. And Miami didn't have top-level players around them. I don't think Boston or Miami were a super team if you compare them to the Lakers with Kareem, Magic, Worthy, Boston, the teams they had, or if you compare them to the Warriors with Durant, Thompson, Curry, and Durant. I don't think Boston or Miami were super teams. I think that people labeled, especially Miami, a super team at the time. But if you compare Miami and Boston to the Durant going to 73-win team, or even the Celtic or Laker teams in the 80s, I don't think those were super teams.
You're a LeBron fan?
No. Now look, you know what I'm saying, Brandon? I agree with your take right there. I agree with your take. The problem is I'm only talking about the overall perception of super teams. That's how it was defined. Again, I don't agree. Like, I agree with your narrative on super teams. But again, the overall perception from just the common fan, people were calling them super teams, and a lot of people looked at them in a negative light because they basically made it sound as if the competitive balance was completely thrown off because of them. And I think that's what we can't take away. It's just the common perception of how things are perceived, not what they actually might have been. It's just how did the common fan perceive them? And did it take away or help the league?
Yeah, I think Miami was perceived as a super team. I think incorrectly. I don't think Boston was seen as a super team. I mean, they only won one title, but Allen was older. Garnett was older too. I don't think Boston was perceived as a super team. Miami
maybe not
definitely
2010s
was,
Boston.
many
Maybe not 2010s Boston.
Yeah,
but...
we're talking about when they first started. Like they're definitely a super team. Like I don't know.
Lamar, respectfully disagree.
Ray Allen was older.
I respectfully disagree.
Garnett was older too.
I completely
disagree
with the
Hold on, play it sturdy.
Hold on, y'all.
Wow,
I think another pro. I'm not being you can call it a super team crap. Another pro of the decade, in my opinion, that's the golden age of point guards. Not only in diversity of play, but also a lot of offenses revolved around the point guards for that decade. Look at the amount of great point guards that either peaked in that decade or began to mold themselves as superstars in that decade. That's why I think the claim to the 2000s go to.
Hey, can you still hear me?
I'm still stuck on that Miami thing.
Yeah,
Go ahead, we hear you, Jared. What's good?
I think Brandon's a LeBron fan, so he wants to like diminish the help you've had around him. So.
No, not even.
I'm the opposite. Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'm from the suburbs of Chicago, but I have Jordan well ahead of LeBron. I have LeBron top 5 all time.
Okay.
But I am not a LeBron guy.
I don't think we have time to argue about it because
let's not start that. We can move on.
No, we talking about the 2010s right now.
Yeah,
we haven't talking about the 2010s.
Here's the thing, though, Lamar. But here's the thing, though, with Brandon, what he said about the Miami not being a super team. Like, I don't know how it's possible to say they were.
Jared, what do you got on the 2010s?
On the 2010s?
Yeah.
So one of the cons, and it's actually a con similar to the 2000s, is that I believe that in the 2010s, the Eastern Conference, from like, if you take away 2010 to like 2012, 2013 on, the Eastern Conference was actually trash. Like that to me is one of the like bigger cons.
I agree.
Yeah, that's because Derrick Rose was hurt after 1 year. The Bulls were supposed to be the team that challenged Miami in the conference for that decade, but Rose just couldn't stay healthy.
Right, the Pacers was good.
And the thing was, to Brandon's point, the Bulls, when healthy, were actually putting up a very formidable push against them when healthy. So, injuries can change the dynamics of a conference, but
did y'all add that in the 90s?
But outside of LeBron's teams, though, like in the East, like what other team in the East had more than one star?
Thank you.
Respect the Pacers.
The Pacers was good.
The Pacers had like 2 All-Stars.
They was good, but they couldn't get over the hump.
No. The Pacers were a deep team. They were led by Paul George, and they had a lot of great role players on that team. If you want to point out Roy Hibbert as a star,
thank you.
I guess, but
he was an All-Star 1 year, man. You gotta give him 1 year. You gotta give him the 1 year.
I guess. But
those Pacers teams were not that good. They just matched up well with Miami because Miami was so small up front. Hibbert and West gave Miami a lot of trouble. Indiana teams were not.
Brandon, those
Pacers one at a time.
Those Pacers teams had years where they were at the top of the conference, Brandon.
You're talking about the regular season, not the playoffs. Indiana was never as good as the Bulls with Derrick Rose.
In the playoffs,
I never said they, Brandon. I never said they were. I just said they were really deep teams led by Paul George. And if you want to throw Roy Hibbert into that star category, then go ahead. But I'm just saying those are still good teams. I never said they were good as the Bulls.
I agree with you. They were good teams, but they were never on the Bulls level when Rose was out.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Didn't the Pacers push them better than the Bulls ever did, though?
The thing is, when you evaluate a team, you don't just look at when you evaluate any team in any era, you don't just look at the names and be like, okay, that's the quality of the team. Last time I checked, there was no superstar in the 04 Pistons, but that's still a great team.
Yeah, it was.
You evaluate teams by how they play. So in regards to talk about the Pacers, regardless of lack of superstar names, they still one of the best defensive teams when they were healthy. As Paul George was in the day, number one bread and butter to success was their defense.
What about their offense sturdy?
Their offense was good.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell.
Didn't they have a year they were a top 10 offense one year? Am I bugging?
I'm double checking right now, but they bread and butter was defense.
But I think so. Somebody in here said something about a team needing 2 all-stars, and like we literally watched the Wizards have John Wall and Bradley Beal for years. I wouldn't necessarily consider that team super competitive, even when those guys were healthy. I think it just depends on
1 year.
It depends on the complete makeup of a team, and whatever the coach wants to push. A team can be really good without having 2 all-stars. I believe so. Look at the Nuggets from this year.
Well, if you're playing in that Eastern Conference with that LeBron-led team, like you're gonna need some star power. Like you can't, you're not gonna LeBron.
But that doesn't mean they're not a good team, though. It doesn't make them a bad team.
I thought the Knicks were a good team. I
thought the 2015 Atlanta Hawks was trash.
They were.
The Pacers.
No, y'all only thought they was trash because they lost to LeBron.
Yeah,
they were a good team. They were a good
team.
Yeah, during the regular season.
They were low-key frauds.
They were a good team. You don't win 60 games in NBA if you're not a good team.
And also make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. And also make it to the conference finals.
I got a
bro. They just got beat by a better team.
Yeah.
They got beat by a better team.
Bad teams, though.
Yeah, because LeBron is the better player.
Hey, bro. If that Hawks team made it to the finals, y'all would not be calling them trash right now.
No, bro, they're gonna make the 15
I still might would.
The Wizards, like they weren't like as good as advertised.
We got South.
No, that Hawks team. That year the Hawks were good. That was
what I think about the 2010s is this.
They just weren't. I just don't think they were championship caliber, but they were a good team still.
That's the point.
Well, they
had a lot of injuries.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Let's get back to talking more generalistic about this era. Because we starting to focus on teams, and nobody's talking about these teams and how these teams impact the entire decade.
Okay.
I don't necessarily care to hear about an individual team unless you're telling me how this team impacted the entire decade of basketball.
I think the Hawks are one of the teams that impacted the NBA when it comes to ball movement, because the Hawks that year moved the ball a whole lot around the perimeter, and they had really deep teams. I think that impacted the league and how team building went forward. And especially in today's game, teams are more deeper. They pass the ball more, a lot more great shooters, just like that Hawks team. If you want to call that Hawks team kind of an early blueprint for team construction in today's game.
I think the blueprint that they laid to me is that you could take 5 guys who were the majority of them were looked at as really, really good role players and turn them into all-stars if you play well as a unit. And that's what I think they did.
There were reserves, though.
I think the biggest adjustment from the 2000 to 2010 period to 2010 to 2020 was most teams got rid of the 2 big lineup. And that was a reaction to how successful Mike D'Antoni was in Phoenix with the 1 big 4 small teams playing Amari at the 5, is that most teams stopped playing traditional centers and power forwards, and that trend accelerated too. And so you just didn't see a lot of teams after 2010 that played a traditional center and a traditional power forward. And that's why teams that did play a traditional power forward and center, like Indiana with Hibbert and West, would sometimes give smaller lineups trouble. But there were very few teams after 2010 that were contenders that played a traditional center and power forward. And you look at the Warriors with Steve Kerr. People forget Steve Kerr was the GM in Phoenix when D'Antoni was running the system there. And Steve Kerr basically took D'Antoni's system and modified it. Steve Kerr never played more than 1 big at the same time with Golden State. It was tempo, 3-point shooting, 1 big, 4 small. Kerr basically took D'Antoni's system and modified it in Golden State.
That's not Brandon. Joel Anthony was the starting center for the Miami Heat.
Yeah, but he didn't. Anthony never played major minutes for the Heat in the playoffs. He because he couldn't shoot free throws. He was never a key part of their. He was not a key part of their championship teams. He had 1 good year, but he was not a key part of their championship teams.
Well, yeah, the Heat could be the exception though, because they had LeBron, D Wade, Bosh.
The first year, LeBron was not, and Chris Bosh was not that lineup. First year they won the chip was Joel Anthony. Jared, just
right. But I'm saying Joel Anthony was not a key part of most of the Heat's teams. Exactly. He wasn't. Right. He wasn't even on the team last year.
Hey, hold on now. We're going to talk about these teams, y'all. Don't necessarily care how they impacted any given year. I need to talk about how they impacted an entire decade.
So
because remember, this is decades, y'all. It's a decade. Go ahead, Magda.
So one con was what dude was alluding to, the era of the big man was gone. It completely shut down in the 2010s. Their dominance and reign since the 60s and 70s and all through the decades, it kind of slowed down in the 2000s. But you still had your Ben Wallaces, you still had your Dwight Howards, you still had Shaq, even at an old age. But in the 2010s, it was the end of the center position. To me, that was
I think we mentioned that already, because the one thing I said was traditional positions and roles started to blur. And then while it was innovative, like y'all mentioned with Golden State,
correct.
But it was also criticized because it made the game a bit less structured than from what we had seen in the past. So again, that all falls into that particular category. Roles in the game started to blur, right? Draymond Green can now be a center at 6'7", but he's out there still guarding perimeter guys and things like that. So roles and things start to blur. We see centers playmaking now. Point guards are scoring, right? You know, so everything is completely.
Is it a con? Is it a con that we start to see some repeat matchups in the finals? The Heat played the Spurs back-to-back years. The Cavs played the Warriors 3 years in a row.
We've seen that all through the NBA, though.
We talked about. I mentioned that as a con already because I said the rise of super teams.
Okay.
That wouldn't talk. Obviously, the Warriors will fall into that mix, and it led to criticism about competitive balance. We talk about the Warriors playing the Cavs at time, or so again. I mean, to some it could be a pro, but we're not talking about to us. But again, I think it's a pro. But if I'm being honest, generally speaking, the narrative amongst the masses was that was a bad thing.
Yeah, I want to point out one thing too that's just total bullshit. Is Durant gets a ton of negative flack for going to the Warriors, and he deserves it in my opinion. But Curry gets no negative flack from anybody for recruiting Durant after they won 73 games and lost in the finals. To me, Curry recruiting Durant,
we did cook Curry on that.
Brandon, let me ask you one question. If let's say Steph Curry would have told the GM, "Hey guys, I don't think I like that move bringing KD over." Do you think they don't bring KD over?
Well, I don't think KD comes over if Curry doesn't recruit him for many reasons.
No. What I'm saying is, if an organization has a chance to get Kevin Durant, I don't care what any player on my team has to say about it. I'm bringing him over.
Right.
Like,
I don't.
It wouldn't have mattered.
I don't fault the Warriors front office for wanting Durant. I agree with you. I fault Curry for recruiting him.
No, but I'm saying it was something that was out of Curry's control. Like, would it made you feel better if Curry would have came out publicly and said, "I don't like this," but they still would have proceeded to win 2 championships? And
I don't even count the Warriors 2 championships with Durant.
He asked you a question, Brandon. Answer the question.
You're putting a top 5 player on a 73-win team.
No. But Brandon, but the reason why I still count those championships is because I've seen a ton of super teams get put together and they don't win anything. So the thing is, even when you put together a super team, we've seen super teams lose and they don't get it done. So it's not like they're unbeatable. It makes everybody step their game up. If you get better, now everybody else has to play at a higher level. Not all super teams are created
equally.
Brandon, let me ask you a question.
More about Miami and Boston. Durant went to a 73-win team.
Yeah,
that's completely different than what Boston.
But Brandon,
Miami
you're only
is.
saying not created equally after you see the end result.
No, we knew, and there were a lot of people.
Games without Durant. Brandon, there were a lot of people saying when Pippen, Hakeem, and Barkley got put, people thought that this team was going to be unbeatable. No. But Brandon, hold on, y'all. Brandon, hold on 1 second. Brandon, what you're doing is you're saying now after the fact, they were horrible. Before they played a game, people thought this team was going to be another 60-win team.
That's not his point, Brandon.
They was favored to win, Brandon.
No,
Brandon, let me ask you a question.
Brandon, like, so you can't use after the fact to say, they were a bad team. No. Before some of these teams got put together, we thought they were going to be stellar. Well, when the Lakers added Gary Payton and Karl Malone, I didn't think there was no way they could lose, and they lost.
Brandon, but Payton and Malone were well past their prime too. But
no. You're only saying that now after the fact. No, Brandon, you're only saying that now after the fact because when Payton and Malone got added to that team, everybody thought that team was going to be unbeatable. Nobody was saying, "Oh, they're older, they're not going to get it done." You're only
Yeah,
saying that now after they lost.
No, I don't agree with you that people thought the Lakers were
No
unbeatable.
one
People
thought the Lakers were gonna
were the
lose.
best team in the NBA before Malone.
I'm a Lakers fan. I thought we was going to win, Brandon.
The Lakers did have chemistry issues.
Hey, wait. Let me ask him a question.
I can't hear what anyone's saying.
Brandon, let me ask you a question here. How did you feel about the Nets when they got together, and how do you feel about them now?
Well, I think people forget that the Nets were up 2-0 on Milwaukee before Kyrie got hurt.
And it's not my
that would have
question.
been the best team in the NBA, but they had injuries, and then it just collapsed with Kyrie and the vaccine and all that bullshit. But
Brandon,
yeah, the
the
Nets
Lakers
would
had
have been a
injuries too.
super team,
not
obviously,
answering this
if they
question.
had stayed healthy and stayed together.
All right. How did you feel about the Thunder when they got Westbrook and Carmelo Anthony?
Oh, that was not close to a super team.
All right. How did you feel about the Nets when they traded all those picks back in the early 2010s?
The Nets were a super team with, in my opinion, with Kyrie, Durant.
I'm talking
Harden.
about
They were
the
not a
early
super team
2010s.
before that.
He's talking about with Garnett and Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't view that as a super team.
But when it happened, how did you view that team?
I never looked at the Nets as a super team other than when they had Durant, Kyrie, and Harden.
So you're telling me that your feelings on because Lamont's point was now we can look at the Rockets and say that's not a super team, but when it first happened, people were like, "That's a super team."
No, nobody looked at Houston as a super team.
No,
you have to remember. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm just repeating what you said.
Let me finish. You made a point about Houston. Okay, when Scottie Pippen went to Houston, his back was already significantly hurting.
Thank you, Brandon.
Correct.
Houston team was not close to a super team.
Brandon.
Let me speak.
It's just the problem is it just sounds like you're talking and like. Now that it's already happened, now you're just talking about
I'm telling you. I mean, you're a young guy. I don't think you remember. Scottie Pippen's back was gone when he went to Houston. He was not close to the players.
Is that what the general public was saying about the Rockets when that?
I don't recall anyone saying Houston.
Can I just refresh what Scottie Pippen did in 90? I got you, my Mac. Devin Patrick, right? That's the right to you. And when he went to the Rockets, he was 33 years old. He put up 15, 7 and 6 on good splits. That's typical Scottie Pippen. He played majority of the season that year too.
Right, 15 points a game is not close to what Pippen was in his prime. In his prime,
No. Hold on, Brandon.
What?
So when you take into account in 1998-99 season, that's one of the slowest paced eras ever. So when you add not only Pippen, also Barkley, a better scorer with the King, you're not going to get that many shots. So for him to still be able to be that productive, play majority of the season at the age of 33, let's not pretend 33 is like some debilitating age, and especially at that time.
Yeah, but he'd had a lot of injuries already.
Everyone did.
There's a couple things you're saying.
But what did he do? What did he produce? That's the point, Brandon. What did he produce? That's the point, Brandon. He was still producing. He still played majority of the season. And most importantly, and Mac Dipper alluded to this. Mac Dipper alluded to this where he goes next. When soon as Barkley and Pippen got on that team, they were favored to get out the West. According to Vegas odds. Go ahead, Mac.
The Rockets were never favored to get out of the West with Hakeem, Barkley, and Pippen.
That's why I just told him.
The tempo was slower with Houston when Pippen went there in '99. The tempo in the Eastern Conference was always slow in the '90s. Pippen was in his prime an elite defender. He was never elite defensively with Houston. And Olajuwon was well past his prime when Houston was put together. That was not a super team.
So
Mac, what you say?
So this is the thing. Whether you think a super team is 3 all-stars or whatever your definition is, when teams are put together like that before a game is played, we think that they're the favorites to go to the finals. And that's been the basketball history. When Wilt Chamberlain went to the Lakers with Jerry West and Elgin Baylor, no, I wasn't alive. But I bet everybody thought they were going to win the championship when Bob McAdoo, a 3-time scoring champion, goes to the freaking Lakers with Magic and Kareem. No, I wasn't alive, but I think everybody thought they was going to win when Moses Malone, a two-time league MVP, joins Dr. J, a league MVP who won it, I think, the year before, and they team up in '83 and win a championship. I mean, I can think that everybody thought they were going to win, just like Lamont said with the Lakers in '04. In real time, we thought we thought they were unbeatable. When LeBron goes to Miami, we thought they were unbeatable. To your point, yes, when KD went to the Warriors, it was over. We knew they was going to win unless injuries happen. But
Exactly.
I don't criticize Steph Curry for one wanting to win and add players because that's always happened throughout the history. And number two, Curry didn't actually recruit Kevin Durant. The Warriors were talking to KD before that, and Steph Curry was the last person.
Curry didn't want to compete. He didn't
Hold
want
on, y'all.
to.
First of all, Brandon, you gotta be accurate when you say stuff because we can't say Scottie Pippen was washed up, just like Sturdy said in '99.
No, I didn't say Scottie was washed up. I said he was well past his prime.
Hold on 1 second, Brandon. What I'm saying, you can't say he's past his prime because you don't make a first team all defensive selection if you washed up past your prime. You make a first team all washed up. Hold on 1 second. You're not past your prime if you make defensive first team. And then in 2000, that next year, he was on the second team all defense. So again, even though the back injuries were affecting his play on the court, when he did play, he was still playing at least defensively at a high level. And then, of course, if you're playing with two other all-star caliber players, your scoring load is going to drop. So it didn't surprise me that he wasn't scoring 19 points per game anymore, and it dropped down to 15. So again, everything that you're saying is they let you down because they didn't perform up to your standard, and you want to claim they were old. But in the moment, as things were happening, we had high expectations for that Rockets team. It just did not plan out. And so we can't now say, oh, they weren't super because I didn't play. In the moment when things were unfolding, we thought they were super. They just didn't get the job done for whatever reason. Chemistry, Barkley being lazy, maybe Elijah didn't have enough. At the end of the day, we thought they were going to be super. They didn't pan out. That's what I'm talking about. So I
disagree with you.
Went there with Drake.
Y'all just try to
both well past their prime. And
no, hold on. No, they were not past their prime. You don't make a first. You don't. How did he make
a lot of the all defensive selections are?
No,
based on
you don't make an all defensive team.
Defense
is the hardest thing to do on a basketball court.
Right, but I'm saying a lot of these
you don't make an all defensive team if you pass your prime.
This point. What I'm saying is a lot of the selections for first, second team all defense are reputation. Like Pippen was always thought of.
No, that's not true.
So you're saying defensive teams are reliable. Wait a minute, Brandon. You can't just say. So are you telling me that defensive teams are like that's an unreliable way to look at talent?
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that not, I know. Let me finish. You asked me a question. What I'm saying is that not always, but let me finish. Not always, but sometimes the defensive selections are based on reputation.
So when Pippen
or
made
what
it
you
was
actually
just,
do. Like if you look at what Pippen was defensively in his early 30s, he couldn't guard Kobe one-on-one. Portland
you're only
used
saying that now.
Against him.
Brandon, you're only saying that now to try to make your point. Pippen.
No, I'm not.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on, because we didn't heard you babble about this Scottie Pippen nonsense. Don't try to say Pippen was just making a defensive team because of reputation just to save face. What happened is you just got caught in the street capping about Scottie Pippen like most people do, and you're wrong. Scottie Pippen was still playing at a high level, which is why he even had success going into Portland. Even though with the back injury stifled him offensively, he still had an impact. And so what I'm saying is in 99, he was a first-team all-defensive caliber player. It was the guys like Barkley what the things that you can't count for with super teams is guys coming in shape, being motivated to play. Barkley wasn't. And the same thing we can say for that James Harden and Kyrie combination with Brooklyn. Super team that we all thought could win it all. Nobody accounted for the fact that Kyrie would go haywire, miss a ton of games. James Harden would walk in out of shape and injured. And so some things happen with these super teams that you can't account for, and they don't get the job done. Kobe going haywire. And just going AWOL on his team, shooting the ball every time. You can't account for those things, but it happened and they lost. Don't mean they wasn't super. You keep trying to make up reasons to say they weren't super, and we all know all these teams were super.
And bro, in real time, before the Pippen even went there. In real time, when it was Drexler, Hakeem, and Charles Barkley, it was like we gonna get the series we always wanted: the Bulls versus the Rockets. We all thought that in real time. And in '98, Pippen had one of his greatest playoff performances defensively on Mark Jackson in that Eastern Conference Finals. Like Pippen was still a top five-ish player in the league in '98, '99. You're tripping. We all thought it was over when he went to the Rockets.
99 also, I just want to remind people, during that lockout season, Scottie Pippen started all 50 games.
Yeah, he had a surgery and he got a time.
And he talked about
these teams. Yeah, like y'all say you don't like super teams, but these teams existed before the 2010s. Y'all just don't like to admit it because the teams that y'all claim were super didn't get the job done. That's all.
It hurts their argument, Lamont. That's what it does.
But the 2010s defense is soft though. I don't care what nobody say. That's a
exactly. Hey,
that is a fact though. That is a fact.
2019 Raptors. And the
2010s is soft.
2015 was like that. Was the defensive era was low scoring. Like the early 2010s was a low scoring era. Like they weren't scoring like 100 like plus just like that. Like it was a defensive era. At least the first, the second you could say like 17 and on was like the pace.
Let me give a shout out real quick because there's a couple people who did hit the Cash App, so I want to make sure I do give a shout out because one cool P put that challenge in there. So let me put this in here real quick.
Challenge
because there was a guy in the chat. He didn't put his name in there. So CDOG 67, salute, man. Appreciate you for hitting the Cash App, coming through with the $5 Cash App challenge presented by One Coop, man. Definitely appreciate that, you guys. Just wanted to make sure I got him in shout out. But we got to get to the 2020s because that's the last one before we start doing our vote. 2020s. Again, we have less of a sample size in the 2020 because obviously we're still in the middle of it. But I would say the game continues to evolve with an emphasis on skill and versatility and shooting for sure. Player empowerment in this era has reached its peak. Athletes have more control over their careers. I consider that a pro. And then the distribution of talent is widespread. I think we haven't seen this type of distribution of talent ever in NBA history, and it's led to a more competitive team or competitive league. I think the cons is the continued formation of super teams leads to this general consensus that super teams are bad for the league, and it's just generally speaking. There's a heavy reliance on three-point shooting. It's been criticized by many, and it makes the game kind of one-dimensional. And then also the quick pace of the game, it actually overshadows the defensive strategies and fundamentals that actually are going on a game-to-game basis because the pace and the skill kind of overshadow the good defensive teams and the good defensive performances. So I consider that a con as well. So you guys, what do you want to add to that?
Only got a
pros or cons?
I think a pro. Go about it.
So C-Dog, my bad, C-Dog. C-Dog 67 in the chat, man. My bad.
I got a pro.
So hold on real quick, and y'all could go. Y'all got it. So my pro is the European players, the overseas players are running things. You talk about the top 5, top 10 players. They half of them, and we just got the number 1 pick, and Victor was an overseas player. So I think that is a pro that the overseas players are kind of taking over, showing diversity. The con is the U.S. basketball team that they finna sport out there. We finna get whooped. It's probably finna be the worst beaten in U.S. team history. I think that is definitely a con, man. The USA players, they need to work. I don't know what they need to do, man. They need to drink some milk. They need to do something, man. Smoke some spinach, get stronger because we looking weak out here. That's a con. But y'all got
I think a pro.
Yeah,
I think a pro is I think a pro is the introduction of the play-in. So far, from a ratings perspective, each time the play has been implemented, it went up. And as we see from a competition standpoint, the last 2 months of the season have been very competitive since the play-in been implemented. So I think the play-in is a pro. And another pro that we haven't seen the effect of yet is the diversity of talent, like you just said before. For the first time in NBA history, all NBA teams is going to be based off the quality of the player, regardless of position. That haven't happened since, I believe, the 50s. So
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple pros and I have a couple cons. The pros is like, listen, I think the playoffs is definitely more competitive. Like so far, nobody repeated as far as the NBA finals go. Like, for the first 2 years, like different teams have like won it. I also think another pro is, like MacDev said, the emergence of the European players. And there's definitely one running things right now. Now, cons, one of the cons I have is like the play in tournament. Because what happened to just making or missing the playoffs? Now, teams that have claimed the 7th and 8th spots now got to fight for their spots, which I think is bullshit. Another con that I have, whether we like it or not, is kind of player empowerment, because now if superstars feel like they can't really win it on their own, now they're gonna either demand trades or leave in free agency to go to different teams. But that's just my opinion, though. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Pody. Like, I actually want to address that point you made about the player empowerment, because that kind of started in the 2010s, though, Pody. Like that wasn't
that too. That too. Yeah, that too.
But I think the thing with player empowerment, though, what makes it bad is that. And so I don't know who brought up Kevin Durant earlier, but like I think a part of the bad thing of player empowerment is that, like, does it really help your legacy that much? Like that's the question I have.
Yeah.
Like in your opinion.
Honestly, I don't want to see Trae Young outside of a Hawks uniform.
I think here's the thing. Only fans can answer that. And fans are the ones that denigrate these guys for not winning championships.
Yeah.
And so when it's the fans that tear these guys down because they'll spend their whole career with one team and don't get a chip, well, then obviously their goal now needs to become, okay, how do I get this acceptance and approval from fans? I go get chips. But then when they go get chips, then you get mad about how they did it.
No,
you can't have both.
The thing is, if guys form super teams, people push back. But guys who go to different teams and win titles get respect. Like LeBron, I mean, I give LeBron respect for his titles because to me, he wasn't on. I don't even look at Miami as a super team. But I want to push back on what Pudi said. I don't think European players are any more prominent in the NBA now than before. I mean, people forget that Dirk came from Europe, Petrovic came from Europe, Ginobili was from Argentina, but he played in Italy before he came to the U.S. There were plenty of European players who came to the U.S., including Tony Parker, well before this era. It's nothing new.
But now one league MVP.
The number of top players in the NBA who came from Europe has not changed significantly. You had Ginobili.
We have three. That's actually now we're getting freaks of nature now. We're getting freaks of nature now, Brandon. We're getting Giannis, Victor, Wembanyama, Luka, Jokic.
Hold on, y'all, one at a time.
Brandon.
The last four MVPs, five MVPs, excuse me, went to international players.
Yeah, well,
majority. Hold on. To the consensus scouts and basketball analysts. To the consensus scouts and basketball analysts, there's at least 3 to 4 players. Three to four players in the top 5 currently international.
Right. At worst, top 10.
And at least six in the top, and at least 6 to 7, at least 6 to 7 in the top, and at least 6 to 7 in at least 6 to 7, and at least yo, Brandon, you gonna let me finish talking or what? Let me finish talking or what? You gonna let me finish talking or what? You gonna finish talking or what? So at least 6 to 7 in the top 15.
I mean, there are plenty of top.
Hold on, Brandon. Let him finish.
After 2000, it's a dumb
finish,
point.
Brandon, and we'll come to you right as when he's done.
He named one MVP, by the way. It was only Dirk, but go on.
So once again, at least 6 to 7, at least 6 to 7 in the top 15.
Parker and Dirk were both top players, and you had Petrovic, you had Kukoc, you had plenty of European players coming to the U.S.
They only named one MVP.
Now, it has accelerated a little bit, but it's not
only named one MVP. But Brandon, they only won one MVP though.
Say Duncan. Duncan's technically international.
Well, it doesn't matter how many MVPs. There were a lot of top players, and Jokic just won multiple MVPs too, so that number is skewed.
No, it's still 3: Jokic, Embiid, and Giannis. This is
Right.
three.
Yeah,
I know.
hold
What I'm
on,
saying
y'all.
is there were
But
already a
we
lot of
cannot
top European
disagree that
players in the U.S.
the international players.
Ginobili, Parker, and Dirk came from Europe. It's not a new trend. It's just
Ginobili came from
I'm trying to
Argentina.
help you.
what was
Duncan
already
counts as
happening.
international. Like,
It's
please
a
say
Ginobili
Silverine,
came from
though.
Argentina. But listen,
No, but Ginobili played in Italy
he
before he came to the U.S.
literally came from Argentina.
Ginobili
He
is
won a
you're wrong.
medal
Ginobili,
for Argentina.
You're
What are you
wrong.
talking about?
Ginobili is from
He
Argentina.
didn't win a medal for Argentina.
Played in Italy
He's not from
before he came to
Argentina.
the US. It's just
He's
wrong.
talking international. Like, I don't know why.
Brandon, you
Right.
tripping now.
Why it matters.
Ginobili played in Italy before he came to the U.S.
He's still an international player, I believe.
He's still an international player, though.
So, like I was saying, there's no other era in the NBA where the best players, top 5, top 10, top 15 players, are this many international. This is a fact. Second thing
It's not
is
a new trend from what was happening.
Even
it is a fact,
in
bro.
the top
It's not
15
nothing new.
is international.
It is a new trend, Brandon.
It's
It's
not.
definitely
There's
new, like-
there's
It
plenty
is
of
a new
international
trend,
players
bro.
between
You
2000
named
and
one
2010.
MVP. I just named you 3 in this era. Like, come on, like it's that.
The last 5 MVPs were all
last 5
international
MVPs were
guys.
all international
Tim
players.
Duncan was an
Not
international
one
player.
American
Oh,
won it
now
yet.
it took you like 3 times to guess him.
Tim
Fine.
Duncan
So
wasn't
2
considered
doesn't
an
do 3.
international player. The Virgin Islands is U.S. territories. That's
Right,
US.
but it's not. It's not
Oh,
a
so
U.S.
still-
state. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's considered U.S. He came to college and played here in the U.S. and everything. So
St. Croix.
nobody really
Well, there
considers
are
Duncan
international players who played college in the U.S. like Sabonis and others.
Why do he play for Team USA, Brandon?
Well, that's his choice. I mean, it's your if you're a citizen
I mean, to
of
be
multiple
fair, Ben
countries,
had
you
a
get to
choice
choose.
That is
that you're
true.
in the U.S. You chose to play for.
Well, Lamont, let me finish my point.
All right, no, go ahead.
To counteract this idiotic super team narrative, this is so far in this decade, it doesn't apply. Every single quote unquote super team that was formed failed horribly. And with the new CBA clause, it actually makes it extremely more difficult to even form another quote unquote super team. This was literally the last chance of the Suns had a chance to do it. After this year, it's a wrap. And that's a counter. And that is a counter. Yo, Brandon. Yeah, I've been talking. Yeah, damn, bro, this nigga's a female.
Oh, that's crazy.
You're just making the dumbest comments. The Warriors won multiple
I'm making the
titles.
dumbest comment.
We're not on the Warriors.
Hold on, y'all. Let me just do this, Brandon. What is your overall point that you keep disagreeing with? What are you saying?
Well, he's
Let's
saying
just
that
hear it.
super
Get
teams
it out your
failed. Right? Miami was perceived as a super team. They won 2 titles in 4
I'm talking about the 2020s. We're talking about the decade of 2020s. We're talking about the 2020s.
What I'm saying is the Warriors were a super team with Durant. They won.
We're talking about the 2020s.
He's 2020.
Hold on, y'all. Let him finish.
Exactly.
No, he's just wrong.
What
I just
I'm
wanna hear
saying
what
is
he's
the
saying.
Warriors
Brandon,
with
you're
Durant
lying.
won multiple titles. They did not
That's the
fail.
2020s.
It's just a dumb comment.
Oh my,
That's
he's
the
look, Brandon.
2010s,
You're
Brandon.
literally being wrong. He's talking about the 2020s. Like, how many times I would say, bro? Like,
All right, hold on.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Sturdy. Go ahead, Sturdy.
2010s.
Once again, not only we've seen the last few seasons of the 2020s, every single quote unquote super team that's formed has failed horrendously. Also, with the new term CBA that's going to kick in this season, which is going to affect the remaining of this decade, is going to make it extremely more difficult to form more super teams. So that's why I think that's the thing we got to look out for the 2020 in regards to how does this new CBA impact player empowerment. Because even though it peaked in the late 2010s and entering the 2020s, this new CBA is going to counteract all that.
Yeah,
Well, what I said was
Phoenix
what I
just
said
formed
about
a
super team
team,
Sturdy.
so
Just to
I don't
go to
think
your
that's fair
point.
at all.
Hold on, Brandon. I think to counter your point, Sturdy, is I think what truly killed super teams was more talent has become introduced to the league, and one of the reasons is because of international talent, like the Giannis's has come over and they've been extremely elite. Luka came over here, Jokic came over here. They've turned some of the teams that normally don't compete into contenders on a year in and year out basis. They've also changed the dynamics of how you create your team, and so because of the depth of talent, especially with the national players coming over, you no longer need to load your roster up with all-stars at the top to win. You could have a superstar, and build around that with a ton of depth. And that's already proven to be a weapon against super teams. The Miami Heat proved it. And there have been a ton of other teams that have shown, and just Denver just this past year showed that you don't need the super team formula to win. So I think just a talent distribution around the league made the league more competitive. And I think that's what is really starting to push the super teams away. Is teams are asking themselves, why am I paying millions upon millions of dollars to the top 3 guys and it's not really winning? And you literally watching all these other teams without this formula have much more success. And I think that's what's ultimately going to kill it.
I agree, Lamont, and I think it's a combination of both. I think it's a combination of both because
I don't think what you're saying is true at all. If you look at most teams that have won titles, they've had 3 players on max contracts.
Yeah, but we're talking about a different era of basketball in the 2020s. And as I said in another video, I said we're moving into an age where basketball's because every time we have a change in basketball, let's say there was a super team era. Teams adapt, organizations adapt, and they find ways to beat that out. And I told people, I said, we're not going to see too many of these super teams getting created because teams have now adjusted and they know, and there's a formula to beat them. And this is why a lot of people aren't just picking the Phoenix Suns to win it all, because we can look at a Denver and we see how loaded they are just with depth, and we can say they still can beat this Phoenix Suns team. And we can look to the Miami Heat, and we know that they had a ton of depth last year. They made a run as an 8 seed and beat teams with loaded talent at the top. So teams are starting to see this formula of how to defeat these loaded teams at the top. And that was a trend of the past. I don't know if it's still a trend now that's going to be successful.
And it's not, but all I'm saying is, Lamont, it's a combination of both. It's a combination of both. It's
most super teams, I don't know if they have most super teams as you define them. But the thing is, I don't know if you include all of the true super teams. Are you also including the ones, because you didn't think the Pippen, Barkley, and Elijah one was a super team, but I think they were. They just failed.
Hakeem was washed up. He averaged less than 20 points a game. He got hurt in 98.
But everybody can't be washed up.
But I'm saying, all right. But
you can't say everybody's washed up to make you
Miami, Boston, Miami, Golden State, all super teams, all won titles. I mean, most super teams have been successful. I don't like it, but they are. I mean, the Nets weren't successful because they had injuries. It wasn't because
most
super teams don't work.
But the thing is, the teams that you designate as super are successful because what you do is you wait till they win a championship and then you say, "Oh, they're super." Now, can you go back through NBA history?
Was an old team.
Can you hold on, Brandon? If you go back through NBA history and you identify all of the teams with 3 all-star caliber type players on that roster, and by that definition, we're just going to say that they're all super. How many of those teams won championships? And I wouldn't say the majority of them won championships.
Yeah, but look at the 1980s. The Celtics and Lakers were super teams. They dominated that era.
I disagree.
I mean, most super teams have been successful.
The Lakers are definitely a super team. I don't know.
So Lamont, in regards to the 2020s, in regards to the 2020s, right? I know some people in the panel can't.
I think if you're going to use the label of super teams, don't pick and choose who the super teams are that we can select from. Use them all.
Yeah. No, I'm saying a super team to me is a team with 3 stars in their prime.
You can't go by your definition. That's the problem.
That's all he can go off. He only go off feelings. All he can't go is go off
create a definition for super teams and then tell us.
I mean, everybody has.
I agree with Brandon on that though. You can't tell him he can't use his own definition. It's subjective.
Because by that definition, that means the Chicago Bulls with Levine, DeRozan, and Vucevic are a super team. 3 all-stars in their prime.
Yeah, that's a mute point. Yeah.
Not true.
I don't.
Vucevic is not in the star anymore. I have pushbaall on that.
Hold on, he made an all-star game. Hold on.
That doesn't make him a star.
No, hold on.
That was in Orlando.
Brandon, that's a mute point, Brandon.
Hold on, we're going off his label.
Vucevic was never a star in the NBA.
But if we go, he was an all-star. If we go off your label, that's a super team.
No.
But then now what you have to do is now you have to try to convince us that a guy that made an all-star game is not an all-star.
Right. Just because you make, in my opinion, just because you make an all-star game doesn't make you a star player.
Oh,
players who make all-star games, I wouldn't.
Brandon, you're contradicting yourself, Brandon.
You should have said 2 superstars and an all-star. That's a way easier definition.
Well,
No, I'd say 3 stars in their prime. I mean, by the term star, I mean, of course, you'd have to have at least one superstar, but they'd have to be in their prime, which is why Houston doesn't qualify. Every player on Houston, Barkley, Pippen, and Olajuwon, were past their prime. That is not close to a super team.
According to you,
Lamont, he's an agent of chaos. Lamont, he's an agent of chaos. Let's just
answer this question, Brandon. All Brandon is doing is basically saying any guy that's over 30, he can just say they're past their prime if they lose.
No, Olajuwon got injured. He was totally washed up when he was
all you're doing is you're just
Brandon, come on now.
No, not. Look at Olajuwon's stats.
By your logic, hold on, Brandon. By Brandon's logic, that means the Boston Celtics with Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. Oh, they were in their 30s, so they're all washed up and they won a chance. So you had a whole bunch of washed up guys win a championship, right? Is that what happened? So they just got it done. Some teams get it done, some teams don't.
And let me
you can't use 30, 31, 32, 33-year-olds and say, oh, they're washed up.
Olajuwon was well past his prime.
No, bro. You can't just say he's well past his prime.
Hold on,
in the moment, nobody was saying Olajuwon was past his prime.
Lamont, let me just kill his narrative right now. I'll give you
Y'all just say that now because you know the result.
Brandon, I'll give you a team that hold on.
And you just don't want to say they were super team.
Brandon, I'll give you a team that wasn't a super team, but based on your standards, they were a dynasty and they won championships. Now answer me. Was the 2000 Lakers a super team?
No.
Yes.
Okay, but you had hold on. You had Shaq under 30. Peak, you had Kobe at age 21 prime, and you had Glenn Rice, multiple all-star games under 30 prime. But
Glenn Rice,
according
was
to
never
your
a top
definition,
20 player
he was past his prime according to Brandon.
No, I'm saying I don't.
According to Brandon, he was past
Glenn
his
Rice
prime.
was never a top 20 player in the league. So I
you kick him off the panel. We go ahead.
I don't know if that's crazy.
What you mean?
We can move on.
I don't even like
Brandon, see how you mix yourself off of failure, bro?
Is that crazy?
I set him up. I didn't know he was going to eat for himself at the same time. That's crazy.
Glenn Rice with the Lakers was not a top 20 player in the league.
We can move on.
He was still doing good things with the Lakers. What is you saying, bro?
He was a top 20 in the Lakers. He was in top 20.
He was in top 20 though.
Time in his career, he was a top 20 player in the league. Yes, he was. And as MacDef said, he wasn't over 30. So
he was multiple all-stars. He's a third option. You don't expect your third option. Like, come on, bro.
Okay,
they
Glenn Rice was in year 11 with the Lakers. That was not a super team.
That's not past his prime.
Horrible thing.
That's not past his
prime.
That's in the middle of your prime.
A lot of guys peak at their
It's fucking absurd.
8 years, 8 to 12.
We can move on, bro.
Salute, fellas. How y'all doing?
That was a good one, MacDef. Once the body came up to the top.
I can see what MacDef was doing.
Hold on, y'all. Big Storm just pulled up. I want to get his thoughts, man. What's good, Big Storm?
What's good, y'all? So what decade are you on right now? What's the general topic? I will drive.
We're trying to finish the 2020s.
We're on the 2020s. Right now, we're just discussing each decade before we do a vote on which decade we think was the best. So I just want everybody to just have a better like a better definition of what each decade represented before we just start voting and everybody just shuns out one decade because they either didn't grow up in that time or they just don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, so far, from most of my knowledge, I would say for the pros of the 2020s, I would have to say is the parity in the league. The MVP rate's a lot more competitive. It's not just one guy running the whole league. It's more of this guy could be better. This guy could be better. Different teams can do better, and some teams can fall through expectations. And also another point of the European talent is a lot better than it was in other decades. Because I know Brandon's trying to bring up Petrovic and Kukoc, but they're not on the level of Giannis, Joel, and Jokic. Stop it. They're nowhere near that at all.
Thank you.
The closest is Dirk. I don't know how you try to push that narrative.
Dirk and Tony Parker. Those were both.
You're telling me Dirk and Tony Parker on the same level as Giannis, Jokic, and
come on, bro.
3 players in the last 5 MVP.
You can have Dirk.
That is just.
I'm saying the European players are better. I'm not saying.
I love Tony Parker too, but come on.
Bro,
Dirk is better.
Tony Parker. Okay, so you're telling me Tony
No,
Parker
Dirk is fine. We don't have a problem with Dirk. It's like the other guy.
You put Tony Parker by himself on the team and like a couple of like good role players and like maybe an all-star. He can lead a team to a ring? No.
Second round.
No.
Kukoc.
Thank
you.
Don't even make
the
past the
second round.
Second round.
Kukoc? No.
He can win a
Second
playoff.
round.
He won a playoff.
Yeah, and Ginobili came from Europe too. I mean, there were plenty of Hall of Fame players from Europe.
You're talking about a sixth man.
It's accelerated.
You're talking about a sixth man, and a
He's in the
two-time
Hall of
MVP who could have three-peated. Okay, goddamn, Chris Webber's in the Hall of Fame. And
Chris Webber's a good player.
Okay, is Christopher Webber was a two-time MVP? No.
Who cares? He's a good player.
But he's
There's
not.
levels,
You're not
He was a
understanding
star,
my
though.
point.
He was a star.
Wait, isn't there like a Raptors
Julius
fan in the
Randle's
Hall
a
of Fame
star,
or something
man.
like
Can we
that?
move on, bro? Like,
No, that's something else. My point is just I feel that like the 2010s, well, some of the cons I would say is kind of like the massive contract to make moving players or trading ridiculous with Damian Lillard. Like no one's taking that massive contract. You can do things with the defense being poor. I do think from like as a decade standpoint that the defense is really, really bad. As in some players can't really do anything or try to like kind of hone in on a defense specialty. A lot of players flopping, a lot of players just trying to purposely draw fouls like Joel Embiid and James Harden. And it's just the defense in this era.
Well, you're supposed to try to draw fouls. That's the goal. You're supposed to do that.
I'm not saying you can't draw fouls. I'm saying your game plan is to try to like draw a foul and be like top 10.
No, that is part of the game plan. Draw fouls.
Draw it the legitimate way. Don't flop.
That's 100% a part of any coach's game plan. But that's why a lot of teams say attack the paint. A lot of teams say coaches say attack the paint because you
make
want to put
the ref
them in
make a
foul
decision.
trouble. Draw fouls.
Yeah.
Make them bait them into making bad decisions.
No. What I'm saying, that's a
Draw them
coach's standpoint.
legitimately.
That's a team type of thing. I'm talking about two-player type of thing. Like what's Joel Embiid known for drawing
generally
fouls?
your best player draws the most fouls.
He doesn't flop.
Yeah, that's changing.
Hold on, y'all. In every sport, in NBA, and whether it's NBA, it's something called gamesmanship. You sell whatever you can sell to the ref, like we see it in football. They try to sell. They try to sell penalties that aren't necessarily penalties. In every sport, in soccer, you see guys flipping and flopping everywhere, trying to sell. It's called in baseball. We see the same thing. In basketball, it's just the same element. It's called.
So you're saying just kind of like
no. What I'm saying is this: it's something. It's an element to every sport called gamesmanship. What you try to do is you try to get away what you can, hide what you try to foul guys when the ref don't see it. And Kobe talked about this. A lot of good players talk about knowing the angles of refs, knowing what they can see, what they can't see. And then you try to sell what you can to the refs, drawing fouls, getting guys out of position, right? Catching with their hand in the cookie jar, ripping through, creating a foul. So the thing is, this is all gamesmanship, and it adds to the level of strategy to the game. I think it's good for the game. Let's not act like it's all bad because people have been flipping and flopping in basketball for years since the 80s. No, I didn't hear nobody complaining when Vlade Divac was doing it. Y'all just clapped it up and was happy about it.
MJ never flopped.
No, we called him a flopper.
MJ did flop. There's a ton of videos with MJ flopping. Stop lying.
Okay, Lamar. You want something else? What is you saying?
What I'm saying is called gamesmanship. You sell what
I understand
you can.
that point, but I'm saying the other eras.
That's a lie. When y'all say
Jordan got away with a lot of calls.
That's a lie.
Wait, he didn't flop like LeBron?
Hold on. First of all, you didn't watch enough to even know. Because if I pull up, see what's gonna happen, Jared, is if I pull up the compilation video of all Jordan's flops, you just gonna be like, oh, that's just the highlights. No, it's him flopping. Right?
What?
So what I'm saying is LeBron did it,
like every other
Jordan
game,
did it. Hold on. Let me ask you.
LeBron flopped far more than Jordan.
Let me ask you this one question.
Exactly.
Did Jordan flop?
Oh, please don't get into this.
Did Jordan flop, Jared?
Yes.
Okay, so if he did it one time, if he did it 100 times,
I'll bring LeBron into this.
No.
I'm not trying to have a LeBron debate. Oh my God.
Can we be
okay? I got your point. Every era's flop. I understand that. I get your point. You're saying that it's not just a new era thing. Everybody flops. It's trying to
It's called. It's part of the game.
I understand your point. I understand. You're saying that it's not a new thing. People have been doing it for decades.
It's part of the game. It's an element to the game that you have to strategize for. If you know that a guy like James Harden like to catch your hand in the cookie jar and rip through and make and draw the foul, then you better change your strategy.
Okay, I see what your point is.
And that's a stupid tactic by Harden.
No matter. How's it a stupid tactic if he goes to the free throw line and gets 2 free buckets?
Because you are ref baiting.
It's a stupid tactic, Pootie, to bad defenders who can't keep their hand out the cookie jar.
That's true too. But how is they supposed to guard him? He's that fast.
They soft
I don't understand where y'all learned all
flopping. What did he win with
And
Florida?
LeBron, you're
you got all
260.
these-
Why you fall to the floor like you got smacked by the hole?
That's an emotional take.
Hold on. First of all, you're using this weight and stuff. Okay, then I never heard you ask the question. Vlade Divac weighs 250. Why is he flopping? You never asked that question.
And Andre Drummond flopped too in the playoffs.
Right, you never asked these questions with anybody else. I've seen Shaq flop. Where's your questions for Shaq?
Shaq flopping? I don't know.
Shaq did not flop.
Oh boy.
Oh my
Shaq
God.
got
man.
brutalized.
Hold on.
Here we go.
Players back then did flop, but not to the extent of today's.
Bro, Pootie, how do you know and you didn't even watch a game?
I watch enough film to know that.
You don't watch any film, Pootie.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I do.
You
I
don't.
watch whole games. I
Pootie,
watch
you
this
don't.
highlights.
Pootie, you don't. Well, hey, let's just be clear. Pootie, I know the guys based on how they talk who actually watch and who don't. Pootie, you do not watch a lick of basketball.
How would you know
current
that?
game.
How would you know
don't
that?
know ball?
I'm 1,000% positive you don't seriously watch the game of basketball, and I'm almost would bet you only judge a lot of these guys based on how they look and not how they play. I promise you, you don't.
That's
really
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Pootie, we
I
normally
watch whole
only allow
games.
you on these panels for entertainment, not for real basketball takes, because we don't get real basketball takes out of you. You lie. You try to just slander
How am I
players.
lying?
You really don't talk real basketball. Looking at your profile pic, you don't hoop a lick at all because you damn near out of shape.
Damn, he's
So
just
what do
roasting
you do
your
in
ass.
regards to the game of basketball?
I got another pro.
Why are you taking it personal?
Shit
Why you
within-
getting
you don't do
personal?
nothing within regards to the game of basketball.
This is
other
getting
than
ugly.
fake
I
like
got
you know the
another
game.
pro.
I can tell.
I weigh 220
the thing
pounds.
is,
That
I
is
can
not bad.
tell. I can tell the people that are faking it, and the people like Brandon. I can tell actually studies the game, whether we disagree or not. I can tell you don't study shit. You don't watch. You just follow.
That's a lie.
You take other people's
That's a
takes.
lie.
You don't really talk real basketball. You don't.
What are you
And
talking about,
pretend.
Lamar?
I'm just sick of you. I'm sick of you running around to these platforms pretending like you really watch. You just like
I do.
It's a ton of y'all out there that I could really start calling out, but you don't really watch pool.
I watch games
You
from
don't watch
every
Cody throwing the
decade.
towel.
What are you saying?
Cody throwing the towel.
I watch games from
Pootie, what I'm
every
saying
decade.
Is, what I'm saying, Pootie, is like I said, I can put you in a real debate against the worst of the worst that we have here, and you wouldn't stand a chance because you don't study. This is why
That
you
is a
shied away
lie.
and got
That
scared
is a
of
lie.
every debate we tried to put you in. That's a
That
fact.
is a lie. I'm sick with the false narrative that I don't study
That's not
the
a
game.
false
Yes, I
narrative.
do.
You don't.
Yes, it is. That's a false
Do
narrative.
you have any unique take that you didn't get from Ticket TV?
What unique take? I come up with my own takes. I don't need to borrow from anybody.
Pootie, please throw in the towel.
You know,
I don't need to borrow from anybody.
Pootie, do you really know that I read your comments when you type in my chat? You talk about Ticket and you dick ride him more than anybody I've ever seen. Don't
What
say
are
that
you
about
talking
Ticket.
about?
Ticket is
Like that, break this up, bro.
Nah,
Here you go again.
Yo, tap out.
Lamar being emotional. He's emotional.
He's surrendered.
He's emotional.
Nah, you
No,
lost.
that's a fact. Hey, has anybody on here? I won't have anybody in the chat or on the panel. Have y'all heard anything Pootie said that has made any sense whatsoever about the game of basketball that didn't come from another person?
Jesus.
Damn, I come up with my own takes.
Just
Yeah, I
one.
did.
Just give me one.
I don't know that nigga like that.
I know George has. The thing is, I can tell, like, as crazy as George is in the chat, I can tell he watches the game. Anybody
This is
up
crazy.
there,
This is ludicrous.
even with Goat Mike, as crazy as Goat Mike is,
I
that
got
man
another
will sit
pro in the
down there and
comment.
actually talk basketball for real.
You
have
know,
never
Lamar,
gotten
you're
serious
just
about
in
the
your
game.
feelings. Just admit it.
I'm
You're
not in
in
my
your
feelings.
feelings.
These are all facts. Has anybody? I could put a poll in the chat. Does Pootie know real
Not the
basketball?
poll.
And I promise.
Oh man.
Here we go again.
Pootie, please, bro.
put a
Just
poll.
say
Hold
you
on,
right.
Pootie. Hold on, Pootie.
I
Let me
watch
go.
games from every decade.
Pootie,
Pootie, bro. Let me go real
It's not
quick.
looking
man.
good.
I watch
got a
games
pro
from
in
every
the comment.
decade.
No, you don't.
I got a
Pootie.
pro
can
in the
just tell,
comment
but
real
Pootie, I can tell you faking it, bro.
Okay,
Thinking it
just wanted
how?
to point
Are
out
you in my
two
personal
things
life? Yes or
before-
no?
You the one on
When
this
you
panel
don't have an
faking it.
argument, you insult people. When you don't have an argument,
Someone
I'm
ring the
not
bell, get the
insulting
ref
you. I'm
out
just
here.
telling you facts. I'm not insulting you.
what
Lamar,
facts?
I got a pro in the
It's
comment real quick
laughable.
about today's
It's
era
laughable
that
to
you
hear
can
this.
cook on. Let me-
All right. Well, I want to see you
Okay,
get one of these
This
real
emotional.
debates.
Two quick things
To
I was
put
gonna
the poll
say.
up
In a
there.
real
You were
debate. I
talking
want to see
about
you get
Glenn
a real
Rice and the
head-to-head debate with
Lakers.
somebody
Glenn Rice
as
never
opposed to
played for the
faking.
Lakers in the 2000s, number one. And Kobe
Yes,
was
sir.
nowhere near his
Right.
prime at
Shut your
age
channel
21.
down. Shut your channel
That
down.
was
This
not
is
a
crazy.
super team.
He did
The
play
other
for the
thing
Lakers.
is,
Glenn Rice get popped
Shut your
up.
channel down.
Yes, he did.
Brandon,
What?
shut your channel down.
That's crazy.
Brandon, he
What?
didn't play for the Lakers, though, bro.
Brandon, take a sip of some milk and some hot tea and
That's wrong.
go somewhere in the
No,
corner. And
you're
play.
wrong. Glenn Rice's last year with the Lakers was 99 to 2000. So Glenn
was
Rice
not.
never played with the Lakers in the
He
2000s.
has a ring with them.
And Kobe was nowhere near his prime at age 21. That
Go
Lakers team was not remotely close to a super team. The other thing about European players, I agree. The European
man is
players are
arguing
better
for
now.
argument's
I'm
sake.
saying it
You're
wasn't a
tackling.
new trend with
Let him
them
finish,
coming
bro. I
over.
got a
It's
new-
just an acceleration of what started between 2000 and 2010. Really, Popovich with Parker Ginobili. It's what's happening now with European players coming over. It's an acceleration of what was already occurring. It's not a new trend.
I feel you.
better.
All right, Mac,
got a
what you
pro
got?
and
What
con.
you
Say
got
it was
again, Mac?
a new trend or that like it was more
I got a pro and
dominant.
a con that has to deal with this channel and platform. I think it's a pro and a con, and I'll explain. The media today. I think the media
media
today
is
with
way
this
worse.
basketball is a pro and a con. The reason it's a pro is because we don't let anything slide. Everything is kind of in a big light. But I think that's a pro. But the con of it is that we get takes like, Mac Def saying Steph Curry's the GOAT. Nobody agrees with that. That's just stupid and idiotic. But it's a take. We have takes like what Brandon and Pootie are on. I think the media today has a.
You're
has
not
a-
mentioning any
has a-
specific take by me.
No, I think you just said Glenn Rice didn't play for the Lakers in 2000 when he won a championship.
Yeah, Glenn
So-
Rice's last season with the Lakers was 99 to 2000. He never
correct,
played for the
And they
Lakers a
won that
full
year.
season in the 2000s.
So my point
They still
is
won that year.
my point is in
Okay,
the media.
but he never
think
played a
about it.
full season in the
I
2000s.
think the media.
What
I
does
think
that
the
have to
media.
do with anything?
Hold on, real
Right
quick.
there. Like,
Hold
why?
And they
on.
weren't a super team anyways. Kobe was
Okay,
20.
Brandon,
They
you're
won a
okay.
championship.
Glenn Rice everything.
Wait, let him get his take off. Let him get his take off.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
You're
Sorry
right,
about that,
Brandon.
dog.
You keep on regurgitating the same thing. You're wrong. Okay.
No,
Now
I'm
the
right.
media-
He didn't play a full
the
season in the
media-
2000s. Glenn Rice did.
The media had a big
he's wrong.
issue or had a big influence on the MVP voting. Kendrick Perkins. I don't care what nobody said. The MVP voting had a big
I agree.
influence
That's
this
a
year
good take.
on with the media. And I think the media are doing a disservice to players with all NBA teams and all defensive teams. That's going around as well. So legacies are kind of being overshadowed. Narratives are being put out there to drive the league. I think they have a major influence, and that's one of the reasons player empowerment was pushed. Not only owners and the contracts and this, that, and the third. I agree, but players empowerment has been pushed because of the media, because the players want to write their own narratives. The players want to start their own podcast and set the record straight as well. So it's a pro and a con. But how do y'all feel about that?
Honestly,
think
Mac
that's
Def, that's a good take.
because the media has
That's a
always
good take.
made narratives. It's no
But you know,
different.
Mac Def,
One
here's
at a
one
time,
thing. I
Brandon.
think
One
what
at a
drives
time.
the media, though,
God damn.
sometimes what drives certain media pundits is what the people might want to hear or see. Like they're gonna give, and I feel like people want to see these guys win championships, but then they get mad at how these guys go about it. Like I think there's a ton of blame to go around with regards to the formation of some of these super teams and whatnot, or player freedom or player movement. But ultimately, I think it comes down to money. A lot of it comes down to money and lifestyle, and that's what's came into the game. That's something because these guys aren't going to go sign in Milwaukee. They're not going to go team up with Giannis there. Nobody went to Cleveland to go team up with LeBron there. They going to major cities, like tourist destinations, like cities where the nightlife is kind of going crazy. So I think it has a lot more to do with than just the media, but the media does play a part. But
Hey, Mac, that question. So Mac, to your point, right? Two questions. The first question is: do you think, especially for the '90s, where it took the only way people know anything about a player was in an article in a newspaper or major headlines on mainstream TV, right? Do you think having a perspective like a player podcast would have benefited the '90s, especially what was going on during that day? And the second question is, do you think this transition of media is also good for the game? Because now You got players and coaches playing the game more, and then now you see hot take shows like a First Things First or the other shows in the First Take. They're dying off now.
Who was that question towards?
If MacDev don't answer, it could be for anybody.
Hey, salute to you, Sturdy. I know we had our debate. I'm actually going to the fight. My birthday tomorrow, so I'm about to pack up and get ready.
No, happy birthday, man. Happy
birthday, bro. Nah, I would do the same shit.
Hey,
Happy birthday, man.
Salute to you too, MacDev. Salute to you, Lamont. Hey, I will say I got Terrence Crawford knocking him out 30, just to be clear.
Oh damn. I agree.
Quick question, Cliff. What in the second round? What fight you was gonna pick? And I'll tell you mine.
What you mean?
Remember, the first round was gonna be who's gonna win between Crawford and Spence. In the second round, the greatest boxing match of all time. Minus Hagler and Tommy and Ward and what's his face?
Mickey Ward and what's his face? The dude that Floyd beat the hell out of. I know who you're talking about. Those fights were incredible. I was gonna go with Manny Pacquiao and Juan Marquez. All 4 fights.
I was gonna do Ali versus Frazier 3.
Or that one. That was a really good one too. We ain't trying to turn this into no boxing debate, but
yeah.
Lamont, salute to you, bro. I appreciate you eviscerating Pootie Tang. This dude is the biggest meat
Shut your
squeezer.
bitch ass up.
Biggest meat squeezer.
Shut your ass up. You suck on Bang. You're on Bang's dick.
Stop throwing the towel. Stop with the towel, please.
In the history of basketball.
Shut up.
And the match.
You're the biggest idiot.
I never heard this.
You're the biggest idiot ever.
I never heard this.
I never heard you say anything smart in your life.
Someone throw your damn towel.
You're an idiot. Little boy, I'm a goat. Now shut up.
You're the biggest fucking dummy.
You were stupid.
Hold on, y'all. Let's clean it up. Let's clean it up.
Ironic.
Biggest dummy.
Your father left you when you was 9. Shut up.
And I'm glad Lamont finally.
Your father left you when you was 9.
I'm glad Lamont.
You're probably single
Where did
raised.
this go away from ball?
What is going on?
Listen,
Outta here, man.
I'm so
You
glad
retard.
I finally told
Hey,
this dude
yo.
what it really
You
is.
don't know nothing about basketball. You're scared to come on the
This is all
LDC
he
panel.
does.
Like, shut up,
This
man.
is all he does. This
Like,
is
shut
all
up,
he
bro.
does. He comes up here and he
You come up here and you cap.
He'll be
You
like,
cap all day.
All right, hold on.
You don't know nothing about basketball.
Hold on, Pootie. I'm gonna let you respond as soon as Khalil done. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, finish.
This is what he does. Lamont, you said everything, bro. Since he been on your platform, right? He been on here for what, about 5-6 months now. This dude ain't never said nothing intelligent. I actually go back and I listen to these old streams. He say some of the dumbest shit that you could ever say on a platform. And I hope you don't ever erase these, because people that go back and listen to your shit, they're gonna be like, who the fuck is this idiot? Like, this dude is literally the stupidest fucking person you ever had up here.
Damn.
Like by far. And I'm finally glad that you actually spoke out about it. Like, all he does is rad ticket TVs would. He rad Too Raw for TVs would. Anybody with a zipper, he rad they would.
Oh, that's why.
It's disgusting behavior.
Yo,
it's
he's
absolutely
violating.
disgusting behavior.
Okay, can we just wave a white flag?
Hold on, let me let
You
Pootie
mad?
go.
Okay, I'm gonna respond.
Hold on, let me let Pootie get it out his system.
Pootie, you don't want these problems.
Yo, you don't want smoke
You
with me,
don't want
nigga.
these problems. You ain't
You
shit.
want
You a little
Bang's
kid.
nut is in your mouth. You
little
have
kid.
Bang's nut in your mouth.
You a little
You
ass
have Bang's
kid.
nut in your
I don't
mouth.
even be on Bang's channel.
That's
so
your
what are you talking
comeback?
You
about?
dick ride that man all the
I don't
time.
be on Bang's
Bro,
You
this
hate
comeback
kicking.
is terrible, bro. Please stop.
You hate people that tell the truth.
No,
Yes,
you a
y'all hate
bum.
truth tellers like Ticket. Y'all hate truth tellers like Too Raw and Basketball
Like,
Facts
listen
and
to him.
Dreamers Pro.
Listen to him.
Y'all
man.
hate
Listen
all
to
those
him.
guys because we tell the
Listen
truth
to this. Listen to this meat
Why is your
nigga.
opinion
about whatever basketball takes there is.
Pootie,
You
why
a
is your
meat munching faggot. That's what you is.
Hey, listen, I never seen like
Hold on, man.
Like Pootie, this is what happened.
You gotta
Pootie.
chill, Pootie. You can't be
Pootie,
saying
this is
that.
what happened. When you be
You
talking,
can't say
Pootie,
that, bro.
when you talk,
You
Pootie,
make no sense.
I never hear nobody, I never see nobody comment that say, oh, Pootie spitting facts or Pootie's preaching. Everybody be like, dude, shut this dumbass nigga up.
That's because you don't pay. Listen, I don't care about those
listen to
idiots in the
everything.
comment
You
section. I don't care about them.
All right,
I don't
okay,
care
hold
about
on, y'all. We gotta
them.
get
You're
the
an
basketball.
idiot.
audience, bro?
You're
Hold
a
on,
dick
y'all. We
sucker.
gotta get the basketball. And
Yo.
Pootie,
You bitch.
Oh, hey, I want to call out the bullshit take that the media is so bad
Bitch.
now. I mean, the
salute to you,
NBA has
Lamont.
always been
Salute to you,
driven
Lamont, for
by
calling out
bullshit.
this
Fuck off.
Hope your bet goes through.
You little bum.
If I see you, I'm beating your ass in public. If I see you.
Khalil.
I will never
You ain't
beat
gonna
up
do
Slop
shit,
with his
little
fake
boy.
booty
I'll
tough
slap the
guy.
fucking
Pooty, I'm
face
gonna
out
tell you
your
one
mouth.
thing. That motherfucker big as
shit.
hell. You
I will literally
definitely
literally
second
kill
I'm
guess.
you with
6'2".
my bare
What?
hands.
I'm
I
6'2".
will
What?
literally,
Nigga
and I'm
said
Motherfucker
6'2"
bigger
like
than
that
6'2".
means
You ready to
That don't
die?
mean
You
nothing,
ready to
bro.
die over
Are
Bane?
you bulletproof?
Pookie, you will
Bro,
literally, I
bro,
will
being
literally
a
kill
don't
you
mean shit.
with my bare
bulletproof?
hands.
Why you bring up Bang, no Pootie?
I will
All right.
literally kill you with my bare hands, Pootie. That's a fact.
What the hell?
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Oh,
We
you
gotta
a
tone it
coward.
down.
Oh
We
my
gotta
god.
tone it down. We gotta tone it down. We gotta tone it
Let's
down.
get back to
man, we
basketball,
on the
please.
internet.
You a little
You
boy.
clown. You're a
You a
clown.
little.
You're a clown.
Oh my god.
All right,
All right,
I want to
Pooty,
call out
not
the
get
Pooty,
bullshit
personal.
y'all got it out
the
your
media is so
system.
bad
Hey,
now.
salute to
I
Khalil,
mean,
man.
if you look
And
at the
Khalil.
history of the NBA,
Salute to
a
Khalil.
great
Hold on one
example is
second,
the
Brandon.
Mark
98
ass hoe. You a hoe.
Hold on,
Salute,
Pooty,
Khalil.
bro,
Pooty, you
calm
gotta
down,
chill.
my
We
nigga.
gonna move past it.
Nothing's gonna happen.
Hold on. Salute to Khalil as well.
You guys
He
are gonna go
came
home
through
after
big
this.
time. He came through big time in the cash out, man. So salute
Hey,
to
my bad,
Khalil.
but I hit your cash app again, bro. I just had to come
Nah,
up here and
yeah, you
salute you,
good,
bro.
man. You
I
good.
appreciate
That's,
you
Nah,
telling the
Khalil
truth,
being a
man.
bully like Errol Spence. That's what he
Hey,
doing.
no, I'm not. Hey, no, I'm not, Mac. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I hate that
all
shit.
right,
He
hold on.
be bullying me too.
This
I'm
nigga
gonna
stay on my dick. He stay on my dick.
Pooty is
Pootie,
over.
shut the
Pooty is
fuck
over.
up.
It's over.
Shut
Stop
up,
it.
you little coward. You a
Stop
little
it.
coward.
Yeah.
Pooty is
Pootie,
over. We
you're
gotta let it
cooked,
ride,
bro.
Pooty.
Wave the white
Stop it,
flag.
bro.
You got cooked. It's over.
All right, hold on. Let me get
Everybody
Brandon. I want to
cook
hear
up.
Brandon.
Yeah,
I
wait.
want to hear
This
Brandon.
nigga,
Bro, you got
what
cooked
you
2
mean?
times,
This
bro.
punk ass Mark dude right here.
Hold on, Pooty.
But
You
yeah,
gotta let
Lamont
it
also
ride.
cooked you,
Let
bro.
it ride.
Lamont
Hold
cooked
on.
you.
Hey,
I want to hear
Pootie,
Brandon's take on
You
the media.
I
marshmallow.
challenge you to say something intelligent on the panel.
Yo,
If you say something
marshmallow. You
intelligent,
soft.
hey,
You're
listen, Pootie.
soft.
I challenge you to say something
You are
intelligent.
soft.
You say something intelligent, I donate $100 to
You
the
got
channel.
LeBron's.
Just say something
Please,
Bro.
Pooty,
intelligent.
No,
come
I'm
through,
not even
please.
gonna mention that. I'm not gonna mention that.
Please,
Say
You're
something
just a hater.
intelligent,
That's what
bro.
you are.
Say
You're a
something
hater.
intelligent, man.
You're
Say
a
something
hater.
intelligent.
You're a
Pooty,
hater.
please focus, man, and say something intelligent,
Say
man. Let's
something
lock in.
intelligent, bro.
Let's
Say
lock in,
something.
Pooty.
Say
All right.
something
I'm gonna say what
intelligent
I want to
about the
say.
game of
Period.
basketball
All
instead
right,
of
all right.
The
instead
Hold
of
on,
game of
hold on.
ad
basketball.
libs.
Why
Hold on, y'all. We
you
gotta
tell
lock
things
in
you know
so
so damn much?
we gotta
Stop
lock
it,
in so
Pootie.
Pooty can get right, man.
Go ahead,
We
Pootie.
got
Do your thing. Do your thing. I'm rooting for you, Pootie Tang.
Since
all
you
right,
know
all
so
right.
much, why don't you
No,
tell
no,
me?
no. It's
You
the
gotta
challenge
get
to
better.
you. And my knowledge has never been in question on this panel. It's yours. So say some intelligent shit. So I
Which
can
is
donate to Lamar's channel. Just let
which
us know
is
about the game of basketball. Since you love the 90s so much, I grew up in the 90s. I know 90s. Say some intelligent stuff
I
about the
love
90s.
every decade for your information.
Okay, well then say something intelligent about every decade then, so we can get this challenge going.
Let's go, Pooty.
There's nothing really to say. There's nothing really to say at all, other than what happened during those decades.
Oh my
Other than what
God.
happened during those decades, there's really nothing to say. 60s, Bill Russell dominated the 60s. 70s, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the man. 80s, Magic Johnson and
Kareem
Larry
won
Bird.
one title in
90s,
the 70s.
Jordans.
No, let him
90s,
talk. Let him
Jordans.
talk.
2000s, Kobe. 2010s, LeBron. This decade is penning towards Giannis. Like, what else is there to say other than what happened on film already?
All
What
right,
else
so
is there to
Pootie.
say?
Okay, so check this out, right? All the insults is over with. I legit want to hear you say something worth note. So, like, when they having these serious basketball conversations about X's and O's, or you know what I'm saying, anything that will require some level of intelligence. I just want to.
Oh, so y'all don't care about the eye test. Y'all don't care about the eye test.
No. I just want to hear you
I'm not
chime
trying to hear
in
this eye test shit.
and
Eye
give
test
your
is butt
opinion in an intelligent way, so people can be like, okay, I see where Pootie going with this. Like, I just want to hear you say something worthwhile. Like, you don't do nothing but ad lib and stuff, and that shit get annoying.
Which is what?
I'm not trying to call you out your name. You done called me a Bay Glizzy Globler and all this goofy shit. shit. I'm just concerned about you, little brother. That's all.
You started this. You started this.
Hey, listen, Pootie, I did start it, and I'm not going to apologize to you, but I do want to hear you say something smart.
All right.
Like I legit do. So you may not. I'm not trying to put you on the spot now, but for future videos, when the Lamont put these out, when you on these panels, come up here with a educated thought and spew that thought so everybody can enjoy the video. Like I do a lot of driving and I work a lot, Pootie. So when I'm listening to these streams, when I'm working or I'm driving, I don't want to hear you. Man,
what have I said that was bad? Name me one take that I've said that was bad.
Everything you said was bad. Remember when we talked about when you said LeBron quit in what was that in 2010? I think it was.
Yes.
And
I said
then,
that.
So listen, Brandon, nobody talking to you. So
Let him
Pootie,
talk.
this is what took place. This is what took place.
I ain't Pootie. You ain't gonna talk about that. That's crazy.
So when
I'm
my
not
bad,
talking.
I thought you was Brandon or whoever's just talking.
Let him talk.
I'm about to leave. So I'm just trying to give Pootie a word of advice. So when we talked about that quitting, when Lamont ran off the stats, you said, well, I didn't mean to say he quit, but he semi-kinda a little bit quit. That was the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. And it's
So
a
let me
lot
get
of
this
stuff
straight.
like, hold on, just let me get my thought out and then
Go
I'm out of
ahead.
here.
Go ahead.
Then I'm out of here. So all in all, I don't have nothing against you. I know you like Too Raw for TV and you like Ticket and all that. That's fine. You can like whoever you want. But at the end of the day, Pootie, stop using they talking points when you.
I don't use they talking points.
Yes, you do.
I just give them shots. They tell the truth.
Come on,
I don't use their talking points. I don't use their talking points.
So Pootie, this what you do, right? Don't listen to none of them. When you watching the game of basketball, because Lamont said that you don't watch no basketball because he don't
That's
hear
a lie,
his
but
knowledge
okay.
in your taste. So when you watching the basketball game from here on out, just try to memorize some stuff that you notice about the game, and then come on the panel and give out what you noticed in the basketball games that you watch. Because you do sound like these guys, like you're taking their talking points. And Skip Bayless as well.
I had these opinions way before I started watching basketball. YouTubers, like what? I had these opinions way before. They just confirmed my opinions.
All right, we got to get back
young
to
brother. Do your thing, Pootie, man. Shout out to you, man.
All right. Shout out to you too, I guess.
All right, brother. Take it easy. All right, Lamont, take it easy. Stay sturdy. Everybody else.
This is
Happy birthday, bro. Yo, enjoy the fight,
Can
bro.
we move on? Can we move on?
Yes.
Bro, this has been the roast Pootie hour. Jesus.
It has not, but okay.
My man, you got fried by two different people. Yes, it has.
Yeah, I want to push back on the argument
That's an
that the
opinion. That's
media
an
was
opinion.
so great.
Hold on.
10
We can
years
get back to
ago
the
and
topic
it's
because we
such
still got to do
Yeah,
our vote on the best decade.
I just want Mac Dev, you there?
The only difference is that 20 years ago,
Yo, Mac
only
Dev.
a couple people got to tell the story or create
Nigga,
narrative.
Brandon,
So
bro.
20 years ago was Bob Costas and ESPN, and their narratives were bullshit. But now the media is much more decentralized across the
Yo,
board.
somebody got some reverb.
So more people get to tell the story, create narratives. Like if you look at the 80s, the narrative that the Pistons were evil or bad was total bullshit. Isaiah Thomas came out of the ghetto in Chicago. He worked his way up. He was a really nice, good guy. I mean, the Pistons were filled with high character guys, but the media loved the narrative that they were evil, they were bad. They weren't. And
Can I
you know,
raise my
it was
hand
the
real
same
quick,
with
Brandon?
Kobe and Shaq should have lost to Sacramento. The refs helped them out a lot. The NBA loved the narrative. Kobe and Shaq are dominant. They're so much better than everyone else. The NBA has always been filled with bullshit narratives. The difference is now there's not three people who get to control them. The media is more decentralized. And I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing that more people have power and they get to tell their story, whether it's Draymond Green's podcast or people on Twitter or social media. Less people have as much power now and fewer people to get to control what these narratives about teams and players are.
That's a pro then. Okay, cool.
Hey, no. That's 100. Hey, you know what? That I do agree with. It's always been narratives, and I think more people with a voice, like what he said. Like, really, the only information in the 90s that we got about Michael Jordan off the court came from Ahmad Rashad, if we're being honest. Like,
And
really,
that was going to be my Lamont. That was going to be my question to Mac Dev, especially as a Bulls fan, for a guy who lived through that era. For at least we can remember, that was going to ask him like, what do you think that would be benefit to the 90s if guys like Pippen, Rodman, even the role players of like Williams and whatnot gave their perspective as it was going on during that time? Do you think that would help the 90s, or do you think it would be a detriment to the 90s if they would have that same level of access?
I think it would have been to me, and being in the 90s, I was a kid looking at it. To answer your question, I think it would have been a detriment. And my reason for that is because we looked at Michael Jordan as a god. We looked at Michael Jordan as the greatest athlete. He could do nothing wrong. Everybody wanted to be like Mike, the advertisement. If we would have known what things were going on behind the scenes and that would have been put out there, I think it would have ruined maybe a little bit of his legacy. I think it would have been detrimental to other players other players' narratives as well. I don't think the advertisement or the marketing sort of would have been the same. There was a lot going on, but we swept it under the rug. Chris Webber and the Fab Five and all that. There was a whole bunch of stuff going on behind the scenes, but we glorified them. Chris Webber got the commercials and the shoe deals, but we all know after that, the 30 for 30, what was really going on behind the scenes. So the 90s swept a lot of stuff up. David Stern swept a lot of stuff up to glorify the league and get the money rolling in. So yes, it definitely would have been detrimental if everybody would have had a microphone and cameras back then. Crazy.
I don't know. If it would have been detrimental though, because just like we see players today, I think they make adjustments to the media and they allow the media to see certain things. They obviously have a few players that expose their private lives and what they do behind the scenes. Like I don't know if I think Dennis Rodman would have been one of those few guys that allow too much the media to see too much.
I think Dennis Rodman would have had the greatest podcast ever. Real talk. I think we had the greatest podcast ever. Yo.
Dennis Rodman pushed the envelope. You're correct, but Dennis Rodman in today's era with all the cameras, that man would have a 24-hour freaking show right now. Just on his life, he'll have a camera following him all 24 hours of the day.
Yo, Mac Def, imagine that, bro. Like, imagine him on a Saturday, like. Yo, Rodman, don't you supposed to be...
game? People would embrace Dennis Rodman as opposed to
they'll ask him a question like, "Yo, Rodman, don't you supposed to be at a playoff game right now?" Like, no, I just went to Monday Night Raw. But like, and just meeting them down, doing nothing. Like that would have been wild, yo. During that time, that would have been wild.
Yeah, exactly.
The other thing about glamorizing the media in the 90s and 80s is they completely ignored small market teams. Completely. So like Mitch Richmond didn't even exist in the NBA to most people, and he was a top 20 player in the league easily in his prime. There were other guys there were a lot of players on small market teams. Antonio McDyess in Denver in his prime. They never got any attention or respect because the media ignored small markets and there was no YouTube. There wasn't any way for these guys to get publicity out. So one of the things social media has allowed, individual players can build their brand. They can get their highlights out. So people see some of these small market players who wouldn't normally, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would have gotten no attention in the 90s. But now with YouTube highlights, he can get his stuff out there a lot easier. So it's much easier for guys in small markets, guys who aren't on big market teams or on contending teams, to get their brand, get their name out there now too.
Brandon, so what you're saying is that in the 90s, they always talked about MJ. They always talked about his team.
I'm saying in the 90s, they just focused for the most part on the big market teams. And now the NBA is much more about players than markets.
Wait, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So y'all know how like the media push like Bobo going to the Suns and all that, and if that makes them big three, right? Then you know how they like the media kind of push Bobo and everything. Well, like it was on like a lot of it was on social media. He got like a lot of exposure, even though not really, because he got cut from the worst team in the league almost.
Right.
But I just feel that like also small markets still don't get really a lot of attention. They still only really focus on the Warriors, the Lakers, the Knicks. They're only really focused on smart, bigger market teams still today. Because yes, there are a lot of more people are more like person focused. Like a lot of people say they're not Lakers fans, they're LeBron fans, or they're not Nets fans or Warriors fans. They're KD's people. I still think that the media still has a hard time pushing like smaller market teams or giving them exposure because like it's kind of like a team like the it's kind of hard to think. It's kind of like a team like the Kings. No one really was paying attention to the Kings until they started looking like, oh, they're about to make the playoffs for a time in like 17 years until they did it. But that was towards the end of the season. So I just feel the media, until you have that one it player, they're probably not going to focus on you.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's the thing. You got to have. I think it's more teams now, like what Brandon said, that have that top 20 guy. Like the teams that don't really get any media push now are the teams that don't have like that top 20, 25 type player, like Orlando, right? And then Sacramento, De'Aaron Fox exploded onto the scene, and what happened? We start talking about the media start pushing the Sacramento Kings more. But once De'Aaron Fox kind of broke out that shell and started looking like a top 20 player in this league, and we have more teams now with those types of players. So we're going to see Sacramento get more pub, right? Ultimately, I feel like we're going to start seeing the Houston Rockets get more pub as one of those young guys break out of that shell and crack the top 20. They just got a lot. But the Toronto Raptors are right now, they're kind of in that twilight type of zone right now because they don't really have – I mean, if you want to say Siakam's a top 20 player, but he's kind of a tweener. Like, we don't know what to say, what he is. And, you know, it's been like – so certain teams are just kind of out the loop because they don't have that star that we can talk about. There's no
it's not about market size, it's about players. Like the reason Sacramento didn't get a lot of attention wasn't the market size, it's because people didn't look at anyone on Sacramento as a superstar. Like the perfect example is OKC when they had Durant, Westbrook, and Harden. That's as small of a market as you get. Nobody in the NBA got more attention than Oklahoma City other than Miami with LeBron. They were always on national TV. They got a ton of attention. I mean, it's just the teams with superstars get a lot of attention regardless of market size. And, you know, one of the things, though, that's unfortunate is the NBA doesn't market players in small markets as hard. So sometimes people don't think of De'Aaron Fox as being a top 20 player in the league just because the NBA doesn't market him, where if the NBA did market him, then people would see him for that. But the teams who have superstars get a ton of attention, even if they're small market. Nobody got more attention in the NBA than OKC, other than LeBron and Miami when they had Durant, Westbrook, and Harden.
And Lamar, that's to your point. The fact that all that talent, especially young talent, is spread out throughout the league. And especially in the 2020s, like I don't think that level of diversity talent, I don't think we've never seen before. Like to at least to this spread out. Like there's only like what 3 teams in the NBA that's in that twilight zone. Maybe really 2. The Raptors and the Wizards. Every other team you got a young, either you have a top 20 guy or a young up and coming star. Oh yeah, Bulls too. Oh, I forgot about that. Damn. Oh yeah, there's 3 teams. So like that's not a bad ratio, Lamar. Like 3 out of 30 teams in the league, only 3 of them are quote unquote irrelevant, and that's good. Man, that's y'all fault, McDuffie. Y'all the 3rd largest sports market in the world.
Well, I want to get on to the. I got another thing to say about the media, but that's how I kind of felt. I thought it was a pro and a con, and everybody can voice their opinion. I think we can go on and on. I want to get to everybody's decade too. Who y'all?
Well, hold on. What I want to do is because we're about to make the first thing we got to do is because the poll only allows me to put 4 options in. Is we're dealing with more than 4 decades. So first thing we got to do is now we got to get down to
70s and the
4
2020s
decades.
is out of there.
So what we have to do as a panel overall. Hold on, how many decades are we dealing with right now? Let me see.
If you count the 20s
in there, I'm coming off the
80s,
top row.
90s, 2000s, 2010s, so about 7.
So we got 60s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're dealing with 7 areas. We got to get down to 4. So we got to narrow. Right. So we got to vote. We got to have a consensus on which ones get weeded out based on some of the pros and cons that we've already talked about.
I think the 2020s just got to get out of there, just out of the fact that we're not even halfway through it. So just comparison sample size alone, we can't compare it to the other decades.
I agree. Does anybody?
Yeah, I agree. Because only year 3, we don't really know exactly what the decade could hold. It could be the greatest ever or the worst. It's really a toss-up.
Yeah, we don't have enough of a sample size to.
They had a pandemic. Get them out of there. Let's go.
All right, so the 2020s is out of there. Oh no, now we got to remember we got to get down to 4. Okay, based on what we talked about,
get the 70s out of there.
70s. No, I say get the 60s out of there.
No, one at a time. So let's go around the panel.
Hold on, yeah. Let's talk about. Well, we can ask everybody their thoughts. We can start weeding them out by there. Well, I'm gonna start with Pootie. Based on what we talked about, Pootie, which decade should we eliminate based on what we've talked about?
The 2000s.
I would say the 2020s, being that there's not enough.
We already eliminated that, Pootie. Pootie, we already eliminated him.
I don't think I was like, listen. Okay, so I think we could eliminate like It's kind of hard, but I would say the 2000s.
Damn.
Go ahead.
Like
You
you're
gave
not
us
trolling.
one.
Go
Like, you're
on.
dead ass.
Let him explain why. Go ahead, Pooty.
I know.
Yeah, you got to
Like as far as eliminating it from being one of the best decades or something like that.
No. We
No,
got
no. What we're doing right now, Pooty. There's 7 decades, right? We already took out the 2020s. We got to take out 2 more to put in the chat for a poll. Which
How did I know he was gonna
decade?
say the
What decade are you nominating first to get out of there? Which is
You know
not a
what?
top 4 decade.
And we already
I
got
would-
rid of the 20.
I would say the 50s. I would actually say.
Bro, we
You're
didn't
not
talk about the
rid of the
50s. We didn't talk about the 50s. We didn't talk about the 50s.
I think the 2000s is the most overrated decade in the NBA.
What the
Okay.
hell?
So Brandon, are you all right? So we'll go skip Pooty.
I
Brandon,
wasn't
are you
even paying attention. I
nominating?
don't know.
Okay,
All right.
so
Thank
Brandon,
you.
are you nominating the
Pooty
2000s to
just
get
threw my
eliminated?
$100 all the way in the garbage can, man.
How?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
y'all trying to eliminate decades, and all these decades are good, so it's kind of hard for me to
All right,
eliminate
man.
one.
That was
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you
What I'm
are
saying is,
fellas.
look, obviously,
Brandon,
obviously, the
Brandon,
2000s
hold
was better
on,
than
Brandon,
the
hold on. Let's keep it simple.
Yeah.
We got
Who are you
6 decades
eliminating?
remaining. Which one are you nominating out first?
Damn. We're
What
gonna do
I'm
shapes
saying
and
is,
colors tomorrow.
I think the 2000s was the most overrated decade.
That's not the
I think
question.
the
Are
90s
you
was
picking the
far better than
2000s?
the 2000s, but the
So are you
2000s
picking
was
2000s?
better in this. Let me finish. The 2000s was better than the 60s and 70s, obviously.
So which decade are you picking
that whole
to
thing
eliminate?
about then?
Brandon, what are you? Come on, bro.
Yeah,
We're gonna do shapes and
We're
colors
not
tomorrow.
doing.
I swear.
We're not doing.
No,
Brandon,
Brandon, which
We're
decade
not
are you
doing
nominating to be
overrated.
removed?
Hold on, y'all.
So is it the 60s or the 70s?
Brandon, you want to answer the question?
I don't understand what your idea. I don't understand your question.
We're not doing overrated. We're doing
Brandon,
which
we
Lamont,
got to get down
Lamont,
to
answer the
the
question.
worst decade.
So Brandon, we got to get down to our
there's
top
no
4
question.
decades.
The worst decade was the 1960es. I mean,
Okay,
it's
there
just
we go.
Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Okay, there we go. There we
weren't
go.
enough
There we
players.
go.
All right, next person, Lamont. Let person.
Next person.
We got your
Yeah,
answer, Brandon.
we could remove the 60s.
Brandon,
Yeah.
just follow
I said
along
the
now.
60s.
Just follow along now, Brandon.
Here's the main problem with the 1960s.
Oh, my
Okay,
goodness.
you didn't have, because of the civil rights movement in the 60s, there weren't enough great black players who were in the NBA in the 1960s. The talent pool just wasn't close to what it was even in the 70s, and it accelerated in the 80s or 90s. The NBA in the 1960s had nowhere near the best basketball players, even in the US. It's not a good enough decade to compare to other decades. Period.
Lamont, do not
Okay,
bring.
thank you
Hold
for
on,
your
Lamont,
explanation.
hold on.
All right, next person, let's go.
Lamont, do not bring George and Brandon on the same panel. Do not do that.
No, George
Oh,
is
hell.
fine. George is fine.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I would say the
What's wrong
60s.
with George?
Nigga, man.
Brandon's fine too. Brandon's fine.
I say the 60s.
All right, somebody go next, man.
Go
So
ahead,
we
somebody
are
else.
all in agreement. The 60s out.
No.
No. We're going one at a time.
I said the 70s.
Hold on. Let me.
Oh, who said the 70s?
What?
I did.
Jeremiah.
I did.
Jeremiah, you said what? The 70s?
Yeah.
All right. So Jeremiah says the 70s. Jared, what do you say?
60s.
60s. That's 3 for the 60s. 30. What you got?
70s.
So that's 3 for the 70s, 3 for the 60s. Who else? Who else has to give a choice here?
70s.
Yeah, I'll go 70s too.
4 for the 70s, 5 for the 70s. So
70s was far better than the 60s.
well, it doesn't matter now because the 70s is up out of there.
The 70s is
So now we
got to
the
kick
70s is
sturdy
out.
off. That's a dumb
We
thing.
can move on.
That's crazy.
All right, so the 70s is out. It don't matter because the 60s is probably going to end up going anyway because we still got to get down to 4. What are the top 4? And then we're going to put that in the poll. So so we have the 2020s gone. We have the 70s gone. I'm going to start with Emmanuel. What's your next decade to be nominated to be first out?
60s.
The 60s. All right, 1 vote for the 60s. Pooty, what you got?
60s.
All right, 2 for the 60s. Jeremiah.
60s.
60s. All right, we got Brandon.
Yeah, 60s are out for me.
60s are out. All right. Let me go to MacDeff.
60s. My fault. 60s.
A big storm.
60s.
All right. Jared.
Yeah, I gotta go 60s.
And then Sturdy.
60s only because of the lack of film.
All right.
That
So
is
that
also a
brings
great
us.
point. That's a
So
great
what we
point.
have left is the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. Those are the 4 eras that remain. Those are the ones I'm gonna put on the poll, and then we can do our vote now. We can. I'm gonna go through each person, and I'm gonna write down each person's order on how you put these decades in order. And but let me get this poll out first. So I can go ahead and start with Emmanuel. You see the decades we got left. How would you order them and why?
Best to worst, right?
You start with your worst to get to, and then go to your first last.
All right. 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s.
You got the 2010s at number 1.
Yeah.
So hold on, Emmanuel. You said 80s, 90s. What was third?
2000s.
2000s. And then you have the first pick was the 2010s, right?
Yeah.
All right. Boom.
You said you
And
want
then
to know
why'd you go with that? Why'd you go with that order?
Because with the 2010s, well, A, I grew up watching it, and B, I feel like the guard play in the 2010s is probably the best out of the remaining 4. Like, obviously, you have Jordan there for the 90s, but it was really just Jordan and then Clyde Drexler. With the 2010s, you had Steph, Russ, Dame, Chris Paul, Kyrie, like just a bunch of guards. Even like the lower end ones, like coming up, like John Wall. Like John Wall was a beat. Derrick Rose. Like that's about like 7 guys who are like all NBA caliber to MVP caliber right there. And I just love the era. Even with the forwards too, you got LeBron, KD, and Kawhi. The true era of the small forwards, and even with Paul George too. Like I just love that era. With the 2000s, obviously you have Kobe, D Wade, T Mac, AI, Ray Allen. With the guard play, I love that too. The 90s, obviously, Jordan carries it. Honestly, if Jordan wasn't in it, obviously, it'd be last, but Jordan saves it. And with the 80s, I don't know. It was still a bunch of crackheads. Like, Magic and Bird were there, don't get me wrong, but there's still a bunch of, like, crackheads.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We got Pooty. What's your order and why?
Okay, so I got 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and 80s. The reason why I got 90s first because number one, there was a lot more versatility.
No, you got the
in
90s
league.
last.
No,
It's
he's
worth the
going in
best.
the opposite
It's
Worth
direction.
the best. It's worth the best.
Sturdy,
It's
we're
worse-
talking to Pooty. He has it in opposite directions.
Yeah, that's
You
just
right,
my
man.
order.
But
That's
yeah,
just my order.
you right.
Hold on. Go from your
That's
worst
my
to
order.
first, Pooty.
No,
Worst to
just
first.
please.
You're saying from best to worst or from worst to like which is it?
Damn it,
Because
Lamont. Listen,
I'm saying from best to worst.
let him go
That's
from
what I'm
best to
saying.
worst, Lamont. Just let him go
That's
best
what
to
I'm going
worst.
from. Best to worst.
Go
My
from best
best
to
to
worst
worst.
again. Go do it again.
Okay, I got 90s,
Number
2000s,
one. Number two.
2010s, and
Number three.
80s.
Number 4. The 80s is the worst. Got you.
Now, my question would so why do you have that order? Just go ahead and talk about it.
Reason why I put the 90s first is because there was a lot more versatility in the league and there was a lot more parity. Like you didn't see a whole bunch of you had the 91 Warriors with 3 all-star players, but that was really about it. Like mostly every other team had like a good player. Now, of course, another reason why I put the 90s on top because the 90s had the best player ever on the planet with the best team, but that's neither here or there. And then another thing is that the 90s guards, they was more traditional. Like they wasn't really scoring like that. They was averaging 14 but with 10 plus assists. John Stockton is a prime example of that. Now the reason why I have the 2000s after that because the 2000s it was a more variety of stars. But the Eastern Conference was kind of weak. at that time. Like it was mostly the West dominating, and then I have the 2010s with the most stars in any decade. But the thing with that is like there was also kind of some super teams there. Plus, the 2010s had the best player of that era, which was none other than LeBron James. Like he was that dominant during that run. Now the reason why I have the 80s last is because yes, the 80s did have Magic Johnson and Bird, and a couple of other great players like the Mark Price Cavs. That was also a great team too during the 80s, and so was the Pistons. But the reason why I have that last is because like bro said earlier, like there was actually kind of some crackheads in the 80s, like you know. That's just my take on it. Feel me?
My ticket that you stole.
I was going with that point anyway. I was going with that point anyway. I was gonna say that anyway.
Picking on my nigga Pooh.
I was gonna say that anyway.
That wasn't a completely horrible take. I mean,
I was gonna say that.
It had sound logic. It wasn't terrible.
Hold on. Let me give a shout out real quick before we go to the next person. Shout out to H-Town Black, man, coming through in the cash out. Appreciate you. And then again, appreciate One Cool for letting everybody know to donate. And then salute to Double E, man. Double E always supports. Salute to Double E in the cash app as well, supporting as well. But let's get to we'll go to Mac Def next, man. Your order and why from worst to first.
Yeah, shout out Double E for the cash app. He a Mac Def hater, but we can move on. Yeah, I'm fucking with it. But so worst to first. I'm gonna go with the 2010s. There's no big man, no centers era, no dominant power forwards. I think it took a turn to going just major soft. The rule changes. It's just a soft era to me. But the guards play is great, but it's just a soft era to me. I like the centers and power forwards. Next is the 80s.
But your GOAT played in that era.
My bad. It's still a weak era. It's still a weak era. The 80s, I'm going next. Number 3, and then the 2000s is second. The 90s is number 1. So I gave you the 2020s. The 80s is third. The 80s was dominated by the Celtics and Lakers. The Eastern Conference was a beast, arguably the greatest era of the all time in a conference, which was the 80s Eastern Conference. The 2000s Western Conference rivals it. You go back and forth, but I mean that was pretty much it. The Lakers and the Celtics dominated, and then you had the Eastern Conference, but the Western Conference was, to me, was garbage in the 80s. And I think from like it didn't have its boom until the 84 draft, the 85 draft, when you saw Jordan, Olajuwon, and Barkley and Ewan. So it had to get a major upgrade with the draft because it wasn't really cracking like that in the first 5 to 6 years. Then I go 2000s. 2000s is an all-time great era. I got that second. Great defensive era, which I like. You had dynasties. You had rivalries. Even though the Eastern Conference was weak, great basketball was still being played. You just knew that they didn't have a chance versus the dominant teams in the West. Then of course the 90s to me is number 1. You got to go Jordan. Obviously, he carried the league from a basketball standpoint and marketing ability. You had the 92 Dream Team, which is historic. You had a dynasty that was the Chicago Bulls, which is historic. And then you had, to me, the greatest era of centers and big men. And nobody ducked nobody. When Akeem Olajuwon went up against Shaq, that was one-on-one. When you had Zoe versus Mutombo, that was one-on-one. When you had, your David Robinsons, your Rick Smiths, your Dennis Rodmans to the power forward positions, Karl Malone's, Charles Barkley, everybody went mano-a-mano. And they took the rivalries to another level too. The 80s started with the rivalries, but the 90s was sort of the pinnacle of rivalries. Bulls, Knicks, the Knicks, Pacers, the Knicks versus the Heat. Those were great rivalries and parity. I think the Eastern Conference, even though dominated by the Bulls, it was still great teams that had parity that can actually rival with the Bulls. They couldn't beat them, but they gave them run for their money. The Western Conference had parity, and it wasn't weak. It had major parity. All this stuff about Bulls had weak competition in the finals. The Blazers were not weak. The Utah Jazz were not weak. The Phoenix Suns with Barkley MVP was not weak. The Supersonics were not weak. It had parity. So to me, the 90s is number one.
All right, man.
Wait, I got a question to that.
No,
Let's move on. Let's move on. Hold it. Hold it.
Okay. I'll hold.
No, hold on. Yeah, we'll do questions at the end. Hold on. It's on Jared now. Jared.
Will Lamont.
Go ahead, Jared. Take yourself off mute, Jared.
Can you hear me now?
No, Jared ain't there. Hold on. Let me go to Big Storm.
I
Big
can-
Storm.
Mm-hmm.
What's your order, man?
All right, my order from worst to best, I would have to probably say 2010s, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
No.
All right. So hold on.
Well,
Why
that's
you got
your-
that order?
I have that order just because I feel that the 2000s had the greatest era for, I'd say, kind of defining the top. Like when you think of the top 10 power forwards, you have three players that played in that era. When you think of guards, some of the top 5 guards all played at the same time. Jason Kidd, Steve Nash.
Oh boy.
You can even have like Chris Paul. Sometimes it's up there because he got drafted in like 05, so he's still playing that decade. And you also have Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, a whole bunch of like high level guards, some of the best at winning and just carrying a team. Not carrying a team, but best in offense playing that era. I think the 90s, I would say second best just because you do have Jordan, a phenomenal player. But I do think that the competition sometimes was always kind of like top heavy because mostly it would be one team out of the East and a bunch of other teams that wasn't really on the Bulls level. Because I understand you said like the Blazers, but they got beaten 5. And then you have
6.
My bad, 6. My bad. I misremember. You got beaten 6.
They got beaten 5 versus the Detroit Pistons. You right. Touche, nigga. Touche. Go ahead. My fault.
But I just feel that in the 90s, it was just kind of like the Bulls versus everybody, and everybody kind of lost. And in the 90s, only there was the Rockets, the Bulls, and the Spurs. Only 3 teams won in a 10-year span. That's not a lot of parity. Then the Pistons won in 89.
92 as well.
Yeah.
4 decades, but you right. You pretty much right.
I just think
Same
that
as the
2000s.
80s.
I think
Same
the
as the
2000s just had like a lot of high level play and a whole lot of high level defense. That's why I just think the 2000s is the best. That's why I think 2000 is the best.
Where'd you have the 2010s? My fault. I wasn't listening.
Oh, I had 2010s at the least, just because.
He had him that 4th.
Okay.
He had the
Because it wasn't a lot
Same
of
as me, same as
defense.
me.
It was just the Cavs and the Warriors in the finals, weak
Yeah,
East.
same as
and,
me.
Like,
let me go to
we just got
Jeremiah.
1 and 2. I got you. Go ahead.
Jeremiah, what's your order?
80s. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
2000s.
Mm-hmm.
2010s. And I got 90s.
As the
90s
best
are
era?
number 1. 90s are number
Yeah,
1. Why
90s
you
the
want?
best.
Okay.
So I feel like, the dominance of Michael Jordan, the underdog story with like Hakeem, it was just a lot of like comp players, you have Patrick Ewing and all those other players, I just feel like it was the best. And then I got 2010s because like LeBron dominated, it was Curry, the rivalry, the Warriors and Cavs, I just liked it, And then I got 2000s with the third because Kobe, Tim Duncan, the greatest Western Conference of all time. And then I got 80s last because like I just feel like most of the years you already know who's gonna play in the finals, like Lakers, Celtics, so it wasn't that like entertaining.
All right, man. Hey, that's his list. All right, let's go to Brandon. Brandon, well, let's hear yours.
Yeah, for me, it's pretty easy. I think that the 90s is clearly, I don't think it's remotely close. I think the 90s
Go from
is
worst to
clearly
first.
the
Go from
number
worst to
1
first.
decade. I would have the 80s as number 2. I would
Yep.
have the 2010s as number 3, and I'd have 2000s as number 4. The reason I have the 90s
Hey,
as
MacDef,
number
you
1.
notice only two people. You notice only two people in a certain order. Go ahead, Brandon. My apologies.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm not going to respond.
It wasn't
Anyways,
meant for you. Okay.
the reason I have the 90s as number 1 is the 1990s had 6 Hall of Fame centers, a dynasty in the Bulls, some of the best rivalries we've seen with Chicago, Utah, and the Bulls against the Knicks. The 1990s had parity between the East and Western Conference, but the 1990s is the only decade in NBA history that had 4 contending teams in one conference: Seattle, Phoenix, Houston, and Utah, all in the West. And the big lie about the 1990s is it was just Jordan. The 1990s had Duncan, Malone, and Barkley. Those are all-time great
None
power
of them
forwards.
won.
The 90s
except
was
2.
loaded. And, when you look at the 2000s, I mean, it's absurd to have the 2000s as the best decade. The Eastern Conference was complete trash for most of the 2000s. Look at the teams
You
that
can
went
say
to
that
the
for the
finals in the
90s as well.
2000s from the East. You had a Cleveland team that had Mo Williams as their second best player getting to the finals. You had so many. The Eastern Conference was very weak in the 2000s.
And you can
I
say
think
the
it was
same thing for the
Sturdy was
90s.
saying the 04 Pistons were a great team. It's a horrible take. The 04 Pistons were not close to a great team.
Let
That's
him
why they
finish.
never won another championship
finish.
after they won in 04. The
How they
90s
beat
was
the Lakers
clearly the
then?
best decade in basketball. I'd have, as I said, I have the 80s second, 2010s, and then the 2000s last, because the
Facts.
Eastern Conference was just complete garbage for almost all of the 2010s, for all of the 2000s.
Hold on, I got a question. I got a quick question.
Hold on, we'll get to questions after everybody gets.
Questions in a minute.
My bad. I
Hold
thought
on.
we were all done. I apologize. I thought we were all done.
Hold on, let me get to Sturdy. Sturdy, what you got? What's yours?
I'm gonna come off the
Yeah, I
top
got-
up if you say what's number the least.
I got number 4. You already know what it is, MacDef. 2010. I got the 2010 number 4.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I got 2010 number 4.
Oh, wow. I respect those.
In my opinion, that's when the East was one of his lowest times. And on top of that, look at the All NBA teams. The West had a little more to it. I do agree with MacDef. The lack of the pivot in regards to the forward center position was extremely lacking, and that was that's the only era when we saw a dynasty not rival with another dynasty. So that's why I got the 2010s last. In spite of being the golden age of point guards, still I got the 2010s as last. Then third, I got the 90s. The reason I got the 90s, obviously, I think the most underrated thing about the 90s we haven't discussed yet was the diversity of play. In spite of the slow pace, you still got the Bulls, the Pacers, the Rockets, as we know, the Seattle, and even the underrated teams like the Knicks and even Portland. Those guys were completely unique, brought a completely different style to the game. Not to mention under the radar teams like the Cavs and the Warriors of that time. The 90s I don't think it gets just due in regards to arguably being one of the best power forwards era, as well as an underrated guard era. Yes, I understand Jordan and Drexler were completely top heavy in regards to that, but you still have some very underrated point guards during that era. Second, I got the 80s. Primarily, the reason I got the 80s above the 90s is because, yes, the Western Conference wasn't competitive for the first half of the 80s. It was competitive towards the mid to late 80s with the Rockets, with the Portland, with Nuggets trying to make a run, with even Dallas trying to make a run. It was underrated competitive towards the mid to late 80s for the West. And let's be honest, bro, the NBA built us back off that Lakers and Celtics rivalry in the 80s, bro. Not to mention that an underrated top 5 team all time, that 83 Sixers team.
Yep.
And like I said earlier, it's the greatest small forward era in NBA history in regards to that decade. So that's why, and the level of innovation remember that year, that decade implemented private planes for teams. That decade was the transition from the NBA becoming a professional, respectable league. And that's why I got the 80s at the second. And then lastly, you know what it is, the 2000s.
in my opinion, that had a blend of the best of everything from style of play. Like I said before, point guard to power forward. There's 3 to 4 guys that you can put in your top 10 at their position all time during that decade. You got 3 different, despite of the East being weak, you still had 3 different teams of the East win that decade, which was the Pistons, the Celtics, and the Heat. And you had 2 dynasties competing in the same conference for that decade as well with the Spurs and the Lakers. And we saw a three-peat and a repeat during that decade. So we saw some of the most innovative offenses of that time with the Kings, the Suns, and and um and in my opinion the Bucks, and some of the most innovative defense at that time with Celtics and Pistons. So in those regards, that's why I give 2000. The diversity, the parity, and the level of talent you got, everything wrapped all in one in 2000. That's why I got it for Chris.
All right, let me get to also salute to Jay Carter 720 in the chat for hitting the Cash App, but he also gave his ranking. So I'm gonna add it to our since he hit the Cash App and put his ranking in there, I'm gonna add it to our panel. Jay Carter has the 2010s at number 4. He has the 80s at number 3. He has the 90s at number 2, and he has the 2000s at number 1. That's Jay Carter in the chat, man. Salute Jay Carter for hitting the Cash App supporting. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get to the next one. We got CL. CL, appreciate you pulling up.
Hey, bro.
What's your vote on this? And then give us a brief explanation as to why.
Great panel, guys. Great topic. To me, it goes 2010, 90s, 2000s, and then the 80s is the number 1 decade in history of basketball. And the reason why is this. The ABA had an influx of players coming into the NBA, all-time greats in their primes. Moses Malone, George Gervin, Kiki Vandeweghe was great coming from the ABA, Artis Gilmore, and the great Julius Erving. All came in their primes in the 80s. Magic Johnson and Larry Bird was drafted in the 80s. 2 of the all-time greats, no question, top 10 players. Hakeem Olajuwon, in my opinion, the top 10 player all time, drafted in the 80s and was a superstar. And of course, the great Michael Jordan. Now, a lot of people say he was better in the 90s. I don't think so. I think he was better in the 80s. He just didn't have a team around him. He was extraordinary in the 80s. You had Isaiah Thomas in the Detroit Pistons. The 89 Pistons, one of the greatest teams of all time. Like my man said, the 83 Sixers, one of the most underrated teams of all time, arguably one of the greatest team of all time, with the underrated Andrew Toney, Mo Cheeks, Julius Erving, Moses Malone, great team.
Bobby Jones,
one of the greatest, not one of, probably
Daryl
the
Dawkins,
greatest defensive players of all time. People don't even talk about him. So the Milwaukee Bucks was a tremendous team. They beat the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals in their prime. The Houston Rockets, when they had Hakeem Olajuwon and Ralph Sampson, tremendous team. They beat the Lakers in their prime. The Lakers, the 87 Lakers, no question, one of the greatest teams of all time. The 86 Celtics with Bill Walton, who came back after having those foot injuries, it rediscovered himself, one of the greatest six-mans for that 1 year in that time. Len Bias died in that time. He would have been one of the greatest. All the tremendous players that was drafted in the 80s in their primes came in from day one with superstars. So the 80s was the greatest era of basketball. Bird and Magic was probably the biggest superstars in American sports at the time. It was box office all around. Man, Isaiah Thomas, you can't dispute that the 80s was the greatest decade of all time. It created what the modern day NBA is right now. So I go to the 80s for number 1.
All right, I like that list actually. I don't mind that breakdown.
Yeah, that was cool.
We got OG Clamp. Salute, man. Eric, man. What you got, man? What's your list, man?
All right, so I'll name it from worst to best. So number 4, I'd probably have to say the 2010s. I'd say number 3 is the 90s, number 2 is the 80s, and then number 1 is the 2000s. And
that man got takes.
You said what?
Nah, go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna come off the top rope. Go ahead.
No. But I would say, to be honest with you, if you think about the 2000s and who was in that era, and I like to do it more from like if I had 5 players from that era versus 5 players from any other era, man. But like I would think you got Shaq, AI, and that's prime Shaq, Kobe, Duncan, KG. I'll take that 5 over any other era. It's 5 in my personal opinion. Like
90s
that's a
gonna fight the
nasty
fourth
5.
with them niggas.
But the person before me in terms of talking about the 80s, I think it's number 2, and it's fairly close, just because of all the points that he really pointed out in terms of the 80s really bringing the NBA, and as well as so many just killers in that era, man. Especially from a team perspective, Pistons. Of course, Mr. Fo, Moses Malone, and that Sixer squad was nasty as well too. He dominated Kareem, by the way, in that finals. And then if you go to the 90s, I mean, Jordan really carries it. I think it's really close between the 90s and the 2010s, to be completely honest with you. I think the 90s is overrated, in my personal opinion, just in terms of the overall talent and how it would pair up in today's NBA. I think a lot of the bigs, other than maybe like Hakeem, would struggle, to be completely honest with you, just because they were so brutish in the way they played. But that's another story for another day. And then 2010s, I mean, you do have some great players in that era, of course. LBJ really coming to his own. But overall, I think the league was a little bit more exciting from a points per game perspective, but weaker overall in terms of just overall like basketball IQ, knowledge, etc. I think there's better athletes today than there in the 2010s than it was in the 90s, if you will. But just overall, that's kind of my top 4 ranking.
All right, man. I messed with it. And then we got Sony in the chat. I got Boba in the backstage. I see Jared and I see Boba. Jared, I put you in the backstage because when I called on you, you wasn't ready, so I didn't think you was here. But let me get to Sony real quick, and then I'm gonna give mine. Sony, man, what you got?
Hey guys, what's going on, man?
What's good?
All right, so more or less, I think I agree with some of the last few panelists. I would probably say, so from worst to best, I would go 90s, definitely the worst. Probably the most
Jump off a bridge tomorrow.
one of the most overrated eras overall is the 90s era. And then I would probably go 2010s, and then the 80s, and then the 2000s is probably the best. And then for more or less, I think Sturdy pretty much hit it on the head for some of the reasons that he said. So I'd probably agree with what he said. Basically, I think, with the 2000s, we had, a lot of just elite players at multiple positions, which a lot of people don't give that credit for. And then we saw some of the best defenses played in the 2000s, which I think made it extremely difficult for some of the perimeter players and even some of the younger guys that came into the league, like LeBron and D-Wade got drafted in 2003. So they had to adjust to those rules immediately and go through those tough defenses too. Obviously, Kobe went through all of that stuff as well as the T-Mac and all these guys. So I hold a lot of those players with a lot of respect because I feel like the shots that they were having to take, the defenses that they played, when I look at 90s, it's very different. That's why Jordan, to me, had it much easier. He plays against defense like that. There's just no way he's accomplishing what he accomplished, or nor would he be as efficient as he was.
Oh my god.
He wouldn't. I mean, he's being guarded by Jeff
Hornacek.
Hornacek.
Defenses
Sorry,
in the 90s.
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Go ahead.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Wait
Relax.
till
I
after.
mean, it's
We
just
could
facts.
definitely
I mean,
coming off
It's
the
just
top.
wrong.
I'm seeing him being guarded by John Starks and Jeff Hornaceks of the world, and
Facts.
you're gonna compare that to guys like Ron Artest and freaking guys like Shane Battiers and Bruce Bowens, and they're being backed up by who? Who's anchoring those defenses?
Hey,
Look
who
at
was
who's
guard?
anchoring those defenses.
Bro, y'all gotta
Let him
Let me
finish.
finish.
We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to
Who's anchoring those defenses? Guys like Tim Duncan,
Tim
Kevin
Duncan,
Garnett,
right?
Ben Wallace. Like, come on, these dudes are
Yeah.
freaking. You could help, you could double, you could triple, you could zone up, you can man up, you can one box, you can do
Michael
everything.
Olowokandi, you right? Come
Yeah,
on,
you can do everything. So I don't get that. So 2000s to me is by far the best, and 90s, like I said, I'm just shocked when I hear from people hype up the 90s. One dude made the 90s. Take that one dude off of it. Who you got?
Yeah.
We give Hakeem
Patrick
some credit
Ewing.
and respect.
what's
Patrick
dude's
Ewing.
name?
I'm
Hold on.
from
Yo, let him finish, man.
I'm from New York, so I watched those 90s Knicks teams, dude. No one other than Knicks fans, okay, and Jordan groupies are gonna hype up that Knicks team.
That's
Freaking
right.
John
He right.
Starks.
He right.
I mean, I'm a
Charles
Knicks
Oakley.
fan
I like
myself.
this guy.
Let him finish. Let him finish, y'all. Let him
Because
finish.
a lot of us sit there and watch Charles Oakley highlights, right? Come on, man. What are you people What are you
Bro,
talking
please finish
about?
before it gets out of hand.
I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead. You guys
Good
can go.
take,
I
I'm
like
done.
this guy.
Good
Hold
take.
on. Lamar, it's Lamar's turn. Relax, y'all. Damn.
We coming back to that. That's a great take, though.
All right, my order.
90s, we know. Come on.
No, it's not. My order
You're a
is.
man of the cloth, Lamar. Don't lie.
I'm gonna go with at number 4. I'm gonna go with the 2010s. I mean, just of the 4 that we have left, it's to me just the least impressive era, if you're just being honest. I mean, and this is from a multi-layered perspective, from a cultural, from a business, from a talent, from a competition edge. I think 2010s lands at 4. At number 3, I got the 90s. I kind of agree with some of the other takes about the 90s. I just think the nostalgia over the 90s dominates and carries it for the most part. But for the most part, its talent is lackluster. Its competition is lackluster. And, you know, other than the nostalgia of Jordan, I just don't see much about the 90s that could carry it. But the nostalgia of Jordan is extremely strong. It almost comes close to carrying it for an entire decade and almost elevates it up there at number 3 spot. So number 3 isn't bad. I'm at 2. I got the 80s. And obviously there would be no 90s if it's not for the Magic and Bird resurrecting the league. And then you also have, I think, more of a competitive balance in the 80s with the Dr. J's and teams like that. As far as just a talent perspective, I know that the Celtics and the Lakers dominated the winning, but just from a talent perspective across the board, I think the 80s was a bit more balanced. I think as you go into the 90s with the expansion teams, things got a bit watered down. And then obviously, just like what Sturdy said with the 2000s, I think with the 2000s, you have the best blend of everything from the cultural standpoint, from the business side, from entertainment value, from the star individual talent perspective. So you had the individual talents, and then you also had dominant teams in there as well. So you had a little bit of everything in the 90s. So if you pluck the best from almost any other decade, I think the 90s has an element of what makes each of the other decades the best. From the star value of the 90s, from the talent perspective that you see in the 80s, I think the 2000 has it. Competition was all over the place. And then you also had the rivalries and things of that nature. So I got to go with the 2000s at the number 1 spot for me. But like I said, I'm keeping track of what everybody's ranking is. I see what's going on in the chat and the poll right now. We got the 2000s at number 1 at 48%, followed by the 2010s at 26%, 90s at 15%, and then the 80s at 11%.
The chat is
like
horrible.
I said,
2010.
Yeah, the chat are casuals.
A bunch of milk drinkers.
What the hell?
I don't know. Hey, I didn't say that, Chad. That was a
I
boy.
did.
Called a milk drinker. That's
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
disrespectful.
I'm gonna
crazy.
hold on 1 second. Big Storm. I'm gonna just drop you down real quick. I'm gonna bring you back up just so I can bring Boba.
Wait,
up so he
hold
can
on. I was talking about the go, but can I get my take off real quick?
Yeah, no. I'm gonna let you give your take. I'm just gonna drop you. You're just gonna be in the backstage. I'm gonna bring you
No,
right
I'm
back
saying
up.
is I was gonna go after I got my take off. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
my take is that 1, the 90s does have high nostalgia. 2, the 90s Eastern Conference was terrible. If only 2 teams made it out that far. Not 2 teams, only one Eastern Conference team won. It ain't that good. Catch y'all later.
Well, I think the one thing when you talk about competition in the 90s, well, I think the one thing that a lot of people don't talk about the 90s, there were multiple years in the 90s where 20% of the league lost 60 games. And
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
So that's a lot of losing across the bottom of your league. They're doing a ton of losing, and that only happens because your expansion just completely thins you out.
Mm-hmm.
And I just literally watched teams like the Celtics and the Clippers just kind of stay desolate for years and years on end with no way to really improve their roster because the expansion teams were really taking the lion's share of the incoming talent. And so, yeah, it just was thinned out. And the problem with the expansion teams is they got the talent, but they were poorly ran organizations. So the coaching was bad. So you have good players like the Charlotte Hornets, bad coaching. And then you have the Orlando Magic when they first started. Good players, bad coaching. And even with the Miami Heat, good players, bad coaching. And it took them a while to get their footing. But it also left the other teams without any real pieces to compete. But let me bring up Boba real quick. Boba, let me get your ranking on this, and then we just can all talk about it as I kind of tally up the panel votes.
On all the eras?
On the four that we have.
So, yeah.
What's the four?
The four is the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. Rank them from worst to best.
80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s.
2010s.
Yeah, 2010s, 90s, 2000s, 80s.
And you got to explain why.
Why do you have that? Why you have that particular ranking?
I think the 80s are the best.
Okay.
I think there should be a lot of value put into the fact that the Bird and Magic and the 80s in general just kind of revitalized the NBA after what happened in the 70s. So I think that's the main reason why it should be the best. The 2000s, I think I think there was a lot of great players kind of trickled around through the 2000s. I think I think Kobe was great, LeBron and all these. I think the 2000s was great. It's just kind of a preference for me. I like the 80s with Magic and Bird. I like the 2000s with kind of how that was kind of more of an oriented on team basketball a little bit. I don't like the 90s outside of like the top players, and the 2010s just seems least impressive to me. Really, it kind of seems, especially with the Eastern Conference, and really in a lot of these decades with the Eastern Conference. But I think the 2010s in particular was really bad. So yeah, I'm gonna go with that. It's not a whole lot of thought put into it. It's just what I prefer, to be honest.
No, that's fine. No, we get it. That it is what it is. All right. So we got your tally right there. So hold on one second. Let me hold on one second. Hold on, Sonny. I'm gonna put you here in the backstage, Sonny, just so I can bring you. Sonny, stay right there, Sonny, because I'm gonna bring you right back up.
The 80s and
Jared,
2000s.
you ready?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right,
I'm ready, Lamont.
I need your list.
Okay. So you want me to go from worst to first?
Yeah.
Do what you want, bro. Do what you want, Jared.
Okay,
Do what you want.
Got you. Okay, so my number 4 is the 2000s, Lamont. Number
What?
3.
Let him finish, yo. Let him finish, man.
Jared is the smartest person on the panel next to Mac Dev. Go ahead.
Let me finish. So number 4 is 2000s, like I said. I've got the 1980s at number 3. I've got the 2010s
Oh no,
at
he's
number
trolling.
2.
Milk drinker.
No, I'm not trolling.
Let him finish, yo. Let him finish, yo.
Okay, so like I said, I got the 1980s at number 3, the 2010s at number 2, and I've got the 90s at number 1.
He's trolling.
Yeah.
He's smart.
Yo, come on, yo.
That's a smart man. Let him finish.
Okay, so I'm gonna explain why one by one. So I've got the 2000s at number 4 just because, like another dude said, the East was garbage in the 2000s. Not only was the East garbage in the 2000s, but the games were so low scoring it was hard to watch. Like it just puts you to sleep in that era. Like it really did. But
that's the 90s.
Hey, mute your background if you're on a microwave, man.
Oh, hot pocket eating ass nigga. Go ahead.
No, but anyway,
I fuck with hot pockets.
That's not an insult. I like hot pockets.
No, it wasn't an insult. I wouldn't name nothing nasty.
No, but anyway, for number 3, I've got the 1980s. The reason I got the 80s at number 3 is just because I felt like, I won't say there wasn't a whole lot of competition in the 80s as far as I'm concerned, but I just felt like when you have this conglomerate of Magic and Larry who basically dominated, like they literally went to I think all but one finals in the 80s.
Is that
like
true?
when you have two, you basically have two teams that basically said, hey, give me that, essentially. Like nobody else basically had a chance. For number 2, I've got the 2010s. The reason I've got the 2010s at number 2 is because I feel like just that's when you start to see the ridiculous talent influx in the league where just you start to see like more skill really start to blossom in the 2010s. Like it was crazy. And at number one, I've got the 1990s. I really don't have to explain much of why I have the 1990s. All I have to say is Michael Jordan. Like
then the Bulls dominated.
Hold on, CL. Hold on, CL. Jerry, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. That's literally
Nigga Jordan.
All right,
That's
hold
what
on.
he
Let
said.
Lamont do what he do.
Okay,
He
Lamont,
said
what's up?
Jordan. He said it.
He said because of Jordan. That's the only reason why.
Mac Duff, I got some choice words for you after this. As soon as Lamont tallies votes, nigga, I got some choice words after this, bro.
He said Jordan. You heard him.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bro, wait, what's wrong?
That was
terrible.
Lamont, you got the votes?
Jared, that was the most impressive
take.
list I've heard.
Absolutely
That
ridiculous.
was very intelligent. Oh my god.
Jesus. 90s.
90s are number one. Jeez.
That is the most impressive list out of everything.
80s and last.
Mac Duff, that's the most impressive list. 2000s last, nigga.
They had one great team the whole decade. The Bulls. That's it.
Is that not what you criticize the 80s for?
The 80s had three or four all-time great teams.
I know, but he criticizes the 80s for Bird and Magic dominating.
Right.
The 90s had one
Hold
player.
on. So this is what we got for so far. We got one vote, one first place vote for the 2010s, 3 first place votes for the 80s, 5 first place votes for the 90s, and 5 first place votes for the 2000s. So right now we're stuck at a tie on the panel, at least. We're stuck at a tie between the 2000s and the 90s. So those are the last 2 teams standing. But when we go to the poll, let's go ahead and end it since we're done. Yeah, in the poll, it's not as close. You got the 2000s winning out in the poll, taking up about 50% of the vote, while the 90s is only getting 12%, 80s 9%, and the 2010s 28%. So
that means there's a lot of millennials voting.
Right.
So Lamont, real quick.
You never know.
A lot of milk drinkers.
Lamont, as we talk about it real quick, can you also give me the second place votes count?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me do second place votes.
It's either you like the 90s.
Lamont, I mean, Mac Duff, how dare you, nigga? How dare you portray Kobe Bryant, nigga? Hold on, nigga. How dare you, nigga? Hold on. What era? Hold on, nigga. Hold on, bro. You saw the greatest season of your life in 2006, nigga. Did you forget? Hold on, nigga. Oh no, yes, in 2006. Well, that man, Kobe Bryant, in 2006, averaged 30. Was the only player in NBA history that averaged 35 points, be the first and make first team on defense. Mac Duff, how dare you, nigga? We talking about the era he won all 5 of his rings, nigga. He scored 81, nigga. He gonna choose the 90s over this shit?
Oh my god.
Hey, one the 2000s when all the 80s and 90s fans start watching basketball. Yeah, that's what happened.
Mac Duff said, forget Iverson, forget Kobe. You are nothing.
I put him I put the 2000.
No, nigga, you said they ain't nothing. You said they nothing.
Why is Iverson one of the players that he brings up when you say leave them out and it's nothing?
No, I'm saying, Mac Duff love Iverson.
Here's the second place vote.
Trolling.
The second place votes. It's the 2010s with 2, the 80s with 4, the 90s with 2, and hold on.
Oh my god, are we just gonna let him off the hook with that list he had?
Who? And then we got 6 for the 2000s.
Hey, Lamont, you know what that means, Lamont? That means the 2000 get the MVP. That's what that means.
Yeah, see,
it means a lot of people voting never watched basketball in the 90s.
Right, or the 80s. They don't even know what they talking about.
No, y'all can't say that because the thing is, it's about a
What you
totality.
mean you can't say that? That is the totality.
It's about a totality of all of the things that we talked about. It's not just. You see, the thing is, when we heard a couple people say for the 90s, oh, the Eastern Conference was weak. Okay, I mean the problem with that logic is I can go to any decade and point to a span of 5 years or so when one conference was considered weak and the other one was strong. So I don't know if that's strong. And when we talk about these decades, it's more than just if what conference was weak or strong. It's about the talent in that era. It's about we talked about a number of things, the cultural impact from marketing and things of that nature, the entertainment factor of the league during that time. So it's a lot of things that go into it other than if the East was weak or strong. Like Jared talked about that a lot, but you didn't mention nothing else. You know,
That's
but
it's not fair to compare the 90s to the 2000s for cultural impact because the internet was not even around in the early 90s. So of course the 2000s had a bigger cultural impact in the 90s because in the 90s the internet was just coming up. It wasn't that big yet.
But
it's
that's
just
not.
media got much
But
bigger
it's just like media coverage in the 90s was much greater than 60s or 70s.
Yep.
So I mean, so the thing is, do we blame the 90s for that, or we just say, well, you guys, it just wasn't as entertaining.
It's just
The game didn't have much of an impact because they hadn't expanded and became international yet.
TV ratings were better in the 90s.
But you had even
player.
mentioned. Hold on, Brandon. But you had even mentioned you talked about black players not even playing. So again, there's certain things, and then there's the myth that you talk about with the TV ratings. Where I think one of the biggest myths. This is something that I studied with my master's for my thesis a year and a half ago. The viewership of the NBA is at the highest it's ever been in history. And the problem with the ratings is that the only thing that, back in the 90s, everybody watched on tube television.
Right.
So it was easy to track something called the Nielsen ratings, as opposed to in this era when you have people watching off streaming services and, there's a million different ways. You can even watch live NBA games on YouTube. Right. Nielsen ratings can't account for that.
Right.
And so there's too many things. So, and there's far less people actually just watching pure cable TV, which is what the Nielsen rate. So the thing is, yes, Nielsen rating as far as cable TV numbers are down, but streaming numbers are skyrocketed through the roof, which is why the money with the media dollars going into the NBA is at an all-time high. These players are getting unbelievable money because viewership is through the roof. Players are making $60 million a year now pretty soon because media dollars and these media deals are going through the roof. Y'all really think if viewership was down, these media contracts would be as astronomical as they are? I don't believe so.
I'm talking about the 2000s, not now. I agree with you now. TV ratings are through the roof. What I'm saying, though, is the problem the NBA had with TV ratings in the 2000s is the Spurs were consistently making deep runs, conference finals and finals, and the Spurs have always been horrendous in the U.S. for TV ratings. They do well internationally.
That's still one
really
element.
The NBA with TV ratings,
but that's still one very small element that encompasses the entire.
It's not. 2000s. They were in the finals a lot.
No. That's still. It's when you talk about the entire 2000s, right? When we're talking about everything across the board from talent. I mean, if you want to harp on the Spurs and say that that's going to take up about 60-70% of why you voted that they're not the best, well then
no, it's not why I voted. But the 90s also had
if you balance it out, if you look at every element that we discuss fairly, I don't know how you put the 90s over the 2000s.
Because the 90s is the only era where both conferences were very strong for most of the decade. Like
that's one element, and both conferences were not very strong.
Conference was complete trash for almost the entire 2000s, the entire decade.
But here's the thing, Brandon. In spite of that, like I said before, there was 3 teams in the East that won a championship. That's the same amount as the Lakers. I mean, the same amount as the 80s, and that's more than I believe the same amount as the 2010s as well. Despite that, the best teams of that East was competing with the best teams of the West.
There was never a year where the East had more than 1 or 2 teams that were legit contenders. The East was complete garbage for most of the 2000s. In the 1990s, the West.
So Brandon, why did they win 3 chips? Why did the Eastern Conference win 3 championships? If it was so inferior, why did they win 3 championships?
I'm not. You're looking at the conference through one team. A conference.
No, I'm looking at it through the winners. It was 3 different teams. 3 different teams won.
Right, but each of those years that an Eastern Conference team won, the Eastern Conference was garbage. None of those years were there more than 2 good teams in the conference. In the 1990s,
2008, that's not true.
let me finish.
2006, that's not true.
In the 1990s,
2006, 2008, that's not true.
Contending teams: Houston, Utah, Seattle, and Phoenix. 4, just in one conference.
And niggas don't want to talk about 04. That was not true either.
Hey guys, another factor.
East never had more than 2 contending teams per year.
No, in 08 they did though.
Hey guys, another fact about the 90s. The 90s.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me ask y'all a question though. How do you see? Here's my thing. How do you try to make up this thing where the West had contending teams when, if we're being honest, no team was contending with the Bulls? There was nobody that y'all predicted. There was never a year in the 90s where Jordan actually played a full year and you said, okay, this team definitely has the opportunity to beat the Bulls. It was always the only conversation there was.
I disagree strongly.
Hold on, Brandon. The only conversation, Jared, hold on. There was only one conversation. Who's playing the Bulls in the finals and how many games are the Bulls going to beat them in? Remember, the Seattle Supersonics were one of the most lopsided. Hold on one second, Brandon.
Hold on, Brandon.
The Seattle Supersonics were one of the most lopsided NBA Finals matchups in NBA history. The Seattle Supersonics were not given a chance in hell to win.
No.
And the same could be. And when you talk about a Laker team that had an injured James Worthy, right? And then when you talk about one of their best players being out, they really didn't have a chance. That Blazer team, again, another lopsided matchup where absolutely nobody picked the Blazers to win. You go to that Phoenix Suns matchup where I think that might have been their. I think, to be honest, that might have been their best match. That might have been their best matchup on paper. But again, we see how that panned out because once you got outside of Charles Barkley, they really didn't have any true stars to contend with the star power that the Chicago Bulls had and the talent that they had. There was a humongous talent gap there. And then with the Utah Jazz, it goes back to what Jerry Sloan said. Jerry Sloan said, we have absolutely no way to improve our roster to compete with the Bulls. He says, we got to come back with the same team and run it back against a Bulls team that came into the 90s, locked, loaded, and ready to go, while everybody else is trying to scrap together pieces after getting stripped down from these expansion drafts and losing resources because draft compensation was given to the expansion team. So when you look at it like that, and then when you compile on top of that, you have a league where, yes, you're going to have teams loaded with 50 wins in the Western Conference when you have 20% of the league losing 60 games. So again, there's also a counter to that. You have better teams. It looks like better teams at the top, but your bottom looks like complete garbage with multiple teams losing 60 games. So then how do you weigh that? So again, there's a lot of flaws across the board. And then we talk about the Jordan factor. This was a league This was a league that was carried by Jordan and Jordan only. How do we know this was true? Because when Jordan retired, it was not a very watchable product. You can claim it was, but we know it wasn't.
Yep.
So, I mean,
I got to.
What you forgetting is that the Pacers and Knicks forced the Bulls to a game.
Look at the Bulls titles. Every single finals the Bulls were in went 6, except the first year against the Lakers. And that Lakers team was decimated by injuries. Worthy high ankle sprain, Magic hamstring, Byron Scott was hurt too. Okay, the Bulls, Phoenix had a better record than the Bulls. Utah had a better record than the Bulls. The Knicks in the Eastern Conference had a better record than the Bulls. If Paxson doesn't hit the 3 against Phoenix in Game 6, when the Bulls are down 2 with 10 seconds left, the Bulls are on the road against Phoenix in Game 7. If Jordan doesn't hit the shot, the game winner against Russell.
You're giving us a dialogue of things we already know. But Brandon, didn't you just hold on, Brandon? But didn't you just tell us? Because we know that all of these records don't truly mean you're dealing with a great team, because you just finished explaining to us how bad a 60-win Atlanta Hawk team was. There's a lot of people that can go. There's a lot of people that can go parade around that Atlanta Hawk team and say, "Yeah, LeBron beat a 60-win Hawk team," but you guys are going to say, "Oh yeah, we knew that team was garbage." But you're trying to parade around to us a whole bunch of 50-win teams like they were just the greatest thing smoking, when you ain't telling us. When you're completely trying to disregard the lack of competition that these teams beat to get those 50 wins. So again, don't fake like these records mean everything, because you just finished tearing down the Hawks, a 60-win Hawk team with 4 All-Stars, mind you. trying to tell us that they never stood a chance. So don't
I
try to
didn't
fool us
care
with
much.
these 50. Don't try to fool us with these 50-win 90s teams because we all know that you never picked any one of those teams to beat the Bulls. They never stood a chance. The Knicks never stood a chance. Jordan said his toughest competition ever in the playoffs was the Pacers, not any of those Western Conference teams that they ran through year in and year out in the finals.
Okay, I completely disagree with you. Remember, the
You
Knicks
don't have
were
to
up
disagree
2-0
with
on
me.
the Bulls.
Jordan
The Knicks
said it
were up
himself.
2-0 on the Bulls, Lamar.
Jordan
That's wrong.
said,
when you talk about the Seattle series, Seattle was very competitive with the Bulls.
I don't care
Let
what
me
you
finish.
think
You
was
made your point.
competitive.
Lamar,
Michael
you made
Jordan
your
said
point.
out
Come on, you made your
Jordan
point.
said out of his mouth, my only competition was the Pacers.
Yeah, he
So
did
you
say
trying
that.
to tell me, you trying to convince me that these
Jordan's
other teams
full
were
of shit.
competition? No, that you can say, but hold on. So the guy that
How he
played,
full of shit?
so the guy that
No,
actually
Jordan
played the
has
game is
bias
full of shit.
against teams and players like
So
everybody
we're
else.
hold on. So we're supposed.
Stop
Hold on.
it,
Why would he
Brandon.
love the
hated
Pacers
Reggie
so much?
Miller. He
Yeah,
hated
stop
Reggie
it.
Miller.
Thank you.
Why would he sit there and prop up the Pacers when he got into
Yeah,
multiple
come on,
fights? He
Brandon.
hated Reggie.
I don't
He hated
like,
the
I don't-
Pacers.
I don't,
He hated
you're
Larry.
overrating what Jordan said. I mean, if
No,
you
no, no.
watch
No,
these
But
no,
what
he's
you're
not.
trying to
He
do is you're
said
trying to
it.
sell
they
us
were not
teams.
one-sided.
You're trying to sell us teams that we know weren't as good. You're trying to
The Knicks
convince
were
us,
up 2-0
and we
on the
already
Bulls,
know.
Lamont. They were up 2-0.
They weren't that
Hold on.
They
See,
came
what
back.
people
They
try
were
to
never
do
a
is,
threat.
y'all.
They
I
were
want
never
y'all
a
to.
threat.
I want y'all to answer just this question: how is the Bulls Knicks a true rivalry when the Knicks never won?
Right.
How? That's
The
like
Knicks
saying the
won
Raptors
one
and the
time.
Cavs were a
And
rivalry
Jordan wasn't
when the
there.
Cavs never
One
won.
time.
You
Lamar,
cannot say that's a rival when they're getting beat down every time.
Lamar, they was meeting
They
each
weren't
other in
getting
the
beat
playoffs every
down.
year.
No,
What?
you're only
What?
saying it's a rivalry because it was the only team that made it look good, but they lost every time. That's not a rivalry. That's
They
getting
fought
beat
the
down.
game
Like
seven.
They
Finals
lost because
was
of
very
Jordan.
competitive too.
Game
Pooty,
six.
Pooty,
No,
Pooty,
you
Pooty.
can't.
Finals.
You say it
Seattle
was competitive.
Seattle
Getting
when
beat down
Gary
every year
Payton
ain't
started
competitive.
guarding Jordan,
Pooty,
that
Pooty.
finals became very competitive.
They were
That
down
was a
it can be
3-0.
68
competitive
series.
and not a
Down
rivalry.
3-0.
You
Yeah.
have to.
25 a game.
You have
That
to
was a
sell
very
that.
competitive
But
final.
Brandon,
No,
you have to
Brandon,
sell that to
stop.
us.
What?
Oh,
You
brother.
have to. You have
They
to
were
try to
not
convince us
competitive.
that it was competitive. You have to.
It was. No, the
They
reason
weren't
the Bulls were up
competitive,
3-0
Brandon.
You
on
try to
Seattle.
just
Wait,
like
let
you
me
try to
make
convince
let,
us
let me finish.
that
The reason the
that a
Bulls went up 3-0
supersonic
on
team that
Seattle
got
was
eliminated by an
Seattle's
8 seed was
plane
competitive.
got stuck
They're
in a
not
different city
competitive.
before game 3. So they
No, you're
literally
trying to
got 2
convince
hours
us
of
of
sleep
something
before
that's
game
not true.
3. After Gary Payton guarded Jordan, Seattle
Brandon,
won 2
stop it.
games. They were right back in that series.
Thank
Seattle
you.
was very
They was
competitive.
never
They
in
were
that
down
series.
3-0 though,
Bulls did
Brandon.
not
No,
walk
no.
over those
They
teams.
were down 3-0.
They was down. No,
Yeah,
they
they were
was
down
Blame
3-0
George
because they
Karl.
got fucked with their plane going into game 3, which is
Bro,
well
we
no,
documented.
stopped.
When Gary
They're down
Payton started
3-0.
guarding Jordan, that
no,
series became
no,
very
no.
That was
competitive.
game 4.
If I'm not
No, it was
mistaken,
game
y'all, that
3.
was if I'm not mistaken, that was on Father's Day. And Michael started reminiscing about his dad. That's why he played bad in Seattle. If I'm not mistaken. That's crazy.
No,
That.
he
No,
won the
Gary
championship on
Payton
Father's Day.
started
No,
guarding
well,
Jordan.
Man,
Hey, y'all,
that was
it
a
doesn't
crazy
Didn't
matter.
play
The
well.
Bulls
Y'all
won
did
the
that.
No,
series.
he was
That
just
was
getting
crazy.
on
The
his
That-
ass.
Bulls won the
That's
series
what?
4-2. 4-2.
Right. But the whole series changed when Gary Payton started
It
guarding
don't matter
Jordan.
what
Thank
he
No, he
you,
did.
didn't.
They
Hey,
3-0,
lost. You're
Brandon.
trying to
he
sell
said
us
he
a lie.
started. He
You're
started
not.
thinking about his
If you
dad in
watch the
Seattle.
series, it was very
Yes, he
Y'all
competitive.
did.
try to
Brandon,
look.
you're
I've never
capping.
see the thing is, I've never heard y'all 90s fans cap for LeBron James when he loses, but
Nah.
you cap for the Supersonics when they lose. Oh, they were competitive. No, they
No, they
lost.
wasn't. They wasn't.
They were
I don't want to
competitive.
hear
It
that
was
they
a
were
They
6-game
lost.
competitive.
series.
It is what it is.
In
LeBron
Utah,
defense.
No.
wasn't competitive. They lost both
Yes, it
times.
was.
The
They
Oh,
was
Knicks weren't
making
Utah
conference
competitive.
lost
finals
in
almost
6.
every
The
They were
year.
Knicks
very
only
competitive.
beat the Bulls when Jordan retired. So
Right.
again, how competitive was
and
it
Billy
when your
did that.
best player has to be out of the game
Knicks weren't
before you
good.
even come close
Right.
to sniffing the Bulls.
And if
The
it wasn't
Bulls
for Hugh
needed
Hollins with
buzzer
that call
beaters
on Pippen, they
to
probably
How
would
is
beat
that
him.
a rivalry?
They were very competitive.
You keep selling us these fake
It wasn't
rivalries in the
No, it
90s.
wasn't no rivalry.
Brandon.
A rivalry is actually back and forth.
No, I didn't. Utah Chicago was a rivalry.
No, when
Bulls
you
Knicks
did
was
your
a rivalry.
diatribe,
But the
you
Bulls
said
needed buzzer
you
beaters
said the
to beat Utah in
rivalries of
6.
the 90s were so
No.
great. Bulls and Knicks. No, that wasn't a rivalry. That was a bloodbath.
Right.
It wasn't
Okay,
a
so the
bloodbath.
Knicks
It was
beat the
there were
Bulls.
was
Hold on,
tough
hold on,
series.
Lamont.
The
Lamont.
Knicks forced
Beat the
game
life
7.
out of the Knicks.
But the
They were
Knicks
tough
beat
series.
the Bulls, so that makes it a
No, they
rivalry, Bayo.
didn't.
That's
No,
what
they
it
Try to
didn't.
is.
As
sell
that
this
Michael
fake
was down, they
rivalry
barely
to us.
won because
Y'all
Hugh Hollins
always
made
try
that
to
call.
sell. Who was the Bulls' rival? I want y'all to tell me. Who was the
The
Bulls'
Bulls'
rival in
biggest
the
rival
90s?
was
The
the
Pacers
Knicks.
wasn't a rival, man.
The
They
Pistons.
had no rival. That's the
I don't
answer.
think
Can
the
I
Pacers
speak?
ever beat us in
Can I speak
Chicago.
real quick?
Because y'all over the place.
Y'all trying to sell us these
in the
fake
90s. Hold
fake
on.
nostalgia.
Lamont,
The
you have
NBA
revisionist history.
theme
Those
music got
finals
y'all
were very
twisted.
competitive, other
To
than the
answer your
Lakers.
question,
No,
They
the
be
NBA
competitive
on
and still
NBC
lost,
theme music made you think it was competitive. Marv
No, they
Albert
were.
convinced you it was going to be
Right.
competitive.
That's
The
it,
Bulls
Lamont.
needed buzzer
NBC did a
beaters.
much
If y'all
better
heard,
job
if y'all
marketing
listened to
NBA
Marv
than
Albert
anybody.
before them games, he would really have y'all
Yes.
believing that the Knicks had a shot.
Yes,
They
yes.
did. They were up
NBC
2-0.
did a tremendous
In
job
92,
marketing
the
NBA.
Knicks
They
went.
had no chance,
Hold on,
bro.
They
I'm
won
gonna play
60
it, y'all.
games.
Listen to this shit. Listen
Yeah.
to Marv
4
Albert
straight,
before these
Brandon.
games. This shit convinced me that the Knicks might win, and we already know the result. Listen to this, man. This is crazy. Hold on, let me pull this up.
Now stop capping, Brandon.
Knicks would have had no chance.
Jared,
I'm
didn't you
not.
pick the
You
90s as the
guys
best
have
era?
revisionist
No chance.
history because the Bulls
Yeah, I picked
won.
the 90s. I
Those
picked
were
the 90s.
6-game series. The Bulls won with buzzer beaters.
Thank you.
That don't mean nothing. There was no threat to win the series, though. They
Oh,
never
that's
won
wrong.
Chicago.
If the Bulls
They
had
might have won
won,
As a
one game.
Knicks fan, I
They
still
never.
think he
Draft
possibly
was
could have
It's
won.
because
What are
of
you saying?
Jordan, though, bro. It's because of Jordan.
It wasn't because of Jordan, youngster. It was because of the Bulls, the whole team. It
Nobody
wasn't
was
just
beating
Jordan.
Jordan.
It wasn't
But who was
Jordan.
the best
No, it
player
wasn't
in
just
that
Jordan.
series, though?
It wasn't just Jordan. They were one of the greatest defensive teams of all time
Who
Hold on,
because
was
y'all.
the
Listen
best
to this.
player?
Jordan was
Grant
the
and
Bulls.
Rodman and everything. It
Hold on.
wasn't Jordan, man.
Jordan was the Bulls.
I want y'all to listen
Oh,
to
you
this.
sound like
I
a
want y'all to
clown,
listen to
man.
this. Let's check this out, y'all. Listen to how Marv Albert will really convince you that this is going to be a good game. Well, he going to convince you that the Knicks have a chance. Check this out. But we all know the answer. I want y'all just to listen. Mute your mic so everybody can hear the nostalgia. This is how potent Marv Albert in the 90s was, man. It's crazy.
When the New York Knicks faced the Chicago Bulls in Game 6, they weren't thinking about their own elimination. No, these Knicks sensed something special about this improbable playoff run. Even the sight of Patrick Ewing limping off with a sprained ankle didn't mean the end. For the Knicks faithful, it rekindled memories of Willis Reed and that championship year when he found the courage to overcome injury. And in a similar inspired effort, Patrick Ewing rejoined the battle. And battle he did. He threw his will into his work and his wounded body into the opposition. And when it was done and he had nothing left to give, only then was he led away victorious. Now it's Michael Jordan and the Bulls who also face elimination. Can they find the courage and the championship effort needed to win? Or are we about to witness one of the greatest upsets in basketball history? Pat Riley and his Knicks believe it's possible. Today, for one of these teams, the title quest continues. For the other, time runs out.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1992 NBA playoffs. Today, it's the New York Knicks versus the Chicago.
I told y'all. Now,
The New York bias was so obvious.
how many of y'all,
Jesus.
if you was an alien and you didn't even know the result of this game, I might bet all my money on the Knicks, man. Ewing, oh man, that's crazy.
Man, that was classic, Lamont. I don't know what y'all
I know.
talking about.
I felt that's what I'm saying. Marv Albert tricked y'all.
Not,
No, he
not the
didn't.
people in Chicago, Lamar.
Marv Albert
this
tricked
is-
y'all.
Look, could I
Not the
speak? Let
people
me
in
speak on that.
Chicago.
Hold on. I want y'all to tell me one announcer in today since 2000 on up who can announce that game and convince you that an underdog has a chance better than Marv Albert. Who's done it? Can nobody do an intro like that?
Nobody.
I don't know.
Nobody.
I don't know about
That's when you had real.
Kevin Harlan comes close, though.
Marv got half of y'all still hypnotized, man.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, I disagree.
You're falling into your own narrative.
Well, this
Point is,
speak on the
Knicks
90s.
forced a game 7. They was one of the two teams to even force the Bulls that far. They forced them.
Hey, Pootie, check this out, Pootie. I watched the Houston Rocket team force the Warriors to a game 7, but you know what?
Yeah.
I still knew the Warriors was going to win.
Yeah.
See, what happens
I
is
was
when you play.
watching that.
See, this is the problem. This
Go
is
ahead.
one thing that y'all don't take into consideration. When you play a conference opponent over and over and over again, it becomes harder to beat them every time. But generally in a 7-game series, the best team always wins out. So again, you don't care. The game might be closer because that's your familiar opponent, but it don't necessarily mean it's a rivalry or it's very competitive. The Pacers
That's
became
not
hard to
true.
beat for the Bulls because they played them a ton.
Mhm.
And they saw them a ton. But it
And
don't mean the Pacers stood a legitimate chance because none of y'all picked the Pacers to win.
here's
Like
another.
y'all never
Pacers
picked the
were beating
Pacers
the
to
Bulls
win.
in Game 7 with 5 minutes left. To say they didn't have a chance to win is
Yeah,
just
they
wrong.
didn't have a chance. Okay,
But
but
did you
Brandon,
pick them
who
though?
won, Brandon? Who won? Brandon, who won?
The
The better
Pacers
team.
were winning with 5 minutes
But
left in the
Brandon,
fourth quarter.
but
They had a
Brandon, did
chance
the
to
better
win.
team win?
The
Did the
Bulls
better
went
team
on a
win,
run.
Brandon?
Scottie Pippen saved Michael Jordan that
No,
game.
Hold on. Let
That's
me ask you.
cap.
All of these
Oh,
games,
what?
The
Pull up
Bulls
the
did the
did
better
not
team?
dominate
Pull
this
up the
team.
stats, clown.
That's
Hold on. Brandon, did the better team win on
Oh,
that? Did the better team win? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
the
Pacers had a
better
chance to win,
player
but the better
won.
team won.
Was there
Brandon.
ever an upset? Did any team
What?
upset the Bulls? Did they get a
No, because
what
of
In
happened?
Jordan.
Brandon,
95,
how old are you,
95
Brandon?
Orlando in
Magic.
95.
Can I ask Brandon?
Hold on. Is that the year y'all parade around talking about Jordan was Brandon? You said he was out of shape. He was
No.
He was
Well,
rusty.
here, let me
And
say
you
this
do
about
say that.
95.
He was
There were
rusty as
two
hell.
things at play
He
in
was
95.
rusty. Brandon, so first of all, when they lost, it was because Jordan was rusty. But now
No, that
he
was
ultra
only part of it. Part of it was the Bulls had no front line in 95, and Orlando had Horace Grant and Shaq. Part of it was Jordan wasn't in shape, but part of
No,
it was
wasn't.
Orlando was much stronger up front with
He
Shaq
was
and
rusty.
Horace Grant.
No.
And Grant got hurt the next year when the Bulls played Orlando and swept him.
No.
Yeah, I told you that.
Yes.
He was in shape, man. Y'all got to
No,
stop
he
with
was
that lie.
not.
He was
He
coming
So-
off baseball. What are you saying?
See, this is
It was two things.
Brandon.
Jordan wasn't in
Brandon,
great shape,
can I ask you a
but
question,
Orlando
Brandon?
was much stronger up front than
Brandon,
Chicago.
Brandon, was he in shape? He dropped 55?
He dropped 55 on shitty
have
Jordan.
Yeah, all right,
And
then.
Jordan was not in great shape.
He was practicing with the team since Christmas. Everybody knew it, bro. It
It
was
takes
reported
more
in
than
Chicago.
6 months to get into NBA shape.
Oh, please, man.
Stop.
Please. He wasn't rusty. He wasn't rusty. He was killing before that. He was
Look, his
killing.
numbers show he was rusty. The eye test
No, it
is
was. That week before they went to the playoffs, he was killing people just like the old Jordan. He struggled that first game
Jordan
in
was not in
Indiana.
great shape in 95.
He's not Jordan.
Jordan
listen.
wasn't Jordan.
I'll get that guy.
Even if he
season
wasn't in
after that
shape,
went back.
Hey, Lamont, look up who Las Vegas had winning the championship that year.
even if Jordan wasn't in shape, the thing about it is that after he dropped that double nickel on the Knicks, he was back.
Right.
He crushed in the playoffs.
Thank you.
He averaged 31 versus Orlando. The reason we didn't win, you're right about the front line of Orlando, you're right. But the sole reason we didn't win is because Michael Jordan wasn't clutch. He got the ball stolen from him in game 1. He didn't finish out game 5. He didn't close game 5. And in game 6 at home, we had an 8-point lead with 4 minutes left, and he didn't close it out. He missed a bucket, and then he passed the ball to Will fucking Purdue with a minute left.
Hold on. So
Yeah, but he wasn't clutch because he was getting
Hold
tired
on,
late
y'all.
in games.
If
'cause he wasn't in
Orlando,
great shape.
if Orlando actually beat the Bulls, then why didn't y'all say it was a rivalry with Orlando? Why do y'all push these teams that got beat down every year, like the Knicks and the Pacers?
Because the Knicks, first of all, it's a rivalry between the Knicks and the Bulls because of the two cities. You got New York.
Let me see what ChatGPT says a rivalry is. ChatGPT.
That was not
ChatGPT got to give us a
sir. Can we agree?
What is a rivalry?
No, they never. If I'm not trying to speak for the whole city of Chicago, but we never thought of them as a
I'm asking ChatGPT.
Ever.
What is a rivalry in NBA basketball?
Bro, you from Chicago, right?
They get beat down every year, rivalry.
Hold on, you from Chicago, right?
Yes.
Okay, isn't the nickname of the city of Chicago the second city?
That's something y'all made up.
Like the Warriors and Cavs are a rivalry.
Chicago don't think of New York as Chicago's a much cleaner town. We don't think of them as a rival. No, we didn't, especially in basketball at that time.
I understand. I'm talking about New York and Chicago are really natural rivalries.
No, Milwaukee, Detroit, and Cleveland. That was our teams we played. We didn't think of New York as a rival. They was in the central in all sports. They was in the Central. New York was in the East. We didn't think of them as no rival. No, we didn't think of the Giants as a rival. We destroyed them in football in '85. We never thought of them as a rival. Our rivals have been the Packers, Detroit Pistons, Cleveland Indians, Browns.
Hold on. Let me give you
Cardinals,
your answer.
whatever.
Let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer. I'm gonna give you the Chat GPT.
I'm gonna come back to that
about a rivalry. All right.
Go ahead.
It says, with regards to a rivalry, winning undoubtedly matters. Winning not only affects the team's standings in the league, but also has a psychological impact on the players, the organizations, and the fans. Victories in rivalry games can be seen as a matter of pride and can often give the winning team a boost in morale. And it says a rivalry in basketball, like any other sport, is a competition between two teams that can consistently result in high-intensity results, high-stake games due to historical, geographical, or competitive connection between the teams. So they say, ChatGPT definitely says, without a doubt, winning does matter. And the unfortunate reality for the Knicks, they ain't win nothing against the
Pistons
Bulls.
was a rival.
They won in '94.
The Pistons was a rival, Lamont. It was never.
Lamont, true or false? Did the Knicks win in '94 or not?
Hold on. Let me ask you this question.
Nobody.
Hold on, Mac Duff. If every time let's say you and your brothers was walking home, and I ain't like you and your brothers, but you was the biggest one, so I never fuck with you. But one day you sick, and your two brothers is walking home by themselves, and I beat them up without big brother there. Do you still count that as an L?
Yeah, I'm gonna count that as an L. You whooped my brothers. Yes, I'm gonna count that as an L.
Man, stop it, bro. Hold on. How is it the same rivalry when Jordan is not there? Jordan is one that made the rivalry the rivalry, if it even was a rivalry.
Okay, Lamont. So in that definition, it never said anything about a single player. Number one. Number two, you're not finna tell me that the Boston Celtics and the Lakers wasn't a rivalry, because the Lakers never beat the Celtics until '84 or '85.
But they did beat the Celtics.
They were all healthy.
Okay, but you're finna tell me from the 1960s
was a rival.
Thank you. Hold on. When the 1960s, the Lakers never beat the Celtics. You can't say, "Oh, that wasn't a rivalry."
They did beat them.
The Lakers never beat the Celtics.
We beat them once.
Name a time when the Lakers beat the Celtics.
Name a time
in the '60s.
Name a time.
Beat them in the 70s.
Name a time when the Knicks beat the Bulls with Jordan.
Never.
My point, bro. My point is that the Celtics smacked the Lakers.
Jordan dominated y'all, man.
Let me
Why
finish.
y'all trying to convince us like these teams was really competing with Jordan?
Lamont, you cut me off because you know you're wrong.
Cleveland was a bigger threat to
you cut me off because you know you're wrong.
The Knicks 7 games to do it, though.
Cleveland was a big rival.
Y'all try to sell us these fake rivalries.
It's not a rivalry between the players. It's a rivalry between the teams.
No.
The Knicks had a better record than the Bulls in '93.
Yes,
and they were
they did.
to say the Bulls were never afraid of them, but they had no chance to lose. That's just bullshit.
Yeah, you trying to make it sound like the Knicks and
the Knicks went up 2-0. Lamont, they went up 2-0.
Yeah, the Knicks went up 2-0. They had the better record that year too.
Lamont, I'm not trying to say I'm Mr. Chicago. I'm telling you from the fans and the media, the Sun-Times and the Tribune, we did not think the Knicks was beating us. We laughed. We laughed
with Jordan.
We knew we were going
in conference.
You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you who told y'all? Do I have to play Marv Albert again? Because that's who convinced y'all the Knicks. Hold
on.
Go ahead.
When they won them 2 games in New York, that was y'all Super Bowl. Y'all thought it was all over.
And you know what? In the playoff format, see, everybody knew the Bulls, that 2-0 didn't mean nothing back then. Because the playoff format back then, man, you got to go play 3 in Chicago.
Yeah, right. It was 2-3.
That was the Eastern Conference. They didn't have a 2-3-2.
No, that was the whole
thing. They didn't have the 2-3-2 formula. It was.
They didn't have that in the Eastern Conference.
Game 5 was
that was a
2-3. Was there ever a series where you felt comfortable saying where you honestly felt like I could bet my money that the Knicks were going to win?
No, I'm not betting against Jordan. Those are facts. I'm being completely honest with you. Am I finna bet against Jordan versus the Knicks?
When it came to the Warriors, I wasn't betting.
Hold on. The rivalries. The Bulls had 2 rivalries in the '90s.
They didn't
It
have
was
no
the
rivalries.
Detroit Pistons.
That was the 80s.
And okay, but they lost
Yeah,
to
that
him
was
in
the 80s,
90,
not 90s.
and they beat him in 90, and
No,
they
they
beat him in
89,
91.
90. You really
Right.
counting that?
I'm
Right.
counting 90 and 91.
The Pistons was
Destroyed
always
in
the.
91,
That
though.
was what they
Shut
tried
up.
to.
Let me finish, bro. If you're finna say that they faced twice in the playoffs, 90 and 91, and that wasn't a rivalry, you're lying. It was a rivalry 90,
Bro,
91.
why y'all
In
keep
the
trying to sell
80s,
us
my
these
boy.
rivalries, man? The Bulls beat everybody heads in.
So the Bulls wasn't a
Mac-
rivalry versus the Pistons.
No, man, hold on. We talking
Hold
about the
Not in the
90s,
90s.
man.
Mac
Not in the
did.
90s.
Okay,
Mac
Bulls
did.
have
nigga.
all the
My
You
brother.
They
trying to sell us
played
the
in
80s.
90 and
You
91.
trying to
In the
hold on. That
80s,
was an
though, back
80s
then, Jeff.
rivalry. That was
Right.
an 80s
That was
rivalry.
80s.
Oh,
Right.
so hold on. So when the Bulls didn't have
Man,
no squad, hold on. When the Bulls didn't have no squad and Pippen was a rookie, it's a rivalry. But when Pippen grows up and
Yes.
the Pistons are champions and they have to win another
Okay.
championship going through Chicago and Eastern, it's not a rivalry.
Mac
So when
Dep,
the Bulls
Mac
didn't have a
Dep, let me
squad, it's a
explain
you know
something
what?
rivalry.
to you. Lamar, let me explain
Niggas don't
something
make
to him
no
right quick.
sense.
Let me explain something. Isaiah Thomas is from Chicago. Isaiah
I know
Thomas
that.
was okay. Let me just say this: Isaiah Thomas was the best basketball player in our eyes in the world. It was biased. He was a hero, a superstar in Chicago. So when he came to the Pistons, the rivalry started in '85. There wasn't that much back and forth because there wasn't no playoffs or nothing. Because he was a Chicago and he came in the Pistons, he later went to be the number one bad guy for Chicago because of what was going on. That started that rivalry. That was one of the motivations in
I'm not
the
saying
80s and the 90s between the Pistons and the Bulls. We
I'm
never
not
thought of
saying
the
it
Knicks
didn't
as a
start.
rival.
He froze out.
I'm not saying
No.
it didn't start in the
Yeah.
80s. I know, I understand that. But for order for Detroit to repeat as champions in 1990, they had to go through the Bulls. When they
Right.
were trying to go to their three-peat and Jordan was trying to get his first, who did they have to beat
Hold
in the
on.
Eastern
So
Conference?
hold on. Let
They
me
had
ask
to
you
beat
this,
the
Mac Dep.
Pistons.
The Bulls beat the Miami Heat and the Atlanta Hawks a whole bunch of times in all those playoff runs. Are those also rivalries?
No.
No, you guys are
They
not
beat
listening. Let me tell
No,
you
because those weren't
again.
competitive series. The Knicks were
No,
taking
no,
the
they
Bulls
weren't. No, they weren't.
The Knicks were pushing the Bulls much harder.
No, they weren't. The Bulls only had two
Yes, they
rivals. It
were.
was the
They
freaking
never could win in
Pistons and
Chicago.
it was the
They never
Knicks.
win in Chicago. We never
Knicks
worried about it.
Respect the Magic. Respect the
into a
Magic.
vulnerable position in Game 7.
Who never
Man,
won in
bro,
Chicago?
Jordan dominated the whole
The
era.
Knicks did win in Chicago. What are you
I don't
talking
believe the
about?
Knicks won a game in Chicago with
Patrick
Jordan.
Ewing,
No,
heroic.
the Knicks did win
Stop
game
I ain't talking
7
about.
against
I'm not talking about
Wizards.
with Jordan.
That's what we're saying.
I might.
Because he's Jordan.
Sir, in 92, the Knicks won game 1 in Chicago.
Oh, but that was game 1, bro. I'm talking about when we
They were
wasn't
still in
worried
the
about you
series,
winning
man.
4. It was 4 games, brother.
And they was a better team.
Okay,
than
don't say
I'm
they
not
never
speaking on my
won.
own
the year
behalf.
previously. They got swept in 3 games.
We weren't worried about the Knicks, man. I'm telling you.
No,
We
Bulls
wasn't.
fans were worried about the
This
Knicks.
is what
they
I'm saying.
wasn't.
Y'all worried
How you
about
telling him
y'all
that
saying
he wasn't worried about the Knicks?
if y'all
they were.
listen,
So when they
if
won,
y'all talking about if
no.
y'all talking about teams as rivals, that if it's just teams, Knicks versus Bulls,
Hey,
and by that definition,
this
it's a
is the
rival
one.
because
This
the
is the
Knicks
one
beat the
that.
Bulls.
This is
If
the
you
one
talking
that
about
killed the
players,
Jordan fans.
motherfucking
Watch
Michael
this.
Jordan and Patrick Ewing had a rivalry since
There was
college
no
days.
rivalry because John Starks was thinking Michael Jordan. We never
Was there?
worried
So there
about
was
it,
no
bro.
rivalry between Jordan and
Mac
Patrick Ewing,
Jeff is Jordan, bro. He
No,
doesn't have a rival.
Hey,
bro.
this the
They
one.
played each other in college.
Hold
What are
on.
you talking
he
about?
beat him. Hey, Michael Jordan never talked about people.
Hold on, y'all.
Bruh,
This is the one.
it's Jordan.
Hold on. This is the one. This is the one. Hold on. This is the one that really got this is one that created the nostalgia for all y'all. This is when this is I think this is the intro where y'all started saying Jordan was the GOAT. Watch this. This is why right here.
Metallica.
Jordan beating John Starks. Jordan. Jordan knocks it down. That's a 3-pointer. 4 points for Jordan. Call it the Knicks' worst nightmare. Michael Jordan is back, and the Knicks.
Yeah, he
The
was
theory still
The Knicks. He said the Knicks' worst nightmare. That man's they had him looking like the boogeyman. He's back. He was the boogeyman to the Knicks, man. What are
It's
y'all
still
talking about?
was
Rivalry,
either way for us Knicks.
rivalry, man.
That
He's
was that
back.
New
They
York
was
arrogance,
shaking.
Lamont.
They was shaking in their boots that Jordan was back, man. Look at
That-
all them highlights. Jordan
That
torching
shows
them.
the
Y'all trying to
greatness of
convince us it
Jordan.
was a rivalry.
Think about it.
The boogeyman came back. The Knicks was done. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop.
That's a
The
testament
Knicks
to
almost
Jordan.
won Game 5. If it,
That's my
if it
brother.
I
wasn't
don't care
for
about
defense at
almost.
that
Almost
Yeah.
don't count for
No,
nothing.
bro, they weren't gonna
It
beat
counts the
Jordan.
horseshoes and horseback riding. I don't know. What to say.
Look, Young Africa
Yeah.
came through out of the trenches. Young Africa, you gotta
He
hit
better
that
get
link.
up here and defend that.
Mac
See,
Def,
this
my
why
brother.
Jordan is the
We
GOAT,
we
Mac
were
Def.
I'm
arrogant.
not mad at anybody that says that the 2000s was the best. I'm not.
He's
I'm not.
back. Hold on.
The Knicks were very competitive with
This is
LeBron.
what's wrong
It's
with
just
media, man.
The Clippers were
revisionism
competitive.
history.
Lamont, you're the
Hey,
reason why
Lamont,
this
Charles
media
Oakley
is
said
a
they
freaking
Charles Oakley
Clippers
said they
better
didn't
against
have
the
a
Warriors
chance.
in
and a
2019.
con.
Why
As a
you
Knicks
going
fan,
Charles
how
Oakley's
scared were you
wrong
when you
because
heard that?
They clearly did.
Charles
How
Oakley
scared?
I
said they didn't
wasn't
have.
alive back
Who
then.
cares what people
I
say? If you
just
watch
watched
the
it.
series,
That's,
you know
I
it's
watched
true.
the series. I watched every
I
game.
wasn't alive back then,
Wasn't
but I
worried.
watched it.
Hold on. Y'all
Teams
gotta
up 2-0
understand.
win over 70% of the time.
Y'all
The
gotta
Knicks were up 2-0
understand.
and they had a better record in the regular season.
Hold on.
They absolutely had a good chance to
Brandon.
win that
That
series.
Brandon,
That
here's the
team
problem.
was a
think they were
war.
gonna beat them?
Brandon, hold on, y'all. This is the one thing y'all keep bringing up too old, that nonsense. A 7-game series is designed for the best team to always win. I don't care who goes up 2-0.
Not if a different team has home advantage.
Generally, hold on, Brandon.
It's Cap Brandon.
Generally, I don't care who goes up 2-0. In a 7-game series, the best team wins. I don't care about record. Y'all keep talking about the Knicks had a better record. Don't matter because nobody with a brain thought the Knicks was going to beat the Bulls. I don't care what record you try to throw out there. I don't care when I think there was a year when Utah had a better record than the Bulls. I don't care because we all knew who the better team was, irregardless of record. The Bulls was always the better team. The other teams were all underdogs, right? And the only thing y'all was hoping for was hopefully these other teams can eke a couple games in so that the series lasts a little bit longer so we can get some more games out of
That's
these
not a
playoffs.
lie. That's a lie.
It's because of Jordan.
Y'all
Mac
never
Def.
believed anybody
Mac
could beat the
The
Bulls.
Cavs went to the
Mac-
Eastern Conference Finals in '92, and they forced the Bulls to 6 games. That's competitive.
Hey, Young
That
Africa,
doesn't
man.
competitive,
Hold on,
bro.
let me let
These
Young
niggas
Africa
is
cook.
lying, bro. This
Young
is
Africa,
Back
man.
there,
What's good?
I'm on my kids, brother.
What's up?
We
What's up,
never
Hold
man?
on,
thought about
Sia.
it, man.
We're not
Hold
factoring
on.
the
Hold
Jordan
on.
factor.
Young Africa, man. Look, we did the vote already.
Mhm.
We did, from the panel.
Bulls fans were worried about the Knicks.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on. From the panel to the chat vote, it was voted that the 2000s is the greatest era of basketball all time.
the weekend, bro.
What is your
Y'all
thoughts on this?
garbage.
What is your thoughts on Young Africa?
Garbage.
Eastern
Hey, Mac
Conference.
Def, no need for that. No need for that
Weak ass Eastern
hyperbole, my brother.
Conference.
No need for that. You don't
What
need to
up,
do that.
Young
But
Africa?
I agree 100%. I agree that when we talk about the talent, for me personally, the talent is the biggest factor to me, and then it's the how leveled out the talent is. Is it spread out in the league? Is there real competition in the league? Do you have multiple teams with all-time great players spread out that really are carrying a team? We saw that in the 2000s. Now we saw the Lakers, we saw the Spurs, we saw the Detroit Pistons win. We saw multiple different types of teams make the finals, like the Cleveland Cavaliers, like the Orlando Magic, like the Boston Celtics. We saw a lot of teams. We saw a lot of competition. So when you look at the context of the whole league, that occurred. Then you look at the 80s. A lot of people put it on the 80s about how they revolutionized the game. Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. Really, it was a white black thing, you know what I mean? And they pretty much put Larry Bird against Magic Johnson, and that appealed to the audience. But when you talk about the game, the two best teams had the best players of the decade, bro. For the most part, outside of Michael Jordan, Isaiah Thomas, they were Boston Celtics and Lakers players in the 80s. And even though they played a nice looking game, let's talk about the 2000s game. Early in 2000s, one of the most defensive errors of all time, combined with some of the best offensive plays we have ever seen, right? And so you really saw two different types of games coming out of the Jordan era. Then we see the international game. You see Dirk Nowitzki, you see Manu Ginobili, you see Tony Parker make it a global game all around the world. And that's another factor. Yao Ming comes into the league, and there's different types of players that have a different type of game. We see stretch bigs become more often. We see the zone defense now stop the back to the basket, boring ass style play that was once upon a time the dominant way of playing the game. And we start seeing more talent from the perimeter with the athleticism. So I think the 2000s is quite easily the best era of all time. If we went down a list, right, and I asked you, Lamar,
What is the 20th best player of the 2000s? I think that player that's 20 is better than any other. Don't worry about a top 10, top 5, where a decade is going to have amazing top 5 players. The 20th player of the 2000s will be better than any other decade by far, too. By far.
You better pull up the 80s. You better pull up
That's
the
a
80s. You're
horrible
going to be
take.
wrong, bro.
The 1990s had 6 Hall of Fame centers. The
Bro,
2000s
I said the
had
number
3.
28. Once again,
And
that wasn't my
another
point.
One of the things you guys keep talking about with the defense in the 2000s, the reason defenses look so good in the 2000s was most offenses were garbage. It's not because the defenses were that great. Look at the offense.
some of the best
I don't know about all that.
Jordan,
some of the best offensive players
in the Phoenix team in the 2000s, the offenses were not great in the 2000s.
Damn. Hey, Young Africa, you might be right. You want me to tell you why?
Yeah, facts.
Because,
Let me know.
because Africa, check this out. I just pulled up the rankings for the 2000s. So, and this was just off a vote. So they voted the 20th best player in the 2000s. They got Amari Stoudemire at the 20th.
Amari
Stoudemire. You might be right.
Amari
In the 80s, who's the 20th best player?
He's not top 10 in the NBA today.
That's not beating the 80s. I'm sorry.
Really, please. Thank you. Pull up the 80s number 20 player.
That's a fact.
The dude who just
put it on the screen. I like to know who 18, 19, those kind of guys are.
18, no, hold on. 19 is Tony Parker.
That's what I'm talking about. Hall of Famer.
18 is Chauncey Billups. Going to be a Hall of Famer. 17 is Vince Carter, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
16 is Chris Webber, Hall of Famer.
Oh my
15, Yao Ming, Hall of Famer. 14, Dwight Howard, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer, top 75.
13,
oh my goodness.
13 is Paul Pierce, Hall of Famer. Then Ray Allen, Hall of Famer. Tracy McGrady, Hall of Famer. Dirk,
The NBA Hall of Fame is
Kidd,
very
Hall of
easy to
Famer.
get into.
Now it's
Hey man, I'm trying to
hold on. You're right. You're right about that list. It has nothing on the 80s. Go to the 80s, please.
Go to the 80s. I'm with you, Mac.
Yeah. The 20th best player in the 80s.
It should not beat the 80s. Go to 80s.
Don't give me no Daryl Dawkins.
18, 19, and 20.
The dude said
because Akeem is not Akeem and Barkley shouldn't even be. They should be close to like.
Yeah, he said the offenses were bad in the 2000s. Like,
okay, hold on. Where do you want me to start from? Mac, where do you want me to start from?
Start from 20 on down.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start from 20. I'll start from 20. Let me go to 20 here. All right, 20.
Hershey Hawkins.
Why are you laughing already?
Oh, Lord. I was gonna say Detlef Shrimp.
That was the 90s.
All right, hold on. 20. We got Dennis Johnson.
Man, that's what he
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Okay, hold on. 19.
Won Finals MVP. Come on.
Hold on. 19. We got Michael Ray Richardson.
Michael Ray Richardson.
Was great, but was great.
Let us know about Michael Ray Richardson, Mac.
Michael Ray Richardson was great, but he couldn't stay off the booger sugar. Continue.
Hold on. I'll give you his stats. He averaged 16 points a game and 5 rebounds.
He wasn't the
He couldn't stay off the booger sugar. He was great.
DeJounte Murray can do that right now. What the hell?
Man, the 90s and the 80s is full of crackheads.
Hold on. Bill Laimbeer at 18.
Very good.
It's
He'll be a Hall of Famer.
That's the 80s.
Bro, I'm thinking Bam Adebayo right now over Bill Laimbeer.
Oh. Keep going.
All right. Hold on. 17.
Now, Laimbeer averaged almost 20 points a game.
We got Ralph Sampson.
One of the greatest,
right?
Yeah, keep going.
16. Marquez Johnson.
Marcus Johnson. For the Bucks. He was a great player.
Man, come on.
Hold on. Well, Ralph Sampson.
Okay, hold on. We got
these are not Hall of Famers.
Hold on. Don't get
Dennis Johnson is better than Amari Stoudemire.
We got Jack Sigma.
Very good player. Hall of Famer.
Who is Jack Sigma?
Played for Seattle.
Hall of Famer.
Very Hall of
Famer. Played for the Supersonics.
Right.
Man, y'all gotta stop it, man.
You don't know who Jack Sigma is?
I know who Jack Sigma is.
Imagine not knowing who Jack Sigma is.
Okay, so Lamont, who's better? Who's better? Who? Dennis Johnson is not better than Amari Stoudemire?
Do Jack Sigma won a championship? Didn't he?
Are you saying?
No,
he did not win a championship.
Jack Sigma did win a championship in '79. That wasn't the '80s.
So that makes it.
That's not the 80s.
Lamont, come on.
Young Africa. Who's better, Dennis Johnson or Amari Stoudemire?
Dennis Johnson.
Amari
Stoudemire.
You must be out of your mind.
I'm asking Young Africa since
all
he
he
brung
did was
this up.
dump. You gotta be
Since
crazy.
he brung this up, who's better, Amari Stoudemire or Dennis Johnson? We can move on.
I would pick Amari Stoudemire, but Dennis Johnson got a lot of accolades
I'd say
in his
Marcel
career.
Post over
His
Dennis
body of work.
Hold on.
His
Let me
career.
tell you. Let me do
You
this. Okay, let me dash out this. If you take Dennis Johnson and you put him on the Atlanta Hawks or some team by his damn self, and he not collecting them accolades with the Celtics.
Yeah, with Larry Bird.
Is he a Finals MVP or an All-Star?
Nope.
I'm gonna raise my hand.
Yes.
Are we put what? Hold on. What Atlanta team are we putting him on? 2000s or 80s?
And I don't care what team you put him on.
If you put Dennis Johnson
was a sixth man for the most part.
No,
hold on.
He
If you
started
put
for the
hold on
Celtics.
in the 80s, if
But
you
he
put
treated
Dennis,
that man
like a sixth man.
They didn't treat him like he
if
was
you
starting
put
point
Dennis
guard.
Johnson
Did it
with
38.
Dominique Wilkins, if you put Dennis Johnson with Dominique Wilkins, they're battling the Celtics
they
each
are.
and every. They'll go to the finals. They in the finals.
No, Lamont, keep going, bro. Don't.
But see the difference. See the difference, Mac. Definitely what you just said, because a lot of players that we just named in the 2000s that were 20 from 20. They number one options Hall of Famers on their team, like franchise. We're talking about franchise points.
Dennis Johnson was.
Them names don't even scream stardom.
It was a different game back then, man.
In today's game, I'd say Dennis Schroeder over Dennis Johnson any day.
Dennis Johnson.
Nah, you're tweaking right now.
Hold on one second.
Dennis Johnson got 9 all defensive teams. Y'all stupid.
I know. Don't back there if they milk drinkers.
He was a good player.
Get the fuck, yo.
Nigga, Dennis Johnson is one of the greatest.
Hold on. We're gonna get to Dennis Johnson. Y'all can't keep. See, the thing is, y'all can't keep telling me how great he was defensively, because when I get to spewing about Scottie Pippen, y'all get to saying, "Oh, Pippen didn't average 20 points per game." Well, one thing Dennis Johnson never did in his career was average. One thing he never did was average 20 points per game. He only averaged 19 one time in his career. Everything after that was around 14 points per game. When he was with the Celtics, he averaged about 13 points per game, and he shot for his career. So the man shot 16% from the 3-point line. He averaged for his career in the 80s, he averaged 3.3 rebounds. He averaged 5 assists and 1.2 steals.
Sound like six man numbers, like you said.
So you
Lamont.
trying to sell me that? You trying to sell me that over Amari Stoudemire?
Yeah,
Amari in his prime was a top 5 player in the NBA.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Amari Stoudemire was never no top 5 player, bro. Get your ass off the panel.
Like 12 years old. Amari Stoudemire in his prime was 30 points a game and efficient in the playoffs.
The
He was
nigga,
absolutely a top 5 player.
Amari Stoudemire was never no top 5 player in the league.
Yeah,
Bro.
it was
Just
arguable,
go
man.
somewhere.
It was arguable.
He was top 5 in his position. I don't know about in the All NBA though.
Yeah, what are you talking about, bro?
It was
But he's
arguable.
definitely better than Dennis Johnson.
No, he's hold on. First of all,
Amari in his prime averaged over 25 a game, and he was efficient.
Correct. Defensively is Dennis Johnson. The only other point guard all time that I will put over Dennis Johnson defensively is Gary Payton. Walt Frazier has something to say about it.
Bro,
That's
Scottie Pippen.
That's it.
Idiot. What do you
Amari
mean?
still
Scottie
played
Pippen.
defense on that.
Kobe, Ron Artest, Jordan.
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's easy to guard Plummer, so I can't really rank him too high.
Amari still played defense.
And plumbers? What do you? Come on, stop. So we're talking about. So we're talking about.
The 80s was full of crackheads, so I can't really even.
Hey, keep going, Lamont, on that list. Why we
y'all
stopping at
tripping,
Dennis
bro.
Johnson? Like he moved to me.
Yeah. Amari Stoudemire in his prime was 25 points and 10 rebounds. That's absolutely top 5.
And was not a top 5 player, bro.
Africa brought a good point up, and I want to hear the rest of that list, Lamont.
Dennis Johnson is better than Amari Stoudemire.
Hold on.
Like Africa, Lamont.
What did Amari Stoudemire do without Steve Nash? That's what I want.
What did Steve Nash do without Amari Stoudemire?
Hey, y'all.
Oh, he went to the. Didn't he go to the Western Conference? Wasn't he in the Western Conference Finals with Dallas?
Please, because y'all audio. This audio.
Yeah, Dirk.
Dirk. Okay, then. And didn't he go? Didn't he go to the Western Conference?
Hold on.
Didn't he go to the Western Conference Finals when Amari was hurt in 06?
You want the rest of the list, MacDuff?
Nigga, that's what he did without Amari. Nigga, won an MVP.
Nash never won anything without Amari.
Hold on 1 second, Jared. Hold on. I'm gonna give y'all the rest of the list. So we got Alex English, George Gervin,
led the league in scoring.
Adrian Denley.
Hall of Famers led the league in scoring.
That's not even their best decade, Mac. It's the 70s, so you can't even count them in the 80s.
Hakeem, Kevin McHale, James Worthy.
Yeah, we can move on.
What you mean?
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
No, it's not. You're counting them for the 80s, but their prime and best years was in the 70s. For George Gervin and them guys, certain guys.
Oh,
Mac,
and just to be clear, to show how dumb your take is that Nash made Amari Stoudemire's best year was with the Knicks when he didn't play with Nash.
That is true. That is
true.
What did he do with the Knicks?
He averaged 25 points a game and 10 rebounds.
He was hurt all the
He's
time,
a top
Brandon.
5 player in the league.
Bro,
That nigga named 24 games.
And he was in the
said he
MVP
averaged
race that
25.
year. That is true.
That
He
nigga
played
was
more
not
than
a no
24
MVP.
games.
Y'all
Nash did not make Amari. That's a fucking
we can
horrible
move on.
take.
I know Steve Nash didn't make Amari. Amari's not a Hall of Famer. I know he didn't make him.
Hey Lamar, you want
garbage.
to know how crazy
Amari in
it
his
is, right?
prime
So
was a
I'm
Hall of
on hold on. I'm on Bleacher Report, right? And I'm looking up the top 50 players for the 2010 eras, right? They got Bradley Beal at 45 for this is for 2020. So you telling me the number 45th player ranked in the 2010s is better than the 20th player ranked for the 80s?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's disrespectful, bro. You shut your channel down.
Y'all gonna take Dennis Johnson over Bradley Beal?
Yes.
Y'all taking Dennis Johnson over Bradley Beal?
That's a conversation. That's a conversation.
Hold on. First of all, defensively is not even close.
Hold on.
Hold on. Just gonna disregard everything I said.
Hold on. What's the definition of stat pattern?
When you put up numbers and don't win anything.
That's not true.
So
Dominique Wilkins was a stat pattern. Mitch Richmond was a stat pattern. All these guys are stat
Jordan was a
pattern.
stat pattern before he won.
Was Jordan stat pattern in his first few years in the league when he was getting swept in the first round?
No, he stat pattern against 63 versus Celtics.
He scored 60 against the Celtics. Was that stat pattern?
Jerry, you had enough to win that. Good night, yo.
Hey, let him answer the question though.
Was Kobe stat pattern?
I
Was
just answered the
Kobe stat
question.
pattern in 06 when he put up 81 and they got swept? They lost a 3-1 lead in the first round. Was that
I
stat
would consider
pattern?
Kobe stat pattern.
You said what?
I would consider Kobe stat pattern that year.
Kobe was stat padding. Oh, one of the greatest offensive seasons of all time is stat padding now. See, this crazy, man.
No.
This is that roster was trash. That was the team with Kwame Brown and Smush Parker.
So he was just put. So what was
This is what's crazy. Hold on. Let me end it. Let me end it right here. The point guard position is heavy. It got way more all-time great players than the two guard position. Dennis Johnson is a top 15 point guard all time. Bradley Beal is nowhere near that as a shooting guard.
No,
and it's the least productive position
Dennis
all
Johnson
time.
said not a top. You said top what?
Name 14.
Ain't
name
nobody
14
in their
players.
mind taking no Dennis Johnson over
I'll
Bradley
take
Beal,
I'll
man.
take
You must
Trey
be
Young
out of your
over Dennis
mind.
Johnson right now. I'm not.
Y'all are so disrespectful to the old
you're
school. It's
already Bradley
crazy.
Beal.
He's not
Y'all
top
niggas
15
is
point
disrespectful to a Finals MVP.
Dennis Johnson is just like a super hyper Tony Allen.
Vinny
Man. He wasn't
Maxwell.
like him.
A super hyper Tony Allen.
All right, let's stop the cap.
Bro, the man
Yeah,
shot
we can move
16% from the 3-point line over
We
a
can move
10-year
on.
That wasn't
period.
his
Man,
game,
stop
no,
it, man.
Lamont.
Bro, it don't
We can
matter,
move
bro.
on. We can move on.
Yeah, the 3-point shooting numbers were totally different in that era.
We can
Hold on, I don't like how y'all trying to hype up.
It's funny. It's
Y'all
funny
trying to
how the
hype up.
3-point shooting numbers are different. When the
How am I
three-point line is
hyping up
close.
somebody who got
No,
9 all
this is
defensive
what I
teams?
don't like what y'all do, right? Y'all claim y'all care
Dennis
about
Johnson
defense.
was a role player, but the 3-point shooting numbers were totally different in that era.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting it. He was a role player. That's
Lamar,
like
Okay, a role player that won Finals MVP. We can move on. Let's go.
Yeah, so that means. So does that mean Iguodala's a
role player?
So Iguodala's
He was a role player that won Finals
Iguodala's top
MVP.
10 in the
Iguodala's not a
era.
role player.
Iguodala was a role player when he won Finals MVP.
How? The dude was a star in like the 2000s.
No,
He was
right.
a
No,
role
he was not
player.
a star. That was AI's team. He was forced to be a franchise
And Andre
player.
Iguodala ain't got no
AI
9 all
left.
defensive
Go get
teams.
history, Jerry.
Well, Iguodala was a role player when he won Finals MVP.
He ain't got
Yes,
no
it
all.
was
He ain't got no
Iverson
9
team.
defensive
You don't know
teams
what
like
you're
Dennis
talking
Johnson.
about.
though.
No, dude, I'm talking about the late 2000s.
You know, I was a role player with Golden
Iverson
State. He was
Hold
guarding
on.
them.
This is what I
Dennis
like,
Johnson
right?
was not
Hold
a
on.
Iverson
role
on
player.
Denver then,
Lamar,
bro.
y'all peep what they do, right? They claim that they care about defense so much. They try to use that with Dennis Johnson. Defense. But as soon as you bring up Scottie Pippen, who was a great defender, they try to disrespect him. You bring up Rudy Gobert, great defender, disrespect him. Like
Rudy Gobert is garbage.
Rudy Gobert is not a great defender.
You don't win a defensive player of the year if you're garbage.
He's not a great defender.
Y'all gotta go, man. When y'all say these
Scottie
stupid
Pippen
takes,
is
y'all gotta
top
go,
5,
man.
bro. We know that.
Anytime we talk about good defenders,
Y'all say anybody of this era is bad defenders, and y'all can give us these old washed up
soft.
dudes from the 80s acting like they was good
just
defenders.
with people's elbow.
These dudes coming off the bench. Look, was Dennis Johnson a serviceable role player that did his job at an elite level? Yes. But for y'all to sit here and tell me he was better than Amari Stoudemire, you must be goddamn smoking all types of K2.
Let me bring
goddamn K2.
Is Dennis Johnson better than De'Aaron Fox right now?
Nope.
Man, it's a difference.
Nope.
Y'all don't understand. Now, we
Dennis
talk
Johnson
about
is better than
to their era,
everybody
bro.
y'all didn't compare
Yes,
him
they
to.
were all
And he's
better
better than
athletes.
Amari Stoudemire, definitely better than Bradley Beal, and he's better than De'Aaron Fox,
Wes,
man.
fix
I
your
don't know
mic,
why.
Wes. Fix your
Why
fix
is
your
it better
mic,
than De'Aaron
Wes.
Fox?
Hold on,
Mike's
Wes.
terrible.
Wes, your mic is messed up, man. You got to fix your mic.
But Lamar, let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question, Lamar, about
Yeah,
these
yeah.
eras, right? So how do you compare like two different eras, right? The three ball, the implementation of the three ball in the 2010s, right? And then you look back at an era like the 80s with illegal defense, back to the basket game. How do you measure the impact and the styles of different players and say one is better than the other?
What I like to do is I just like to, okay, how well did you operate within whatever the rules was that they gave you, right? So the thing is, I don't like the excuse when people say, oh, the three-point shot wasn't really prevalent, but the thing is the three-point line existed. Let's not act like it wasn't there, because you can still go back through history and you can look at guys like Jerry West and a ton of guys. There's a ton of guys that are able to shoot the ball at an efficient clip, even though those shots weren't necessarily prevalent. If you're a shooter, your percentages are going to reflect that somewhere on the floor. So again, when you see these guys shooting these extremely low percentages, it tells me one thing: you could not shoot the ball. One. So that tells me you were lacking in that area of the game. Because the one thing I know as a coach, if you're good at something, I'm going to allow you to do it. Why did Phil Jackson fine his big men for shooting threes? He would fine them $100 for shooting threes in a game. Why? Because they could not shoot. So the thing is, hold on. Well, yes, that's a fact. So the reason why he would fine them big men $100 is because I don't want you shooting shots that we know aren't within your game. But there's also a reason why there's certain players he didn't find, right? The guys that he knew could make the shots and that could actually take them and make them, he's not finding you because that's part of your game. He didn't even find Jordan because he knew that in some games and certain rights, Jordan could actually get streaky and make those shots. Same with Pippen, same with Paxson, and same with all the other guys that can knock down the three. So let's not act like, oh, they didn't use the three. Yes, they did. You just didn't have a lot of guys with the skill set to utilize it to its maximum potential.
So what if
y'all say, they be selling you hype dreams about these guys? Dennis Johnson was a 6-man role player type guy.
No, he started for the Celtics.
I don't care, bro.
6-man.
Bro, role players can start.
Role
players can start. 6 men can start sometimes.
Man, go somewhere. Y'all disrespectful.
They got Moses
now,
Malone in that top 20 in the 80s.
Y'all disrespectful.
Wait, so
I want to hear the one of the 2010s. Of course, Moses Malone in there for the
Is he LeBron?
Hold on.
Better Moses Malone or Joel Embiid right now?
Hold on. I didn't even finish out the list for the 2000s.
Joel Embiid, he ain't that guy.
Embiid's much more talented.
Because if I go to the top of the 2000s,
Embiid just can't stay healthy in the playoffs.
If I go to the top of the 2000s, it's gonna get ugly. Because you got to start with Kobe.
The top of the 2000s
let's do the top 10
than the top of the 80s.
Hold on. I can just go to the.
Malone wasn't a shooter.
I'll go to the top 5 of the 2000s. Top 5 of the 2000s that I see right here. You got Kobe at 1, Shaq, 3, Duncan, 4. Just remember, because if you go with Kobe, Shaq, and Duncan, you're talking about 3 of the top 10 all time right there. But and that's arguable. Then you got KG. They got Iverson. You got LeBron. Hold on. You got LeBron, so that's 4 of the top 10 in NBA history. You got D Wade, you got Nash, you got J Kidd, you got
That's not better than the 80s.
Yes, it is.
Do the
Okay, let's
top
go to
10
the
80s,
80s.
Lamont. No, do the top
Okay,
10
let's
80s.
go to the 80s. Hold on. Let's go to the 80s. Then.
LeBron, Kobe,
And
Shaq.
one, hold on. But you got Magic Bird, Kareem.
Top 10.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Hold on. Moses Malone.
Not top 10.
Top 20. Top 20.
Isaiah Thomas.
Top 20.
Dr. J.
Top 20.
Dominique.
15.
James Worthy. Kevin McHale.
Not ranked.
Oh, the whole 2000 is better. What are you doing?
Adrian Dantley. George
Where's Michael Jordan?
It's over right there. It's over right there.
Where's Michael Jordan?
Right
Hold
there.
on. Why are you asking for a 90s player?
No, man. That's not 80s, man. Hell no.
Hold on. I didn't make this list.
No, they ain't got Michael Jordan in the 80s.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
We here.
Hey, yeah, we can move on now.
What did they do none in the 80s for Louis?
spent more years.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all can't ask for the list and then get mad at.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
I pulled up the 80s list.
That's
If you
what's
want to
up.
hear Jordan name, I'll pull up a 90s list.
That's crazy though. But go ahead.
Jesus,
What
hold on.
did
Let
Jordan
me
do in
see
the
where I
80s?
stopped off. There, I gotta put for you where I stopped off at Adrian Dantley. I think he was around the 9 or 10. Okay, so you got Adrian Dantley and George Gervin.
Yeah, you said
Not
Kevin
even
McHale.
ranked.
That's not even close to the 2000s. That's why I said you had MVPs at 8, 9, 10 in the 2000s. Bro.
Young
Africa.
Africa. Young Africa. Let's be real.
Y'all trying to hold on to the other era.
I'm not.
players.
I'm not.
Where Jordan? Jordan, the 90s player. Y'all can't.
No, I'm not saying that. I would still have Shaq as a freaking top 10 player in the 90s, even though he's not a 90s player. But I was
Shaq's not on the 90s list, unfortunately. He's
correct,
on the 2000s list.
Correct. So I understand how this list is going. But if we're talking, I don't rate it like if we're talking about players in the 80s, you had Magic, Bird, Kareem,
You just
Jordan,
want everybody.
Jordan. See, this was ridiculous.
Cream is really 70s, but that's
Hey, Mac, if the 80s is so good, why do you need these cross-decade type plays? Just name the players that were
Just name pure
in the
80s
80s,
players.
bro. Just do that. Just like the
No
2000s. We're not taking
Kareem,
Scottie
like-
Pippen because he played. We're not taking old-ass Washington Wizards Michael Jordan into the 2000s. Like, we're not.
And Lamont, what year did Michael Jordan? What year did Michael Jordan win his first MVP?
88.
Thank you.
It's crazy.
That list is trash.
But all I
So
know
he
is I'll take the
he was
top.
at his
I'll take
peak
the
for
top.
2 years
I'll
in
take
the
my
80s
starting
and calling
five
him
of
an
90s
80s
players, and
player.
I
He got drafted in
and you can't beat me.
'84. Oh my
If
god!
that
wasn't
I'll
that
take
he
my
didn't
starting
play
five in the
before.
90s, and you can't beat me. I know that.
You got LeBron in the 2000s, don't you?
Thank you.
Hold on.
No,
So
I was supposed to say LeBron's a 2010 player. He's in the 2010s.
But it had
Who's your
LeBron in the
starting-
2000s.
They got him in the 2000s, but not Michael
LeBron
Jordan.
didn't
age.
peak till after 2010.
Oh man, he was.
That's
So
how you know
your
that list is
starting
whack.
five-
It had LeBron in the
You can
2000s.
take LeBron off that
Hold on,
list.
hold
That's
on.
how
So-
good it is.
so
You
more
can
than
take LeBron
likely-
off it.
Hold
So
on.
more than likely, your starting five from the 90s. Let's go like this. So starting five from the 90s would probably
That's
look
not
like,
mine, but go ahead.
Hold on one second, man. Hold on. I'm assuming it will look something like Stockton, Jordan,
Nope.
Pippen, Malone, and Elijah Wan.
No, Stockton wouldn't be the starting point guard from the 90s. No way.
Okay, who's the starting point guard?
Gary
Who's the
Payton.
starting point guard? Huh?
No, the best point guard in the 1990s. His career
He's
was short
asking
because
Matt.
of
He
injuries.
wasn't asking you, bro. What
John,
Don't say
Kevin
Magic
Johnson in
Johnson,
his
bro.
prime was
Don't
better.
say
Kevin
Magic.
Johnson wasn't better than no John Stockton, man. Y'all crazy.
Hey, this is crazy talk
All
right
right,
now,
so-
bro.
so let me-
Y'all gotta
Kevin
stop, man. He wasn't no
Johnson,
damn
Hold
better
on.
than no
Hold on.
John
Let me
Brandon,
give you the
speak on the
2000s. Hold on.
Kevin
Let me give you
Johnson
the
was better
Let
2000s.
me
than
speak on the.
Hold on, y'all.
Hey,
Let me
take
give you the
it down
2000s.
now. They crying.
Y'all hold
They
on,
crying.
please. Hold on.
That's
I'm gonna give
crazy.
you the 2000s starting lineup. Now you guys can make adjustments to it if you want.
Gary Payton was
Nat-
too.
Hold on one second, man.
Yeah.
You got Nash, Kobe, LeBron, Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal.
That's
I'm
awesome.
taking off Nash. That's the only thing, but everything else.
Well, why would you
Nash
take
got
off
two
the two-time
MVPs,
MVP?
bro. What you talking about?
That's a hell of a top five, bro.
I mean, that's what I said. That's not a bad lineup, but
That's not the best. That's a horrible five. You'll
You said
get
that's
ran.
not a bad
Bro,
lineup.
hold on. Bro, what are you talking
I'm
about?
hold on.
That's
I'm with you on
incredible
the
top
2000. I'm just saying, out of anybody, like what you call this, Kobe, he locked, LeBron locked. Who else?
That's
I said,
arguably 4 of the top 10 all time on your
Yeah, that's what
starting
I'm saying.
lineup.
That's
Yes.
locked.
Some of the best players at their position all time, bro. Like that's
So
what we're
that's your
talking about.
starting
I'm saying
five.
the only one you could probably remove is Nash, but that lineup definitely better.
Hold on. You could replace Nash with anybody, and you still got 4 of the
That's
top 10
what I'm.
in
That's
NBA
what
history.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So first of all, if I was gonna pick a 2000 star, I'm gonna pick the best five that represented the 2000s. I'm gonna have Kobe at the point guard. I'm gonna move.
You go.
I'm gonna go.
doing something goofy, man.
No, I'm going with I'm going with the best five. So that's your starting five on that lineup. He's saying the only person.
No,
he'll
we
take
went
out
best
is
five at position. We did position.
Okay, that's your best five at position.
The only reason why you trying to move stuff around and so you can just throw anybody at any position in the 90s.
No, it's not.
Jordan,
No, it's not.
Jordan at
no, it's not.
And you just
no, it's not. No, it's not. So I'm just saying my starting five I think would be the best five out of 2000.
Okay, tell us your starting point, your starting five for the 80s.
For the 80s, it would be Magic, Bird, Kareem,
Jordan.
Be Magic, Bird, Kareem.
80s Kareem?
Yes.
Okay.
It'd be Magic. It'd be Magic. Can I finish? Let me finish, man. Let me finish.
Go by position.
Magic. It'd be Magic. Jordan it'd be Magic at the 1, Jordan at the 2.
Can't have Jordan.
Bird,
he's in the 90s.
That's not no.
Bro,
Y'all get LeBron in the 2000s.
Thank you.
He
This
played
is
more
hold on.
years
Time out.
And the 2000s.
Let me finish.
LeBron
First,
played more years in the 2000s
can I
than Jordan did
finish?
in the 80s.
Can y'all
What
shut
are we
the
talking
fuck?
about?
Can y'all shut up,
Finals in the
please?
2000s. Jordan was losing in the 80s.
Let me finish. Number one. Jordan in the 80s was better than LeBron in the 2000s. That's number one.
Not true.
Number
That's
two.
not
Let me
true.
finish.
That's
Let me finish.
Bro,
Let me
LeBron
finish.
went to the
Let me
finals.
finish. Let me finish.
That's
Let me
a
finish. For y'all to have
Def is right.
LeBron, hold on. For y'all to have LeBron as a 2000s when he was drafted in 03 and played 7 years, and Jordan was drafted just in 84 and played 6 years.
What did
1
Jordan
year
do in
apart.
the
1 year
90s?
apart.
Hold
And
on,
they're not in.
Tell me
Jordan
one
can't
thing-
be in the
tell me
80s
one thing that
and
Jordan-
Okay,
LeBron
just
in the
give me
2000s.
since you want the 90s, go ahead and give me your 90s.
No, let me first of all let me give you my five in the 80s that I want to pick that I think will run everybody. You'll have
It's the best
Magic
of the
at the
80s and
1.
90s compilation. This is
You'll
a
have
two-decade
Magic at the 1, Jordan at the 2, Bird at the 3, Moses Malone at the 4, and Kareem at the 5. If you got to pick you just got to pick
You got
80s,
three
if you
top
just-
five players all time in the 80s.
If you just got to pick 80s players, it would be Magic, Bird, Kareem. Ooh, you might have to go Isaiah Thomas, and then you can go
Why
either
you got
or
2 point
with.
guards, man? Give me a real power.
No, you don't.
Let me ask you a question. How come you got Jordan? How come you got Jordan in the 80s, but you don't count Hakeem Olajuwon as an 80s player too that was playing in the 80s? Like why we
I can't in my criteria that was a list that he
in the 70s.
That was a list that he got. In my criteria, I count everybody that played in that era. For example, LeBron James is not a 2020s player. He's not. But do I think LeBron James is a top 10 player? Yes. The motherfucker won a championship. He averaged 30. I would take LeBron James in a Lakers jersey
just like the chat said.
LeBron not a 2020 player. He's
If you
still
want to
playing right
remix
now.
it, if you want to remix it like that, you can go 80s and 90s. If I made a starting five with the 2010s and the 2000s, it would look nasty for you. These cross decade players.
Correct, but this is my starting. Correct, you're right. But this is my starting five in the 90s, and they're all 90s players, and you're not going to beat them because I got the best defensive team all time. I got Gary Payton at the 1, 90s player, Jordan at the 2, 90s player, defensive player of the year. Gary Payton, defensive player of the year. I got Pippen at the 3, 90s player, one of the top 5 greatest defensive players. I'm taking David Robinson at the 4.
He's a center.
And I'm putting I know he's a center, but I'm still
You
it's my
can
list.
put him at the 4.
It's my list. It's my list. And I'm putting David Robinson at the 4, and I'm putting Hakeem Olajuwon at the 5.
Anybody beating that team.
Yeah. Where the scoring going to come from on that team? That look like a low scoring team, bro. That's
So first of all, I got the best scorer all time in Jordan. And who's stopping Hakeem Olajuwon?
Right.
At the 4.
Wait, but hold on. Don't put David Robinson at the 4. You got to pick a real power forward.
Yeah. You like Carl
two of the best power forwards of all time.
Yeah, Carl Malone.
Then give me Karl Malone.
That's going.
I just don't know what they all gonna do. They only know how to play offense with illegal defense. They always ISO type players.
So Pippen Jordan and hold on, Pippen Jordan and Gary Payton on the perimeter.
They all score from the same places on offense, man. They all need that mid-range.
No, they don't.
Not to cut you off, not to cut nobody off. Didn't Gilbert Arenas put up 40 on Gary Payton his rookie year, something like that?
Yeah, he did in 2003, 2004. He did when Gary Payton was 37 years old. You're correct.
Hey, MacDef.
He was 37.
MacDef.
Who gonna stop that '80s team offensively?
The '90s. The '90s is gonna smack everybody. I'm sorry. I don't care.
Gary not guarding Magic. Jordan.
Elijah
I
Warren.
tell y'all, bro. I
No.
played with all
Pippen
these
guarded.
dudes on NBA Jam,
Pippen
man.
guarded.
Half these dudes is trash in the motherfucker, man.
So
what
Gary's
happened?
good. So Gary's gonna guard Bird.
80s Jordan, 90s Jordan, 90s Jordan gonna have a problem with 80s Jordan 1-on-1, bro. That's a bad look right
See,
there.
I should pull up
first
NBA
of all,
Jam right now. Hold on, let me pull up.
if we just doing strictly '90s players, nobody's beating that starting five.
Hold
bro.
on, can I?
The '80s beating that starting five.
Hold on.
Hell
Can I ask you a question? What's your name, Mac Dell?
Who's stopping Hakeem Olajuwon in the '80s?
Can I?
Okay, who's stopping Bird in the '90s? Who's stopping Jordan in the '80s? I'm sorry, Bird in the '80s.
Pippen would guard Bird. He do a good job on him too.
Okay, then Magic's gonna kill Gary. You gotta like.
Jordan gonna kill Jordan.
Hold on, who's your two guard? Who's your two guard in the
I don't know if
'80s?
Magic.
Jordan in the '80s.
Wait a minute.
No, Jordan
Bird.
should be in the '80s, but if we're
Y'all
talking,
talking about the whole decade of the '80s, Kareem was still dope, bro.
hold on, this is let's put
The
it like
whole
this,
decade.
because I threw a monkey wrench in there. I if you're just going '80s players, Jordan is not in the '80s. If we're going '90s players, Shaquille O'Neal, who spent 8 years, won All NBA, who won a scoring title, he's not considered a '90s player. So if we're just going '80s, who's your starting five in the '80s? Just as '80s players.
All right,
If you get rid of Jordan,
All right.
Yes, you got to get rid of. Yes, you got to get rid of Jordan. He's '90s.
you probably put
Magic Gervin.
Put Isaiah at the 2. I mean,
no, put Gervin
Okay,
at
so
the
Ga-
Gervin.
okay, so Gary Payton's got him, and you got Magic.
that's
Okay,
the
I'm
problem, bro.
I'll put Jordan on Magic. You got Bird. I'll put Pippen on Bird. Who's your 4 and 5?
Gary Payton ain't doing no Isaiah in the '80s, bro. Sorry.
Shit.
You gotta be
Gary
fair.
Payton is one of the greatest defensive players
Yeah,
of all time.
he is, but he
Isaiah is one of the best offensive players of all time.
Isaiah Thomas is better than Gary
That's
Payton.
his toughest
Isaiah ain't
competition.
gonna just drop no 30 on Gary Payton.
Oh, yes,
They don't drop
who's your
25.
Yo, yes, the hell he is.
Who's your 4 and 5? He's not doing that versus Gary Payton. Who's your 4 and 5, sir?
What, you think Isaiah's just gonna drop like 14? What do you think Gary's gonna do?
Sir, if Michael Jordan didn't average 30 against Gary Payton, I'm not gonna sit here and say hypothetically that Isaiah Thomas is gonna drop 25.
Jordan ate Gary Payton up.
Somebody just said in the comment, Jason Williams made Payton look like ass on defense. I forgot.
Yes, that's in 2000. You're right. In 2000, when he was 33, 34 years old. You're right.
Hold on. He was
You're taking a 6-game span. You're taking a 6-game span.
You said it was because he was old, right? So it should count.
I said yes. That wasn't prime Gary Payton.
No, 33 is not old in the NBA. Shut up, man. Shut up.
33 is not old in the NBA.
No,
LeBron changed that. It is
bro. If you guys said one of the best athletes of all time, 33 is not old for LeBron. That's one of the greatest athletes of all time.
Nigga, Shaq was still balling at 33.
No, he wasn't.
Dirk was balling at 33.
You can move on, bro.
KD was balling at 33.
No,
not at age 30.
You're talking about the greatest. First of all, you're talking about the greatest players of all time. An anomaly in the 90s.
Right now, what the? Oh my god,
sir. In the 90s, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, 33. Hold on. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
College and did 4 years. That's their fault.
In 30, okay,
but you still gotta win.
That's cool. That's cool.
fault.
But you can't get rid of technology. You can't get rid of medicine and what's going on. 33 in the freaking 80s is old. 33 in the 90s is old.
Some of their NBA pro career in college. That's their fault. Don't blame us.
Shut up, bro. 33 is old.
No,
in
you shut
the
up,
90s.
nigga.
33 is old in the 90s.
Dumb. 33 is not old.
This man, hold on. Is Brandon still on? Brandon said Scottie Pippen was washed up by 99. Scottie Pippen was 32 years old.
That's his
Right?
fault.
No, I didn't say it was washed up. I said he was definitely past his prime because of all the back injuries.
That's all I'm saying. That wasn't a prime.
You don't be all defensive team and pass your prime, right,
His back was
Lamont?
bad. His back was bad.
Pass your prime. You don't make all defensive first team, right, Lamont?
In his career in '99, so
Tim Duncan was making
a lot of back injuries.
All right,
Bro,
wait. If you're using age, then why are you saying the '96 series when
That wouldn't
Jordan
make
was above?
sense. You don't
When
get these
Jordan,
accolades
Which hold on,
at
y'all can
past your
if I
prime.
say listen, if I say 33 is old, obviously I'm talking about 70 to 80% of the NBA. If you guys gonna say 33 is not old, look at LeBron James. Hold on, if you gonna say look at the top 10 greatest players and they weren't old at 33, okay, that's 10 out of
DeMar
4,000
DeRozan
players.
33 and he averaged 24 last season.
You stupid idiots. That's one of the greatest players of all time. You can't compare
DeMar
him
DeRozan's not
to
one of
the
the
other
greatest players of all
3,000
time.
players. There's 3,000 freaking players that played in the
find out.
NBA.
all right, then, okay. If Gary's not that great, then why are you hyping him up?
About to find out how
He
good
is
these
great.
dudes is.
He won the defensive player of the year.
But okay, wait. But you're putting this.
Name your starting five, bro, that can beat me. Because you got Isaiah. Who's your 4 and 5 in the 80s?
Over Gary Payton.
Were you talking to me at?
Yeah. Hey, look how trash.
I mean, if you're putting two centers, you mean Moses? If you're
what's the
putting
rating?
Moses McCann, Moses McCann.
Hold on. Look at this.
Power.
Kevin
No,
Johnson. He just said
dunk.
Kevin Johnson better than John Stockton. The man got 2 dunk, 0 block, no
That's Kevin
power.
Johnson. I thought that was Joe Johnson.
No.
Zero
Kevin
power.
Johnson played Stockton in the playoffs in the early 90s.
No.
Dominated.
Power.
Kevin
Hold on.
Johnson in his prime was better than Stockton.
Kevin Johnson's prime is stopped
Hold on, y'all. Look at
94.
Stockton numbers, y'all. Look at Stockton.
Kevin
I don't
Johnson's
agree with
prime
that.
only lasted 4 years, but he was
Zero
better than
power.
Stockton in his prime.
Zero athleticism.
Okay, but in the entirety of the '90s, Stockton got it. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that. I'm saying
But you did.
Johnson's prime was better than Stockton.
No, he
Stockton
wasn't.
had
Who's
a
better?
longer, better career.
Now,
Yeah.
who's better, Gary Payton or Stockton?
Stockton.
According to the game, Stockton is better.
Y'all call him the glove. He got 5 power. His
Oh.
steals only 7. Y'all called him the glove. His steals only
Hey,
7.
but they tried him with the steal though. Come on.
7
They
steals
tried
with the
him.
glove. Like, what
His
happened?
clutch.
What happened?
7.
He ain't got no clutch gene. He's 4 on the clutch. Look at Stockton.
Why did they give Gary hair?
Stockton got 9 steals, 8 clutch, 9 pass, 9 3.
Oh,
Is that rookie Gary Payton? He's got hair.
No rookie Gary Payton.
Then why does he got hair?
Is the real
I don't
glove? Is that what
Yeah, he said they cloned.
So, Young Africa, is you beating that starting 5, bro?
What's
How was you beating that starting 5? Gary Payton,
Hold on.
Jordan.
I thought y'all said Clyde Drexler was nice.
Oh,
That's crazy.
I thought y'all said Clyde Drexler was
Lamar.
nice.
He wasn't that
Your
good.
mic breaking up, Lamar.
See,
Your mic
hey.
breaking up. We hear you though. Your
Hold
mic
on.
breaking.
Hold on. See, look, check this out, y'all. Can y'all hear me?
It's a bit
Nah,
distorted.
you breaking in and
Yeah,
out.
bro. It sounds like you talking fast than a motherfucker, bro.
Oh, it's because I'm running the game. Hold on. Let me shut this down, man.
Well, oh, now you're right. Now you're right.
Man, to be honest, if you really want me to be
Hey,
honest,
look at Drexler's numbers, though, y'all.
I'll take
now
it.
your mic is straight. Yeah, Drexler looking like an average player.
Wait,
Hold on.
The Madden ratings is
Now,
garbage
this is
this
the
year. I don't
dude.
want to see this.
This was the dude that they had going up against Michael Jordan. Dude, 7 speed,
don't
6
move.
3-pointer, 5 pass. He had no power, 4 power, 5 steal, 6 block, and had no clutch.
Nah, he was
Average in a motherfucker.
Well,
Yeah,
those
you talking about the
ratings
chef
are
from different
Clyde
world?
was better than that.
No, he was not. This
He
is
still
carried
the
his team to
truth
two
about
finals.
NBA Jam tells us who the players were in the moment.
Okay,
Y'all can't lie
Portland
and
got to the
finesse.
finals twice with Drexler as the best
See,
player.
Y'all try to
Drexler was
no.
a
It
very-
looks like
Drexler's one of the
Cliff
underrated players
Robinson
in
was a
NBA
better
history.
player.
He's a very good player.
Hey, come on, do Ray Allen and Clyde Drexler.
I don't think
Ray
Ray
Allen
Allen
ain't
on
on
this
Yeah, I
team.
don't think they got Ray Allen on this.
Wait,
Especially
Ray Allen was better than Clyde
Drexler
Drexler.
still. Yeah,
Ray Allen
This
was
is
better than Clyde
94.
Drexler.
This is when
Ray
Jordan
Allen
retired.
was
This
not
is
better than
94.
Clyde Drexler.
This is
Oh,
not
man, you
Clyde
crazy.
Drexler's prime anyway, 94. So
Clyde
we can move
Drexler
on.
took 2 teams to the finals as the best
No,
player.
Olajuwon did.
Hold up, 2 teams?
No,
Or
Clyde
the same
Drexler
team?
You
was
talking about
the
the
best player on
Trailblazers?
Portland when they got to the finals twice.
Hey, I thought y'all said Reggie Miller was Jordan's rival.
Nah, that wasn't no rival.
Hold on, you see
Look
that
at them
3-point?
numbers.
You see that 3-point in that clutch? What you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
That's all.
So Buddy Hill got
Yeah,
a
that's all.
Buddy Hill got a 9 3-pointer.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
First of all, Buddy Hill
He
ain't
got
nowhere
like a
near
90.
Reggie
Hold
Miller.
on,
Probably on two.
Buddy Hill ain't nowhere near Reggie Miller in
Just
in
not a
shooting.
first option.
Y'all can
That's
stop it
I
right
mean,
now.
Reggie Miller, he was just a catch and shoot
Hold on.
shooter. So I mean,
Where
Yo,
are
y'all
these
being
90s greats?
disrespectful. Come on,
Hold
bro.
on. How did y'all think so lowly of Reggie Miller that y'all gave him such trash numbers even on a video game?
Mm.
You see that 3-pointer and that clutch. That's all you need
6
to know.
pass. What?
Hey,
4
Yeah,
4
it's,
block,
yeah.
5 steal.
A pass,
Oh.
a
is
60
9 the
pass,
highest?
So
and
Reggie
he
Miller
averaged
was
3
just
assists for his career.
so
bro.
Reggie Miller
What
was
the
just basically a hyped up Buddy
what?
Hill.
No.
Oh.
Hold on. So hold on.
Hey,
This is why I hate y'all NBA fans. Who's
Ooh,
LeBron
look at
James?
Penny though.
LeBron James LeBron
in the
James rival
moment.
is Steph Curry. What does he do?
And look at the player that
You
the
compare
Bulls
Steph
lost.
Curry with Reggie
See,
Off
that's
the
Miller?
why the
dribble,
Bulls.
get to the
That
rim.
That's
3-point
why the
shooting?
Bulls was struggling. They
Hold
lost that
on.
man.
Is you trying to
They
compare
lost that
Steph
man with
Curry
that
with
9 power and that 9
The
block.
thing about
And,
these ratings are the
and
people
look at
making
this, y'all.
video games are young, so
Look
Horace
at
they don't know
Horace.
Grant.
how good Drexler was in
Facts.
the
I
80s.
want to show y'all
Facts.
something. Look at Horace Grant's
Facts.
clutch. That's wild.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he was more
And
clutch than
Grant's almost clutch as Reggie Miller. That's
I'll
crazy.
That
take
nigga
Penny
more clutch
Hardaway
than
over
GP, bro.
Kevin
That's
Johnson.
crazy.
Whoever y'all.
See, these are the true numbers.
Show us
These
Jordan's
ain't no
numbers.
true
Honestly,
numbers.
Jordan's
Y'all
the
tripping
difference in
right
Jordan
now.
was
Jordan
I don't
clear.
didn't
think
want to
he
be on the
ever
game.
came.
See, you know why Jordan didn't want to
Oh,
be on the game? Because he knew
okay.
that the real ratings would come out.
Nah, this game was made in '94. That's why. Shut up.
Look,
Oh.
Jordan knew.
This game was made in '94.
Jordan signed the Jordan. They said Jordan basically told the game companies, "Y'all can't put me in the game." Jordan wasn't in any of the games. He didn't want his real ratings being exposed because if Pippen's ratings was better than Jordan's on the game, that would have been wild.
Nah, Jordan would have had 10 speed,
Well, we can
10
move on.
dunk.
We can
10
move on.
speed.
This is a
Yeah,
good
he would have had
narrative.
10
NBA.
speed.
This man
That's
is
the biggest
measuring
thing.
all-time
Oh,
greats by
hey, look at
NBA
this.
Jam
Look at all
ratings.
them
I feel you.
greens. B.J. Armstrong and Scottie Pippen carrying Michael Jordan.
Hold
That's
up.
what
Armstrong. Armstrong's more clutch.
BJ Armstrong 9 clutch.
Steve Kerr, the Bulls' first 3 titles.
Greatest
BJ's
help of all time.
That's
Keep
crazy.
on trying to
Oh,
tell you Scottie
shit.
Pippen wasn't a number one.
Greatest help.
BJ
You see that clutch?
Armstrong
You see
better
that
than
clutch
Reggie
for Scottie
Miller.
Pippen? Nobody was lying.
Hold on, where them
Armstrong
big?
better than
Hold
Reggie
on.
Miller.
BJ
Who'd
Armstrong
y'all
is
say
one
was
of
a
the better
great big
shooters
man?
in NBA
Hey,
history.
go to New York.
Hakeem
Patrick Ewing.
Olajuwon.
Show me
Who'd y'all
Patrick
say
Ewing.
was a great
Patrick
big
Ewing.
man? Who'd y'all say
Go
was a
go to
great
Patrick
go
big
go
man?
to New York.
Go to
Go
the
to New
Saints.
York.
Oh,
Hold up, let's see
oh.
Pat Ewing. He got 7 speed.
Yeah, 9 dunk,
Whoa,
8
whoa.
power,
9 clutch.
9 block, 9 clutch.
9 clutch for Patrick Ewing.
Was he
Really?
supposed? He's supposed to have a 9 3-pointer. He's
Hold
supposed to have a
up.
9 3-pointer or something.
Hold on.
Why you got a
I
4
thought y'all
3-point?
said Oakley was nice.
Nobody say that.
Nah,
Come
Oakley.
closer.
Yeah, you know, he was a solid role player, but I mean, I don't know.
Now, the
I'm
Knicks had
lying.
good rosters. Anthony Mason was good. They had the
They did not
X-Man.
have good. They did
Hey,
not have good
X-Man,
rosters.
hey,
They did
X-Man was
not.
decent.
Mason was
They
trash.
cheated for
Mason was
Hakeem. They
decent.
cheated
Come
for
on, nah,
Hakeem.
Mason was decent, man.
Mason
No,
was
that's the
the
real
X-Man.
ratings for Hakeem. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Mason.
Don't do that.
Anthony
He
Mason.
looked like he the best player of the 90s by
Anthony
these
Mason is
ratings.
a fake Draymond Green.
Fake Draymond Green.
Anthony Mason was a solid player.
A fake Draymond Green.
Whatever. Ain't nobody beating my starting 5 out of the 90s. We can move on, man.
Hold on. Give me
The
another
2000s
great.
to beat your lineup. What are you
90s
talking
is the
about?
best
Hold
era.
on, y'all. Can
Jason
y'all give me
Get rid of
another
that.
great?
Kobe.
Y'all give me another great '90s big man.
Jordan would
Shaq. That's all
destroy
they're gonna
Oh, they
say.
playing
Shaq.
Alonzo.
Hey,
Alonzo
go to the
Mourning.
Hakeem Olajuwon
go to
would
the
destroy
Nuggets. Go to the
Shaq.
Nuggets.
No, they
Alonzo
tell me
Mourning.
Alonzo Mourning was a great big man.
Matter of fact, Larry Johnson right there too.
Hey,
Alonzo
Alonzo
Mourning was.
Mourning
You go
stacked up
to
a
the
little
Charlotte
bit.
Hold
Hornets.
on. Charlotte, the coldest team on the game, though.
Oh,
Facts.
Thank
Facts.
the
That
Bulls
was a fact.
played that Charlotte team in the playoffs one year too. It was a good series.
What happened?
The Bulls won in 6, but it was very competitive.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt.
Expansion team is what happened. Yeah, expansion
My,
team. That's what
my
happened.
No, that
2000
was a
team
good
is
Charlotte
crushing
team.
yours.
That was Larry Johnson before he had the back injuries.
It wasn't
That
that good of a
was
Charlotte
a
team.
rivalry. That was a rivalry.
What's your
No, it
starting
wasn't a
5 in the
rivalry.
2000s, Ralph?
Jason Kidd, Kobe, LeBron, Duncan, and Shaq.
Oh, that's killed in the
Okay.
90s.
Oh, they spanking the
Okay,
80s.
hold on. First of all, Gary Payton destroyed Jason Kidd in the 90s. It's gonna be duplicated. Jordan and
Jason
and
Kidd
Kobe.
was a young rookie. Are you really serious? You talking
Hold
about
on.
the entire
Yes,
time?
yes, he was drafted in
You talking about
94.
a guy who carried this team to the finals twice in the 2000s. What are we talking
Correct.
about?
In the weak Eastern Conference. Correct.
that's
Jason,
hold on.
What?
Hold on. Time out.
Eastern Conference.
Who just said that? Who just
That's the
said
same Eastern Conference that Jordan played in.
Y'all know you know they lying about Ewing's dunk. Ewing missed the game.
What are you talking about?
Can I hold on? Who
The
just
East
said
was
the
loaded in the early
Y'all said
90s.
the Eastern Conference is weak. Can y'all please explain this to me? 1 second, Lamont. Y'all said that the 2000 Eastern Conference is weak, right? Y'all do know that Jordan in the 80s, he made the playoffs with a 30 and 52 record. in the Eastern Conference, but none of y'all say the 80s was. None of y'all say the 80s Eastern Conference was weak. Oh, the 80s.
3 under 500
Besides
seasons.
the Bulls,
He was
besides
30
the
and
Bulls,
52 and made the
Pistons
playoffs. That's a
waxing any
weak
team
Eastern
in the
Conference.
90s, bro.
No, it's not because it was top. It was top heavy. You idiot.
3 under 500, 3 under 500 seasons, and Jordan still went to the playoffs.
If you
That's
hold on,
weak.
if you got the 86 Celtics with 67 wins, you got the Atlanta Hawks with Dominique, you got Isaiah Thomas, you got Barkley, Moses Malone, and the 76ers. You got the Milwaukee Bucks.
When the Warriors won 73 games, there was no 30-win team.
Stop it. Oh, okay. Look at the Eastern
And
Conference.
Spurs, how many 60? Was it 68? There was no 30-win team in the 8th or 7th seed.
Look in the Eastern Conference. He's saying the Eastern Conference was weak.
Hold on. So you saying that the Eastern Conference is strong when Jordan was 30 and 52 and made the playoffs, but it was
Yes.
Real quick, brother. Hold on.
Okay, so what? I just gave you a reason why. Give me a reason why it's not. I'm telling you all the top heavy teams.
Real quick. The Nets was number 1 with 52 or 30 wins. Pistons 50 and 32. Celtics 49-33. Hornets 44-38. 44-38 Magic. 43-39 Sixers. 42-40 Raptors. And the Pacers 42-40. That was the 7th and 8th seed, the last two. What are we talking about, Mac? That was the year 2002 when the Nets went to their first finals.
LeBron missed the playoffs at 42.
You don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Hold on.
Oh, no, you guys are first.
LeBron missed the playoffs at 42 and 40. But y'all say that, that's a weak Eastern Conference. But Jordan made the playoffs at 30 and 52. But that's a tough Eastern.
Yes, but let me explain. Yes, let me explain. Now, who was the best? Hold on. The Nets were the number. Hold on. The Nets were the number. Time out. The Nets were the number 1 seed that year, right? In 2002, correct?
Yeah,
with
52 and 30.
With 52 wins. Okay, let's skip over the freaking the Boston Celtics. They don't even deserve to be in the conversation. Are the Nets better than the bad boy Pistons?
No.
In the 80s.
Okay, hold on.
That was not bad boys. No, that was not bad boys. I'm not letting that slide. That was not bad boys. Come on.
In 8, you're finna tell. Hold on. You're finna tell me that the Nets in 02 was better than the Pistons in 86?
You call them the bad boys Pistons.
Which year? What's your point?
You're saying the 86 Pistons are better than the 02 Nets. Why?
Yeah.
Because you can name players? Is that why? You can name players. There was Isaiah Thomas. There was Dennis Rodman, who was probably in his second year. There was Joe Dumars. I can know names. Chuck Daly. Do you know who these guys are? Man, come on, man.
Wait, what are you talking about when the Celtics was 67 and 15?
We talked about. They're not better than the Pistons. They're not.
What's your point, back then?
They're not.
What's your point?
You're talking about the weakness, but they're not weak.
Listen, what I'm saying is,
when you talk about a conference like this, you're not talking about the guys at the top. You're talking about the depth at the bottom, bro. Like what are you doing?
The guys at the bottom won more than
because you guys keep cutting me off. I said one.
The guys at the bottom was the Bullets, 39 wins. The 6th, 7th,
shut
the
up.
Nets, 39 wins. 8th, the Bulls with 30 wins. What do you mean?
Okay.
They're hold on. They're lower tier on the East in the 2002 is way more wins than the 1986 season. What are we talking about?
Look at the 86 season and give me the rundown. Forget about the Celtics. I know they got 67. Give me the rest of the
bottom. Look at the bottom.
The Bucks 57, Sixers 54, Hawks 50, 46 Pistons, 39 Bullets, 39 Nets, and 30 for the Bulls.
So hold on. So let me get this straight. Can I finish? Can I finish?
No.
Shut up. Let me finish. So you got.
Hold up, Magda, because you've been talking. I'm just going to clarify what Ralph just said. So you said that those were the 8 seeds. So you had 3 30-win teams in the playoffs, Ralph.
Yeah,
I don't ever happen. Oh
my goodness! And how you gonna explain that, Mac? That 3 30.
You heard what I said about the 2002 season.
Can I talk? I'm letting you niggas talk. No, you telling me to hold on, but you can't. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Africa, you heard how I said in 2002, the 6th seed, 43 wins, Sixers, 42 wins, Raptors. 42 wins, Pacers.
Yup.
Like, what are we talking about?
Can I finish? Can I continue now? Can I go? Is it my turn?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, number one. In 2002, you said 2 teams that had 50 wins, correct?
Oh my goodness, bro.
I'm asking the question. Is that correct?
We talking about the
Okay, Celtics at 49.
Shut up! I'm talking about the fucking conference.
Wait. All right, wait. Go ahead.
Okay, so your top teams, so your best teams out of your conference, your best teams got 50 wins, correct?
That,
Two teams.
yeah, because it was competitive.
Okay.
Man, I want to hear.
Competition.
That means more
Okay.
parity, man.
Besides the Celtics, you said 3 teams had 50 wins in the East, correct? I'm asking.
All right, where you going with this?
Actually, it was well, you said besides, but all together it's 4 teams.
So okay, so the Celtics had 67, and then you had 3 other teams that had 50 wins, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it's still above 500, no matter what you say.
Okay, so you're saying
not below.
that the
It's
okay.
more
my point is. I'm gonna end it.
586
I'm
though.
trying to end it. You're cutting me off. I'm trying to end it. You idiot. So you're trying to tell me that the best out of your conference, the top, the very best, is 50 win teams, while the second, third, and fourth teams in the East got 50 wins, which the top 5 teams is smacking your whole entire top conference.
No.
If you're but they won't.
Matt,
But they won't.
The 6th, 7th, and 8th seed is making the playoff with 30 wins.
Right.
You talking? Hey, Mac, you finesse it. We're not talking about which teams at the top of the Eastern Conference were better. We're talking about the competition.
We're talking about as a whole.
You're talking about the competition, and the competition.
And I'm sitting here,
when you talk about 30 wins,
and I'm sitting here telling y'all, y'all best. The whole everybody's
you
going.
just define a weak conference, Mac.
No, I'm not. Let me finish.
That sounds like a weak ass conference.
Hold on. So the conference is garbage, but I got 3 champions. I got 3 champions in my conference.
Your point is not.
I got 3 champions, nigga. I got 3 champions in the dynasty in that conference. I got 3 champions in the. I got 3 champions. I got 3 champions in the dynasty. What y'all got?
Detroit, Boston, and Miami. We got 3.
Hold on, bro. How you
Detroit,
got 3
Boston,
champions
Miami,
when the
3.
Pistons didn't win the 88?
No, they
Bro,
won 8.
I got 3. You said the Eastern Conference was garbage. You said first of all, you said the Eastern Conference was garbage in the 80s, right?
Hey, MacDev, can I?
If you said the 2000s is garbage, then
the 2000s is ass.
They got 3 champions. They got 3 champions.
They
got 3 champions. They got 3 champions.
Because you talking about records, right? But
I got a dynasty. What are you talking about?
Wasn't you the same one try to trash the Atlanta Hawks in 2015 when they won 60?
Dynasty doesn't help your competition argument. What are you talking about?
Facts, bro.
Hey,
we talking about a conference, bro. Not a
you pick and choose when to
exactly.
bring
We're talking about competition in your conference. If you got 14 smacking everybody else, how does that defend your argument that it was a deep and competitive conference, bro? Like, how does that work?
Right.
Sir,
it don't work, MacDev. Just keep it on.
Yes, hold on. Yes, it does.
How you gonna say that the Hawks when they won 60 games? You said that they was trash, but then you try to bring up all these 50 win teams.
Because you're going. First of all, y'all dumbasses is going off of records.
That's what you're going off of records.
No, I'm not. I'm going off of the. No, I'm not.
Talk about.
Hold on. The 80s. First of all, I said skip the 86 Celtics. We already know who they is compared to any other Eastern Conference team all the time.
You can't talk about 50 wins. That sounds like a record. That's all I'm saying.
I'm talking first of all
about a record. You're talking about a record.
I beat you with because I'm sorry if you had 50. Hold on. Time out. If answer this question. Besides a cut season in 99 and 2012, name me a team that won a championship without 50 wins in a full 82 game season. Name me a team. I'll give you it. It's the 95 Rockets, 47. Other than that, I don't know anybody that won 50 games. I don't know no champion that didn't win 50 games
But
in
the
the
Nets
season.
won 50 games.
Hold
But the
on,
Nets won 50 games. So
time out.
What
My
about the
point
2000s
is that you can't have no championship contender in the motherfucking playoffs without 50 wins in a full 82 game season. So for the simple fact that you niggas is harping on two teams in 2002 which didn't have no freaking chance to win the championship, you got two contenders for a championship that won 50 games. In the
Sounds like
East,
mad that
in
kid.
the East, besides Boston, you had three other teams with 50 wins.
You just mad because Kid
No,
got the finals twice and Peyton got once.
Okay,
man.
now
Get
you
over
sound
it.
like you whining.
Nah,
You've
been whining
I
this
just spit
entire
facts.
time.
You sound like you whining now.
There's still 50 wins. Guess what?
You sound like you whining, but it's
Kid won 50 wins. Kid won 50 wins. So guess what?
name me a team that played a full 82 game season. You could Google it. Name me a team that played a full 82 game season that didn't win 50 games that won a championship.
The Nets win 50 wins. Did the Nets have 50 wins? I'm asking you.
Yeah, they had 50 wins.
Okay, then shut up. You just there. Then what's the argument?
The argument
You have nothing. You have nothing.
No, the argument was who's a better conference. And I'm telling you, tell me you had two teams that were viable championship contenders, which didn't even have a chance versus the Western Conference. If you skip the Celtics, you had three championship contenders who won 50 games.
The Bucks weren't winning nothing. The Sixers were old as hell. They're
Detroit champions.
What?
No champions.
The Bucks were never champions. They kept getting
the Sixers and the Celtics were champions.
You said get rid of Boston. You said skip out. You said skip Boston.
Yeah, you said
Boston and the Sixers were champions. You first off, y'all don't have no champions. Number one, y'all don't have no champions. So don't even speak on it. Don't even speak on it. We can move on. You don't have a 60-win team. You got two 50-win teams, and y'all trying to make that out as a great.
Got three of them. We got three champions.
60 wins from 83, then we can take.
Well, we got two dynasties in one decade. What are we talking about, man?
So the 80s only had one dynasty in the 80s. There was only one dynasty in the 80s?
I mean, kind of, yeah. Pretty much. It's just one, really.
Okay, then. Okay, then.
It's really just one.
So you had
the 1990s was far better than the 80s, not close. I mean, there are even Hall of Fame players who played in the 90s that nobody remembers, like Brad Daugherty. I mean, Brad's not
in the Hall. He's not in the Hall.
Like 4 years in the 90s, nobody even remembers him. There were so many Hall of Fame centers.
Wait, what does that got to do with anything?
Rasheed Wallace has smoked Brad Daugherty, so I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, besides the Bulls, the 04 Pistons have smoked any team in the 90s besides the Bulls. They
probably beat one of the Bulls teams, bro. They probably beat one.
I just wanted to give Mike that respect. That's why I said besides the Bulls. But that 04
no, the 94-95 Rockets would have smoked the 04 Pistons.
Yeah,
that's cat.
Number. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why it's not cap. Number one, Tim Duncan by himself with no other great center or power forward backing him up smacked the Pistons.
Okay, and Shaq and Kobe got smacked. Shaq and Kobe got.
We're talking about the 04. We're talking about the 04.
Yeah, guess what? In 2004, they lost to the Lakers.
Wait.
No, you're talking about 2005. You talking about 2005. You ain't making a point.
You got to fix
hold
your
on.
mic.
Hold on.
What's your name?
Hold on, Mr. Slashblade. Your mic is messed up, man. Your mic is on.
Yes.
My whole point was this. If Tim Duncan by himself is beating the Pistons, there's no reason for me to think
he was hurt and wasn't producing. Ginobili took
What do you
over
mean
that
by
game.
himself, Mac? Ginobili arguably.
You trying to
Ginobili
rewrite history.
Young Africa. I'm talking as a front line. When you look at the Pistons front line,
you can't. Hey, first of all, you can't mess history, man. Ginobili arguably.
Young Africa. I said with no other power forward or center backing him up. That's what I said.
Duncan wasn't cooking. Hey, why we act like Duncan, even though he was the anchor of the defense, wasn't playing with arguably some of the best perimeter players of his generation, bro. In perimeter defenders of his generation, like Bruce Bowen, Kawhi Leonard.
Hold on. Name a perimeter player. Name a perimeter player that Tim Duncan played with that's better than Clyde Drexler. I'll wait.
perimeter defender was my
I'll wait.
point. Because we
No. I'll wait.
Defender.
I'll wait.
Perimeter defenders.
Oh, okay. Defender. Okay. So nobody's better than Clyde Drexler. Okay.
I'll take Jimmy. I'll take Jimmy Butler over Clyde Drexler.
Okay, so you can't name somebody
Jimmy
better
Butler
than Clyde
does not
Drexler.
compare to Clyde
Were
Drexler.
the Spurs? Was the Spurs a better 3-point shooting team than the
Why are
90s
you
Rockets?
taking? Why are you taking the 2005 Pistons as your?
Clyde Drexler is overrated.
They're overrated. What are you talking about?
Why is everybody
the
saying
Spurs
you
were
got
way
cooked?
better 3-point shooting team than the Rockets.
Duncan shot 41% for that series, bro. Like, way.
Did he? Hold on. I'll answer your question.
was the MVP
First,
in that round.
Hold on. So again, you can't name me. You said Ginobili, Tony Parker. None of them is better. None of them is better than Clyde Drexler.
Clyde Drexler. I'll say it.
Okay, cool.
Hold on. What is this debate? Hold on, y'all.
They're trying to say that the 04 Pistons will smack everybody in the 90s, not name Michael Jordan and the Bulls.
Yo.
True.
Yo, what up, Bees?
Salute, Bees.
You said what?
Your mic is low.
No,
Are y'all trying to? Man, y'all are
Your
tripping.
mic is low, Bees.
What?
Hakeem Olajuwon would smack the dog crap out
Hold
of
on.
04 Pistons.
Can y'all hear me now? Is that better?
Hakeem Olajuwon can't play on a perimeter. All he do is play with his back to the in the paint.
Hold on. First of all, I think when y'all say Hakeem's gonna beat somebody, like, let's not act like a whole bunch of teams that throughout the 90s didn't beat up and figure out how to beat the Rockets. Y'all acting like it was a puzzle that nobody could solve. It was a very No, that's hold on. How many times did Hakeem lose to teams that were seated lower than them? That's not always
but those were still elite teams. Seattle,
no, they weren't.
Did nobody dominate Hakeem Olajuwon? Did nobody stop that man? Nobody.
Detroit didn't stop Shaq, and they still won.
Detroit, the Shaq. Hold on. So the Shaq that averaged 38 versus the Pacers, 35 versus New Jersey. Then all of a sudden he averages 26, and nobody stopped him.
Not to cut you off, you said nobody stopped Hakeem. Didn't he get swept in the first round by the Lakers that one year? Like, come on.
Yeah,
Correct. Hold on. Time out. You're correct. The Rockets did get swept. What the fuck did Hakeem Olajuwon put up? Go look at the numbers.
His numbers.
I mean, Jordan got swept by Bird, but did nobody stop Jordan?
I can swear you just
did nobody. I don't know what stat pad. That's Jared. I'm talking about individually. Nobody is stopping Hakeem Olajuwon. That's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, you named Ginobili, Parker, and all these other.
Hold on, MacDef. You just said nobody stopped Hakeem. Okay, let's go to this game. Lakers eliminated the Rockets. Hold on, no, we're
go to the series.
Lakers. Hold on, let me read it off. Lakers eliminated the Rockets in 1990 in 4 games. I'm going to give you Hakeem Olajuwon stats. Game 1, 13 points. 13 points on 38% from the field.
Yeah, it's because he's getting
2.
doubled the whole game.
No, let him finish. Let him finish.
Damn.
Let him finish.
Let him finish.
Y'all don't try to tell the story because y'all wasn't telling it before. I'm just telling you what the stats say. Hold on. It's game 2. Hakeem Olajuwon, 11 points on 26. Hold on. Let's just do this.
I'm saying he got double, man. Stop
hold on, y'all. Since the Jordan fans can't control y'all trying to explain. Mac Def just literally said, "Ain't nobody
stopped Hakeem Olajuwon." Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hold on. Come on, y'all. Y'all keep trying to interject, giving commentary on these horrible games. I don't want to hear no commentary. These are horrible games. Y'all said nobody stopped them. How does the double team all of a sudden stop them? Hold on. So So we got a 13 point. We got 13 point, 38% from the field. Then we got 11 point, 26 point from the field, 26% from the field, right? So that sounds to me like the Lakers figured that bullshit out. I told y'all the dream shake was some bullshit.
Keep going.
Hold on. I am Mac Def. Remember, so they won a game. They won a game. 20 and Hakeem gave 22 points on 58% from the field. Mind you guys, these are all far below his season averages. Far below. The Lakers held him below his season averages. He choked. According to y'all logic, when y'all say players choke, he choked, right?
That's
no, they
not
didn't figure it
talking to
out.
me because
Then hold on. This is the only game. In the only game where Hakeem decides to show up, it's a 21-point blowout. So remember, in the 21-point blowout, this is all stat pad. Oh, he puts up in the blowout. Oh, in the blowout, he puts up 28 points. Oh, in the blowout, he puts up 28 points in the blowout. He decides to show up, but they got their ass blown out, right? So again, they got smacked. You said nobody figured Hakeem out. That's not like somebody figured him out.
No.
Lamont.
No, hold on. Yes, correct. Nobody stopped Hakeem Olajuwon, so you're talking about him. You're talking about Hakeem Olajuwon who got swept. No, I'm being fair. You're talking about Hakeem Olajuwon got swept.
Hold on, y'all. Now hold on. For the people that was saying I want y'all to tell me the two Lakers that was doubling. Who was the double team coming from?
I'm not on that.
As a big man, he shot 44%.
That sound like Sam Perkins put the clamps on.
And when was Hakeem wasn't doubled?
How can y'all justify? How can y'all justify a big man shooting 44% from the field for the whole series? Like, how can y'all justify?
Let me
that?
finish. Because Lamont's not reading off all the
Lakers.
I'm gonna continue though. Hold on.
The Lakers didn't even have a dominant big like that.
How do you hold Hakeem Olajuwon to under 13 points in back-to-back games?
They had Klay Thompson, daddy.
James Worthy. We know.
That's called clamps to me. Y'all talking about he didn't get stopped in the playoffs when they lost. Yes, he did.
No, he got stopped. He shot
44%.
Thank you. So Mac Def, you just said he didn't. So that proves I don't even have to read any more series. That one series proves you lied.
Yeah, man. Stop trying to mythicize people, man. Turn people into myths
Damn,
and
Mac
shit,
Def.
And then you got Brandon talking about, he was getting double teamed. Oh,
damn, man.
All stars get double, Brandon.
Can I finish? Can I continue? Is it my turn? Is it my turn? First of all, I didn't. Can I continue? Can I go? So when I started off by saying, did nobody stop Hakeem Olajuwon? Hakeem Olajuwon in that series, which he got swept, averaged 18 points, 11 rebounds.
I'm not talking about that year.
That's bad.
Yes, you said first of all.
That's the year after.
Shut up.
That's the year
You
after.
said hold on. Time out.
No, you're talking about 91 when they got swept by the Lakers. I'm talking about the year before when the Rockets won one game.
Lamont, I'm looking at 1990, bro.
1990 playoffs. Houston Rockets played the Lakers. It was a 4-game series. You're talking about 91 when the Lakers swept them.
The 91 Houston team was not very
Lamont,
good.
you lost. Hold on, Lamont. You shut up. You lost $200 on. You better check your facts. You lost $200 on something like this. Let me spit. All right, Hakeem Olajuwon in this series in which he got swept in 1990 by the
I'm not
Lakers,
talking about the series
18,
where he got swept.
That's what we're talking about. That's what he said.
No, we not.
That's what he said.
No, you
Hold
know,
on.
Mac Def.
It was best of three.
Specifically said. No, Mac Def, you specifically said when Hakeem lost, he did his thing. Well, in this series
I didn't.
right
no,
here,
no, I.
What
didn't
does it say, y'all?
I didn't say that.
1990 playoffs.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Hold on, Houston Rockets. Hakeem Olajuwon, 13 points on 38% from the field. Hakeem Olajuwon, 11 points on 26% from the field. Hakeem Olajuwon, 22
That Houston
points.
team was garbage. That was before they added Murray.
Excuses.
Excuses.
It was garbage. Right.
It was garbage. It was garbage in '89. He still did better than this.
Excuses.
See, and then even when he got swept, even when he got swept the next year, this is far below his season averages. This is below his season average. That means choking, according to y'all. If you show up and you perform below your season average, according to you guys, that's choking. Yeah. He got smacked up. He got smacked up by the Lakers back-to-back series. Right? Boom.
The old Lakers. The old Lakers. The old ass Lakers.
The old Laker team at that too. Like y'all like to say.
Can I finish my Lamont? You don't even know what this started off on.
Come on, bro. Stop it.
The point is that this started from you said the 04 Pistons.
How did
you said the 04 Pistons would smack everybody in the 90s?
Hold on. So you telling me that if Sam Perkins can shut down Hakeem and hold him to 13 points, you telling me Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace can't?
What I'm simply telling you, if y'all let me talk,
Divac can shut down Hakeem Olajuwon. You telling me Rasheed
he
Wallace
didn't shut him
Wallace
down?
can't?
What are y'all talking about?
That's
Can we
13
move on?
points. 13
Can we
points.
can I talk, Lamont? Can I talk? Can I talk? You started off by saying the 04 Pistons would beat everybody in the 90s. I said they're not beating the 95
Bro, I said
Rockets.
that, bro.
I said that. Okay. Now, what I'm simply saying is Tim Duncan averaged 20 points, 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks in that series. He was Finals MVP.
Shooting.
Correct, but he was the best player. But he led Ben Wallace. He went against Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace and Antonio McDyess and beat them in points, grabbed more rebounds than Ben Wallace, and averaged more blocks shots than Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace. So to me, as an individual, Tim Duncan dominated that series versus Ben Wallace. Hold on, versus Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace with no help. With no help on the front. Hold on, listen. On the front court, Young Africa. On the front court, who was the power forward and who was the starting center on the Spurs in 05? I'll wait. Okay, thank you. Now,
it's crazy you're using the 2005 Pistons to argue for the 2004 Pistons. That's all. We're talking about the 04
bro. It's the same front court. It's the same starting five. What are we doing?
It was the same front court. Then
hold on. My point is that's what Tim Duncan did, and he won, right?
All right, Shaq did better. He lost.
He just brung up two things. He just brung up whose?
Mr. Slash, but his mic.
Yeah, the other guy. So Robert Horry wasn't a lot of help back there. Not a lot of help.
He was clutch. He was big shot Bob, but yes, he was big shot
that front
Bob.
line you talking about. Robert Horry's not help. That's not help. No.
Oh my Lord, no.
I'm just asking a question, bro.
No, I'm telling you, no. He was big shot Bob, but
he wasn't help.
No. So my point is that Tim Duncan balled out in that series to me. In a slow pace and averaged 20, right? And played great. This man picked the weakest series Akeem Olajuwon ever had and got swept, and he's still averaging 18, 11 with 5 blocks a game. Now,
that's in 1990. Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
18 is below his average.
Let me finish.
Hold on. But MacDev, the 18 don't even tell the full story. He got held to, the first 2 games, the 2 most important games of the series, he got held under 15 points per game on shooting like 20% from the field or some ridiculous low percentage for a center. That's the story. I remember the only time he actually scored his average was in Game 4 when they got blown out.
Correct. You're correct. Now that's
so he inflated his average by stat pattern in a blowout.
You're correct. I'm saying you're correct. Now that was in 1990. I said
telling me he didn't get shut down.
I said the 95 Rockets. That's now 95, 94 Akeem Olajuwon. If Tim Duncan is averaging 20 points versus Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace, you mean to tell me Akeem Olajuwon at his apex, at his peak, is not going to put up 24, 25?
He wouldn't be. Hold on. If Hakeem Olajuwon played in the 2000s, he wouldn't be able to camp in the paint 24/7. Like
hey, y'all, hold on. Hold on, y'all. MacDev said.
Shaq played in the 2000s. He camped in the paint all game.
Hold on, y'all. MacDev said Hakeem did. He said that was the only series. So we can take it back. We can take it all the way. Remember, Hakeem got swept a whole bunch in his career. We can go to 96 when he got swept.
I said 95, but go ahead. Let's talk
about
Mac.
Hold on,
y'all. He said he could beat every team in the 90s. That's how we started.
Hold on. So, again, here's another series right here where Hakeem Olajuwon got swept. Game 1 versus Seattle, in 1996. They lost by 33 points. Hakeem Olajuwon, 6 points on 33% from the field, played 34 minutes, 3 of 9 from the field. Oh, they couldn't figure him out. Then he comes back into the next game. Oh, see, MacDev just going to tell you he got 17 points. But you know what? He shot 8 of 21 from the field, 38% from the field. They lost again. Then he comes back. He actually has a better game, 24 points, but he only takes 12 shots. So the man's passive now. And they lose again to Seattle at home. And then he scores 26 points in a game that was a blowout to the Seattle Supersonics as they get swept in 1996.
That pattern.
And he gets swept again in a series where who was the center for Seattle in '96 when they met up against the Bulls? Y'all remember? Sam Perkins once again. Boy, that man Sam Perkins got his goddamn number, man. Damn. That's all it takes. That's all it takes to shut down
Perkins, the Hakeem stopper.
The Hakeem stopper.
The kryptonite.
Hey, he tried to finesse too, Lamont. He just said the Rockets period, and now he wants to say 95.
Man, Lamont, be ashamed of yourself, man.
Why? Because I'm saying the numbers.
The problem with arguing that 04 Pistons team was a great team is that team lost to the Cavs when the Cavs' second best player was Mo Williams. I mean, that Kobe and Shaq were arguing when they didn't have way too many shots at the 04 That Pistons team was not close to great. 94-95, they didn't have those.
Shut your ass up.
How are y'all going to defend a big man, a center shooting under 50%? Like, how can y'all justify that?
You shut up too. You shut up too. Just like y'all defend LeBron ass. I mean, his ass having 17 points a game, 8 points a game, 4 and 5 points, and 17 points a game, 5 against the Dallas Mavericks team with goddamn no defensive talent except for Tyson Chandler. And you want LeBron got shut down by JJ Barea and JC Keys.
Hold on.
Nigga, don't mute me, nigga. Don't mute me, nigga. Make that feel like.
Because we going off of what Mac Def said. Mac Def said, even though they got beat, Hakeem was showing out. Let's go to another series where they get smacked down again by the Utah Jazz. Remember, y'all said nobody had an answer for this man, right? Nobody had an answer. Okay.
That's what he said.
This is another team. This will be the third team. This is the Utah Jazz. All right. Utah Jazz, game 1, where they beat the Rockets in the series. Hold on. This is 98. This is 98. Hakeem Olajuwon, 16 points, right? 16 points, right? They actually won this game. Hakeem Olajuwon, 42% from the field. Game 2, 16 points. Hakeem Olajuwon, 6-11 from the field, shot 54%. They lost by 15, got smacked up. Then we go to the next game. Game 3, they lose. They actually win this game, but Hakeem Olajuwon, he shot the ball 10 of 26 from the field, 38% as a center from the field. But this is where they lose the series. Hakeem Olajuwon starts shot chucking again. He scores 27 points on 10 of 30 shooting, 34% from the field. They lose the game on Hakeem Olajuwon's 27 points. They lose the game, and then this is how he closes out the series.
Was well past his
hold on. I don't care about that. I don't care about no primes. You excuses once again. Hakeem Olajuwon in the elimination game when it matters most. 15 points on 36% from the field, 7 of 19, eliminated by the Utah Jazz. Y'all said that nobody could guard this man. I told y'all, it sounded to me like a whole bunch of teams had Hakeem Olajuwon figured out.
He shot 39% from the field that series. I'm looking at it right now.
Yes. So they keep saying, see, this is what I mean, y'all. They make up this stuff talking about, he was unstoppable. No. He was easily stopped, and every team in the West took their turns on him. All of them did. They all took turns.
You talk about taking turns, but
this is a fact. But see, Herb just want to come here and talk about LeBron. That's what I'm saying.
Stop that dumb shit, man. Stop that dumb shit. Nobody can stop Olajuwon. Nobody can stop LeBron. And like them niggas will stop him. And like.
Why you gonna tell us nobody can stop?
Stop that bullshit, man.
Why you gonna tell us nobody can stop Hakeem? Did Seattle stop them? Hold on. Seattle stopped them.
Put the context behind it, nigga.
Hold on. See, the Lakers beat them twice back-to-back years, stopped them easily. Utah Jazz stopped them, made them inefficient. The Seattle Supersonics shut him down. Sam Perkins, masterful defensive effort. Man, come on. Y'all keep saying this dream shake was all that. I'm literally going year by year by year. All the years that he didn't win them back-to-back championships when Jordan was gone, the man is choking, having inefficient games, just having terrible performances. But see, y'all only talk about the 2 years when Jordan was gone. Y'all only talk about the 2 years when Jordan was gone.
Boys. Don't even bring up the time he went to the chip in the 80s and lost.
Hakeem also got to the finals in the 1980s.
I just said that. Sir.
Hey, nigga.
Okay, that was
Better
I just
stop
said
that
that.
whole shit, nigga. Better stop that bullshit, nigga. Because the nigga challenge on your dumb ass logic.
Hey,
man, end of the day, bro, you can do this with just about everybody except for a couple of guys. Man, end of the day,
Hold on,
Lamont,
y'all said
you know,
Hakeem,
on most of any given night, man, nobody ain't stopping dude, bro.
Y'all hold on, y'all
Dude
said
was
Hakeem
unstoppable, bro. And then Lamont, since you want to talk about these bands.
That's not what MacDef said. I'm just
Now,
addressing
since
what
you want to talk
MacDef
about these bad things, break down why it happened. Then break down why Elijah was struggling.
Okay, hold on.
Bring the context in.
The context behind it, like you do.
Okay, when they got swept by the Lakers in '91, you tell us what you remember when he got walked down and was inefficient. Tell us, Herm. Enlighten us. Since you say he was unstoppable,
Man, I was 2 years old, Lamont.
That's crazy. Don't have an
So
answer.
let's go out of here.
I was 2 years old. I asked you to break it down, nigga. I ain't asked me to do it, nigga. You tell me why, nigga. Since you
Lamont was 1 year old, nigga.
Hold on, Herm.
Hey,
So, Herm, check this out. Sure, here's the problem. So you got the nerves to when he was getting swept and getting beat by everybody. All of a sudden, you was too young, but you wasn't too young to tell us the lies that he was unstoppable. You would push the narrative he was unstoppable. You wasn't too young to carry on that lie.
Nigga, I asked you a question. Do you want to ask me a question, nigga? Answer my question. Nigga. Why I gotta answer yours?
I don't see how 21 and 11 is bad.
Hey, answer my question, nigga. So why I gotta answer yours, nigga? I asked you first.
The nigga averaging 21 and 11 and y'all.
What context?
That's horrible.
Hold on. What context do I gotta?
He was averaging all.
What context do I gotta put to a center shooting 26% from the field? What context do I got to put in that? When he played damn near 40 minutes and shoot 26% from the field.
Yeah.
Where's the
He had no team around him. He's getting doubled the whole game.
No,
who was double? So who was double?
That's making excuses for Hakeem and shit, but was shit on Bron.
Pass the ball. Well, Hakeem passed the
LeBron
ball.
like dunked on Hakeem. What the
Talking about double teams, man, out of here.
But hold on. But Brandon,
go ahead.
If y'all willing to say, y'all say Hakeem didn't have no help, but then turn around and tell us LeBron had Boobie Gibson sufficient help.
Well, you know he gonna say it.
Man, Hakeem.
I'm not
Hakeem had
talking
help,
about
bro.
the team. I'm not talking about the team around him when he got swept. I'm not even talking about the team he going up against. When I'm saying ain't nobody. I said ain't nobody fucking with Hakeem Olajuwon. You named a series,
and that's cap.
But you named a series where he's averaging 18-11 with 5 blocks. Oh,
it's
garbage.
But he's shooting under 50% as a big man. He's shooting under 50%.
I named. Oh, he was inefficient. That's
as a center. He's shooting under 50%. Him shooting in the 40% that cancels out everything you guys say. As a center, you supposed to be 50%, 60%. You supposed to have a high percentage.
You're close to the basket.
Yeah,
you're close to the basket.
He's camping in the paint only to shoot 40%. Like that's embarrassing. Like, come on, you can't justify it. He camping in the paint 24/7 and can't even shoot.
Hey, Tim Duncan struggled against the Cavs in 2007. Do it mean that them niggas early locked them down? It was mostly Tim Duncan was the reason why he struggled. It wasn't because of what the Cavaliers were doing. Tim
The
Duncan
Cavs
just
had
had
the number one. The Cavs
21 and 21.
The Cavs had the number one playoff
I don't
defense
care
that
if the
year,
nigga
bro.
shot 35%.
So they did something, bro.
Tim Duncan only averaged 18. So did Tim Duncan get shut down in 07?
The Cavs slowed him down.
They made him struggle, bro.
No, they didn't, bro. Shut up.
Bro, the Cavs had the number one defense in that playoffs, bro. So, like, what are you guys talking about,
bro?
Hey, I'm glad y'all saying this, though. Good job. Cavs with the number one defense in 07. Cool.
Running hooks and bank shots and things like that. I guess he forgot.
Hey, y'all
so
sound great.
If they had the number one defense, they should not have got swept, then.
No, you niggas.
Go ahead, Beast.
Go ahead.
I guess my question is, what is the point of bringing up his worst series?
Because MacDef. The only reason I said that because I know there's always context. I know a player like Hakeem's gonna get double teamed. So basically, Herm is saying Hakeem Olajuwon, who got swept a ton of times in his career, he said he just played great, even in all the losses, even in all the bad games. He still was putting up his numbers. And I said, no, he wasn't. There were teams that were.
I ain't say that, though. I was just.
Herm, it's not about what you said. This is about MacDef. It's about MacDef. So you just butting in somebody else's conversation. What I'm saying is with McDuff, he made it sound like Akeem, even throughout the losses, he was just this unstoppable thing that nobody figured out. But I can go to multiple series where it really looked like for a whole duration of a series, these teams was figuring out how to slow up Akeem with no problem because they were sweeping them or beating them in 4 or 5 games.
In B's. Number one, I don't care. We already know who Akeem had on his team. I'm not even worried about that. I'm saying individual.
Who did he have on his team?
Nobody.
Vernon Maxwell was down there the second best player on that team.
Yeah, like
you don't even know the team.
I don't care. I'm not caring. I don't care about the double. I'm not even putting.
So you saying in '96 that team was much different than the '95 team?
Again, Akeem Olajuwon, you said 96 and 98.
Wasn't Barkley on the team in 96?
Did he play with a super team?
Barkley came in 97, I believe.
And what did they do that year? He had a super team. What did they do?
My point, he was past his prime. My point is I'm not giving context. Forget
y'all say everybody
past their prime when Barkley and Pippen got there. He was never the same player after he had injuries in '97.
Teammates was. Hold on, I don't care who his teammates was. I don't care if he was past his prime. You're naming bad series for him, right?
But
and I'm still.
I guess.
Hold on, B.
My point is. I heard enough of this, bro. What is the point?
Still averaging 18.
McDuff just capping.
I agree, B. It ain't no point of this shit.
No, McDuff. I hate it when people try to make it seem like these '90s players was superheroes.
No. What is the point?
He thinks Hakeem can solo the Pistons.
Bees, this is how we got on this whole thing. Somebody said that the 04 Pistons will basically beat and wash every team from the 90s except for Jordan's Bulls. So I'm like, the 04 Pistons is going to beat Akeem Olajuwon in the 95 Rockets.
They would not have beat Shaq and Penn, and Shaq and Penn would have beat them.
Yeah, they just beat
Shaq and Kobe.
That's how we got on it.
Yeah,
and then everybody else butted in talking about Akeem Olajuwon.
They beat Shaq and Kobe, but let's not elevate them too high. They're one of the worst teams of the last 2 decades to win the title.
They beat a dynasty.
It doesn't matter what they did. It's they not one of the better.
The Lakers were the
They lived in the Eastern Conference Finals.
One of the best defensive teams in the NBA.
They are, but they're not that great of a team.
Yeah,
so
the 90s ain't that
they're
good.
better than any team in the '90s besides the Bulls. I'll tell you that.
Not true.
That's a lot.
Wax the Knicks.
Hey, I'm on.
They'll wax Indiana.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. The same Shaq and Kobe team couldn't beat Utah. What are you talking about?
That was a different Kobe.
Man, get out of here, man. Y'all got excuses.
Kobe was coming off the bench.
Y'all see who's guarding Hakeem? It was Irvin Johnson guarding Hakeem. Irvin Johnson was guarding Hakeem.
It was Irvin Johnson.
Irvin Johnson shut down Hakeem this series. That's what it was. God damn.
And again, they saying hold on. He's naming his worst series, and the motherfuckers averaging.
This ain't his worst series
with 5 blocks.
This ain't his. This is not his worst series.
Shut up.
But this ain't his worst
series. He's shooting under 50%. What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know what his worst series is.
Hold on. This is McDuff. This is the defending champion Houston Rockets. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that is the
defending
champions Houston Rockets. Yes.
Yeah.
3 years in a row.
There's Hakeem right there.
Hakeem Olajuwon is past his prime. Yeah.
Champion in the paint.
Bro.
What you mean? Hold on. 1 year removed from a championship, and all of a sudden he passed.
Look at him camping around the free throw line.
You nasty, man.
If they wouldn't have won the year before, would he be past his prime then?
They did win the year before.
They did win the year before. He wasn't past his prime then.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
And again, they got swept. They got swept by the Seattle Supersonics. They always lost to the Supersonics. Read what his numbers was. Is what I'm simply saying.
He shot under 50%.
Was garbage.
Bro,
we just showed you his numbers.
What you keep using this 50% for?
As a big man, shoot.
No, bro, stop it.
As a big man, and you shoot a 50.
That, bro. They play different. That don't mean.
Center still averaged above 50%.
Please, hold on. A center averaging under 50%. That's a big deal. I don't know what the fuck is y'all talking about.
Hakeem Olajuwon is one of the highest jump shot shooting centers you gonna find.
It don't matter. He still
it does matter, bro.
He still shot under 50.
Hey, look, Hakeem Olajuwon shoot better from the field. No,
hey, y'all see that?
shoots better outside the paint than LeBron.
He had a
Stop
series.
talking.
He had a series where he shot 38% from the field.
Hold
That's
on.
a
Look at this.
man.
Look at the leading scores. Look at this.
People
This is
have
the same
bad
team.
seasons. You dummy head there sometimes, dummy
This
head.
tell you right here, it's the same team. Ori,
get a carry.
Drexler, Cassell, all the same guys.
Robert Horry carrying Hakeem.
No, it was the same guys. They lost.
Chucky Brown. Chucky Brown.
That's why I'm asking. What are we trying to prove here?
Not even
Oh,
fun.
the proof is
They're
that
trying to
this
say
is
that
the proof. The proof is that
18.9 rebounds and 2 blocks.
No, this is a different series, MacDef. This is a whole different series. Don't lie.
That's what he
I'm saying is,
averaged versus
y'all
the
need to
Supersonics,
stop
sir,
trying to
in 96.
pretend like these
That's
bigs
what he
in the
averaged in
90s.
96.
Like what you trying to fake and pretend like is no team had a solution for this man. When there's multiple examples of teams with formidable defensive bigs who can slow him up. And the only thing y'all got to say is every time he played bad, he got double teamed or he old.
I didn't say nothing about that. I'm not bringing no context.
Wait, Lamar, you're being disingenuous. And you know
How?
Because
How?
you know that Akeem only played when he wanted to play.
That's it. That's all you got.
No. Tell me I'm lying, Lamar. He caused a lot of trouble. If he didn't get his salary,
You just killed yourself with that argument.
Bro, am I lying, Lamar?
No, this was
You're not
96.
lying,
But that's a strike on him as a competitor, though. I don't get it.
Bro, we're not talking about what the hell does him being a competitor have to do with this
Bro, you
conversation?
saying that he played when he wanted
You
to.
niggas like women, bro. Y'all
That's the 90s. That's the 90s. That's the 90s.
You just threw something out of nowhere.
No,
What does that
I'm
make
saying
you?
Hey, B, they're just trying to follow the money trend.
That's the 90s mentality. I'm gonna play when I want to.
All that is, they're dissing
Look
the
at that.
90s. And the 04 Pistons, 04 Pistons wouldn't beat Utah. They wouldn't beat the Magic. They wouldn't beat the Phoenix Suns. They wouldn't beat the Portland Trail Blazers. Man, Detroit, get their ass
Can y'all go one at a time?
Gary Payne just laid it up over Hakeem.
But they beat the Lakers.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't make the
Kind of matters.
The ball took it.
Bees, who will win, the 04 Pistons or the 95 Rockets?
The Rockets would beat the Pistons.
Well, the 95
Thank you.
Rockets would
We can move
obliterate
on.
that 04
That's the whole
Pistons
point.
team.
Yeah,
That's my
obliterate.
whole
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
We can move on. That's my
The
whole
04
got
Pistons
obliterated
never
by-
made any noise after 04.
No,
They never won anything.
They went to the finals literally
Right,
the
and they
very
lost.
next year.
And they basically
When
They
you
also
said y'all
lost.
don't have no teammates.
Mo Williams.
Didn't get beat in the first round by Seattle.
They're obliterated when Hakeem ain't had no teammates. He carried by himself.
Can we be?
I said Hakeem didn't have teammates in the early 90s.
The 99 Spurs with the
that
Twin
team was
Towers.
very good. You had Maxwell,
beating the
Cassell.
Yeah, Mad Max
It was a very good team.
Otis
The
Thorpe in the
90s.
early
Bro,
90s.
you got a
Stop making
defensive
excuses,
specialist
bro.
team. What are we
Boy,
talking
y'all
about?
some retards. You got five
Making
people trying to
excuses.
talk
No,
at the same time.
Cassell was a good offensive player.
It's this Brandon
All right,
nigga
hold
that
on.
we was talking.
Hold on. Let's go one at a time now. Y'all just be talking like I'm crazy. Like nobody hear what you say.
We ending it like this. You said the 04 Pistons ain't beat none of the Bulls teams. I agree. I don't think they beat the 95 Rockets. I don't think they beat the 90s Pistons, and I don't think they beat the 99 Spurs. That's all I gotta say.
But what does that got to do with anything? Like how do you even prove that? Even if you think that, how do you prove it? No, but what I'm saying, like that, I'm saying even if you think that, because I thought a whole bunch of matchups would go a certain way, and they went the complete opposite. I thought that about a whole bunch of matchups. No. But the one thing, McDuff, is the one thing we know is once the ball is played and once the ball starts, it's not about whose player rating is higher than the others. It's about coaching. It's about schemes. It's so many other things that go into it. Like what schemes did that Piston team run that make them a great defensive team? And did it cancel out what that Houston Rocket team did best? What were the strengths of that Houston Rocket team? See, the thing is, because that's what would determine the series, not you just thinking, oh, they're a better team because I like those players more, and you ain't put no basketball science behind it at all.
The 94-95 Houston team had Drexler too.
Yeah, you can name a roster.
So did the 96 team that got swept.
Lamont, give me the three worst NBA champions since year 2000.
I don't know. I haven't even thought. I have never made a list like that.
The 04 Pistons.
Hold on. Since what year? Hold on. Since what year?
Give
I
me
don't
the
know.
three worst champions since 2000.
picking the worst champions.
That
That shit sounds.
What's
it's
the
hard.
standard?
It's hard to say that. It's hard to say that because I don't know how you can say that. I don't know how to. You can't do that because if a team's the best that year, they're the best.
2011 Mavericks and the
No, you can't.
2019 Raptors.
That's
Yeah, the Mavericks.
The Mavericks.
I mean, because
Raptors,
then there's really no real. There's no real way to determine who's the best.
I put the Milwaukee Bucks in. I put the Milwaukee Bucks in.
They had the
Nah,
defensive
hold on,
player
hold
of the
on,
year
Bees.
18.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get to Bees' point. Hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to get to Bees' point. Let's say I came up with 3 teams, Bees. What would be the end goal?
No,
I just can't even think of all the teams.
No, because what is being said on this panel is we're talking about that 04 Pistons team. Like, they one of the greatest single season teams in NBA history. And that's just not the case.
Well, the Rockets weren't.
It doesn't negate the point.
What point were you trying to make then?
Well, the Rockets, if you're saying it like that, the Rockets might be one of the worst champions in
I
'95.
got no problem with that. I just asked you from
Then they lose to
2000
Detroit.
on. But notice how you niggas got a mouthful to say now, but when I asked you a question, nobody said a word.
What
does that have to do
I
with
just
anything?
answered.
What was the question?
No, you did, nigga. You said what you wanted to say. Right back to your point.
No, I
The
answered.
94-95 Houston team beat
what I'm
far
saying
better
is it's
teams than the
irrelevant.
04 Pistons.
But they're because they're the 6th seed.
They had to get
Because they're
through
the
a
6th
loaded
seed.
West.
Because they're a 6th seed.
Let me finish. The
Because they're a 6th seed.
94-95 Rockets team had to get through a loaded West just to
We
get
know
to the
who they had to
finals.
get through.
Because they were a horrible regular season team. They were a horrible
What I'm
regular
saying-
season team.
Bro, what I'm saying is,
Yeah, they didn't care about the they didn't care about the regular season and
They
the West
did.
was loaded.
Mr. Slashbay, your mic is super loud.
Hey,
No, all I'm saying is, yes, the Rockets made a great run. They added Clyde Drexler. They made a great run as a lower seeded team, and they got through the playoffs. They made a great run, and they repeated. That's just one of the great runs, one of the best in NBA history. I don't like to rank them and try to put them below other champions because I don't really. I mean, we could all come up with 19 different lists. None of them are going to be right. I'm saying
If I asked you,
what I'm saying is, Bees, is
if I asked you who the
ranking
champion of the 90s
what I'm saying is, I don't care who the weakest champions are. If we match 2 teams up against one another, especially if they're champions, I'm going to look at, okay, what are the strengths of this team versus what are the strengths and weaknesses of this team, and which weaknesses and strengths do I feel counter out the others better. I'm not going to be like, oh, I think this one is ranked higher than that one, so therefore he must beat the other one. I'm going to actually look at the basketball science behind why I think one team will beat the other, as opposed to just doing what McDuff is doing. Oh, this player rating and this player rating is 99, so that means they're going to win the game. No, that's not
on that. We started breaking it down. You just
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't, McDuff. No, you
Okay,
didn't.
so
You don't remember nothing about no Rockets scheme.
Hold on. When we started breaking it down,
You just said your breakdown is Hakeem can't be stopped.
go, bro. Move on. Let's go.
This is his breakdown. They can't stop the dream shake. That's a breakdown. That ain't no breakdown.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
You don't. How you gonna break down offensive, defensive? Man,
I didn't say that.
Come on, McDuff.
The thing
you know
about
you don't
that
watch basketball that
2004
hard.
Detroit team, the Houston Rockets would have locked down that Detroit team defensively. I mean, Hakeem would have controlled the paint. They would have made him shoot from the perimeter. That Houston team in 94-95 with Hakeem in the middle was elite defensively. They would have shut that Pistons teams down. That Detroit team was not a consistent offensive team as good as they were defensively.
No, they were horrible offensively.
What I said is that they go.
Yes, they were, bro.
The 3-point line. That Houston Rockets team was one of the better 3-point shoot teams of their era in the 90s.
Yeah, because Hakeem was always doubled. And he was a great passer.
Hold on. What makes you think that Rockets team in '95 was just his stellar defense? They were like average in the league. They were mid in the league.
No, but you're looking at regular season stats. I mean, Houston fucked around in the regular season. In the playoffs, they turned it up.
Yeah, you talking about a team.
They won less than 50 games that year. They didn't give a shit about the regular season. They fucked around and they turned it up in the
Their
playoffs.
defensive rating in the playoffs was 107. Their regular season defensive rating was 107. They were the same.
Yeah, but they play much better teams in the playoffs than the regular season.
All right.
Bro, like almost
Can we
all
move
those
on to
series.
my? I'm getting
Yeah, we can
distance,
move on.
so whatever.
I don't understand what the point is.
Bro,
What's
it's
the best era of basketball, bro? The 90s or the 2000s?
The best era in basketball.
Oh, you could go 80s.
It's probably the 80s and the 2000s. One of the two.
No, I don't think you can argue the 80s was better than the 90s. It's just the expansion. No, let me finish. The expansion teams watered down the league in the sense that you didn't have super teams in the 90s like you did with Boston and LA in the 80s, but the 90s were 100 times deeper than the 80s. I mean, the West
Bro, you just admitted that the 90s was watered down, and they're going to say this.
No. I'm saying that the best teams in. Okay, what I mean by watered down,
the 90s was watered down.
The best teams in the 90s were not as good as the best teams in the 80s because there were more teams and you had the expansion era. But the depth in the 90s completely shits on the 80s. The Western Conference in the 80s was basically the Lakers and nobody.
Right, can y'all let Bees answer this, man, without interrupting?
Yeah, that's not true, bro.
It is true.
I mean, you can't tell me a team in the 90s that was as good as the Cavs or the Bucks in the 80s.
The Cavs and the Bucks? You kidding? Yeah. I mean, there were 4 teams in the West better than the Cavs and the Bucks.
No,
Houston, Phoenix, Utah,
the Cavs never won anything.
Bro,
there were four top teams in the West in the 90s. Houston, Phoenix, Utah, and Seattle.
I can't. What I'm trying to tell you, bro, I don't got to go to the top of the division to tell you how deep the teams were in the 80s. The Cavs were a decent team in the 80s. The Bucks were a decent team in the 80s. In the 90s, those teams were better than these Knicks teams. Those teams were better. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. Just because you want
but first of all, the Cavs were very good in the early. You have the timeline wrong. The Cavs were very good in the early 90s. The Cavs were a good team in 90, 91, 91, 92. It wasn't until Brad Birdie got hurt that the Cavs started to struggle. And the Cavs were very good the first 2 years.
Go ahead. Tell me the top 5 teams. Go ahead, no, Brandon. Tell me the top 5 teams of the 90s.
Teams of the 90s. Okay, the top 5 teams of the 90s. I would say were obviously the Bulls, and then I would say Houston, Seattle, Utah, and Phoenix. The Knicks were very good as well, but I wouldn't put them top 5.
So how were the Rockets the top team? I just want to know, I'm going to let you go, Beast. How were the Rockets the top team in the 90s when if you compile their record throughout the 90s, they have a 5. Yeah, well, it's like slightly above 500.
Right. Well, Houston trailed off at the end of the 90s because Hakeem got old. I mean, look, you can't judge a team by just 1 year, their best or worst year. Houston was a damn good team most of the 90s. At the end of the 90s, the whole team got old and they trailed off. So you can look at their overall record for the decade. They get skewed by 1 or 2 bad years at the end of the decade. But Houston was an elite team for most of the 90s. They had a couple bad years at the end of the 90s when the core got old.
1 or 2?
Most of the 90s. Not bad, but not great.
Hold on. In 1990, 41-41. Then they go to 52-30. Then they go back to 42-40. Then they got 50 wins, 47, 48, 57, 41, 31, and then 34. I mean, it's spread across pretty evenly. It's not like they just tailed off at the end. They were bad at the start. They got good in the middle.
They weren't as good at the end of the 90s. They played harder in the regular season. But, I mean, Hakeem got hurt in 97. He wasn't the same player. Anyways, I'm saying if you look at the Western Conference in the 80s, after the Lakers, there was never a team that challenged the Lakers in the 80s consistently. The West was trash most of the 1980s.
You said that for the East.
The East was strong in the early 90s. In the late 90s, the East was weak. But in the early 90s,
there was no consistent team.
Only one team was winning, bro. The Bulls.
No. Yeah, but just because the Knicks had a better record than the Bulls in 93. The Pacers were very good. There were a lot of
that didn't make them better.
In the early 90s. The fact Jordan beat them doesn't mean they weren't good teams.
Yeah, but I've already told you that there were multiple years in the 90s where 20% of the league lost 60 games. Just because the Knicks beat up on a few more bad teams than the Bulls did, don't make them better.
Yeah, but that's because there were more teams in the NBA after the expansion. With the expansion teams, that's why the bottom of the league got much worse in the 90s than the 80s because there were more teams. There wasn't enough talent for the whole league after the
In
expansion.
the 80s?
No, in the 90s. In the 90s, after they expanded the league with expansion teams, there was not enough talent for the bottom of the league.
So how can it be a better era, better decade than the 80s if they spread their talent too thin?
Because there were still more good teams in the 90s than the 80s. There were also more good players.
Oh, I disagree on that one.
I disagree.
What do you mean more good players?
I'm saying if you take the top 25 players of the 90s, they would clear the top 25 players of the 80s.
I don't think so. Hell no.
I don't know about that.
Hell no.
Yeah, you're on your own with that one.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
He said,
I disagree with you. I mean, the 1990s had 7 Hall of Fame centers. 7.
All right, that's centers.
Hold on. Didn't let's say did Akeem start in the 80s, right? So how do you quantify that? Because Akeem came in the league in the same time as Jordan. So is he an 80s player or a 90s player?
I have Akeem as a 90s player because that's when he peaked.
Oh, so you just want to go by peaks?
Well, he played more in the 90s than the 80s too, but he peaked in the 90s.
Let's see.
Wait, then what are the 7 centers?
7 Hall of Fame centers?
Yeah, name them.
Okay. I'd say Ewing, Robinson, Shaq.
He peaked in the 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, he
Shaq
played
is a
almost 7. Okay.
No,
Look,
Shaq.
Okay,
No, bro, we're not doing that, bro. You said
He's doing it. He's doing
I mean,
it.
Shaq played 7 years in the 90s.
no,
He's a 90s
Shaq
player.
is a 2000s player by your definition. So
Okay,
it's
I have
Duncan.
Shaq as a 90s player,
No,
but I
he made it to the
can get
finals
to
in the
7
90s.
without Shaq anyway.
Oh, I don't care. His peak, and I asked him this. His peak.
I disagree with you. I
not
think
a peak.
Shaq in the
That's not a
late
peak.
90s. Shaq in the late 90s was playing just as well as
No,
when the Lakers were
Shaq
winning
blossomed
titles
in
in
the
the
90s.
2000s. Kobe was
No.
not on the same level. He was still
No.
young. Shaq was
Shaq's-
peaking in the early 90s, in the late 90s.
Shaq's highest was 2000 to 2004. That's his peak.
I disagree with you. You're
That's not
you're
what he
judging individual success by team success. Shaq
All right,
was
then
just
Jordan's
as good in the
80s.
late 90s as
Then
he was
Jordan's
in the
80s.
early 2000s.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. That means Jordan is the 80s.
He's an 80s player, and that's why I asked you this, Brandon. And
I'm not the one
said,
arguing that Jordan's not an 80s player.
no. You said when I asked you about Akeem, because he came in '84, you said he won his championships in the '90s, so he's a '90s player.
Right. I mean, I think players can be more than one decade. They don't have to just be the 90s
You
or
went
80s.
right to Shaq as a '90s center who won his championships in the 2000s.
Okay, but Shaq played longer in the 90s.
You don't walk past
No, he didn't.
All right, let me finish.
He didn't.
Shaq played longer in the 90s than
No, he
in
didn't.
the 80s.
Oh, man.
Bro, how you just hey, answer me something.
By
bro.
1 year.
When someone makes a point,
Shaq peaked in the late 90s too.
Bro,
He was just as good in the late 90s as he was in the early 2000s. He just didn't win titles because Kobe wasn't ready yet.
Okay, Hakeem didn't win titles in the 80s because his team wasn't ready yet. What is that supposed to mean?
Your argument.
No, Hakeem was a better player in the 90s than he was in the 80s. He's a better passer.
Shaq was a better player in the 2000s than he was in the
He
90s.
to the finals in year 2. So
No, I don't. There's no evidence that Shaq was
90s.
better in the 2000s than late 90s.
I think the MVP is pretty much like a good indicator.
He got the MVP because the
I would
team
think
was
the
the best
three-peat.
team.
I think the three-peat. What the heck? No,
Yeah, but
not.
the difference between the Lakers in the late 90s and the early 2000s was Kobe was a completely
We're
different
talking about
player.
Shaq.
Shaq was always great.
But he was better in the 2000s.
I disagree.
He was always great, but
He had a better
Bro, hold on,
That's
but
all,
Brandon,
Jazz.
I don't think Bees has a problem with that. He's just saying if your logic holds true, that means Jordan is the 80s.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
Jordan peaked in the 90s.
Jordan,
Jordan peaked. Jordan won a Defensive Player of the Year and MVP in the 80s.
But again, you're looking at
That's a
stats.
peak.
If you look at Michael Jordan in the Michael Jordan in the 90s figured out how to make his teammates better. In the 80s, Jordan was a great scorer, but Jordan didn't know how to make his teammates better. Jordan was a better overall player in the 90s. He figured out how
You
to
don't have a
adapt
standard, dog.
He was a better player in the 90s than the 80s.
You were just saying that Shaq didn't win because Kobe wasn't ready, but you still put him at the peak because of his dominance. Jordan was dominant in the 80s as well, so I don't understand the points that you're trying to make.
Jordan was not dominant. Jordan scored a lot in the 80s.
What?
He was not dominant.
That's different. That's different. That's different.
Jordan was not dominating in the
average like 40 points a game in his career against the best
Hey,
defense
Brandon,
in
I'm
the
gonna
league,
make
bro.
this point, and this is the problem with these arguments. See, your argument is only trying to fit your narrative that the 90s is the best decade. You're not keeping the same energy across. If you're gonna make Shaq, if you're gonna make Akeem a 90s player, then Shaq has to be a 2000s player.
No, I'm arguing that Shaq peaked in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Hakeem clearly peaked in the 90s. I mean, Shaq was a great player in the late 90s.
Peaked in the late 80s.
Player in the early 2000s.
So let me ask. So Brandon. So going to four straight Western Conference Finals or 3 straight at the end of the 80s don't count for nothing.
No, it counts, but he had Ralph Sampson for a lot of those years too.
No,
Hakeem was a better player in the 90s than the 80s.
See, now you're all over the place, bro.
No. Hakeem Olajuwon was a better player. He peaked in the 90s than he was in the 80s. You can watch the tape of Hakeem in the finals. He was not close to the player in the 80s he was in the 90s when they were winning titles. Not close.
Second year, just like Shaq, the same.
Right, that's my point. That's why I'm saying Hakeem peaked in the 90s. You're proving my point. Hakeem never peaked in the 80s.
Hold on.
Yes, he
did. Let me
he didn't. Hakeem was a better player in the 90s than the 80s.
Hold on, Brandon. Let me make this point.
What are you talking about? Hakeem was the best player on
Hold on, Brandon. Let Beast respond.
Stop it.
From the moment Hakeem got to the team in 1984, from 1985 on, they didn't miss the playoffs to 1992, and they lost in the finals in 86.
Yeah, but Hakeem was a better player in the 90s. He learned how to make his teammates better. Basketball's not just physical, it's mental. Hakeem was a smarter player in the 90s than the 80s.
So the problem with your argument is that you're picking and choosing some arbitrary factor to say he was better because the result ended up better.
No, the tape shows Hakeem was a better player in the 90s than the 80s. He was smarter. He knew how to read double teams. In the 80s, Hakeem relied on talent. In the 90s,
Didn't you say double team was the reason why he did bad in the 90s?
Hakeem was surgical how he broke defenses down in the 90s.
Showed me that he
was at a completely different level mentally than the 80s.
Time out. I'm going to call cap on you. Hold on. Do you remember the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah.
You remember Mark McGuire and Roy Topley and Blackman and Derek Harper? So I am a Laker fan. So you remember them giving the Lakers fits, Brandon?
I didn't hear what you said.
You remember the Dallas Mavericks giving the Lakers hell during that era when in the 80s?
I know a little bit about it, yeah.
Well, you don't know much about basketball, so I wish you would stop talking.
Shut the fuck up. You didn't even make an argument.
I'm telling you what's going on. If you don't know nothing about the Dallas Mavericks with Mark McGuire, Orlando Blackman, Derek Harper, and Roy Tarpley giving the Lakers hell in the 80s, then you don't know about basketball.
I don't know. You're not even making an argument. I mean,
you said there was nobody in the West going up against the Lakers back then when they were in the Western Conference.
Okay, Dallas never got to the finals once in the 80s. That's a dumb argument.
They didn't?
Nope.
To the Western Conference Finals playing
no, they never got to, Dallas never got to the finals once in the 80s. Not once.
So the year
garbage like the NBA finals.
Huh?
He said it never got to the NBA finals.
I didn't understand what you said. The Mavericks never got to the Western Conference Finals playing against the Lakers.
He said the NBA Finals, bro.
He said the Lakers didn't have any challenge in the West.
Yeah, he did say that.
Right. I'm saying that
I
if
need
you
to
look at
find
the
challenge,
Western
George.
Conference in the 80s, it was very weak for most of the decade.
I just named you one team that you said they didn't play
There were
against.
exceptions,
One
but
team
for
has to
most of
make
the
a strong
decade, the conference
There was
weak.
more than one team.
So that means
That was
Houston
the
was a
main
good team.
team.
That means Houston was a
What I'm
good team because
saying
they
is
went to
the
the final.
Western Conference was weak for most of the 80s. Sure, there was a year Utah took the Lakers to 7, although they got waxed in the game
Bro, they
7.
got smoked
There
by
were years
Hakeem.
teams
What are
challenged
you
the
talking
Lakers,
about, bro?
but there was no consistent team in the West that consistently challenged LA for the decade. None. The West was very weak in the 80s.
But then you have the East.
Whoever that man
Hold on, y'all.
facts.
Hold on. But Brandon, it's funny now that you say that, talking about there's no team to challenge him.
No, I said no
funny
team.
because hold on, but Brandon, hold on, Brandon. Because remember when we was talking about how when we felt like there was no team that necessarily could challenge the Bulls in the East or the West, but y'all were trying to still say it was a rivalry. All George is coming here and telling you that, just like y'all said, the Knicks, even though they lost every time and got their brains beat in, it was still a formidable challenge, and it wasn't as a pushover. All he's doing is just saying the same thing with the Mavericks. It wasn't as much of a pushover as you claimed it was. So maybe George, who says he actually watched them games and he actually named some players on some of them teams, he just kind of enlightened you to the same thing that you were trying to push about the Knicks. Even though they were getting their brains beat in, it was much more competitive than you believe because he actually watched and you didn't.
Okay. What I'm saying is the Lakers were a far more talented team than Dallas in the 1980s. Not close. And if you want to talk about the Bulls in the No. Let's talk about the Eastern Conference in the 1990s. The Bulls were playing the Knicks in the first round in the Eastern Conference. They're playing Indiana. They were playing a Charlotte team with Alonzo Del Curry, Muggsy Bogues, and Larry Johnson. The Eastern
That Knicks
Conference
team had a losing record.
far stronger than the West in the 80s.
They had a losing record. In an expansion of the Knicks, the first round.
Which Knicks team? Which Knicks
I'm talking about the
91.
Knicks
Hold on.
Yo, what up?
What
up,
I
B?
got a stat here for you.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan's record against the Western Conference in the 90s was 144 to 45. In the 80s, it was 60 and 39. So which Western Conference was tougher?
Right, but this goes
MJ
back to
was
the
Brandon,
dominant.
shut up and let Lamont answer, bro.
You shut up. I'll answer if I want.
90s.
The
The
West
90s.
was top heavy
The
in the
90s.
90s, but the top 4 teams in the 90s in the West were much
No,
better than the top
bro,
4 teams
bro,
in the West
you
in the 80s.
cannot, you cannot have a better conference in the 90s and he go 140, 144, and he had 45 losses.
It's a regular season stat nobody cares about. We're talking
He
about
had
the
a
best.
better team in the 90s.
Well, hold on. Even if it's a regular,
Didn't play 2 years, bro. So he amassed 144 wins against 45 losses in 6 years.
Right. That's a
in the
stupid
90s.
regular season
So don't
stat that
tell
means
me
nothing.
that the 90s Western Conference was some juggernaut, because it wasn't.
Michael Jordan had the best team in the NBA.
And even if you don't want to say it was, even if you don't want to consider regular season, we'll just ask yourself, what did Jordan do to the West in the playoffs? He never lost to the West in the playoffs.
Right. So
yeah,
so
but every
he beat
series
the brains
went
in.
6 games.
So my point with this,
That's called losing.
He
They
had
were
the best
very
team in the
competitive
NBA as
series.
well.
They were not good.
They were. I mean, it's if John Paxson misses the 3 in Game 6,
They
against
weren't
Phoenix,
competitive, Brandon.
I mean, there were a lot of those series were very competitive, and several of those
91
teams were
was
favored
5.
against the Bulls. Phoenix and
No, they
Utah were
weren't.
both favored against the Bulls in the
Competitive
finals.
means
No, they
7,
weren't.
Brandon.
So my
What?
point.
6 games is competitive. 6 games in a game winner.
But a lot of them were 3-1 on their opposing squads, so it wasn't
No,
competitive.
only the Phoenix. There were only
93 and 97, 93,
Right.
98, 96,
Michael
91.
Jordan beat the Western Conference by greater than
91. The Lakers had injuries.
Okay. They
The
still
whole
got
Lakers
beat.
team was hurt in 91.
91 was there was at least a 3-1. 96 was a 3-1. 93 was 3-1. 98 was 3-1. These series were not as competitive as you make it.
Well, I don't. I mean, the fact that a series was 3-1 doesn't mean it wasn't competitive. You have to
Yeah,
look at the
it kind of does.
I mean, six games don't mean it was competitive either, though.
And the Bulls going into the series, and both those teams were literally seconds from getting the Bulls to a road game 7. Those were very competitive series.
It's funny how you in a position now that you have to argue. Now you arguing that the Lakers were dominating.
We're talking about Michael Jordan.
So you saying the Lakers in the 80s didn't have any rivalries, even though we were beating up on everybody? So you saying
Not
when
in
they
the
beat
West.
up on everybody?
No, the Lakers
so you
had
saying,
no rival.
Hold on. So you saying when they beat up on everybody in the West, no matter what the series results was, 4-2, whatever, they were just beating everybody. It was no count, right?
Portland.
The Lakers had no consistent team that threatened them in the 80s. The West
Didn't
was
the Rockets knock
most
their ass
games.
out?
And similar to the Bulls, they had no consistent team that threatened them in the 90s.
No, I disagree. The Knicks were absolutely a consistent threat.
One time. That's it. One time.
No. The Knicks gave the Bulls trouble.
One time. And I'm not talking about the one that Jordan retired either.
No, there were 2 very tough series the Bulls had.
Bruh,
against the
I'm not talking about the one that Jordan retired on, bro. I'm not talking about that one.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that one either. The Bulls
All right, so
had
what 2
2
series was it?
Series against the Knicks.
Which one? Which one?
The toughest series the Bulls had when they won their 6 titles was when they were down 2-0 to a Knicks team that had a better record than them in the regular season.
And they won 4 straight.
5 on the road against Charles Smith.
They won 4 straight.
All right.
Yeah.
Now name the other time that the Knicks gave the Bulls problems besides that one series. Name the other time that the Knicks gave the Bulls problems.
Okay, I mean, I remember it happening. I don't, off the top of my head, have the exact year, but I remember
92 was the only tough one.
It was when the first round was 5 games.
No, it wasn't. They beat them in 3.
Bro, it was a 7-game series, bro. What are you talking about?
Right.
One time.
I'm saying best of 5. Yeah.
No, they beat them in 3 in 91.
Indiana.
That's just one.
Right.
Indiana was one time, bro. Like when they was running off fumes. One time.
Yeah,
But
I'm
still,
saying
you
there
have
were
to
2
mention it.
separate years.
Thank
the
you,
Bulls-
T Streets. Jordan said his toughest competition was the Pacers.
Right.
I don't know why you keep forcing the Knicks on it.
No, I'm just the Knicks were the only team that was ever up 2 games on the Bulls in a year they won the title. That was the only team.
Bro,
They
got walked down, bro.
Hold on, but Brandon, maybe they were doing what you said, y'all said the Rockets were doing. Maybe they just
messing around.
Yeah, just messing around.
Jordan did say he didn't take the Knicks serious.
They didn't take the Knicks serious. Facts.
Jordan said we weren't prepared for the Knicks. We didn't take them serious. We overlooked them. That's what he said.
No, there's no way the Bulls overlooked the Knicks in 93.
Jordan said we
I don't
overlooked
care
them.
what Jordan said. The Knicks had a better record than the Bulls in 93. The Bulls did not overlook the Knicks in 93.
The Bulls had a
Knicks
better
were damn
record.
good team.
How do you know that,
Brandon
Harper,
Brandon
Tony
better than
Kukoc,
Michael Jordan.
How do you know that,
Dennis
Brandon?
Rodman, and Michael Jordan, bro. That's like a super
All right,
team.
hey, y'all.
Players
Look,
lie.
Prove that, Brandon.
Players lie. They have their own bias. They have their own agenda. You know, Jordan didn't like Jordan didn't like a lot of people. He didn't like Isaiah Thomas. Jordan doesn't want to show respect to certain players.
But how would you know he
Whatever,
lied,
that's
Brandon?
Jordan.
He
Brandon
doesn't
knows
know.
everything. He's better than Michael Jordan. He earned it.
No, I'm saying if you watch the 93 series between the Bulls and Knicks, that was by far the toughest series Jordan ever had in a year he won the title. They were down.
But Michael Jordan was on the court, and you don't care about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was on the court. You don't care what Michael Jordan does.
I thought the Pacers was the Pacers
I'm
was
going
the tough.
off. Michael
If you
Jordan
go
has
off,
his own bias. He has his own
if you
agenda.
go, if you
I'm
go
going
off the
what I saw.
eye test,
Man,
well,
yeah, stop
no, the
it,
problem
man.
is he's actually still friends with Ewing and them. So he's
Right.
the one that doesn't like Reggie. But I'm saying if you go off the eye test, I think his toughest series, the series where I think everybody literally was sitting on the edge of their seats thinking in their head, this might be the year that the Bulls aren't in the finals. Like when it was really a realistic thought, that was probably against the Pacers. And
No, I disagree with you, Lamont. Here's why.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Let him
finish.
finish.
What I'm saying. All I'm saying, Brandon, is the year, because remember, they're a few minutes away from elimination. And it was a big fourth quarter from somebody not named Michael Jordan that really actually saved their season. It was somebody else that got hot at the right moment that really prepared them to initiate the run that gave them the lead back. So all I'm saying is it became a real conversation that, damn, we might go home. When you're watching them against that Pacer, and I remember sitting at home watching this, I'm thinking to myself, the Bulls really might not be in the finals. Like people in Indiana were going crazy, and then they went on that run. I'll drop the link for Chilltown, but I just think that like I thought the Pacers were the toughest task. I thought they posed the biggest threat, and even Jordan confirmed that. I'm just saying. I know y'all want to say the Knicks, and I know y'all want to make it a rivalry. I just don't. It's hard. I mean, it was good battles. I don't know if it's a true rivalry when one team is just beating the other consistently over and over. I think they were all tough battles, but I never considered it a true rivalry. Chilltown, hit that link, Chilltown.
I agree with that. The games was closer to the end, too.
And then again, your conference opponents, they're always going to play you tighter. They're going to play you closer because you play them so much. You just start to get familiar with everything they do. It doesn't necessarily, like sometimes you can have an 8 seed. An 8 seed sometimes can play the 1 seed tight. Just simply because they're just so familiar because it doesn't necessarily mean the 8 seed is as good as you. It's just you start playing these same teams over and over. It gets harder and harder to beat these teams. It don't necessarily mean it's a rival, though. Not to me, though. Salute Chilltown, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
The Warriors.
And then salute Kobe Jordan. Kobe Jordan, man, you missed your debate, man. Now you want to show up.
The 92 Eastern Conference semifinals was a tough series between the Knicks and the Bulls.
Hold on.
Chill. I will agree.
Hold on, chill your mic.
Indiana at any point.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Jermaine.
Chill. Your mic is a little messed up. If you can fix it for us real quick.
Mic check.
Yeah, it sounds like it's like crackly or something.
Hey, hold on. Let me see if I can fix this.
All right, cool. No. I know that 92 was a tough series. I mean, anytime a team takes you to 7 games, it's a tough series. I'm not saying that particular series wasn't tough. The Knicks had the Bulls on the brink of elimination. But I just don't know if I was sitting there holding my breath thinking, okay, the Bulls are going home.
Mic check.
Yeah. But Indiana never led against the Bulls in that series at any point.
It could still be a tough series.
The Bulls were up 2-0. It needed a Reggie Miller buzzer beater just for Indiana to not be down 3-0. The Knicks series was much harder.
But it still went to 7.
It doesn't matter. The Knicks
yeah,
were
it kind of matters.
The Pacers were never up in the series.
Yeah, but now I think the only thing that really matters is who Jordan said.
Still went to 7, bro.
Jordan has his own agenda. He has his own bias like everyone else.
Yeah. Brandon, this is not biased. It's not biased for you, Brandon.
No, he doesn't.
Hold on.
No. I have. Everyone has bias.
Hold on, please. Y'all gotta hold on, man. Hold on, chill. I'm gonna let you go ahead and cook. We'll just deal with
everyone has bias.
Competing on the
my mic still crackly?
A little.
Yes, it's definitely crackly.
Let me. I'll go out and I'll come back in. That's what I'll do. I'll go out and I'll come back in.
All right. Yeah.
Those last 2 games in 92 was blowouts, bro, against the Knicks. Like, them shits wasn't even close, bro. Like, I don't
only
know.
the last game was a blowout. Game 5 was a war.
Bro, Game 6 and Game 7 were blowouts, bro.
He said
No,
game
the series
6 and
didn't
7.
go 7. You're looking at the wrong series. The series went 6.
We talked about 92. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about when the Bulls beat the Knicks in 6 when they won Game 5 on the road when Charles Smith missed a million layups. That series went 6.
Okay. Still won 4 straight.
Yeah, but that was the only series the Bulls ever trailed by 2 games in their finals run. That was the toughest series the Bulls had during their championship run the years they won titles.
So I'm just saying, winning 4 straight, and then you're saying that's tougher than the 98 Pacers pushing them.
Yeah, the 98 Pacers never led in the series at any point.
And that matters why?
Because if the Pacers were really a threat to the Bulls in a 7-game series, they would have led. The other thing is the Bulls should have been up 3-0 on Indiana. Reggie Miller hit a buzzer beater just to get the series to 2-1, and that the end of that game changed the whole momentum of the series.
If the Pacers weren't a threat, then the Bulls should have won in 5 then.
No, I didn't say the Pacers weren't a threat. I said the Knicks series was harder.
Then the Knicks should have pushed it to 7.
I didn't hear what you said.
The Knicks should have pushed it to 7.
No, I that's not the way series
go. They only
go.
lost by 8
it's
points,
home
bro. You
advantage
acting like
for
they got
different
blown
teams
out
play
in
out
Game
different.
6. They lost by 8 points.
Well, like I said, there was only one team with a few minutes to go where people really were thinking this might be it for the Bulls. The Knicks didn't do that. The Knicks never. You didn't get to a fourth quarter thinking, okay, damn, the Bulls might really be out. The Pacers had the Bulls on their heels, on the brink of elimination, and the unlikeliest of heroes came through and bailed the Bulls out of that situation.
No, I definitely thought if the Bulls lost Game 5 on the road to New York, that was going to be a really tough series. That Game 5 was everything, and the Bulls found a way to win.
Yeah. What up, Chilltown? You good?
Mic check.
Yes, sir. You good now? That's solid right there.
Yeah, you good now.
The 92 East semifinals was, if not the best series that I'd seen between the Bulls and the Knicks. It was the second best. Well, number one, they were a serious threat to the Bulls because the Bulls initially took them lightly, and they ended up going down in the series, and they had to fight to get back in the series. 93, I mean, the Knicks were the favorites in that series, and the Bulls beat them. They had the number one seed in the East, and the Bulls end up winning in they won 4 of the next 6 games. But in 92, I mean, they went right into Chicago Stadium in Game 1 and punched the Bulls right in the face. And then there was a back and forth series after that. It took a 42-7, 42-7-7, and a triple double performance from Scottie Pippen in order for them to beat the Knicks in Game 7. Which is where the I don't think it's a rivalry though, Lamont, because a rivalry is when another team loses. Like when we continuously beat you, that's not a rivalry.
That's all I was saying.
Yeah,
I would say it was battles.
That's it. It's just a great battle, but it's not a rivalry. And the toughest battle that they had, I thought, was in the 92 East semifinals. Because after they lost Game 5 at home to the Knicks, nobody who was watching that series felt like that series was coming back to New York for Game 7. Nobody thought that. I knew the series was over.
Yeah, the winner of that Game 5 was going to win that series. That everybody felt that.
Well, he was talking about
the Bulls only won by 3 points. That's pretty competitive.
They only won by 3 points.
And you know, the one thing I never felt like when you go back and watch that Knicks series,
Game 5,
it never truly felt like they ever had enough true firepower to match the Chicago Bulls. Like they had a whole bunch of hardworking guys that can grind out buckets here or there, but outside of Ewing, there was no guy that I could look at on that roster and know that, okay, I can count on this guy to come with 18,
yeah, but
20,
I think you're missing the point.
Ewing. No, hold on one second.
I'm
just giving my thought. Hold on, Brandon. I'm just giving my thought on the series. Okay. It's not about missing no point. I'm just saying when I look at those two teams, and one of the reasons why as I grew up watching those two teams play, I never thought the Knicks truly had a chance because I just never felt like they had the true firepower. They had a whole bunch of hard workers. They had a whole bunch of those grit and grind type of guys. John Starks could explode every now and then, but it wasn't consistent. Oakley could explode every now and then offensively, maybe once in the series, but it wasn't consistent. I mean, you had Doc Rivers, again, wasn't consistent. Derek Harper, similar. Outside of Ewing, there was nothing offensively consistent. And I think that was the scary part where the Bulls always had Jordan, Pippen. You could count on Grant for that 15 points. They had guys on the bench that you can count on to knock down shots. And
Grant was not 15.
Well, it was BJ Armstrong. It was BJ Armstrong, like who's a better player. So I'm saying I just never thought they had the firepower to compete with the Bulls offense, and the Bulls were always going to be an elite defensive.
Ron Harper,
yeah, but here's the thing about the Knicks that were different than every other team the Bulls played. The Knicks were the one team that was never afraid of the Bulls. They had that Pat Riley aura. They were tough, physical. The Knicks were the one team that was never in awe of Jordan. They were never afraid of the Bulls. And that's one of the reasons the Knicks were always the biggest threat to Chicago in the early 90s, more than any team they played in the East or in the finals. They were never in awe or afraid of Jordan. They were really the only team in the NBA that I would say that about.
You thought Larry Bird and the Pacers were afraid
I'm
of
talking
Jordan?
about in the 90s when the Bulls were winning titles.
Larry Bird was the coach for the 98 Pacers. What are you talking about?
No. I'm talking about the players.
You're talking about Pat. Yeah, you said Pat Riley's aura. You said Pat Riley's aura.
Hold on.
Pat Riley wasn't a player.
Yes, sir.
Today's conversation. I want to get back to today's conversation because we got way off track on some stuff that kind of irrelevant. But today's conversation was about ranking and trying to identify the greatest decade of NBA basketball. We did a vote, like we tried to go through the pros and cons. We started from the 60s all the way to the 2020s. We gave the pros and the cons we felt of each decade. We started a process of elimination. We did a vote with the final four. And we came up with the four decades that we came up with remaining was the 80s, 90s, 2010s, and 2000s. And then we did a vote out of those four. When you think about just all of those eras from the 60s to now, if you had to rank them, like give us your top four.
Well, the 70s had a lot of parity, which was good. But there wasn't really anything consistent there. Like Jabbar was the only consistent in the 70s. I mean, as good as the Celtics were, as good as the Knicks were, nobody really talking about the Knicks as an all-time great team. Nobody's talking about the Boston Celtics, that 74 and that 76 team that won the NBA championship. Nobody's talking about them as an all-time great team. So even the Warriors in 75, nobody's talking about that team as an all-time great team. There's more all-time great teams in the 2000s, in the 2010s, in the 90s than there are in the 70s. Now, when you talk about the 60s, you got the 67 Philadelphia 76ers. That's one of the best teams ever. Only team in the 60s to beat the Celtics. But that decade was dominated by the Celtics. Then you go to the 80s, as good as the Lakers were, as good as the Pistons were, and as good as the Celtics were, the Bulls weren't there yet. So if I had to rank those four, like you just mentioned, I would have to say the 90s would start, and then I would go from there to the 2000s, and then I would go to the 2010s, because when I think about the 2010s, we did have some all-time great teams in the 2010s. And we'd have some all-time great teams in the 2000s, but the 90s, from the time the Lakers won it in '87, we had a back-to-back champion for 10 straight years after that. 10 straight seasons, we had a back-to-back champion, and of those 10 years, 6 of those 10 years, it was in the 90s that we had back-to-back NBA champions. So I would have to go 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and what was the other one?
80s.
The 80s. I think the 80s would be. I think the 80s would be behind them.
Gotcha. Yeah, we did our panel vote. We came out with the 2000s as the top. You and with the 90s coming in a close second.
I can appreciate the 2000s. I can definitely appreciate the 2000s. I mean, you had a 3-peat champion in the 2000s in the Lakers. You had the San Antonio Spurs win the NBA championship 3 times in 4 years. So I can definitely appreciate the 2000s, and you had great big men during that time. You also had great big men in the 90s too. But when I think about the 90s, I mean, you had from 1990 to 1998, with the exception of the Spurs, every team won an NBA championship in back-to-back years.
Yeah, I slightly gave the edge to the 2000s because I felt like there was more of a competitive balance in the 2000s. I just feel like the 90s, I mean, definitely the carry, because we consider all elements of what makes it a great decade, from the cultural aspect, the business side of it, player empowerment, player control, things like that, things that can affect winning and losing. Obviously, individual talents, and then the great teams, like you said. And I just think, man, I see the talent when I look at the 90s. Obviously, the individual talent, but you see a lot of guys not surrounded by great teams too. So you had a lot of great individual talent kind of on islands where they necessarily couldn't win. So I don't think we saw the best of a lot of guys in the 90s.
That
because
matters.
of the expansion.
That matters.
You know, and that's that expansion kind of. I wish we could have saw a free agent or a good draft pick go to that Utah Jazz team, right? And let's say they come back with a little bit more help against the Bulls. Somebody, you know, I think that two guard spot might have been their weakness, that Byron Russell position. But you know, it's tough because it's all hypotheticals. But
I don't know if Brian Russell was, because he played the 3. Hornacek played the 2. But
yeah,
I don't
Hornacek, he was a little small.
I don't know if that I don't know if that spot was the weak link. And the reason why is because, even though Jordan was the standard, most two guards at that time were that size. They were 6'3". So you look at Hornacek, you look at Starks, you look at Joe Dumars. I mean, Mitch Richmond was 6'5". Hornacek was 6'4". I mean, Jordan was the exception at 6'6". The majority of those guys at the two guard spot, plus that Jazz team, they were together for a long time. And I think we got to accept the fact, though, Lamont, and a lot of people don't talk about it. Sometimes like that Knicks Bulls rivalry. Unfortunately, the Knicks just wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, they just wasn't good, and as good as the Knicks were. I mean, that Bulls team that beat them in '93, the Knicks had a 27-game home winning streak, and the Bulls went in there and won Game 5. Don't get me wrong; it was a dogfight. It was the series was a dogfight to start the series. Jordan wasn't very good, and he got progressively better, which is why the Bulls got progressively better. But I mean, that was a dogfight series. But in the end, the Bulls were better, and more times than not. If you're talking about more times than not, when you're talking about the playoffs, the better team wins in the NBA.
That's what 7-game series is designed to do.
The better team 9 times out of 10 wins. Sometimes you'll have a Atlanta, Philadelphia situation where you're like, man, Atlanta ain't had no business beating Philly in that damn series. But for the majority of the time, the better team wins.
Yep.
Yeah, but that Philadelphia-Atlanta series, that was a great example where Philadelphia was more talented, but Ben Simmons couldn't shoot free throws, and that's what changed the series. Philadelphia couldn't close games.
I don't want to put it all on
Ben. No, that wasn't it either.
Talented, but Atlanta was a better team.
Because my thing is in Chilltown, when I see a team have multiple double-digit leads and give those leads up in multiple games, I really have to start looking at other things because, and then when I look at the turnovers by Embiid in those fourth quarters, you're talking about there was one of those fourth quarters where might have had like 8 turnovers or something crazy. It's just like, it's a lot of blame to get tossed around. And I think Ben Simmons is just the low hanging fruit, right? Because the one thing you knew
horrible in that series.
I think the one thing that you knew going into that series, the one thing that you knew is Ben Simmons was not going to be the greatest offensive player. So, but that you never expected Joel Embiid to do what he did in those fourth quarters, which is turn the ball over and not show up. Or you never expected Tobias Harris to play as bad as he did because he was the true number 2 option that didn't show up. Nobody expected Ben to score, but they did expect Tobias to score, and they did expect Joel Embiid to be more efficient with the ball and not turn it over 8 times. So it's just like, it's a lot of blame to get thrown around. Obviously, Doc and his adjustments, there's criticism there. So I just think, man, I don't want to go at the low-hanging fruit. Ben Simmons actually in that last game played great defensively on Trae Young.
The entire series. Yeah.
So
hold on, Lamont.
Ben cooked him in the fourth quarter.
Let's get off the buckets part. So he averaged 8 points a game. So if a dude averaged 40 and they lose, does that make that dude awesome?
Yeah,
a star player should average more than 8 a game.
Trae Young was shooting 39% that series.
Right,
man.
Ben Simmons shut the door on him, my man. Why you leaving that out?
Trae
That's
Young
very important to mention.
10, bro.
This right on less than 40%. He was killing them.
Yeah, because if you look
at
what happened,
he had a bunch of 9 for 28 games.
Hold on, hey y'all, let Chill get his point off, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Jared and come on, y'all. Let Chill get his point.
He had a bunch of 9 for 27 games, 10 for 32 games. Oh, so if he's getting 28, but he's taking 32 shots, now you're talking about something completely different with Joel Embiid, who, like Lamont said, he had 8 turnovers in that game 6.
7.
Guess what?
7.
He had 8 turnovers in that game 7 too.
Yeah, game 7.
No, there's no doubt Embiid could have played better in that series. Embiid had the meniscus injury. He wasn't, as always, Embiid was not 100% in the playoffs. But the main reason Philadelphia lost that series, not the only reason, but the main reason was in the fourth quarter, Ben Simmons bricked one free throw after another. And you're looking at Trae Young's stats.
You're
looking at Trae Young's stats a little too much. Trae Young played well in the fourth quarter in that series. You're looking at his stats overall.
Well, what you have to ask yourself, hold on. What you have to ask yourself is these games where the Hawks were able to come back and win, the Sixers had significant leads. You don't lose those leads because Ben misses a few free throws. There's a ton of other breakdowns. It's not just his free
throws. Ben could not play in the fourth quarter when it became a half.
No. Ben is Ben Simmons is the low-hanging fruit.
No, he was horrible.
If you really go to it, like to me, like if you really break, hold on, y'all. If you really break that series down, I believe one of their biggest culprits was Tobias Harris, extremely inefficient because he was, like I said, he was their number 2 scorer that didn't show up. And Joel Embiid's turnovers. You cannot have 8 turnovers in closeout games. 8 turnovers in each of the closeout games. That's 8 more possessions for the other team. That could potentially be a 16-point swing, depending on how many points they scored off those turnovers.
The difference in the series.
That is far more impactful. Yeah, that's far more impactful than any shots that.
Are we taking the blame off Ben Simmons?
This is the problem with Ben Simmons in the fourth quarter. In the fourth quarter, because Ben Simmons can't shoot, nobody guard. Wait, let me finish my point. The problem with Ben Simmons in the fourth quarter is that nobody guards him on the perimeter. So when the game slows down,
that's true. That's effective. That's
it's a
effective.
half-court game. Nobody guards Ben Simmons. You get a free defender.
I know. But Brandon, hold on, Brandon. We watched the series. Hold on, Jared. Hold on, Jared, because you're giving too many ad-libs. We watched. I keep telling y'all act like it's just that easy, especially Ben Simmons at that time, to go leave him open and things just go your way. Ben Simmons is an all-star for a reason. You put the ball in his hands, he goes to work, he starts attacking that defense. Did he lose a little bit of confidence offensively? But that's credit to the Hawks for slowing the game down, forcing them to play in the half court. But a lot of that being forced to play in the half court was happening because of Joel Embiid's turnovers. Them either dead ball or live ball turnovers, putting the Hawks in transition, forcing the Sixers to play in the half court on the other end. So again, just to point at Simmons, a lot of that turnovers is like the number 1 killer. Whenever a team wins or loses a game, first stat a coach is looking at is turnovers. Turnovers is the first thing. Turnovers and rebounding. They're not looking to if a guy didn't take a shot or did take a shot. That's not what wins and loses games. That's not.
Okay, I'm saying, if you look at the fourth quarter when Philadelphia lost to Toronto in 7, and then you look at the fourth quarter when Philadelphia lost to Atlanta, there are a lot of similarities, because in the fourth quarter of a close game down the stretch, it becomes a half-court game. And the problem in the half court with Ben Simmons on the floor is nobody guards him. You get to play 5-on-4, and that's a big part of the reason why Embiid, who I agree did not play that well, had turnovers.
Why were they forced into playing
in the half
why
court?
Why were they forced into playing a half court game? It's because of the turnovers.
No, the NBA games slow down when they're close late in the fourth quarter, and you can't play in the half court in the fourth quarter with Ben Simmons on the court. You can't. Nobody guards him. He can't shoot.
What about the rest of the game?
I got a question for.
That's what I'm saying.
That series came down to the fourth quarter of game.
I just think, chill.
If it came down to
have very low hanging arguments, and they just like to target one guy and don't look at the big picture. That's all.
I mean,
go ahead.
Ben was the reason. Embiid could have played better, but Ben was the issue.
He wasn't.
How about a big lead and it gets cut down? Something happened in the other 3 quarters. You can't just say, "Well, let's just skip everything else."
We can't do that.
When you're
we can't watch a movie and just go right to the action scene. No, that can't happen. And I mean, we talking about Ben Simmons, who did a great job on Trae Young. Not only did he do a great job on Trae Young, he did it in limited minutes, like you just said. Well, Ben Simmons can't be on the floor. He wasn't on the floor. I think the fourth quarter of Game 6, I think he barely played half the quarter, if I'm not mistaken. I think he barely played half that quarter. And then I won't even talk about Trae Young. He was egregious in Game 7. He was terrible. Now, the fact that Ben Simmons wouldn't shoot the basketball, I think that's attributed to all the other things that were going on. Like the fact
Kevin Huerter's the one that went off. Kevin Huerter went off.
Right.
Thank you. Atlanta's a good team.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like you can't discredit the performances.
Atlanta hasn't won a playoff series since they beat
Hold on. Time out, Brandon.
What does that mean?
You can't discredit the performances
that
they got
good.
consistently from Gallinari, Bogdanovich, John Collins, and Kevin Huerter. Those 4 in that series rotated, having good games and timely buckets that helped push the Hawks over the top.
So
no, there's never one reason a team wins or loses. But my point is that if that Atlanta team was that good, it would have made noise after that year. Atlanta never won another playoff series after that year. I mean, Atlanta was not that good.
There's one stat.
Philadelphia imploded late because Brand couldn't score.
Brandon, there's one stat that correlates to losses, but for the majority of the time, it's turnovers.
Take care of the basketball.
Turnovers always correlate to, like, when you lose a game, the first thing I'm looking at is turnovers. The first thing I think about is I need to get the possessions back. I know you agree, because so there is one thing that correlates to winning and losing in basketball. Turnovers, and then let's say the turnovers are even. The next column I'm going to is rebounding, because turnovers and rebounding determine who gets more possessions, who gets more shots on goal. And as a coach, what you want to always do is, I want more attempts on goal than you. I need to limit you to fewer possessions than I have. That's going to, because that way, even if you do have a bad shooting night, because every team, every player has bad shooting nights, I can at least give myself a better opportunity to win the game than you, or get to the free throw line stripe and get more free throws up than you. One of the two can happen, but it only starts if I out rebound you, or if I take care of possessions and I take care of the ball. I'm not giving you the ball back, giving you more shots on goal, especially a team like the Hawks with a ton of shooters.
Brandon, if we had a situation where the Denver Nuggets are in the playoffs in the second round against the Phoenix Suns, and Joker has 16 turnovers in the last 2 games, you think they win it?
No, but here's my point. If you look at
that's what happened with Joe. That's what happened with Joel Embiid.
Let me answer your question. If you look at the fourth quarter when Philadelphia lost to Toronto in that 7-game series, and then you look at the fourth quarter when Philadelphia lost to Atlanta, you have a turnover issue like Lamont talked about, because there's no spacing on the floor when the game's a half-court game and Ben's on the court, because nobody guards him. You get a free defender to double Embiid and everybody else. So Ben's inability to
doesn't work, Brandon. That logic doesn't work.
And that leads to turnovers.
No,
Brandon, they play like that all year.
Not only do they play like that all year, it's not like Ben was on the floor the entire fourth quarter. Like, for example, he was on
the floor for the fourth quarter when it mattered most of the series.
So against Atlanta in Game 6, you know he played 5 minutes in that fourth quarter. 5. That's it.
Right, that's because of how horrible he was in the fourth quarter of the whole series.
Okay. So they take him out. Then why is there still?
Hold on. This doesn't account for, like,
on the floor enough to ruin the game.
There was so many bonehead plays that I saw, like the Matisse Thybulle foul on the 3-point shooter. Right, there was
what
so
was
many.
He doing, Lamont?
Right.
What is he doing?
Exactly what I said.
It's
like
not
I said,
one reason a team loses.
Hold on. I can point to.
You just said Ben Simmons was the reason why they lost.
Yeah, I said he's the main reason.
So many reasons. Like I could, if I'm a coach, like if I'm Doc Rivers, as a coach, I would live with him missing the free throws. I probably wouldn't have took him out because of what he gives on the defensive end. Because the one thing you can always count on is he's gonna get you more possessions on the other end, and he can probably get you in the transition with his defense.
And you're screwing up his confidence when you're yanking him into that line.
Thank you. And that's all they did. They just messed with his head, right? You taking him out offense, defense, and he's come on.
Right, but you're missing context here.
It was a recipe for disaster.
No, Brandon, your logic is with Ben Simmons being on the floor. This is what you're trying to sell us. You're trying to sell us that with Ben Simmons on the floor, it's 5-on-4. The problem with that logic is that Joel Embiid, of the 12 minutes in the fourth quarter, he played almost 11 of them. Ben Simmons barely played. He played less than half the quarter. So the other half of the quarter, what was going on?
What happened in the series is first of all, Doc Rivers repeatedly said he would never take Ben out of the game if he missed free throws.
Answer the question.
He changed that in Game 6, as you're citing. You want to know why he changed it? Because Ben Simmons destroyed Philadelphia in the fourth quarter.
What happened the rest of the fourth quarter?
That's why they were taking him out. And Ben Simmons played enough in the fourth quarter to ruin every game. Look, was Embiid good in the series? He struggled in the fourth quarter with conditioning. Embiid's always had conditioning issues in the playoffs in addition to injuries. But the main reason Philadelphia lost was Ben Simmons. And there's not a single person on this panel who can argue that you can win a championship with Ben Simmons as your starting point guard. You don't have any spacing in the fourth quarter, in the half court.
Hold on. Brandon, let me ask you this. Brandon, can I ask you this question?
Atlanta.
Can you win a championship with Joel Embiid as your center? Because they both have 0 championships.
No, but Joel Embiid's never played with a second superstar.
Can you win a championship with Doc Rivers as your head coach? Because he hasn't won anything since he left Boston.
I didn't hear what player you named from Boston.
See, what I'm saying is, the same things you can attribute to Ben Simmons not being able to nobody's won a championship with Joel Embiid either. And he's continued to do the same thing, having those poor playoff performances, even since Ben Simmons has left.
Right, but Embiid's biggest issue in the playoffs has been his health. When Embiid is healthy, he's a top 5 player in the league. I mean, I'm just saying, you can go back and look at the tape for the Toronto series and the Atlanta series. It's literally the exact same thing. You have no spacing in the half court when Ben is on the floor. None. And that's big reason why you have the turnover issues.
What was the turnover issues this year for them in the game?
I've never heard of. The thing is that one thing in basketball is there's no excuse for turnovers. Nobody blames turnovers on poor spacing. When Joel Embiid was sitting there turning the ball over, it had nothing to do with spacing. It was just him turning the ball over, man.
Nah, spacing is everything in basketball. You can't have spacing with Ben on the floor in a half-court game.
I know. I wonder how those teams in the 90s dealt with no spacing. They figured it out pretty well. So, I mean, a lot of teams dealt with no spacing and didn't turn the ball over 16 times in 2 games.
You're talking about
nobody
a
in the
7-footer, a 7-footer that should be able to see over the defense, and you got 21 turnovers in the last 3 games, and I'm supposed to blame it on spacing?
Well, when you don't have spacing, you're going to commit more turnovers.
And they were damn near the number 1 seed in NBA with Ben Simmons at the helm. You damn near one of the best teams in the league with him at the helm, and all of a sudden, he's the. It's just low hanging fruit.
Philadelphia was never one of the best teams in the league.
Everyone literally chose Ben Simmons as the culprit. That's who they wanted to, because it was the easiest low hanging fruit. Nobody wanted to blame Joel Embiid because they didn't want to see Joel Embiid leave, right? So again, the easiest person to blame was Ben Simmons. Oh, he didn't take the layup, like that really cost him the game when it really didn't.
No, but to your point, and this is to Chill's point about Ben not playing much in the fourth quarter in Game 6, Doc Rivers repeatedly said, "I will never take Ben Simmons out of the game just because he's missing free throws." And then he took him out in Game 6 because Ben was so fucking horrible in the fourth quarter that whole series. He eventually went back on his word. Ben killed the 76ers in the fourth quarter. Ben's very good when it's a fast tempo game.
I just don't know how
Philadelphia had double-digit
So
leads.
wouldn't that be
series.
so Brandon? So I'm glad you brought that up.
Ben on the court.
I'm glad you brought that up because if he's good in a fast-paced game, well, wouldn't that be coaching? Wouldn't that be Doc Rivers speeding up the game? And because Doc Rivers didn't speed the game up and allowed the Atlanta Hawks to slow the game down and expose Ben Simmons' deficiencies, well, wouldn't that be a coaching issue?
No, to control tempo, you got to defend and rebound. Philadelphia,
and that's what Ben Simmons does. In fact, not only is that what Ben Simmons does, he's elite at it. He was an all-league defender. So if he's an all-league, if him being an all-league defender and one of the better rebounders at the guard spot, he can speed the game up. So that's coaching. So how about Doc giving Ben Simmons the ball and telling him to put his head down and go downhill, whether he misses free throws or not? You're putting so much pressure on the defense when you do that. Not only are you putting so much pressure on the defense, speeding up the game, you giving your team such an advantage where you got guys like Tobias Harris, you got guys like Joel Embiid who are now open, and Ben could get those guys the basketball if you continue to keep at this pace. Only except he did allow them to slow the game down. I'd like to think that had a lot to do with coaching.
Yeah, but I think you're not giving Atlanta enough credit. Even though you cited Trae Young's stats about how he wasn't good in the series, but if you look at Trae Young in the fourth quarter in that series, he was pretty good. And
no, he wasn't. That's not true, Barry. No, he wasn't. In Game 6, he was terrible.
Atlanta was efficient enough in the fourth quarter offensively.
No, that's not true.
Atlanta was efficient enough offensively in the fourth quarter. Philadelphia couldn't dictate tempo.
That's terrible. No, I watched him in Game 7. He was awful in that game.
I got a question.
You're looking at one game.
I think the solution. Game
6 also. He was terrible.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Lamont.
No. I'm saying the one thing that I noticed with the Sixers, and I want to get your insights on this because I thought this could have potentially been a solution. When that year that we're specifically talking about, there were a couple times during the regular season when I saw Embiid go out with injury, and that's when Ben Simmons had his biggest games. He even dropped a 50-point game against the Mavericks that year.
I believe they were 7.
Do you?
I believe they were 7. They won 7 of their 10 games with Embiid out the lineup.
Yeah, because but I thought they were a much better team when they did what you said. You allow Ben to be in attack mode, and then you have maybe Embiid play off that since he's going to get his anyway. You don't have to force feed it through him in a half court setting. Just allow Ben to get going early, give him the shots and the shots on goal and the freedom to get in the lane early, and then just allow Embiid to punish teams late, since that was his specialty when the game, like Brandon talks about, slows down. I think that would have been a more efficient strategy. I actually like that idea, and I think I feel like teams have just really killed Ben Simmons' spirit because they've taken away his confidence to do what he does best, which is just get downhill and cause havoc.
You could play fast. You can
Lamont,
play
the
fast.
reason Philadelphia never did that was because if Philadelphia played fast for 4 quarters, Joel Embiid would pass out.
Oh, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Philadelphia was never going to play up tempo for 4 quarters.
Hold on, Brandon, what I said, Brandon. That's not what I said. I said he starts the game off like that, and you allow Embiid to finish in the half court setting when we know the game slows down. Right? But you got to find a way. No. What it's about finding a way to get Ben engaged, because in that game against the Mavs, when Ben Simmons it was against the Utah Jazz, my bad. When Ben got super engaged early, what did he do? He made dang near all his free throws that game because he got engaged early. He got them layups at the rim. He saw the ball going through the basket. He was getting a lot of touches on ball. And a lot of them making free throws in the NBA game has nothing to do with you being able to make free throws. It just has something to do with your confidence. Like Shaq, if you put Shaq in an empty gym, you can't tell me that man wasn't making 80 out of 100 free throws. I know he was. Just like most NBA players, you put them in an empty gym, they're going to make everything. It's about confidence once you get in that game. I just think Shaq just never had, and even in big moments, Shaq actually had the confidence to knock down those free throws. We saw him do it. But I just think, man, they should have found a way to get him that confidence early. I don't see it.
Well, when your head coach says in a press conference that he can't win with you, then I don't know where that confidence is going to come from.
Well, that's after the fact. We knew after that series ended that duo was probably going to get split up the way it ended. It just ended so bad. I'm talking about in the moment before things get going. You're playing a certain style. You have to understand your personnel, who you got, and how you can win with this group, right? You can't just bench Ben Simmons. He's your best defender. You built everything around him. He's a max contract
player too.
And so I just think, man, I think they kind of broke bad on him, and they didn't. Once you bench him, you really don't have a true answer coming off the bench because Matisse Thybulle's just as worse of an offense. He's a worse offensive player because he can't play make. He can only defend. At least Ben can play make and get to the rim. Thybulle can't even do that, and he's out there.
Yeah, no, Thybulle was horrible. But the issue, again, the issues with Ben Simmons go back to the Philadelphia-Toronto series. Philadelphia was much more talented than Toronto the year Toronto won the championship team. That Philadelphia team had Jimmy Butler, Simmons, Embiid, Harris. That team was loaded. They were borderline a super team. And the issue in that series against Toronto was they had to take Ben off the ball in the fourth quarter because he couldn't shoot. So they had Jimmy Butler running the point at the end of games, and Jimmy Butler's a good player. He ain't a point guard. So they had issues with turnovers. The other problem against Toronto in the fourth quarter was nobody guarded Ben, so they were playing 5-on-4. And that was the same issue with Atlanta. You can't have Embiid closing if you're playing 5-on-4. He's going to get doubled on every play. And Embiid does need to be better with his decisions, but Philadelphia never had spacing in the half court at the end of games when it was close with Ben on the floor. Nobody guards him.
Do you think that was the first couple of games all year that Philly experienced spacing issues? Because there were times where
they had
played
no solution.
There were times
they're not going to bench Ben. He's a max contract player.
Hold on 1 second, Brandon. There were times when they had Thybulle and Ben Simmons on the floor at the same time. Yeah.
But the playoffs are different in the regular season. Yeah.
And no, what I'm saying is,
oh my God.
As a coach, you don't think this ever crossed his mind? Like, I'm sure this is something that crossed their mind and that they went through and practiced time and time again. The one thing you don't account for is turnovers. You never practiced turning the ball over. Joel Embiid, a lot. If you go back and look at the turnovers, it's not like these were extremely forced turnovers or because guys were shaking off Ben going to double down on him. That is not what was happening.
No, teams were doubling off Ben, and they did it in the Toronto series too. They don't guard him. They don't. They don't even. It's one thing if a guy isn't a good shooter.
No, that's
Ben Simmons
not
has hit
how.
1 3-pointer in his career. Nobody's within 20 feet of him.
Okay, but if that's the case, then Joel Embiid wouldn't have out of those 16 turnovers, 9 of them wouldn't be looked at as unforced. 9 of those turnovers are detailed as unforced turnovers. So if they're unforced. That's on Joel Embiid.
No, there's no doubt that Embiid has a conditioning issue, especially back then in the playoffs. He didn't finish games well, and he had the meniscus injury.
Bro.
But the reason they lost was not Joel, it was Ben. Ben killed them in the fourth quarter with his free throw shooting, and they had no spacing.
I know. I mean, like I said,
I'm just having a difficult time putting all the blame on one dude when your best player has 16 turnovers.
I played a lot of basketball.
I'm not putting all the blame on him.
I know when I can put the blame on one guy. That was one of them series where I was like, Ben might be the last guy that I blame. There was a ton of other like the Thibault mistake was huge. The turnovers from Embiid were huge. Them giving up big third quarter, second half leads, that was huge. Doc nodded, making adjustments. I can name a number of things before I get to Ben Simmons affecting the spacing.
And even if that's true, Lamont, even if Ben Simmons was the culprit and he had something to do with it, what I cannot take off the table is that my primary ball handler was elite defensively. And he did a really good job on their team's point guard defensively. And my big man, in addition to my offensive woes, my big man had 16 turnovers in the 2 closeout games. That's terrible.
I just think Ben Simmons wasn't utilized right. I don't think Doc Rivers put him in the best situation to succeed with his skill set. You don't put a 6'10" guy off the floor who can defend like that and facilitate and say, oh, because he can't shoot free throws.
No, they just got out coached. Sometimes you just got to hand it to the other team.
Brett Brown had the same issue with Ben Simmons, Doc Rivers.
That's exactly what happened in 09, Lamont. Nobody wants to talk about that. That Stan Van Gundy coached circles around Mike Brown in that Eastern Conference Championship in 09. Coached circles around him.
Just got out coached. I mean, you didn't make any adjustment. Like Atlanta threw their best shot at you. Like when you have a 20-point lead and the other team eats it back up. Okay, it's time to hit. It's time to call that timeout, and we got to make some adjustments.
Make adjustments.
They had big leads in these games, so they did something with Ben Simmons on the floor to get big leads. So when you get that lead,
the other thing was Ben.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on 1 second, Brandon. What I'm saying is, when you build up a big lead, you're doing something right to get that lead. But then when you give that lead back, generally when you give that lead back, there's only one way you generally give that lead back. They're getting stops or they're forcing turnovers and then they're scoring on the other end. So you got 2 problems going on. You got problems going on both sides of the floor. And I don't believe, and when I look to turnovers, it looks more so like they were forcing turnovers and scoring on the other end. I don't know, man. Basketball's a lot deeper than that, man. It's a lot deeper than blaming one guy, but
I just wanted to chime in real quick, Lamont, because that Knicks series in '92 when they went 7 games, that was really competitive. That was a really competitive series, 100%. It was.
Yeah, no, the Bulls definitely had some heated battles. It was some of the funnest games to watch ever, man. You go back those are games you can rewatch them games. It's one of the few games you can literally go back and rewatch, and they still just as entertaining.
Absolutely.
Like it's not too many games. Yeah, it's not too many games you can rewatch like that.
All right, my man, I'm gonna leave you to it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we about to shut this one down anyway. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Ben Simmons shot 40% from the free throw line against Atlanta too. I mean, he killed them in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I got you. In all 5 minutes, he killed him.
He killed him enough to cost him the series.
All right.
I agree with that.
I know.
But what's interesting, though, with Doc Rivers was Ben's biggest defender. He repeatedly said he would never take Ben off the court just because he's missing free throws. And then he did exactly that in the Game 6 against Atlanta that Chilltown referenced, because Ben was so bad in the fourth quarter, they just had to take him off the court. But even then, he still played enough to ruin the games.
No, he took him out because
we all know that
it's a difference. It's a difference when you take a guy out because you literally before your eyes, you see his confidence waning and he just doesn't look confident out there, and it's starting to impact how he looks on both sides of the floor, that's different. So, like I said, when you see a guy's confidence waning like that, it's time to sub any player out. But for the most part, I mean, there's times probably when Embiid looked unmotivated and he had to come out of games. But at the end of the day, you know, he made a move. It didn't work, right? The other guys that came in for Ben Simmons didn't get the job done either. So there's still some deficiency out there that was still creating problems, or still allowing the Hawks to score, eat into that lead, make the comeback and win both of those games. So at the end of the day, you can blame personnel. You can try to put the blame on anybody. But like I said, for me, I try to tell people basketball is simple. Win and losing, you can look to a couple different categories and you can see why a team won or lost. And turnovers are something you can 100% control. I don't care the excuses about spacing and all that. You can control turnovers. And they didn't do a good job of that.
In this era, you can't go 1-2 from the line or 0-2. It's just the three-point shooting offenses are too efficient. With Ben shooting below 50% from the foul line, Atlanta would just foul him on purpose. He'd either brick 2 free throws or one. They'd hit a 3.
Jared, you got background noise.
That's not for me.
No, I said Jared.
Okay.
Well, then Atlanta would destroy their interior because
look,
fouling Ben, and then Embiid's gonna just roam free. We can't do that.
If y'all think back to this past year, like free throw shooting isn't always the end all be all. Like the Lakers, for the most part of last year, led the league in free throw shots per game, and they were making a ton of them, but they were still losing. They were losing because one, they were turning the ball over like a motherfucker. This is one of the reasons why everybody kept saying, Westbrook, what are you doing? Turnovers, untimely turnovers, live ball turnovers, right? Even though they got to the rim and they shot a ton of free throws, that free throws is one of the categories you can look to. The first category you got to look to is turnovers, time of possession, and things like that. How many shots did I get? How many shots and rebounding, turnovers and rebounding? So what did the Lakers struggle with last year? They struggled with rebounding and they struggled with turnovers, which is why they were losing a ton. But they were shooting a ton of free throws. They shot free throws all the goddamn time, so much so that people thought it was rigged. But they were still getting beat. But they were still consistently getting beat because of rebounding and turnovers. Consistently. That's what the Lakers got to the free throw. So you can make, even if you make all your free throws, it will not overcome turnovers. It just won't. Or rebounding. They gave up a ton of offensive rebounds. They gave up a ton. That's why they were losing games. Never got above 500. And it wasn't until they started not turning the ball over and started rebounding that they started to win games and they got above 500. That's all.
Yeah, but you can't win in the NBA. When Shaq was going 1-2 from the line, the three-point shooting, the overall efficiency of offenses is nowhere near what it is now. The whole issue in the Philadelphia-Atlanta series was when Ben would go 1-2 of line or he'd go 0-2 and Atlanta would hit a 3. You can't trade 1 point for 3. It doesn't work. The math doesn't add up.
But what you can
Ben
control,
also stood there spacing in the half court.
But listen to what you said. What you can you're never promised to make shots in any game. I've seen this past year. I watched Steph Curry miss 2 free throws in a row. Points from anybody are not given. What you can control is what happens on the other end. Your ability to defend and get that possession back. So even if they miss shots on one end, if they're able to successfully defend on the other end and maybe not give up threes. Right, be a little bit more astute and solid on the defensive end. Maybe they're fine, but like I said, there's a ton of things you can look to. But hold on, let me get him out of here. His audio's crazy. His audio's just messing up. He said once again, Lamont, because I didn't cut him off.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting with Ben. One thing nobody talks about is that Brett Brown got the most out of Ben. Ben's best years were with Brett Brown, and a lot of those years were when Embiid was hurt or not playing, because when Embiid was out, Philadelphia would push the tempo. They'd run, and Ben in the open court was a top 5 player in the NBA. The problem is Ben in the half court was completely worthless against good defensive teams. And games slow down late in the fourth quarter. So Ben's always been good the first 3 quarters. In close games down the stretch, half court game, that's when Ben becomes a zero. And that's always been the issue with Ben in Philadelphia. It was the issue in the playoffs against Toronto, and it was the issue in the playoffs against Atlanta. You cannot win with Ben Simmons on the court.
I know we got it. I know. Let's move on. I'm tired of talking about Ben Simmons.
I mean, you just can't have Ben on the court.
We're never gonna. And look, I have a philosophy. I'm a coach myself. I'm not gonna beat guys up for making and missing shots or free throws. You cannot control that. My best free throw shooter, I can send him to the line for 2 technical free throws, and he can mess around and miss them. What you can control as a team is how you defend, right? And then also time and possession and taking care of the ball. You can do that. But as far as blaming a guy, oh, you missed free throws. Like I said, I've seen Steph Curry miss 2 free throws in a row. I'm not going to blame him. That just happens. You can control what you can control. That's defending and rebounding. You can control those things. But everything else, you just have to hope to get it back on the defensive end.
Yeah, but part of the thing I criticize Ben for too, though, is Ben was never willing to shoot in games. He was never willing to shoot and look bad and develop his shot. Ben never did enough to develop his shot either.
This is hold on.
He never got better.
Hold on. Yeah, like
Ben never developed his shot.
And there are certain players in the league that will never develop a shot, but they can still be effective if the coach, like you said, is using them correctly.
Yeah, but Ben never developed even a 12.
What we're saying is it doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter if he's never going. If he doesn't have the confidence. The thing is, he was an all-star without a jumper. He was an all-star. So again,
he was a loser in the playoffs.
He was doing. Hold on, most players are losers in the playoffs, including Joel Embiid, who does all the scoring. He's a loser in the playoffs with and without Ben Simmons.
In the playoffs.
Hold on, matter. But that losing is losing. Joel Embiid has been a horrible loser in the playoffs. Like y'all give these other guys. Hold on, James Harden, for all the numbers he's put up, has been a loser in the playoffs. Most players are losers in the playoffs. That's not how we judge guys. That's not how I'm not sitting here and judge Ben Simmons.
The talent of Ben Simmons is undeniable. It's just, I feel like his harshness isn't in it anymore since the Hawks series. I think he had one really, really bad series, and I think he got overblown quite a bit because he's in Philly, and it's happened for a few years now. But you can just tell, like, the problem with him is it's beyond just shooting the ball now. His heart just isn't in the game anymore. It's just
I agree.
Yeah, now it's more than shooting. Players can be effective without shooting.
I don't think he has back issues. I think it's all mental.
No, I think he has back issues. Like there's games in Brooklyn he didn't play. I think it's mental and back issues.
I don't think so. I don't believe his back.
I think the back is overblown by him himself, but it is what it is.
I don't agree, man.
It's all in his head now. It's just Ben Simmons needs to get the right mindset again, and he can be effective.
Hey, Boba, check this out. A lot of people get on me for this, but I said if there's one team in the league that can maximize a Ben Simmons and get him back to what he used to be, I said it's a team like the Warriors.
What?
Because if you put him and the only reason, hold on one second, Jared, and I only said this, and I'll preface it by saying this is only if Draymond Green potentially walked in free agency and you need to replace him.
Yeah, that would work.
So it's not necessarily about playing him alongside Draymond. What I'm saying is it's about if you put him on the right team where he's surrounded by shooters and he knows, okay, I can just go out and play my game. And then you also give him the freedom to go attack and be who he is, getting to the rim, because really nobody was stopping him from getting to the rim. I think you help him get his confidence back. But I think you hurt his confidence by being that team saying, okay, I need you to go out there and make jumpers like they were doing with Russell Westbrook in LA. Russell, go out here and make these corner threes, make these jump. It's not his game.
What Brett Brown, I think, ruined him because there was a point in time in 2019.
He had his best years with Brett Brown.
No, I'm talking about like in 2020 especially. Brett Brown kind of like literally forced him to take threes when Ben Simmons is clearly didn't want to. There were reports. I mean, no. This actually happened. Brett Brown called Ben Simmons and his family into the office or into the front office one day and said, "I will bench you if you don't take threes." And
no, Ben Simmons never took threes in Philly.
No. If you go look back at the beginning of the 2020 season, he was taking threes in games because Brett Brown forced him to. Yes,
he
he
took
was.
like 6 3-pointers in his whole career in Philadelphia. He was never shooting threes.
Okay. No, that's just not true. That's just
It
not
is.
true.
Dude, I live 20 minutes from Philadelphia. I watch every game. Ben Simmons
Shooting
was
si-
never shooting threes consistently.
Shooting
Never.
no, he would shoot like one corner three like every few games in 2020.
Right.
Because
He'd
Brett
shoot
Brown
one
had him.
three. He'd shoot 1 3-pointer a week.
All right,
He was not shooting
and
threes
the point still stands. When you got your coaches and other teammates saying, "Oh, well, I feel like we had a shot at the rim where we could have made it," or "Oh, I don't know if Ben Simmons can be the point guard on the championship team." Does that not? Oh, and especially being in that city with Philly, where the fans are literally mocking your free throw shooting, bro. That doesn't help. That doesn't help Ben Simmons at all. If Ben Simmons can get to a team, I truly believe that if Ben Simmons can just get his heart into the game again, and if he's on a team that can maximize his game, Ben Simmons is going to be looking the same that he was a few years ago in Philly.
Yeah, I think Ben needs the right coach. I would love to see Ben with Popovich in San Antonio. But the problem with Ben in Golden State is Ben cannot play off the ball. He cannot play off the ball because he kills your spacing. Ben has to be the point guard. He has to be ball dominant. So I could see him as the point guard with Popovich.
But Brandon, it's also about understanding the Warriors system. So the players that play off ball in Golden State, what are they doing? They're not running typical pick and roll or spreads. They're running split actions. Split actions have guys constantly cut into the basket. So even a guy like Draymond, when he doesn't have the ball and he gives that ball up, as soon as he gives that ball up, he's in an immediate split action because that's the design of their offense. So you have him moving to the basket. And when he moves to the basket, you're pushing shooters who are in the paint out. They don't really run a ton of pick and roll. They run a lot of DHOs, pin downs, and split actions to get their shooters open. So I think, again, it's about the system. So if you have a system that caters to him and he's playing off ball and he's playing to his strengths, which split actions would, which not a lot of teams can do, I think that will help him. So it's about the system. Steve Kerr's an extremely smart offensive coach. I believe he could find something. If he found a way to utilize Draymond offensively, I'm almost positive he can utilize Ben Simmons offensively. He was a much better
ball handler.
He's a much better offensive player. I think Draymond's a better playmaker, but you talk about scoring the basketball. I think Ben Simmons as Draymond beat. Draymond can shoot the free throw a little bit better, but
Ben Simmons is also a great transition player.
Yeah, but
too,
Draymond can still shoot if you leave him wide open, and Ben can't. You couldn't play Ben with Draymond either. You wouldn't have any spacing.
That was predicated on Draymond leaving in free agency, and let's say you had to get a desperate replacement, somebody who could do similar to what Draymond does, and then also defend. Well, the only guy in the league that could replicate that, if anybody could, would be a Ben Simmons.
Yeah, I think you could play Ben at the 5, but I don't think it'd be effective offensively off the ball. I mean, he's always been a very good defender. He's not as good of a defender as Chilton made him out to be. He's a good defender, but Ben off the ball wouldn't work in the fourth quarter late.
No, he's not. That's
yes, he was. No, yes, he was.
Jared, why do you say you just literally said Rudy Gobert was not a good defender? Yeah, you just say Ben Simmons in his prime wasn't. Who do you think is actually a good defender?
Was Kawhi a good defender, Jared?
No, I'm not saying these guys are good defenders. I think we overrate how good they are defensively.
No. Hold on.
Ben Simmons was a great on-ball defender. He was a great transition defender.
What you're talking
about? He was a good defender. Ben Simmons was never a lockdown defender.
He was never a great defender. He was never a great defender. Great defenders are guys like Kawhi and Draymond.
Yeah. Ben was a good defender. He was never great.
Ben was on their level defensively.
He was one of the best defenders in the league. I don't know what else to say.
No, he was never a lockdown.
I mean,
defender.
the thing is, that's what I think. Give him.
You don't have to be Kawhi on the ball to be a great defender. You don't have to be that.
And then the thing is, y'all say that. Y'all say that like Kawhi Leonard doesn't have massive flaws defensively himself. Like
off the ball, he's a cone.
Wait, what are his flaws?
Off the ball, he's a cone.
Off ball,
he can't play off ball.
Bro, the dude locked down LeBron James. Like, how is
he never locked down LeBron.
Yes,
nobody's locked down
2014
LeBron.
Finals.
No, he did not lock down LeBron. The Spurs did. He was a part of it, but he individually never stopped anything with LeBron.
Similar to how Iguodala won the Finals MVP with the Warriors, Jared.
It's the same thing. He locked down LeBron.
No,
Yeah, Iguodala held LeBron to under 40% shooting in that series.
38%.
Yeah.
Those numbers. Oh my God, those numbers. Oh my God, those numbers are not true.
Oh boy. Y'all discredit a lot of team defensive efforts, and y'all
I
just
cannot
attribute
believe I'm listening to
one person.
defense. I cannot believe I'm listening to one-on-one matchup numbers right now. Those numbers don't just bring into account when Iguodala is the only matchup on LeBron. That also brings into account whenever they're double teaming LeBron, which they were doing a lot in that series. Draymond
Yeah,
Green,
but they didn't
in my
double team
opinion,
LeBron on the perimeter. I mean,
Draymond Green,
Iguodala's
in my
one-on-one
opinion,
defense was key.
They didn't double
yeah,
team
but
him
fine.
until game
Draymond,
4.
but that doesn't change what I'm about to say. Draymond Green, in my opinion, was much more effective on LeBron James than Iguodala was.
Yeah, you can make an argument. You can make an argument.
No, I think it's very clear that he was. Even though Iggy was good, it was clearly Draymond was the more effective defender on LeBron that series.
I feel like you're underrating Iguodala.
No, Iguodala was better defensively against LeBron.
Yeah,
All the
Iguodala was the
advanced
one locking
metrics
up
show that.
LeBron.
No, look, we're not saying Iguodala didn't have an impact. Obviously, his size, length, and athleticism and ability to kind of blow up some of those screens that LeBron liked to use had an impact. We're not saying it didn't have an impact, but the only way Iguodala is able to execute that successfully is if he understands that he has an elite defense behind him, ready to do his job. So breaking up and busting up some of these pick and rolls requires Iguodala to do things where he knows I have help sitting right there. We're going to force LeBron right here. If that help's not right there, LeBron's flying in for a layup. So everything Iguodala did was predicated on other guys like Draymond and other people behind them also doing their jobs efficiently. It wasn't just Iggy was just sitting in front of him in this one-on-one style, just shutting them down, and LeBron couldn't do nothing. That is not how it works, and LeBron's too
Andrew
smart
Bogut
for that.
actually was in the back line.
But Jared, I know that. But y'all act like nobody stops LeBron with one player. It takes a whole team. Never in the history of basketball has one player by himself just guarded LeBron and stopped him. Nobody.
Or any great player, to be fair. Any great player.
I mean, Iguodala's one-on-one defense with LeBron was the main reason.
No,
it
was more than one-on-one. LeBron, they run too many pick and rolls for anybody to run just one-on-one defense on him. LeBron screen after just like every NBA player explains guarding LeBron.
And Iguodala could not. And Iguodala was getting stuck on every screen.
LeBron on ball gets so many screens, or he's in so many screen actions. It's ridiculous. Players talk about it all the time. LeBron is not just ISO you, dribble, and trying to beat you. That has never been his game. Like, I don't know, like these, like Iguodala to defend pick and rolls, you got to operate as a team. And Iggy was able to be successful in his role because everybody else was doing their job. And the fact that y'all give Iggy all the credit is crazy because there's other guys who were great defensively that probably should get much more credit, like the Draymond.
A great defender.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Cavs' whole game plan in that series after Kyrie got hurt was to slow the tempo down to a crawl. And so most of that series was in the half court. And so in the half court, Iguodala was the primary defender, and he held LeBron below 40% shooting. Now, other players contributed.
Those numbers at me all you want, bro.
But that series was a half court series because the Cavs slowed the tempo the whole series.
It's a half court. Hold on. First of all, the Warriors knew the only way you even stand a chance of beating LeBron is putting him in the half court because he's the best player in transition in NBA. And this has been for like the last couple of years. Even in his advanced age, even in his advanced age, even in 2020, one of the number one reasons why they won the chip, they were the number one team in transition. They got in transition with LeBron James more than anybody. That is LeBron James' specialty. So it was not rocket science to say we got to keep him in the half court. That is a given. That's the only that's not a secret sauce. But once you get him in the half court, LeBron is smart enough. I'm going to screen till I get the look or rotation that I want. And I know for a fact he's not just sitting there ISO and Iggy trying to go score. Iggy was only able to have an impact because there was a great defensive unit behind him, allowing him to do his job. Because if they didn't, LeBron was going to be getting layups at the rim all day.
Similar with Kawhi.
But give Iggy all the credit because he was the one closest to LeBron. That's the guy that generally you guys want to give the credit to because he might have been the closest, or he might have been the guy fighting over the screen. No, that's not necessarily how it works. Not in the LeBron James offense.
Yeah, I mean, Iguodala has always been an elite one-on-one defender in his prime. He defended LeBron very well one-on-one. I mean, it wasn't the only reason the Warriors won the series, but Cleveland's whole strategy was to slow the game to a crawl after Kyrie got hurt. So Iguodala's defense in the half court on LeBron was the huge part of the reason why Golden State won 3
defense
straight after being down
LeBron
2-1.
Y'all discredit that team. That Warriors. I mean, Iggy led the charge because of his physicality.
Right.
Like again, chasing over some of them screens, getting skinny, allowing himself to not get screened. So again, he did a good job of doing his role in disrupting LeBron James. But that was a team. That was a team accomplishment. And it's just sad to me that everybody gives it all to Iggy. Just like a lot of people say that JJ Barea stopped LeBron in 2011. No, Jared, don't lie.
Yeah, I think that's just the attempt to shit on LeBron.
Yeah, we hear. Hold on. And just like people say that in 07,
I've never heard that.
And just like in 07, people say that Bruce Bowen stopped LeBron. People try to say these individual guys stop LeBron, but then when you go watch the film, you literally go see 3-4 guys zoned up on LeBron ball side, stopping them from getting into the paint.
Here's another one. JJ Barea stopped LeBron James in 2011. That's another one that I hear.
Bruce Bowen stopped LeBron. Oh,
JJ Barea.
Nobody says
because I guarantee you, if I pull up the individual
I'm not
stats,
saying you say it, but people say that, and it's infuriating to me. Yes, people say. I just came off of a stream where they were saying that, Jared. I just heard that.
You may be listening to the idiots then, I guess.
I'm just saying that people say it a lot. And it's people that hate LeBron, and it's infuriating.
It must be trolls.
That they don't real. No, they're not trolls. They truly believe in it, and it's infuriating. It's terrible.
Well, I think both are true. They probably truly believe it, but they're also trolls.
Yeah, I think so. Like,
I'm not gonna lie. Whenever a guy like Ticket says something like that, I don't think he's trolling. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't think
that man's trolling.
Yeah, nobody thinks JJ Barea shut LeBron down.
That is not true. They truly believe that. What do you mean?
Yeah, they believe that.
Wait, hold on.
Have you heard these guys talk? Jared, you know this.
I've heard Maz say that. I've heard Mookie say that.
This is very interesting off StatMuse. LeBron James averages 31.8, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists in 26 games in the NBA Finals versus Andre Iguodala in his career.
Yeah, but you got to look at his efficiency. That's where Iguodala is.
What is his efficiency, Brandon?
Hey, get hands off. Big clap.
Iguodala held LeBron under 40% shooting the first year
of
Golden State.
Hold on. Here's the efficiency, you guys. He averages 50% from the field, and he averages 35% from the 3-point line. Those are his averages. Yes, I'm right here in front of you.
Against Iguodala?
Let me see what the finals were.
Hold on. Go to StatMuse. It's right here. StatMuse. It says LeBron James. Over all the games where Iguodala's been guarding him, he shoots 49.9% from the field and 35.8% from the 3-point line.
Right. No, but the stats you pulled up are just when Golden State plays Cleveland. They're not specifically for when Iguodala is the primary defender. They're just saying when Iguodala's been on the Warriors and LeBron was on the Cavs, those are LeBron's numbers. You know what this tells you? Those numbers are not specific when Iguodala's defending him.
But you know what this tells you? This tells you right here that it don't matter who the fuck you put on LeBron, he's going to pick and roll you to death and get whatever look he wants and get to his numbers, and it don't matter. So you might be able to disrupt and cause a little problem here or there when it obviously the Cavs were missing a ton of offense because Kyrie was hurt. Well, it's easy to do that. When he swings that ball around, it ain't going to somebody by the name of Kyrie Irving. So it looks a little different. It looked a little different when he was swinging it to Kyrie in them finals. And we saw how that one turned out.
Yeah, I think that Cleveland would have beaten Golden State the first time they played him in the finals if Kyrie didn't get hurt. That Warriors team was nowhere near as good as the 73-win team the next year. I think Golden State would have beaten Cleveland if Curry didn't have the MCL sprain, but I think Cleveland beats the Warriors that first time they played if Kyrie doesn't get hurt.
Or K-Love.
Well, Brandon, you got to remember Draymond was also suspended that year too, though.
Yeah, the Warriors had literally won almost 10 straight games at home going into that game 5. The NBA saved LeBron with that suspension, but the other thing is the Bogut injury changed that whole series too.
Yeah.
I feel you on that, but I don't think they save LeBron necessarily. I just think
I hate it when they say suspensions are just you saving the other player.
Oh, come on. Cleveland was demoralized after they lost Game 4. They were totally broken.
Yeah, they were, but like they
kicking
suspended
people,
Draymond,
bro.
I'm pretty sure, because he got in a fight with Tristan. Is that not what it was?
No. It's because he swung at LeBron. He swung his hand at LeBron, and so they claimed it was a punch. The NBA wanted a longer series for money.
Bro, he already had 3 flagrant points, dude.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been a flagrant foul. He just swung his arm a little.
Hold on, y'all. We got Legend of Winning here.
Where did he come from? What?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, can y'all hold on, please? We
Where
got
did he
Legend
come
here.
from?
Salute to Legend, man. Appreciate you,
man.
Came out of nowhere.
Hold on, Legend. I don't know how you feel about this particular topic. I'm just not feeling this narrative that Iggy is just this ultimate warrior, Iron Man lockdown defender that just put the clamps on LeBron, and none of the other Golden State Warriors had nothing to do with it. Man, what are your thoughts on this ultimate warrior defense by Andre Iguodala?
Oh, I've already debunked it on my channel. Like the concept that Iguodala like single-handedly was locking him down is like a complete narrative that people run with, but
completely wrong.
Yeah. There's like other articles. You can just watch the games, and there's other articles that clearly show like their whole defensive scheme changed after Game 3. They started doubling LeBron way more often.
Mm-hmm.
They started trying to get the ball out of his hands. They made him work for it. He was just seeing different defensive coverages. Now, he was probably the best point of attack defender, but in the first 3 games, they were allowing LeBron to just kind of go off and hope that they could win just solely off of the fact that LeBron can't beat the entire team. But that ended up happening largely, not even because of how great LeBron was, but largely just how bad Golden State was. But, there's another thing we got to speak about.
That's what that's what I'm saying. Like some players, I feel like you just got to give them the respect that only way we're going to slow you down is if we use all 5 guys with it, like a targeted focus of slowing you up or only limiting you to doing these certain things on the basketball court. And it has to take an effort by all 5 guys because LeBron has just proven to be too smart to where if just 1 or 2 of those guys are not in sync with you, he's going to light you up. That's how good he is. And a lot of people just don't want to give him credit for that alone. You can get on him for a lot of other things, but that right there, that's what he's elite at.
I think there's no doubt that Golden State's team defense against LeBron was key, and nobody's saying that Iguodala locked down LeBron, but Iguodala was by far the best primary defender on LeBron. LeBron shot below 40% from the field when Iguodala was the primary defender. So Iguodala's defense was the main reason why LeBron's efficiency dropped. It wasn't the only reason, but it was the main reason. Every time Iguodala was on LeBron would call for a screen.
You don't think Kyrie getting hurt had anything to do with that?
No. Of course, I'm talking about something. I'm saying the main reason why the series turned after Cleveland was up 2-1 was LeBron's efficiency dropped significantly. But yeah, I mean, I think
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Bro,
that's not true either. That's not true.
You gotta let this guy, bro.
Yeah,
There's not too many. I mean, some dudes get under my skin, but this dude, bro. I mean, I just heard him say that Draymond shouldn't have got suspended. Let's go with that.
He should got suspended.
Actually,
why?
No, I'm about to tell you.
Oh my God! All
Jared,
Draymond did was swing his
stop,
hand.
Bro. Stop.
Stupid. The
Honestly,
NBA suspended Draymond because they wanted.
Yo, Brandon, shut up, man.
Let Bees cook, please.
Oh
please.
my God.
Now let's be completely fair.
You shut up.
Let's be completely fair.
You shut up.
What should have happened? What should have happened is Draymond should have been suspended against OKC, and they should have never won that series. If you
and
want,
that's when he kicked Steven Adams in the balls. Is that correct, Bees?
Yes. And so he ended up getting suspended because he should have been suspended earlier, and they let him slide. Why don't you go back and check that?
I'm pretty sure it's because he had too many flagrants.
Yeah, he had 4 flagrant foul
over
points.
the limit.
I'm pretty sure that's why.
Yeah, it wasn't for that one incident.
I thought that was obvious. I thought everybody knew that.
Right, but not according to Brandon.
We have 4 flagrant foul points.
He's from another planet.
Did Kawhi lock up LeBron in 2014?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that either.
Explain
No.
Well, wait, I want to say this real quick before to say that the reason why they won is because they shifted LeBron's efficiency. That's not the case. They won because they're offensively they just got noticeably better. The best game that LeBron had in that game from an efficiency standpoint was Game 5 when quote unquote Iguodala is the primary defender. And even in that game, they still won by double digits because offensively they were noticeably better. If you go back and go watch the first 3 games, the Warriors were like being held well under like 95 points, or not. Let me not say well under, but they had back-to-back games where they were held under 95 points.
Yeah,
they just weren't making their shots.
Yeah, you're pointing to one game. LeBron's efficiency dropped after the third game of that series.
Hey, and to piggyback on Legends of the Winning, it really hurt LeBron offensively when Mozgov got taken out of that dunker spot.
Was it Mozgov or was it
whatever that big white
Bogut.
No. In 15, when they made that switch, he was probably the second best offensive player in that series.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yes. So when they went small and they had to take him out. Yeah.
That flipped the series.
Actually did.
I always say that. I say the one thing you can't do with Golden State is you can't try to out small ball the Golden State Warriors. They're always going to beat you with that. Go ahead, Legend.
The only thing I was going to say is that, again, overall his efficiency was worse in throughout the second part of the series. However, again, the biggest reason why it was that way was just solely because of Game 4. And that was when they made the adjustment and became very aggressive with how they doubled. That's the only reason why it's that bad. The last 2 games of the series is ironically one of his better games from a scoring and efficiency standpoint. And they both lost both of those games. Game 5 again is his best game from a scoring and efficiency standpoint. They still lost that game. And once more, even the games in which the Cavaliers won, the back-to-back games that they won, it wasn't because LeBron was amazing from an efficiency standpoint. One of the games they won, he scored 39 points on 35 shots. Like it wasn't great efficiency. He's at 31% from the field. The reason why and if you want to use true shooting, he had a true shooting percentage of 45%, and he still won the game. They were winning games because of offensive rating from the Warriors in Game 2 was 92.6, and then the next game was right at 100. For the entire year, their offensive rating was operating around 112. That's why they lost. They lost because of their lack of offense, not because of whatever you think defensively. That's not why they lost. That's a narrative that they spin to try to justify the Iguodala selection.
If you look at LeBron's numbers in 2 of the final 3 games of the series, he shot below 40%. Those were 2 of his worst games in the series. So it wasn't just one game that skewed the stats. He wasn't efficient after Game 3. He had 2 very bad games, including the closeout game. But the other thing quickly with the Green suspension was total bullshit, because what Green did was a technical foul. It was not a flagrant foul. The NBA ruled it was a flagrant foul because they wanted to suspend him to extend the series for money. It was never. The NBA does not call stuff like that a flagrant foul. It was a technical.
It's just a conspiracy theory.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's called corporations want to make money. Like, welcome to the real world.
No, it's just a conspiracy theory.
Everybody knows the NBA wants to extend series for money. You got to be on the planet Pluto to not think that.
In a series.
I just want to I want to fact check you again. There's only 2 games where the 2 best accurate games from him from field goal percentage was Game 1, where he shot 47%. They lost that game. In the second game, the 5th game, he shot 44%, and they still lost that game. It didn't matter. He was shooting the 2 best games where he shot from the field. They still lost. They were losing because of the Warriors' offense. That's why they lost.
It's both. You're making them sound mutually exclusive. They're not. They go together. In LeBron's last game against Golden State, it's wrong. Let me finish. In LeBron's last game against Golden State, he not only shot below 40% from the field, he had 6 turnovers, which was by far the highest amount of turnovers he had in the game. LeBron was not efficient after Game 3.
Yes.
Was that because of Iggy, Brandon?
Well, mostly because of Iggy.
I think it was multiple reasons, but I think the main reason, I think Iguodala as the primary defender was a big part of it. Yeah.
Well, no, that's not true either. In Game 6, Iguodala was in foul trouble and the primary defender ended up being Draymond. That's another lie that they end up telling people.
It's not a lie. I mean, you can't look at a whole series through one game. It's ridiculous.
You literally went to games. You just went to Game 6, and I'm referring to
after the series was 2-1, LeBron's efficiency dropped significantly. I didn't cite one game. I cited every game after it was 2-1.
You specifically cited the one game. I'm saying specifically to the game where he had 6 turnovers. He just asked you, was that because of Iguodala? You implied that it was. Iguodala was not the primary defender on.
No, that's not what he asked me. He asked me why LeBron struggled after the series was 2-1, and what I said was the main reason LeBron
let him
struggled
ask you the
after
question
series
again.
was 2-1.
Brandon, in that Game 6, when LeBron James shot under 40%,
one game,
and had 6
So that's what he's asking you. That's what he's asking you. He's asking you about the game.
He asked me why LeBron struggled.
That's
after
not what
the
I
series
asked.
was 2-1.
He's telling you right
Brandon,
now.
let him ask his question.
Brandon, you brought up that Game 6, and I asked you, was that because of Iggy? That Game 6, did he struggle that badly because of Iggy?
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking me why LeBron struggled.
You said
after
yes,
the
it
series
was because
2-1.
of Iggy. That was your answer.
38% shooting.
No.
Right.
In Game 6, did he struggle that badly because of Iguodala?
Okay, well, to give you an answer about one specific game in the series, why a player struggled, I'd have to go back and watch the tape. But what I'm saying is that the main reason LeBron struggled in the series was because of Iguodala's defense. If you're going to ask specific questions about one game in a series 8 years ago, I'd obviously have to go back and rewatch it.
So so why are you bringing up Game 6 then? If you don't even remember what happened in the game, then why are you bringing that up to aid your point?
Yeah, exactly. You're the one who brought
because
up.
I'm looking at the whole series. I'm not looking at one fucking
game.
Well,
then stop reading stats. Stop reading stats.
I'm not reading stats.
And actually look and see how Iguodala was the reason for those
was very effective as the primary defender on LeBron.
You've done nothing but read stats. You've read Iguodala's one-on-one numbers. You've read Iguodala's one-on-one numbers. You've read LeBron's efficiency numbers.
I didn't read them. I already knew them off the top of my head.
You've read Game 6's stats, and you haven't even brought up anything about Iguodala in the game.
Okay.
Have you watched the finals?
Let me be clear, because you're not listening.
Okay.
What I'm saying is there are many reasons LeBron struggled in the series, right? Team defense, some of the things that Lowe stated are correct. But I believe the primary reason, not the only reason, that LeBron's efficiency dropped after Game 3 was Iguodala's the primary defender. Now, if you're asking me specifically about Game 6, why did he struggle in one game 7 years ago? I'd obviously have to go back and watch the tape. I'm not going to give you a specific answer on one fucking game 7 years ago.
You brought it up.
Why? I'm gonna say you know who brought up and why? Okay, I'm
no, I brought up after it was 2-1.
No, you brought up specifically he had 6 turnovers in Game 6.
Right, but to show that LeBron's efficiency dropped, not to talk about Iguodala.
You didn't. You talked about the turnovers he had in Game 6. That's what you said.
Game 6, yeah.
And I asked you if that was because of Iggy.
Yeah, okay, but regardless, okay.
Right, I didn't understand your question.
Why do you believe confidently in Game 4 his efficiency plummeted that much because of Iguodala? Why do you believe that?
What I'm saying is that I'm saying the primary reason why LeBron's efficiency dropped was Iguodala's the primary defender. It wasn't the only reason. It was the primary reason.
I'll ask the question again because the worst game that he had was, you could easily say, was Game 4. Why do you believe, since you said you have to go back and rewatch it, why are you confidently claiming that in Game 4 in particular his efficiency plummeted because of Iguodala?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is
I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm asking the question. Why do you believe?
Right. I'll answer your question. What I'm saying is, having watched the whole series and rewatched a lot of the condensed versions of the games, Iguodala was very effective as the primary defender on LeBron. LeBron shot below 40% from the field against Iguodala. So what I'm saying is that the primary, not the only, but the primary reason why LeBron's efficiency numbers were down after Game 3 were because of Iguodala. Now, was it the only reason? No. There were other things like team defense, the fact that the Warriors were more efficient offensively,
I think
so they could
no,
Brandon. That was the main reason.
No, Brandon. I think this is one of the things, and Legend brought this up when he first came in, because when you look at this series, there's two significant factors when you talk about the Cavs. One, Kyrie not available. Two, Kevin Love not available. The fact that Andre Iguodala could go balls to the wall defense on LeBron, fighting over screens, like almost being completely attached or trying to be completely attached without any regard for having to play help on others. It's because LeBron was having to kick the ball to people like Mozgov and Matthew Dellavedova. And so when he doesn't have those weapons out there, it allows the Warriors to just kind of pile up on a guy like LeBron, make him less efficient, right? Because the thing is, if he stops shooting as much, right, because they're piling on him, then people are going to say, oh, he wasn't as aggressive. Oh, he stopped shooting. Oh, he choked. But then when he continues to shoot, when he continues to be aggressive through the misses, through the defense that's piling on top of him, and he's not as efficient, we don't put that into context by saying, okay, we understand that the Warriors could kind of pile on him because his help that he had all seasons to get them to that point wasn't necessarily there. So as I'm saying, if you're going to say Iggy was this great defender, you have to understand that there's a lot of context to throw in there. And LeBron James was still trying to be aggressive. He was getting, in some games, up to 30 shots off. And he was doing this without his two best players. So is what Iggy did that impressive? Because again, if I know that he wouldn't be able to play that style of defense if Kyrie and Love were on the floor. That's too much firepower on the court. He would have to get off a little bit, maybe switch a little bit differently because he would have to be in those help gaps a little bit more if Kyrie gets the ball or if Kevin Love gets it in the low post or over three-point line extended. So it completely changes how the Warriors defend with those two out. And I think that's why a lot of people say, why are we giving Iggy all this credit when they were kind of just beaten up on a team that just didn't have all their guns ready. They just threw all their defense at LeBron and said, we're going to make the others beat us. And Mozgov, that's not an excuse because, Jared, you're one of the main people. If he swings it to Mozgov 10 times, you're going to be like, oh, he was scared to shoot.
Well, they didn't play Mozgov much in that series after game 3.
No, I'm saying
didn't play that much.
It doesn't. Hold on. We saw LeBron in 2011 do exactly what you guys wanted him to do. Swing the ball to these other guys that are supposed to be open and make the right decisions out of the zone, and they failed to do so, just as Mark Cuban described. And so it's damned if you do, damned if you don't with LeBron. Because if he does what you guys want, like when he kicked it to Danny Green with 4 people on him, y'all bashed him for passing it to Danny Green, even though Danny Green was standing there wide open, and LeBron threw the best pass he could possibly get to him, wasn't on target. And then even when he threw the pass to him, people were saying, oh, it wasn't a perfect pass. It was a little low, and Danny Green couldn't shoot it right. So he's damned if he does, damned if he don't. And there was just no way he was going to beat the Warriors without Kyrie and Kevin Love. And that's why they lost the series. That's why they were you still were not. You're not going to beat the Warriors without Kyrie and Kevin Love.
Okay, I don't think Kevin Love getting hurt mattered much, but once Kyrie got hurt, they were done. Yeah.
Jared, tell me their starting lineup without Kyrie and Kevin Love.
Yeah, well, I actually think they had a better chance.
Brandon, that question was for Jared.
No, that's for me though, Brandon. Okay, so their starting lineup from game 3 on after they lost Kyrie and Kevin Love were Dellavedova, J.R. Smith, LeBron, Mozgov, and I think Thompson was their power forward.
Okay, now, hold on. Now, I'm going to ask you, Jared, is that a lineup that you would believe going into the playoffs could win an NBA championship?
No,
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. That's all we need to know then. That's all we need to know.
Right, but I'm saying the reason why Iguodala deserves more credit than you're giving him, and obviously context matters and it was team defense, but if you look at LeBron's efficiency against Iguodala when Iguodala was the primary defender, and you compare it to LeBron's efficiency against every other Warrior.
We know he shot 39.8%.
Iguodala held, let me finish. Iguodala held
LeBron
like
30 times.
Below 40% shooting. Iguodala was the only defensive player on Golden State who consistently held LeBron under 40% shooting. So he does deserve more credit than you're giving.
Let me be clear, because those numbers are like very, very skewed and extraordinarily flawed. The reason why those numbers are flawed is because I'm not explaining right now. The reason why those numbers are flawed is because when Iguodala became the primary defender and he inserted into the starting lineup post game 3, again, he received help defending LeBron. The first 3 games of the series, when Draymond and Harrison Barnes were defending him, they were not receiving help defending LeBron. So the efficiency and accuracy when it comes to when they were defending him, in contrast to Iguodala, is heavily skewed. That's why those numbers are extraordinarily low. If you go back,
there's a problem with the argument.
If you go back and rewatch them and actually look at how many times LeBron was able to score on Iguodala, or when they didn't send an aggressive double, how quickly LeBron was able to score on Iguodala, you would quickly realize that in the second half of the series, Iguodala was getting his lion's share of points scored on him, especially in Game 5 when they didn't send the double as quick as they should have. So it's those are heavily skewed numbers.
No, but there's a flaw in your argument, because the Warriors were double teaming LeBron when everybody guarded him, not just Iguodala, right? So they didn't just double LeBron when let me finish.
I'm asking
they didn't just double LeBron. Let me finish.
I don't expect them to remember any
It's a
of
bad
this.
argument. I'll explain why. The Warriors did not just double team LeBron when Iguodala was the primary defender. They double teamed LeBron when everybody was guarding him occasionally. And Iguodala still by far had the best numbers defensively as the primary defender on LeBron. And they also didn't double on every play either. You can't. The Warriors went small after Game 3. They took Mozgov off the court for the most part. They had shooting around LeBron. They weren't doubling LeBron on every play Iguodala was guarding him either. They did it sometimes, but not every time.
Yeah, but look, like we know. Hold on, we know. These are given. We know that Iggy's length and athleticism can potentially bother LeBron if his only assignment is to be attached and not have any worry about potential threats on the floor, like a Kyrie or like a Kevin Love. If you can play almost a boxing one style of defense on LeBron, and you can be attached, his job is to fight over screens. You got drop coverage protection or some type of ice coverage protection helping you if he gets into the lane, because they're going to run some type of zone to contain him somewhat. If he can go balls to the wall defense on LeBron without any repercussions from any other offensive threats, that's what made Iguodala more of a threat on the defensive end, because he could just go all out on one man without any fear or any duties as far as playing help. He didn't have to worry. If they kick the ball to Tristan Thompson, that's not necessarily a threat. We'll live with the results. If they kick it to Dellavedova, we'll live with the results. It's not necessarily a threat. And so this is the type of defense they were allowed to play because of the Kyrie and Kevin Love missing. He could go balls to the wall. And we know that his length and size will bother him ultimately if that's the type of defense they're allowed to play because of the injuries. So that's not the type of defense Iggy plays when they're healthy. You know how we know that? Because we saw how LeBron played when they were all healthy, and it looked a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't want to know. You're making this argument solely off of the numbers, and there's somebody who has recently watched that entire series. Yes, as somebody who's recently watched that entire series, as somebody who has like literally hand counted every single last shot LeBron took in that series, as somebody who can tell you for an irrefutable fact that Iguodala was getting a good portion of the numbers scored on him post Game 3. For somebody, I'm telling you right now, like those numbers they do not do justice what actually happened in that series, like at all, like not even remotely close. Like I know what you're referencing. Did I say that?
LeBron was inefficient.
Stop. Did I say that?
LeBron was inefficient in 2 of the final 3 games.
Stop. Did I say that he had no impact? Did I say that?
That's what you're implying, basically.
No, I'm not implying that. What I'm implying is that
that's what it sounds
team
like.
Defense.
Yeah, that is.
Let me be clear.
Chat GPT brain.
The team defense was more impactful than an individual defender on LeBron.
I agree.
That's what I'm arguing.
Lo, who should have won the Finals MVP?
Curry should have won it easily. I don't know why that was or if you want to give it to someone on a losing team, LeBron. Iguodala should have been the third option to give it to him.
Oh, hold up. So how can you get a Finals MVP if you're getting locked up by Dellavedova?
What? Did he get locked up by Dellavedova?
He did, bro. Did you watch those games, bro?
Didn't he almost?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I've watched those games up until I think when I did the research, like maybe a year or two ago. Curry had one of the most efficient volume scoring series in NBA history in 2015. So he got locked
First
up.
games he did?
No. When you take into consideration the entire series, he had one of the most efficient volume scoring finals performances in NBA history.
Jared, please bring up Curry's turnovers.
No, I'm talking about
Curry's turnovers were very high.
If you
not because of Delhi.
Game 2 and 3
I didn't say it was because of Delvin.
Oh, and game 2 and 3 are horrible. In game 3,
he was like 6 of 26 in game 2.
And game 2 is a bad game. Game 3, he put up 27 points, shot 50% from the field and 54% from behind the arc. That's terrible.
You watch the whole game, bro. That first half, he was horrible.
Oh, so just say the first half of the game. Don't say the whole game.
3 points and 4 turnovers in the first half.
Yeah, so say the first half of the game. Don't say the whole game was terrible.
No, I thought
first half.
Okay. My fault. But yeah, in that first half, like he was horrible. He had 3 points and 4 turnovers.
Like I'm looking at it now. Have you guys watched the difference?
He had 2 turnovers.
It's amazing. I'm watching it now. It's amazing if you watch game 1 of that series, how the Cavs or how the Warriors had to defend the Cavs with Kyrie on the floor as compared to when he wasn't on the floor, and how they defended with Kyrie not there, because it's a humongous difference.
Hold on, is he arguing that Curry is not valid to win an MVP because of one game? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're implying right now?
One half.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah, are you implying because Curry had a bad game 2, which if you rewatch the game, it's not because Delhi locked him up. He just had a bad game 2. Are you implying that because he had a bad game 2 that he shouldn't have won Finals MVP?
No, I'm not saying it's just because of game 2. But basically, what I'm saying is, if you really look at, and actually, Max Kellerman actually said this a while ago.
No!
Let me finish.
Max Kellerman.
Let me finish. I got to make my point. The point that I'm trying to make when I bring up Max Kellerman is that if you look at some of these games in the finals, he chokes. Like he was choking in that finals up until game 4.
What do you mean choking?
What?
He wasn't playing to a standard.
Okay. What? So
do you know wait, what? How was he not playing to a standard? At that point, Curry in game 1 put up 26 points, 8 assists, 2 steals, 4 rebounds, 50, 63, 100. Is that to his standards?
No, what I mean by he didn't play to his standards, like the standard Curry could give you 30 points in the snap of finger. Like that's the standard play.
So now you have to score 30 to
I'll ask you the question, because if you're saying that Curry's standard is being a 30-point scorer especially in the postseason, that's just not true. Curry's only done that one time in I think his entire career. So I don't know where you got that from. And up until that moment in his career, he had never averaged 30 points ever in his career. So I don't know where you got this concept that he's averaging 30 points. So I'll ask the question again, since you now understand he never averaged 30. Since he never averaged 30 up until that point in his career, I'll ask you the question again. In game 1, when he put up 26 points, 8 assists, 2 steals, 4 rebounds, and shot 50% from the field and 100% from the free throw line, and if I'm not mistaken, he led his team in scoring and assists, if I'm not mistaken, excuse me. Is that not up to his standards?
And the reason I still say no is because numbers for a guy like Curry doesn't tell the whole story. Like when you
I actually agree, which makes your argument even worse. But go ahead, go.
What do you mean?
Because Curry, the amount of shots that Curry was generating for his teammates that he's not getting credit for because he's not the one who actually recorded the assist is astonishing. Or Curry, I tallied it, and I was being very strict on what I would consider to be any form of like playmaking or gravity from Curry. Curry was generating, in the last like 3 or 4 games, Curry is generating nearly like 50% of the shots for his teammates. Made shots. Not even like I generated a look for you and then you got fouled and you made your 2 free throws. I'm not even counting those. Just solely the attention he received is generating quality looks for his teammates. About 50% of the shots that they made were generated off of who Curry was as a player.
Wow.
So you're actually right. You're right. The numbers don't actually prove it.
Right, I get that. My whole point in saying that Curry didn't deserve Finals MVP is because, to me, if you're going to win a Finals MVP, you have to be by so far and away the best player on the court. To me.
And you think Iggy was far and away the best player on the court?
Jared.
No, I'm saying like being
Oh
the
my
forward that's on the court.
God.
When Iggy played, his minutes were more impactful than Steph's, just because like he
No,
was
they
the
were
main defender on
not.
LeBron.
No, they were
Yes,
not.
He was the main defender on LeBron. Like it
That's
all
not.
comes down to
Oh
what you can do
man,
against LeBron.
y'all are bought. No, it's not. Y'all are bought into this propaganda, this LeBron propaganda, bro. I'm telling you, they were winning games because offensively they got noticeably better. And the biggest reason why they offensively got noticeably better is because Curry became way more active and way more effective on his shot making and playmaking for the remainder of the series. That's why Cleveland was winning games scoring under 100 points. Matter of fact, Cleveland had won, I think, 2 games scoring under 97 points. Both of their games they won, they scored under 97 points. They weren't winning because of offense. The Warriors could not generate enough offense to beat them. And game 6 is actually the most points, if I'm not mistaken, Cleveland had scored the entire series. Game 6 they had scored. What happened? Which one? Which game is it? Was I wrong?
You're missing a key point about what happened in the Golden State Cleveland series, though. Part of the reason the Warriors' offense was more efficient the final 3 games was they defended better, and because they defended better, it enabled them to control tempo and push the pace, and that got them more open shots in transition. You're missing the correlation between the Warriors' defense and their increased offensive efficiency.
No, Jared, don't agree with him. You don't.
Man, you missed the whole damn correlation all night, nigga. Shut your fucking mouth, nigga.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You don't have anything to say.
We can just fact check that. In games 2, the pace was 91. Game 3, the pace was 90. And game 4, when the Warriors won, it was 88. And when game 5, when they won, it was 89. It was a slower pace in game 4 or 5. It wasn't that they were getting up a bunch of fast break points. It was because
you just shut down your statement, bro.
You're just
I'm not saying that. Look, the Cavs were slowing the tempo the whole series. But what I'm saying is
and
that
it got
Golden
slower
State
in the games that they won. It got slower in the games that they won.
What I'm saying is that when Golden State defended better after game 3, they got in transition and they got more open looks. Whether or not that shows up in the tempo for the full game,
hey Brandon,
is irrelevant.
And
The
like
Warriors got much higher
I've been
percentage
saying from
shots after game 3.
It's not that the Warriors could defend it better. Is that the Cavs lost 2 of their best offensive players? That you don't think that had nothing to do
after
with?
They lost 2 of their players. Oh, the other thing is the stats that you're reading from LeBron in game 5 are bullshit. LeBron scored 1 basket in the final 5 minutes of game 5. He was efficient in the first and second quarter. He was garbage when it mattered in the fourth quarter. You're using stats to push your narrative.
Man, shut your dumb ass up, man. Let that man talk, man.
No, 1 second. No. Hey, Brandon and Jared.
Stop.
Hold on. 1 second.
Because he just said something that I don't think that's actually correct.
Brandon and
LeBron
Jared.
had 1 basket in the final 5 minutes of game 5.
Stop. Mute him. Good Lord.
No, you
listen. When someone gives you a point, don't walk past it. You need to acknowledge it. Every time Low checks you guys, you just switch to another topic.
No.
Wait. You just let me say what you said again. You said in game. I'm assuming you may have made me mistaken which games only because you said in game 5 he had a bad fourth quarter.
I'm saying if you look at game, right. Let me finish. I'm saying if you look at game 5, LeBron made 1 basket in the final 5 minutes of the game. He was not efficient when it mattered. So when you're citing LeBron's efficient, and this is what LeBron does, it's why sometimes he's a stat whore. LeBron's very efficient in the first and second quarter. The issue at times, and this was the issue in the Dallas series, LeBron has never consistently been efficient in the fourth quarter in big games. That's why Dwayne Wade and Kyrie were off in the closer. LeBron was very inefficient when it mattered in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter of game 5.
Okay,
Man, what the hell is you talking about, man?
I want to be clear. You are exclusively talking about the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, right?
The game was tied.
I want to be clear because in the fourth quarter it wasn't tied.
I'm saying it was tied. It was a 1-point game for much of the fourth quarter.
Okay.
What game hold on. That's not. Hold on. That's not true. What he just said.
That's why I'm looking. I'm like, LeBron scored 16 points in the fourth quarter of that game. In that game 5 in particular, yes, after the 5 minute mark, he didn't score. However, he only made one
the biggest part of the
field
game.
goal. He only made one field goal.
Or
That is
with
correct.
narratives about LeBron.
However, if you watch,
no, they are, Jerry. They are.
However, if you watch,
I got the numbers right here. I'm about to put it on the screen.
I'm about to say if you watch the game, you would know what actually happened in the second part of the game in that fourth quarter. That's once more when they start doubling LeBron way more aggressively.
Come on, you just said they were doubling him all game.
Hold on. So
you just
LeBron,
man, shut the fuck up and let that man talk, dude. Damn.
It can be both. I'm not saying they literally was aggressing him every single last possession, but when the game gets close and there's only a one possession, it's a 1 point game, like Lamont just told you, there's nobody else on the floor. So we're going to start aggressively. We're going to go back to aggressively defending you. They don't play the same defensive scheme every minute of the game. That doesn't make any sense.
Your whole argument as to why Iguodala does not deserve credit is the primary defender.
I didn't say
not what he's saying.
I want to be. No. Because you're saying you're implying that saying I'm not saying. So I want to be clear. I am not saying that Iguodala deserves no credit. He deserves credit. What I'm saying is that there are other things that played part to them winning that are way more pivotal, such as the offense getting immensely better, as well as the whole defensive scheme, the team defensive scheme.
Okay,
changing.
I got it. We already had that argument. We don't need to have it again.
Don't say something that I'm not saying. Then if you got it,
but your argument was that Iguodala doesn't deserve as much credit as he got to get the MVP because Golden State was doubling LeBron much more after Game 3. So that doesn't explain why, if Golden State was doubling LeBron the whole fucking game, LeBron's efficiency, like it often does, dropped off a cliff when it mattered most, the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. The far more likely explanation is that LeBron just wasn't good enough the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter because he's not.
Man, your damn brain dropped off in the fourth quarter, dumbass motherfucker. You a dumbass, man.
You're a dumbass.
I can explain it because again, I've recently
shut your bitch ass up, bitch.
Shut up, you tool. You don't even say anything intelligent.
Come on, Chris.
In game 5 in particular, LeBron was way more aggressive, and Ty Lue positioned LeBron in way better situations to allow him to attack much quicker, especially in the first half, than they did in the previous series and earlier in the series, especially in Game 4.
I don't know,
because in Game 4, that's when they made the adjustments to start doubling him more aggressively. So in Game 5, they positioned him more in the post mid-range area. He was able to get to his shots much more quickly, which is why in the first half he was scoring. He had scored like 20 points, and then the game was still relatively close. However, as teams normally do, they continue to make adjustments. The Warriors made adjustments in the second half. The biggest adjustments that they made in the second half was no longer playing their bigs, essentially just removing David Lee out of the rotation completely and allowing the small ball lineup to just play way more minutes and attack LeBron and be much more quicker with their defensive aggressiveness.
Hello, did you notice that? There's one thing that you can notice here. I mean, if you excluding 2011, which we know that's probably the 1 year where you can definitely point the blame at LeBron and a lot of issues there that started with him. But excluding 2011, it seems like the years where LeBron had efficiency issues in the fourth quarter were years where his stars next to him were injured. And then even in years where they lost in the finals, he had great numbers in the fourth quarter. So then how do you? And that's the thing. That's the weird part. How do you explain when he performs well in the fourth quarter, but they lose? But then when he performs bad in the fourth quarter, and his stars are injured, you still give him the blame. Like, I don't know how y'all are contextualizing these
because
numbers.
he's LeBron. That's why.
Well, no,
you're comparing stats from different eras there.
Okay, and then these are stats from the finals. And
but
what we
from
know
totally
is
different eras.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. What we know is the narratives that people push about LeBron. So, for example, we know the narratives that people say about LeBron. Like you said he's consistently bad in the fourth quarter.
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah, okay, that's exactly what you said verbatim.
It is
but
what you said.
the problem is the numbers. Brandon, hold on 1 second. Hold on. We don't have to go back. We all heard what he said. He's going to deny it now that the numbers in front of him, and it shows year by year, fourth quarter performances. The numbers don't necessarily support LeBron James as a bad fourth quarter. And this is what people like to do. Then what they'll do is they'll segment the fourth quarter and they'll say, oh, he doesn't score in the last 5 minutes. And then once you start to get those numbers, LeBron's clutch numbers, and then LeBron's clutch numbers at the end of the fourth quarter in the playoffs and the finals are really good as well. Then they start to say, oh, it's the last minute, and you keep changing the barometer, because I can go get those numbers as well, and none of them necessarily support LeBron not being good in the fourth quarter. The only thing that consistently happens, if LeBron is not playing up to par in the fourth quarter, you can generally point to teams being able to laser focus on him, primarily because the help around him isn't there or isn't playing up to par. Usually LeBron is playing at a pretty high level in the NBA Finals for the most part.
What I'm saying is that, look, we're holding LeBron to a superstar standard, an all-time great standard. We're not holding LeBron to the standard of a normal player, even a star. So what I'm saying is that if you hold LeBron to a superstar standard, like comparing him to Jordan, LeBron has never been a great scorer on a consistent basis at the end of games. And what I mean by the end of games is the final 6 minutes. And that's what I'm saying. And so I'm not saying LeBron's been bad in the fourth quarter. That would be dumb. What I'm saying is LeBron has never been consistently a great scorer at the end of games. He's never been a great closer. That's what I'm saying.
Is that a superstar standard, or is that just like a Jordan? Is that like a top 5
Jordan
standard?
So Jordan
Yeah, I think saying it's a superstar standard would be like, I can even compare it to like what KG has done. And it's like, I don't like, because KG would also be applicable to a superstar, or what Barkley or Malone has done in the final 4 minutes, because those are also superstars. It sounds like you're just arguing like a top 5, a Jordan standard.
Yeah, that was the debate. The debate is between Jordan and LeBron.
No, yeah, for sure. If that's the argument, if it's exclusively a Jordan standard or a top 5 all-time standard, then that's different from a superstar standard. There's a plethora of superstars that are far worse. Yeah, they're far worse than LeBron. And if that's the case, then I guess that I think the only problem though is that like there's also like several moments in Jordan's career that kind of just goes under the radar and we don't talk about it, largely because people just don't push narratives as often with Jordan, or they just don't remember him having bad games. Like, I just watched the 93 finals in game 3 where he went to triple overtime. Jordan was atrocious in the fourth quarter and in overtime, but nobody doesn't like ever talk about it. Like, he was egregiously bad. He literally lost in the game. He was.
Yeah, I mean, if
him and Scottie Pippen actually.
Yeah, I mean, if your point is that people are not as fair to LeBron as they should be, and they're a little too fair to Jordan, yeah, I agree with you. But Jordan has always been a much better closer than LeBron. And so I have LeBron top 5 all time. I have Jordan as the greatest of all time. But the difference between Jordan and LeBron is Michael Jordan closed almost every big game the Bulls won in the playoffs. Because as good as Scottie was not a consistent shooter.
And I want to ask late in games. I want to ask Legend this question as well, because I asked this as well. And this is so weird to me. Everybody expects LeBron to completely duplicate everything Michael Jordan did almost to a T, as if they're the same player. The way LeBron James attacks and sees the game is on a whole different realm and level than the way Jordan attacks and sees the game. And then again, Jordan's team and offense was designed around him being able to take all of those tough shots, get the best looks with the way the illegal defense allowed. And it was designed for him to thrive in those particular moments because of the offense and everything. LeBron runs the offense, and as the guy that's running the offense, if you're the point of attack, if you have to survey the defense and make those critical plays and reads in the last minute, how can you then also be that guy that needs to be efficient, taking and making the toughest shots at the end of the game when because of your skill sets, you're the one responsible for running whatever offense you're running whatever play you're running. We can't
have that conversation because, and I'm being very serious, most people just didn't watch Jordan play. And so even like what you just said, like literally today, I just got done watching the 93 finals in game 3. In the fourth quarter, Michael is like being single coverage by Kevin Johnson. That's who's defending him. And it's, again, because of illegal defense, he can get away with just being single coverage by Kevin Johnson. That is a completely different and more advantageous type of defensive scheme to go up against to be effective and efficient in. Now, again, I'm not. If you want to argue that Jordan is a better scorer, and also he's a more complex scorer, he has more footwork, better post game, which then would translate to him being able or having the ability and having the responsibility to close out games and be more effective in those type of situations as a shot maker than LeBron. I'm not here to argue that. That's a fair assessment to make. However, just like how you said that this is like the numbers are not unfair because they're across different eras, which there's some validity behind that, but you also have to take into consideration that the rules have also changed. And when you watch those players play in the 90s, bro, the benefit of playing with illegal defense in a late game situation is so immense. It doesn't I don't even know how to really even tell y'all. It's so immense to have illegal defense in a late game situation because you basically get to go ISO 1-on-1, and if somebody comes and doubles you, then you're basically leaving somebody wide open. That's the type of defensive scheme versus LeBron trying. This is what you're trying to say on the other end. LeBron has to figure out proper floor spacing and assess the defense where Iguodala, not Kevin Johnson, Iguodala is defending him. Draymond is rotating over because Mozgov is just standing there doing really nothing. Klay Thompson is sagging off of Deladova and gets a dig in the lane if he drives by him. And if Bogut is still there, if not, Harrison Barnes is also able to rotate over as well. Those are completely different type of defensive schemes that are I don't even think that it's a fair indication of yeah, you're right. The numbers don't tell the whole story because there's a whole bunch of other things that also went into play.
Indeed. Yeah, but I think if you look at LeBron late in games, there have been a lot of big games. Like a great example is when the Cavs beat the Warriors in 7. They beat the 73-win team. LeBron could not score in the final 6 minutes of that game. Now nobody knocks LeBron for that because the Cavs won the game and Kyrie hit the big shot. But LeBron's big play was
that's not true.
LeBron scored a ton of points that fourth quarter.
LeBron has never been a consistent scorer late in big games.
Here we go with some more lies again.
Okay, hold on, Brandon.
What was the lie?
This dude,
Brandon.
You guys are full of shit. You just say the dumbest things. You have nothing.
Brandon, calm down. Brandon. Okay, I want to ask you this: who has been consistently good in those moments? What player is it? Kobe. Jared, please. Is it Jordan? Is it Kobe? Give me one guy who's been efficient and been more efficient than LeBron in those last 5 minutes in the fourth quarter in the playoffs. Who's been more efficient than LeBron in those moments?
The two most efficient scorers that I've seen as closers.
No, in the last 5 minutes.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And the numbers need to support it, not your thoughts.
Right, I heard what you said. The two most efficient closers that I've seen late in games have been Kobe and Jordan, and I don't think LeBron.
The problem, Brandon.
What?
The numbers say that LeBron's percentages across the board.
Right, but you're comparing stats from
field goal. Brandon, you gotta hold on. From field goal percentage to 3-point percentage to free throw percentage, right? To even percentage in game tying or go ahead shots. LeBron eclipses all three of those guys in those moments as far as efficiency. So when you say that they're better, what metric are you saying that they're better outside of your feeling? Because percentages say that LeBron is better. And this is where LeBron fans clash heads with the Jordans and the Kobe fans because you guys consistently say, oh, they're better in the fourth, they're better in the clutch. But the numbers, no numbers support it. You guys will change that window of time. You guys will change the window of time, 5 minutes. Then LeBron's numbers are still better. Then you'll change the window of time. Oh, game winning, go ahead, tying shots and in overtime. What, LeBron's still ahead in that category. And you keep changing these numbers to try to find that window of time where you can say, oh, Jordan's a little bit higher. And I'm saying, I need you to find that window of time where Jordan and Kobe are higher than LeBron, because I don't know if one exists outside of your feelings.
Right, but I don't care about stats from different eras. The 90s was a tough physical time when defenses were very difficult. LeBron's playing in the easiest area to score.
So explain Kobe then. You brought Kobe up. Explain Kobe then.
What I'm saying is that every big game that I ever watched the Bulls win, Jordan closed. Now, Jordan didn't always close by scoring. Sometimes he passed to Paxson or Kerr, but he was still the closer.
Every big game
he created for another player.
Hold on. Are you saying
short repeatedly
every big game? Every big game in the playoffs, you saw Jordan close.
Every big game that the Bulls won during their 6th title run, Jordan closed in the 4th quarter. Even if he wasn't shooting, he hit open players to get them to close. That's why he's the greatest of all time.
I still
LeBron also hit open players, man.
I just don't. The other thing, but either way, I want to be clear. Even
LeBron also made game-winning plays that had to do with scoring.
But even if it's just 2 players, let's just say for argument's sake that it is those 2 players. Okay, so what's if LeBron is third in this argument, then what's the argument here? Why if LeBron is let me be clear with this. Because I don't know who else you could be like openly comparing him to out in the top 10, because I don't know there's that much evidence that Kareem was better at closing games, Shaq was better at closing games, Duncan was better at closing games, Magic was better at closing games. Like I don't know, like Hakeem was better at closing games. I don't know if there's any like irrefutable evidence of that. So if it is just those 3 and LeBron is third in this conversation we're having, I'm still kind of confused to like what's the value that you're putting in it. Why is it that high if we're talking about a difference between someone who's first and third?
Yeah, no, I'm just responding to Lamont putting up the stats comparing Jordan and LeBron. And what I'm saying is that, to me, if you look at LeBron's stats in the 4th quarter, and this is the thing with LeBron's stats in general, LeBron's always very efficient. He's going to be more efficient than Jordan when it's an up-tempo, fast-paced game. But late in the 4th quarter, when it becomes a half-court game, LeBron was never as consistent of a shooter in those clutch moments as Kobe and Jordan. So, I mean, I think that's a fact. And I'm just responding to what Lamont put up on the screen with those stats.
So Kobe got the lowest.
I'll go look it up. I'll just look it up. Fine.
So Kobe got the lowest field goal percentage for a Finals MVP award winner, but you talking about efficiency.
Yeah, he played in a different era. So if you want to compare Kobe in
LeBron played in that same era.
Comparison.
They played in the same era.
No, but LeBron, if you're looking, they did not peak in the same era. LeBron did not.
Now you're saying 2 different things. Now you're saying, so you're saying, yes, you're right. Okay, did they all? I don't even know if I can't even say that, because like Kobe's peak is like what, like 06 to 08 or something like that.
Hold on,
like LeBron
I have it right here.
Like 2-3 years later.
Here's the numbers right here.
Yeah, but
so in the last 5 minutes of the 4th quarter. Last 5 minutes
LeBron's
of the 4th
played
quarter.
a lot in the soft era.
Hold on. He's giving the stats.
In the last 5 minutes in the 4th quarter, I'm gonna give you the exact percentages from Synergy. LeBron James. So first of all, overall in the NBA Finals, LeBron James averages 8.2 points per game in the 4th quarter. We'll start with that. In the last 5 minutes, LeBron James's field goal percentage in the 4th quarter in the NBA Finals is 49.5%. His 3-point percentage. His 3-point percentage in the last 5 minutes of games in the NBA Finals is 32.6%. His free throw percentage, and this might be the biggest indictment against him, but his free throw percentage in the last 5 minutes of the 4th quarter in the NBA Finals is 69.2%. And he averages in the last 5 minutes of a game, he averages 3 assists in the 4th quarter, and that's just in the last 5 minutes. So those would be his stats. And as far as turnovers go, if you need to know what his turnovers are in the last 5 minutes, he averages 0.2 turnovers in the last 5 minutes of the 4th quarter in the NBA Finals. So when you talk about efficiency, I think his numbers aren't necessarily that bad if you're narrowing it down to the last 5 minutes.
That's amazing.
And the crazy thing about it is,
wait, Lamont, how many points did he have?
It's so hard to contextualize
this era.
It's so hard to contextualize certain things because we've seen players win while not being efficient, but then we've seen LeBron have crazy games, be efficient and still lose, and then we completely slander him and kill him for every minuscule moment in that game where he could have made a shot here or there, which could have changed the tie. He was supposed to do everything perfectly, score 79 points, grab 34 rebounds, get 29 assists so they could win the game, something crazy like that. but it's just y'all hold them to a very weird standard that I don't feel you hold Kobe or Jordan to. If those
Kobe and Jordan are held to the same standard.
No, they're not held to the
That
same
man talk, man. Damn.
So they're not held to the same.
Shut
I
up.
don't know about that. I don't know about that.
They're not held to the same standard because Kobe extremely inefficient.
Crybaby, dude.
Hold on,
right?
Yeah,
but Kobe.
Hold on, Brandon.
LeBron
There's
is
no way. Hold on. Kobe had the luxury of Phil Jackson, one of the greatest coaches of all time, being able to scheme out a whole bunch of things, even if he was inefficient. And then they also had at certain times Shaquille O'Neal, and then at other times the combination of other great players like Pau Gasol, Ron Artest, and a host of other guys who could help get the job done. So I think. And then we're not talking about teams that got significant injuries. Like, I don't think we would have held Kobe to a standard of winning if Ron Artest and Paul Gasol both go down in a series. And then we say Kobe still got to get it done.
We don't hold him to that because we don't hold him to that in 2008. In 2008, we didn't hold Kobe to the standard of winning that series. Like, nobody doesn't do that. That'd be crazy.
Well, Kobe was hurt in 08 too. He had the hand injury.
If he was 100% healthy, if he had not played a single game up until the finals, nobody would not hold him to the standard to win that series in 08.
No, I disagree. If Kobe had lost in 08, if he had lost 2 or 3 times he played Boston, his legacy would be completely different.
Oh my God!
No. No.
It's a fact.
Because what I'm saying is he indeed lost to Boston in 08. So what I'm saying is even if he was healthy, like Kobe losing in 08 isn't because he was injured. Like that was just a better team. That was a noticeably better team, an all-time great defensive unit. That's why he lost. Nobody doesn't sit here and say that Kobe, if he was healthy, would have won that series. I've never heard that a day in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing that Kobe's better than LeBron. I think LeBron's better than Kobe. But what I'm saying is the flawed argument that you and a lot of people use is you say LeBron and Kobe is not a conversation because of the efficiency numbers. And LeBron played most of his career in an era where defenses were very soft.
Bro, I don't know why you keep.
Let me finish.
That's not true, though.
I'll let you finish. But I'll let you finish.
Kobe played most of his basketball against much better, tougher physical defenses than LeBron. So you can't compare their stats. It's just different eras.
Okay. Let me. You have to stop assuming things that I've said.
Well, you said it.
Just said it. I never said that the reason why there's a gap between Kobe and LeBron is because of efficiency. That's not what I said.
Right. Well, that's what you implied.
B, if you exclusively look at LeBron from 2003 to 2012, he's still more efficient than Kobe as a scorer.
Damn.
Right, but that's against weaker competition. The East was not anywhere near as strong as the West.
Okay. I've heard this.
Now it's the conference competition.
Stop.
He's just making excuses.
Matters.
But I've already heard this argument as well. I've heard this argument. Even against Western Conference teams, LeBron was still a more efficient scorer than Kobe in that same time frame.
Yeah, but that's not in the playoffs. I mean, if you're going to compare Kobe
come on, man, get this dude off.
Kobe to LeBron in the same era, even in the playoffs against the same competition.
Even in the playoffs against the handful of teams that they played against that are similarities, such as the 08 Boston Celtics, the 2010 Boston Celtics, and the 2009 Orlando Magic. LeBron is still more efficient.
I have his Western Conference numbers. If you
read it.
Okay, so LeBron James, Western Conference.
LeBron numbers. Was not efficient against.
Man, shut the hell up. Let him read it.
All right. No need to be disrespectful though.
Hold on, y'all. So against the Western Conference, if the East was weak, we can only judge him based on what he did against the Western Conference. Okay. So for his career against the Western Conference, he averages 28.9 points per game. His field goal percentage is 50.1 from the field. His 3-point field goal percentage is 33.6 from beyond the arc. His free throw percentage is 74.3. He averages 8 rebounds a game versus the West, 7.6 assists per game, 1.6 steals, and 0.9 blocks. And it says, furthermore, it states LeBron James has had an impressive career against Western Conference teams, consistently putting up excellent numbers across multiple statistical categories. That's how they summarize LeBron versus the West.
He went quiet.
Right, but those numbers are in the regular season. Those aren't playoffs.
Okay,
I'm losing brain cells, Lamont.
Not the regular season.
All right, wait. I want to be clear. Again, if you look at what LeBron and Kobe did against the Celtics, against the Orlando Magic, and against the Celtics again, LeBron still finished being more efficient than Kobe.
Right,
but
the argument for Kobe, and I have LeBron above Kobe, but
Can't wait.
I know. You said that already.
Can you acknowledge what I just said though? Can you acknowledge what I just said?
Quarter as a closer.
Can you acknowledge what I just stated? Can you acknowledge what I just stated? Because you said something that was just not true. Against
that's
the same.
not true.
So in 2008, Kobe was more efficient against the Celtics than LeBron was?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that.
What?
Okay. Yeah, right. I didn't finish. What I'm saying is that the case for Kobe being more efficient than LeBron is that if you look at the teams Kobe had around him, like if you look at the team Kobe had around him in between when he had Shaq and Gasol with Kwame Brown and Smush Parker, that team was complete garbage. So if you look at Kobe and you look at the teams he had around him and the fact that he played a harder schedule and he had much tougher competition.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
Of course, LeBron's going to be more efficient against weaker competition with a better team around him. Like
He's talking about the finals. He's not talking about no damn Kwame Brown and Smush Parker.
Chris, you know you changed the argument,
bro. I've already conceded and gave you regular season, and I've conceded and gave you all the other playoff series except for the ones that they faced the same team. So I'll ask the question again. In 2009, when they both played the Orlando Magic, who was more efficient?
Well, what I'm telling you is that when
man, answer the damn question, man.
Shut the fuck up. If I want you to talk, I'll tell you to talk. Anyways, what I said is that when I'm comparing Kobe's efficiency to LeBron's efficiency, right? You can't just say, you have to look at the team they had around him, their efficiency in the fourth quarter,
who had
and
a
their
better
fourth
team?
quarter. Context matters.
Who had a better team in 2009?
He's spewing bullshit.
Don't say the Cavs. Please don't, Brandon.
Who had a better team?
Kobe always elevated his play in the fourth quarter.
I'll ask you the question again.
Brandon,
he ain't gonna answer this shit, man.
I'll ask you the question again.
Brandon, please don't lie.
He
got
a better team.
Man.
You wanted me to continue to add the context.
He has a different answer.
You brought up the teammate aspect.
It's like
okay,
scripted.
So you asked me the teammate aspect. Okay, so now we're gonna address the teammate part. Who had a better team in 2009, Kobe or LeBron?
Please don't lie.
In 2009?
Yes.
Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think you would probably I think that obviously Gasol was a better player than the Cavs' second option, but the Lakers team didn't have much depth either. I would say the Lakers had a slightly better team.
Okay, they had a better team. Okay, that's it.
Yeah,
they had a better team. Okay, so Kobe has a better team. This is now the same team. One team against the Orlando Magic, the other team against the Orlando Magic, right? While Kobe has a better team. So why is it when they went up against the Orlando Magic that LeBron was more efficient? Why?
Well, I do not think LeBron was more efficient than Kobe.
What the hell is going on, Lamont?
That's not what the stats say.
You're looking at full game stats. The reason Orlando beat the shit out of Cleveland that year was LeBron was not efficient in the fourth quarter of that playoff series.
This dude is gone, man.
If LeBron was so efficient, why did the Cavs get their shit kicked in? And they
you a clown, man.
I can answer the question. I can answer the question for you. The reason why, a huge reason why, and not to say that because if LeBron was a better shot maker, then maybe they could have won. But the bigger reason why is because there is a difference between having someone like Ilgauskas down low or Varejao down low versus Powell, who is much more skilled and is going to receive way more defensive attention from Dwight. If you have Ilgauskas and Varejao down low, then he can just roam. Dwight can just roam around and do whatever he wants because it's Ilgauskas and Varejao, who is nowhere near the same offensive threat as a Pau Gasol. So if LeBron potentially just had an offensive weapon that was able to take Dwight out of the lane, then things could have easily changed. But even with that, Even with him having
Ilgauskas was a good shooter.
Is he as good as Pau Gasol? Is he as good as Pau Gasol?
Don't
Ilgauskas? Well, obviously Gasol's a much better player than Ilgauskas, but Ilgauskas was a good shooter. But here's the thing: I never. All right, I heard what you said. I heard your argument.
Because you're not. Right,
I heard your argument.
Brandon has his rebuttal.
I don't think you heard it because you brought up
I did. You repeated yourself like 4 times.
Here's the problem. Ilgauskas was a good shooter. You brought up a dumb argument, so I know, but you brought up a dumb argument because
in
contrast to Pau
LeBron shouldn't have been able to get Dwight away from being a rim protector. But
So,
here's the problem with your argument.
Whoa,
Okay,
Jesus
first
Christ.
of all, when Kobe played Orlando, Kobe shot 36% from 3. When LeBron played Orlando, he shot 29% from 3. So actually, if you look at the adjusted field goal percentage, I would argue Kobe was more efficient than LeBron, and you just got caught lying. The other thing is
So you're just looking at 3-point percentage and not field goal percentage.
Orlando, Kobe was more efficient than LeBron. Let me finish.
Go
Kobe
ahead.
was more efficient than LeBron in the fourth quarter against Orlando.
Let me
And that
finish.
is the whole point with Kobe against
Where
LeBron.
did you get that number
Kobe
from?
was
That's
always
not
a better
true.
closer than LeBron.
You just, Brandon,
This
you
dude's
just
a whole
made that up.
crybaby,
You
man.
lit-
No, I didn't. I
Hold
have
on.
the stats
Brandon,
right in front of me.
Brandon, I got the fourth quarter numbers. You just
Lamont's
made that
fact
up.
checking him.
I didn't.
You just
Man,
made
cook
that
this
up.
nigga, Lamont.
And then when we talk about like he's talking about so one thing you went to the only percentage that you could find where Kobe had a slight edge over LeBron.
No, it wasn't a
which
slight edge. It was it's 7 percentage points.
And that would make sense. And that would make sense if that would only make sense. Hold on, my girl yelling at the dogs. But that would only make sense if Kobe shot a shit ton more threes.
Yeah, they didn't. I'm looking at it right now.
It's
I
not-
don't
like, he
know
didn't
what
take that many more
adjusted.
threes.
I don't know what adjusted field goal percentage is. That's just like some bullshit you made up. But there's actual stats.
Whoa! You don't know what adjusted field goal percentage is?
There's actual effective field goal percentage and true shooting percentage, and in both of those metrics, LeBron is very clearly ahead of Kobe, and those are the only real 2 ways to accurately determine what someone's efficiency is. And in both of them, LeBron is higher than him.
What is he gonna say now? He's gonna say
The sky's green. That's what's gonna be next.
But in the final 5 minutes, though,
Kobe
In
was
the fourth
much more
quarter,
efficient
last
against
5
Orlando
minutes.
when it came to 3-point shooting and free throw shooting. So if you look at true shooting percentage or overall efficiency,
What was the field goal percentage?
right? Shut up. When you look at Kobe's overall,
What was the field goal percentage, little girl?
Stop talking. When you look at Kobe's overall efficiency
Oh,
in the
coward ass fool.
against Orlando, it's really basically the same, if not better.
Man,
than
set your
LeBron.
coward ass up, nigga.
Free throw percentage, 3-point shooting.
You're
literally lying. You're just looking at stats.
Bro, you just spewing out nonsense and lies.
I'm looking at total efficiency.
Yes,
free throw shooting, 3-point shooting, 2-point shooting.
Effective field goal percentage takes into consideration someone's 3-point percentage, and true shooting takes into consideration 3-point percentage and free throw percentage. It takes into consideration all those things. And yet LeBron, exactly, and yet LeBron still is higher. So even with LeBron having 7 or 6% lower in 3-point percentage and having, I think, like 9 or 10% lower in free throw percentage,
what is adjusted field
he
goal?
was so great on his 2-pointers that he was still more efficient as a scorer than Kobe was.
Not when it mattered, and that's why they got their shit kicked in the series.
I want to be clear, bro. If you had led with the argument that in the 2009 series that Kobe was a better scorer in the fourth quarter, then maybe I would agree with you. But what ends up happening is you say a thing, and then I refute it, and then you change it, and then I refute it again, and you keep changing it till you now get to this new argument of in the fourth quarter, specifically in the 2009 finals, he was more efficient. If you had said that in the beginning, I don't even think we would have gotten to this point. But you had this is how we got to this line of thought process.
Right.
In a different era, we can't compare because they're in a different era. So then I said, in the years that they overlap, LeBron is more efficient. Well, you can't do that because it's against their different conferences.
No, what I said. Okay,
wait,
stop.
Stop!
Right, you repeated the same argument nine times.
I'm trying
what
to
I'm
get
saying
to the
is
point.
Kobe has been a more efficient scorer.
Brandon, hold on, Brandon.
Hey, let that man talk, bro.
I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from,
because you're Brandon. I'm gonna let you go as soon as Legend finish.
You're saying these holistic things, and that's the only reason why we end up getting arguing. So if you say the accurate thing that you want to say first, we wouldn't even waste time. So I'm trying to prevent you from wasting all of our time again. We started us with arguing who was more efficient as a scorer. I said LeBron. You then said you can't compare in two different eras. I then said in the years that they overlap, LeBron is still more efficient. You then said conferences. I then said even when LeBron is against Western Conference teams, it's still LeBron. You then said, oh, we got to go playoffs. Then I said the playoff and Lamont pulled them as well to prove the point. I then said even the playoffs, LeBron is more efficient.
We've been through all this.
You said all right, moving forward. Moving forward. Wait. This is the last point.
Man,
this is my last point. This is my last point. This is my last point. This is my last point.
Is that when you look
hey, let Low talk, man.
Let his ass talk.
You cannot compare two players.
Hey, it's not your turn yet. It's not your turn yet, boy.
Right. So even if you were right, and I don't think you are right, I think Kobe was more efficient against Orlando when you adjust for the fourth quarter, which is what matters. But let's pretend you're right. And
What are the fourth quarter numbers?
You're literally making an argument.
No. Hold on. Let's just do this, Brandon. What are the fourth quarter numbers? Please help tell us what the fourth quarter numbers are.
Now we wait.
Now I want to be clear because I already know what he's about to do. He's going to say no in the last 5 minutes.
I don't know, Lamont.
No, I'm saying if you watched the Orlando Cavs series,
what are the fourth quarter numbers? What are the fourth quarter numbers? Just answer that question. What are these fourth quarter numbers? What are the fourth quarter numbers that make?
How do we go from Iggy to this?
What the Lakers
I forgot the numbers because Lamont and Low have been cooking me for a whole hour.
It's been a long ride.
LeBron was efficient against Orlando.
What were the fourth quarter numbers?
What the hell was the fourth quarter numbers, nigga?
What was the fourth quarter numbers that make this?
You said it so boldly. You said it as if you had the numbers right in front of you.
He might as well say 50-49.
What are the fourth quarter numbers?
No, I'm saying it based on what I saw. Yeah.
Bro, what are they though? We keep asking you that. What are?
I don't have the exact numbers from the finals.
Look it up, man. You gotta Google it.
They're better.
Fine. If I
I told you that.
Wait. If I go
better and not have the exact numbers,
if
I'm
I
not
go look
writing
them up,
dissertation.
Okay, and that's
Ask
fine.
ChatGPT, bro.
If I go look
I'm on a YouTube chat, bro. I don't have exact stats from the fourth quarter from 15 years ago.
So if I
you gotta be fucking kidding me.
If I go look them up, you're telling me they're gonna say that Kobe was more efficient in the fourth quarter in the series where they both played Orlando.
What I'm saying is that in the fourth quarter, LeBron was horrible against Orlando in that series, and that's why they got their clock cleaned. And when Kobe played Orlando, almost every game between the Lakers and Orlando was a very close game. The difference was Kobe and the Lakers finished Orlando in the fourth quarter, and that's the case for Kobe against LeBron. Kobe's been a more efficient scorer in big games late in the game than LeBron has. Kobe elevates his play in the fourth quarter. Look, LeBron's always going to be more efficient again in a weaker era, just scoring a bunch of easy baskets.
We've already adjusted.
Kobe's always been a better closer than LeBron.
Brandon.
Kobe's a better closer
than LeBron hating tactics right here, Lamont.
Brandon, the odds. Here's the funny thing about it. You just spent the last hour prior to this Kobe conversation talking about how great the Golden State Warrior defense was against LeBron James. But now all of a sudden, the thing is when LeBron James does do well, it's because the defense is bad. But then when he struggles because the defense is actually much better or the help around him isn't there and teams can pile on him, you see what I'm saying? See, you change your argument based on the outcome. When you see LeBron do bad, you say it was LeBron is just not as good offensively. But when he does good offensively, it's because the defense is just trash. He's just doing it because. So which one is it? Because you just
weak
finished
era.
you just finished applauding the Golden State Warriors for this immaculate defense led by Iggy. Now all of a sudden the defense is just completely garbage, and all these teams are trash, and he just scoring at free will against anybody and everybody. Which one is it?
No. What I'm saying is that LeBron, for most of his career, has played against significantly weaker defenses than Kobe. Like to look at to make to Lowe's point, the core problem with Lowe's argument is that even if Lowe was right, and I don't think he is right, Lowe's literally basing his opinion off of 5 games. I mean, who gives a fuck about 5 games?
You're basing your opinion off of 6.
If you look at the teams that Kobe played, Kobe played the Celtics in the finals 3 times. Kobe played.
No, they actually won in 5 games against Orlando.
Okay, I want to be clear. Only reason why I'm specifically honing in on those 3 series is because you made me do that. Because I was fine with using the sample size of 03 when he first got into the league until 2012 when that was the last like relatively good year for Kobe before he got hurt, and then looking at that sample size and using what both of them were able to produce against quality defensive units. Like it doesn't really matter, or even Western Conference. Then
but it's a sample size of 5 games. It's not
no. I'll say it again. I was completely fine with looking at every single Western Conference regular season game between 2003 to 2012 or 2013. I was completely fine with doing that. And then and when you do that, it still favors LeBron. And then when that was done, that's when you said playoffs. So because we now have to go into the playoffs,
right? But you only have a 5-game sample size in the playoffs.
Hey, let the man finish, bro.
You don't
got to keep interrupting.
You're not listening to me.
LeBron plays in the weaker era now.
You're not listening to me. Again, I was fine with using what LeBron was doing throughout the entire. How many games is this? I want to be clear. What type of sample? The 765 games that LeBron has played between 03 to 2013. That sample size, I was completely fine with out of those 765 games, exclusively using Western Conference talent. I'm completely fine with that. When we do that,
weaker era.
When we do that, LeBron's efficiency is still higher than Kobe's. So that's A.
That's regular season. That's not
okay. That's my point. So every single time I do it, you are the one who is now shortening the sample size and saying that's not relevant. We have to exclusively use postseason. Okay, fine.
And the 5 minutes to the last.
Just because you're shortening the sample size doesn't mean you shorten it to 5 games. What I'm saying is that.
I did.
No. Let me talk. You talk for a while. Let me talk. I heard what you have to say. I heard what you have to say.
You shortened it though. I didn't shorten it. I didn't shorten it. You shortened it.
No, I know. You just talked for like 20 minutes. Just get a drink of Gatorade or something.
That's a lie.
That if you look at Kobe Bryant, his career, Kobe always elevated his scoring significantly in the playoffs. So if you want to compare Kobe to LeBron, we should compare significant sample
That's not
size
true.
That
is a lie.
Significant is a crazy statement. Significant is a crazy. I'm gonna let you
hold
describe
on. Where do you make these numbers up from?
Yeah,
he actually has a decline.
Yeah, significant is crazy. I don't know where you got that from.
Where are you getting these numbers from?
Kobe's always played much better in the playoffs.
His brain.
Hold on. Do you know Kobe has been arguably considered one of the worst? Because we're talking about the finals. He's been considered one of the worst finals performers when you talk about superstars in NBA history. So I want to know where you're getting your numbers from if we're talking about the finals and you're not just relying on regular season. If you're just relying on finals like we've been talking about with LeBron James, where are you getting these imaginary numbers? You would have a much better case if you were arguing this with Jordan. But to say Kobe in the NBA finals versus LeBron, numbers will not match up. And again, that's why I say
I'm not right.
The fourth quarter
numbers are skewed because
Kobe's
first.
No.
Let me finish.
No, you got to stop making up these things saying things are skewed. You can't just because the numbers don't support your logic.
You're not letting me finish my argument.
No.
He's not gonna let you finish, motherfucker.
Hold on.
Let that man talk.
Hold on, Chris. What I'm saying is
Kobe wasn't a superstar.
Man, shut the hell up, man.
Hold on, Brandon. Yeah. Y'all can calm down on him. What I'm saying is, it seems like every time the numbers, whether it's in the fourth quarter, whether it's against the Western Conference, whether against the last 5 minutes, whenever the numbers don't support your logic, you always try to run to some subjective bailout that's not provable or any way. When you say, oh, This has only happened because the defenses were. That's not provable. You can't prove it. You can't even break down the defensive schemes that were getting thrown at LeBron James. Like if you were adept enough to start telling me the different types of zones that the Warriors and the Spurs were throwing at me, maybe I would give you some type of credit for understanding defenses, which you really don't. So what I'm saying is you just making up stuff out the blue whenever you get backed into a corner when the numbers don't support. The numbers support the fact that LeBron is a more efficient NBA Finals player. Now, have the outcomes been different? Yes, Kobe's won more in the finals than LeBron. We'll give that to you. But if it's Kobe versus LeBron, and we're talking about their individual statistics and their efficiency, it's not close. And I don't care how you break it up. You can break it up into the fourth. You can break it up into 5 minutes here or there. LeBron's numbers are always going to come out more efficient than Kobe's. And you might find that one game in that one series where his numbers are better, which you might try to do. But overall, that's not the case. Just like Lowe proved in 2009. He broke that down for you. LeBron was more efficient against Orlando.
Sample size.
I know,
I don't think
but Brandon, here's the case. Then give me another series. Give me another segment of games that actually make Kobe more efficient than LeBron, that the numbers support outside of your feelings or outside of you claiming it only happened because the defenses were bad. You just make stuff up when you get backed into the corner.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. You haven't supported nothing that you've said with any
You're
real
not
number.
letting me talk.
No. I don't want to hear you talk. No. I don't want you to break no more down. I need you to go get some numbers that support some of the things you're saying, because there's no metric, there's no number, there's nothing that supports anything that you're saying. You just say it, and then what you hope is you want us to go look it up and find it. And see, that's what a lot of people do in these debates. They say a whole bunch of wrong stuff.
I watched Kobe.
Hold on. Watching doesn't count up figures in your head. Unless you are some type of genius mathematician to where you can calculate somebody's field goal percentage over the course of an entire game, and you can just compute that in your head without looking at a score book, a stat sheet, or anything, then you're lying. The numbers support, and this is something that's just been consistent. The numbers support that Kobe has been one of the most inefficient NBA Finals performers in NBA history. Has he taken big shots and made them? Yes. Does not skew the fact that he has missed a ton of shots, that he's been highly inefficient in the NBA Finals, and he's just been surrounded by a cast of characters that sometimes, in a lot of cases, have bailed him out. And even though he's played bad offensively, which is what his number one job is. What you're not mentioning is that with LeBron James, his number one job is to facilitate and play make. Scoring ain't even his number one job yet. You're sitting here complaining about his scoring, which is the funniest thing out of all of this. And he's still doing it at a more efficient level than Kobe Bryant. Averages and percentages. So you got to go get some. So no. You got to go get some numbers that support anything that you're saying. Otherwise, you're just going to have a ton of people coming at you.
Can I ask him a question after this?
There is
I do.
number.
Hold on. No, I do have numbers. And
I just need no. Okay, help me out. Help me out. Help me out with some links that I can put on the screen.
I'll give you the numbers. I'll give you the numbers.
Help me out with some links that I can put on the screen.
Right. So, okay, I'll put the link in the chat.
Then we can follow along. Then we can follow along. Yeah, then we can follow along with you.
What's the first set of numbers you're about to share?
Okay, so if you look at Kobe's efficiency in the 2007 to 2008
Jared
playoffs,
in the chat, you're an idiot.
2007, 2008 playoffs. Okay.
Right, he shot 48. Let me finish. He shot 48% from the field, and that was in the Western Conference, which was loaded. Okay, if you look at Kobe in 2000, let me finish. If you look at Kobe between 2006 and 2007, right, even though that year they lost because they had a horrible team, he was 32.8 points, 5.2 rebounds, 4.4 assists, and he shot 46% from the field, almost 36% from three, and that was with a garbage team around him as well.
But the Suns aren't a good defense.
If you look at 2006, he was 49.7% from the field, and that was a 7-game series. He shoot 28 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. That's again with a complete garbage team around.
Hold on. What series is it?
A good defense.
He's almost done.
I'm trying to follow along with him, but he's just saying numbers. But I'm not.
He's saying the 06 series, 07, and in the 08 postseason run. So those are three your sample size you're using, correct?
Yeah.
Or is there more? Is there more to that? Or I didn't, because I don't want to cut you off. Is there more to that? Okay.
There's more, but those are three sample sizes that show how efficient Kobe was in the playoffs against loaded, tough Western Conference teams.
Hold on. But Brandon. You were only judging everything that LeBron was doing based on the NBA Finals. So if we get to use LeBron, if we get to use LeBron James, all of his playoff runs against everybody, then do you really think Kobe's numbers would stack up?
Yes. If you adjust
hold on. Now, Brian,
absolutely.
what I want you to do is use the finals numbers, which is what we were always talking about. Finals, like you said,
the finals numbers are misleading because Kobe was very young.
No. There's no. Hold on. I don't care. Hold on. I don't care what finals you select. Go select something. You could go. I want you to go hand select a finals, even one when he was older, well-versed vet with a team around him. Go find one that supports his finals numbers being more efficient than LeBron's, and you might be able to find one, but at least go get something to back your arguments up. Because
I
you
just
keep
gave you the
stuff.
playoff numbers. The
You gave playoff
not
numbers.
a big enough sample size.
Fine. I don't care. You are regular. I want to be clear. I want to. I want to be. This is where it doesn't. It still kind of falls apart. Okay, so
you can't compare stats from different eras.
No, fine. In those
it's
3
not
years,
a different era. What are you talking about?
It is. You can't compare LeBron in 2014 versus Kobe in 2005.
We're not doing that.
But we're not doing it either. That's still not because Kobe didn't.
That's what Lowe's argument is. He's looking at overall efficiency.
That's not. No, I'm not arguing 2014 because I exclusively decided not to. No, I was not. I exclusively removed 2014 because I thought it was unfair to LeBron. It'd be unfair to Kobe because he had tore his Achilles. He wasn't the same. I specifically stated from 2003 to 2013. I specifically said that like 2 or 3 times. But let's go with your 3 years that you referred to.
Right.
In those 3 years, Kobe as a scorer in the postseason averaged 30 points. In the regular season, he averaged 32. In the postseason, he averaged 5 assists. Regular season, he averaged 5 assists. Playoffs, he averaged 5.7.
Wait, Lo, I have a question. Who was more efficient during those 3 years in the playoffs, Kobe or LeBron?
I'm almost
Who was
done.
more efficient?
Let him get to his point.
I already.
Bro, I'm trying to get
go
to
ahead,
bro.
Lo. Go ahead, Lo.
Jesus Christ. The rebounding assist numbers are the same. The numbers he put up are relatively the same in terms of points, rebounds. Wait. Okay. I'm about to get there. The points, rebounds, assists are relatively the same. Then we get into the the shooting splits. I had to double check this. I feel like they're still relatively the same as well. The efficiency.
They're not.
Kobe is a 3-point shooter. His field goal percentage is 48%, but the 3-point percentage favors him in the regular season, and the free throw percentage also favors him in the regular season.
What was LeBron's field goal percentage in the 2006 playoffs?
Hold on. Let me help you out, Brandon. Here, I got all of his finals performances right here.
No, I'm not talking about finals.
He's talking about the whole playoffs. Okay. Here, I'm trying to find it right now.
Okay, look up LeBron's field goal percentage.
I'm right here. I'm already here. In 2006 playoffs, he was 48%. 2007, he was 42. And in 2008, he was 41.
Yeah, I swear you said don't talk about 5-game samples.
Right, I'm talking about
that's the point I'm trying to make right now. The irony of all of this is that the biggest reason why Kobe's field goal percentage and efficiency is astronomically high is because in 2006 he plays one series and it's against a Phoenix Suns team.
So it doesn't matter if it's one series
You said that, Brandon.
Brandon, stop.
You got cooked.
Then who defensively is one of the worst defenses in the NBA. No, there was never a moment where I was referencing not only just one series, but also a series against one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA. That's what you just referenced.
Yeah,
Kobe.
I'm going to cook you here.
This is not. Wait,
stop.
Please stop.
No, we already heard what you had to say.
No,
it wasn't
You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me, bro.
I did. You just lost.
No, you're not. This is not my argument. It's yours.
Right, Kobe.
This
was
is
more
your
efficient
argument.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, low.
This is your argument.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on 1 second. Let's just do this real quick, just so the
This
people
is
get
your argument.
Exactly.
You lost the argument. Kobe's
Your
much more.
argument is against you got to be a larger sample size, and it has to be against good defensive units. You're bringing me a sample
argued
size.
a 5-game sample size was significant.
Hold on, let me do this
It
real
was
quick.
against the best defensive team in the NBA. You're arguing a 7-game sample size against one of the worst defenses in the league.
Yeah, and they were still better.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on. Let me do this to help you out. Hold on. Let me do this real quick just to help you out. Let's just do this. Okay, so I'm gonna give you.
Crybaby Brandon.
I'm gonna give you both the finals numbers and the playoff numbers for LeBron James and Kobe. So we're gonna go. If we go with Kobe,
6. Okay.
Kobe was far more efficient.
All right, come on, Brandon.
Thank God.
Hold on, he's still here. He just won't stop talking. So we'll go series by series in the finals because this is what Brandon wants to gloss over. So we'll go with his first series against the Pacers. Kobe averaged 15 points, 15.6 points per game on 36% shooting. Now, I will add that Kobe did add a level of defense in that series. Even though his shot wasn't falling, he stepped it up on the defensive end. So we'll give him that right there. We'll go to 2004 versus.
He got hurt.
He got hurt too. So we'll go to 2004 versus the Pistons. Kobe averaged 22.6 points per game on 38% shooting in the NBA Finals. All right. We'll go to 08 versus the Celtics. Kobe averaged 25.7 points per game on 39% shooting. We'll go to 01 versus the Sixers. Kobe averaged 24.6 points per game on 39.5% shooting. Again, under 40% again, however you want to weigh that. They did win that series, though. We'll go with the Nets. Now, this might have been one of his most efficient series. He had 26 points per game in 02 on 51% shooting. That might have been his most efficient. Those numbers, that percentage is up there with what LeBron normally does. And then, that was most efficient finals. Then we go back to Orlando in the finals, and Kobe averaged 32 points per game on 42% shooting. So again, you can kind of weigh that as you want. I don't know if that's the most efficient number, but he did have the average per game if you like averages. But if we go to Kobe just overall in the playoffs for his career, he averages 25 points per game on 44% shooting, 33% from the field. And again, LeBron James, he shoots 50% from the field on 33% from the three-point line in the playoffs. And I'll pull up his finals numbers right here, but I'm almost positive. I think we all know that his finals percentages are much higher. But we know this is why it's not that much of a different era. But we know this is why. But it talks about your individual performances. And when we look at the teams that LeBron has played, a large portion of the teams that LeBron has played have been some of the best defenses that the NBA has seen. So even if we go to the Chris, you got to echo Chris. Even if we go to 2011, this is the same team that swept a 57-win Kobe Bryant, right? So even if you say he lost to a team that you might consider underwhelming, this is the same team that swept Kobe, right?
Wait, I don't know, what team are you saying swept Kobe?
Dallas.
The 2011 Dallas Mavericks that beat LeBron James.
Okay, Kobe was
Dallas,
well past his prime.
The Dallas Mavericks. No, well, they were coming off a championship. They were coming off a championship.
Kobe was not in his prime in 2011. Yeah,
but they say he was well past it. So was 2010 his prime?
He wasn't in his prime in 2011. I'm going to reduce.
Brandon, no. Stay with me, Brandon.
I'm going to reduce this to 25 seconds. And
hold on. How many times have you said somebody was not in their prime to get out of a conversation?
No. Bring Brandon back.
Brandon has said that about 10 different players today. Whenever a player he's talking about doesn't play up to the expectation that he had hoped, he said Hakeem was out of his prime. He said Pippen and Jordan were out of their prime. Barkley, and he keeps saying everybody's out of their prime. when you don't have a legitimate excuse as to why they played
So,
bad
does
or
he-
why like
No,
you
yeah,
can't
then-
keep
Please
running.
bring
Does he-
Brandon
does
back.
he-
I
does
need-
he-
I-
does he-
then
I
when
need
LeBron,
someone- I need
when
some
does he
LeBron
give-
controversy
here,
weaker
bro. Wait,
era.
Does he give LeBron a pass for 2007 because he wasn't in his prime?
No, he don't.
No, he
Oh.
doesn't.
I
Brandon,
didn't
let me
hear what
ask
you
you a
said.
question. Brandon, let
He
me ask you a
actually,
question.
that was one of the first playoff series that he criticized. He criticizes LeBron for 07, even though Larry Hughes
He's
was
not in
hurt.
his prime.
Even though where they were going up against the best defense in the league, San Antonio Spurs.
Brandon.
He didn't care
No,
about
I
none of
didn't
that.
criticize LeBron for
Brandon, let me
07.
ask you a
Yes,
question,
you
bro.
did.
Brandon,
You
Brandon.
did
No,
that
I
the
didn't.
other day, Brandon.
No, I didn't.
Brandon, please let me ask you a question. You brought
Yeah,
up.
go ahead.
I want to go back to this, and you never answered or even acknowledged this because we brought it up earlier.
I didn't hear your question.
In the 2009 finals, we brought up how LeBron was more efficient against that Magic team than Kobe was. You said that 5-game sample size was insignificant. You then went on to bring up another 5-game sample size against a much worse defense in the first round, and you broke it down stat by stat and field goal for, and you also broke down the shooting splits.
Right.
Why does that 5-game sample
haven't
size
asked the question.
matter, but not the 09 sample size?
Okay, here's my argument. I'll break it down into 25 seconds, okay?
Will you
If
answer
you
my
look
question?
at Kobe's efficiency from 2005 to 2008 in the playoffs,
You're not answering
significant
my
sample.
question,
Let me
Brandon.
finish.
Brandon, you're not
Let
answering
me
my
finish.
ignored it. He
Dude,
completely
shut
ignored
up. Shut
Brandon,
up.
answer my
If
question.
you
Yeah,
shut
no,
up.
no,
I
no,
heard
you're
what
not
you
saying
asked
anything.
the
Answer my
question.
question.
Shut up. If you look
Answer
at
my
Kobe's
question.
Shut up. I heard your question.
You're
If
not
you look at
answering it.
I know. I am. If you
See, you
look
know
at
you're not
Kobe's
answering.
efficiency
No, he's not.
from 2006
That's
to
crazy.
2008 in the playoffs, significant sample size to LeBron's efficiency
I
from
didn't ask you about
2005
the
to
entire playoff run,
2008.
Brandon.
Kobe is more efficient.
Brandon, I
against
brought up
tougher
a specific
competition in the
series.
playoffs.
Brandon,
End of debate.
Brandon.
Significant sample
Okay,
size.
all right,
That's
but
why
even,
the second
but,
five
wait, but
playoff
even,
is
but
more
even, but
significant.
even
No,
if
because
that's
he's
true,
not acknowledging this, and this is
I
what
know he's not. But
Oh
even
my.
if that's true, once more, why are you criticizing LeBron out of his prime? You're criticizing him right now out of
Brandon
his
is
prime.
such an idiot.
No.
Bro.
That's
He
not
knows
what I
he's wrong,
said.
so he
You're
doesn't
putting
acknowledge
words
what I
into my
said.
You
mouth.
are.
No,
You
no.
just. You
I'm
literally
not
just
criticizing
are.
LeBron
You
out of his
are.
prime.
You're literally. Yeah, that's
Brandon,
not his
Brandon,
prime.
you're not
Brandon,
listening.
Brandon, you
Stop
literally just
bullshitting.
said
Listen,
05.
What I'm
You
said
saying is
05
that
to
I'm comparing
08. That's
Kobe
not
and
his
LeBron in the
prime.
same era.
But that's
LeBron
not
just-
his prime.
he just
That's
entered
not
the
his
league.
Doesn't
prime.
matter, right?
How do you
Because
mean it
I'm not
doesn't
going to look at
matter?
LeBron's
So
stats
why
from
does
2015 and
so
compare him to Kobe in
2011
2006.
doesn't
It's a
matter?
So
different era.
2011 doesn't matter?
So 2011 doesn't matter, but then all of a sudden LeBron in like year 3 matters?
No, that's not what I'm
It's
saying. Just
inconsistent.
listen.
That's
Listen to
exactly
I'm
what you
saying.
just
It's
said.
that Brian
Just
Jones.
spewing on a
It's
bunch of
not.
nonsense.
There's a lack of
inconsistent
listening
and
here.
it's dumb.
Just listen. Okay? What I'm saying is that if you
Bring out the
want to
room.
compare Kobe and LeBron's efficiency, you
Okay,
have to
yeah,
look
yeah.
at their efficiency in the same era. And so that 05 to 08 period is a better it's not perfect, but it's a better indicator than looking at LeBron in 2020 to Kobe in 2003.
But
They're
no,
totally
but
different eras.
no one said 2020. Every year that we keep talking about is when both of them are playing. Why are you stopping
Kobe
it
was
to
more efficient
08?
for 3
Why
years
you-
against the
why-
same
but
competition.
they didn't stop playing in 08 though. They still
Hold
played
on.
together
The other
in
thing
09
quickly,
and in
Right.
2010
Hold on.
and
Hold on.
2011,
Legend.
2012,
Legend.
2013.
Brandon.
Cook his ass.
Hold on, Brandon.
Phoenix's defense is not the worst in the NBA.
Brandon, you just said, Brandon, hold on. You just said you gave Kobe a pass for some of his inefficiency.
No, I didn't.
Because, hold on, Brandon, let me finish. You alluded to some of his years because you said the Kwame Brown years and you talked about how he didn't have the necessary help around him. So if you use that same logic with LeBron, can you tell me the likes of LeBron James's roster makeup in 05, 06, and 06, 07
And
and
his
things like that?
offensive help?
And I want you to talk about some of the great teams that he
I
had.
love that argument. I love it. If you were to compare the Cavs roster,
No. Just tell me the 05, 06 roster and talk about how great that roster was around LeBron James. That great that cast was
compared to Kobe's.
The Cavs roster around LeBron James would absolutely
05, 06.
Okay, you're not letting me complete a sentence. The Cavs roster around LeBron James in that same period when Kobe had Smush Parker.
Okay, I'll tell you, since he won't do it, y'all, I'll tell you
Like
the
a
roster.
politician.
Hold on. I'll tell you the roster since he won't do it because he's just gonna chat y'all heads off. So this is the roster. Drew Gooden, Stephen Graham, Zendon Hamilton, Allen Henderson, Larry Hughes, Ildrunas Ilgauskas, Luke Jackson, LeBron, Damon Jones, Donyell Marshall,
plumber
Ronald Murray, Ira Newble, Sasha Pavlovich, Eric Snow, Anderson Varejao, a rookie Anderson Varejao at that, and Mike.
Did a pass his prime Eric Snow?
So what we're saying is, you just gave Kobe the pass for being slightly inefficient in a year where his help wasn't there. But then you don't want to take into consideration LeBron's roster of complete nobodies. I know you're going to try to hype up Ildrunas Ilgauskas and say he had a jumper as if that's a sufficient help. But come on, Brandon, man, you gotta stop.
And in his second or third year in the league.
The Cavs clearly had a better roster than the Lakers did.
Man, what the fuck? He just read you the goddamn roster.
A fucking 4-year-old.
God damn, man. Spewing on bullshit.
Who won that team?
Wait. Is somebody
Lamont?
that the Lakers had a better roster than the Cavs? The Lakers had Smush Parker and Kwame Brown.
But they also had Lamar Odom though. You acting like Lamar Odom wasn't.
Hold on, I'll tell you. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Brian's lying again. Brandon's lying again. Let's tell you. Let's tell you Kobe's roster. Kobe Bryant. A rookie Andrew Bynum, Brian Cook, Devin George, Jim Jackson, Aaron McKee, Medvedenko, Lamar Odom, Smush Parker, Chris Mim, Ronnie Turioff, and Sasha Vujicic, and Luke Walton. So I want y'all to tell me, it sounds like the Lakers had a much better roster. And don't forget, they had Kwame Brown, a fourth-year guy who, again, wasn't the greatest player, but he was much better than some of the guys that we named on the goddamn Cleveland Cavalier team. That's what I'm saying. You try to lie and say that team was better. You just completely just making stuff up now.
There's nobody who knows basketball who would argue that the Laker roster is better than the Cavs.
Why were the Cavs better?
Is clearly better than the Lakers.
To me, it's mid versus mid. Okay.
No, the Cavs roster is clearly better than the Lakers. The other thing is,
like they the Warriors or some shit.
It's mid versus mid.
It's a what you're saying is stupid.
You getting cooked, nigga.
Atrocious that year. And
Brandon, why was that Cavs team good? Tell me why that Cavs team was good.
Yeah, tell us.
Or better. Why was the Cavs team better than the Lakers?
Because you just said they were better. You didn't give any reason. Why are they better?
Why were they better?
Because they had better players.
Who was better than Lamar Odom on that team?
Okay, Lamar Odom was literally the only respectable player on the whole roster besides.
Who was the respectable player on the Cavs? Name one.
Ilgauskas was respectable. Varejao.
You love Ilgauskas, man.
Varejao was a rookie. Rookie Varejao was.
He had a jumper.
Ilgauskas was.
Fuck that damn jumper, man.
Larry Hughes was a solid player too.
He was hurt.
Okay,
he wasn't there.
Well, he wasn't hurt the whole season.
He only played 30 games.
Lakers had injuries too. No, there's no doubt that Cavs roster is better than the Lakers.
Okay, let's just say it is. Okay,
it is.
It's still okay. Okay, but now you see how we're back to now arguing a 5 and 7 game sample size because the sample size gets significantly larger because of the 08 run, and in 08, Smush Parker and Kwame Brown are no longer there.
The 5 game sample size that you
the nigga's quiet now.
The 5 game sample size.
Now it's a 5 game sample size.
I looked up the sample size that I'm using is 30 games. You're the one who used the 5 game sample size. When you use the 3-year sample size,
this some politician ass shit here, Lamont.
Out of the 30 game sample size you're using, 21 of the games are being played with the 08 roster.
So what?
That is a significantly
so wait,
better
you're saying
roster.
You lost the argument, but because the 08 roster you didn't lose? You got cooked. Kobe was more efficient than LeBron for 3 years, 30 game sample size, same era playoffs, weaker roster, tougher conference, tougher strength of schedule.
But it's not. Is the defense that he's facing that inflated his efficiency is not tougher defense.
No. You lied about that. Phoenix was the 12th defense in the NBA. They were not the worst defense in the NBA.
They were 16th. They were 16th in 06. They were 16th in 06, and they were 13th in 2007.
Right.
Also,
you said they were
wait.
That was a blatant lie.
That's below league average still.
Fine. You said they were the worst defense in the NBA.
Okay, yes.
Hold
on.
That was a complete total
lie. Okay. You're right. That was incorrect. The problem though is that
I mean, they
okay, it was okay, fine. But in 06, LeBron went up against the Detroit Pistons, who had the fifth best defense. The fifth best defense. Then he went up against the Pistons again in 07, who had the seventh best defense. Then went up against the Spurs, who had the second best defense as well. The defensive competition that he faced in 06 and 07 and even in 08 when he went up against the Celtics with the number 1 ranked defense, it's better. It's better defensive teams than what Kobe had to face in that same stretch of years.
So you're lying, Brandon.
But no, it's not lying. You already got caught lying about the defense. Anyways, if you look at Kobe's, let me finish. Let me finish. If you look at the roster Kobe had around him, with if you look at the other thing, Lamar Odom only played 64 games. He was hurt that year. But
we're talking about playoffs. We're talking about playoffs. We're talking about playoffs. We're talking about playoffs.
What I'm saying is, if you look at Kobe's efficiency, 3 years, significant sample size, garbage roster around him for much of that time, not the whole time, but much. Kobe was more efficient for a significant sample size in the same era. Facts are facts.
Of the 30 games that you're referring to, 21 of them is 2008. Majority of them, 2/3 of the games that you're referring to is with him on a significantly better team than what LeBron was on. And also, mind you, LeBron is also going up against tougher defensive competition.
Yep.
He was still more efficient, and he did play Kobe played a significant amount of games. Absolute garbage roster.
I'm not here. I want to be clear. I'm not disagreeing with you that he's more efficient. I'm not also disagreeing with you that he was on a bad roster.
Well, then you lost the argument. That was the debate.
No. The argument was us. No, the argument was us utilizing context, which is how we got down to this
so
very
now context
specific.
matters.
That's how we got here. That's how we got here.
Now you want to talk about context.
But that's how we got here.
Hold on.
You got here because of the context that you wanted us to imply. That's how we got here.
You struggled with
this whole argument started
all night
with him reading stats. Now he wants to talk context. It's bullshit.
What?
The whole argument.
What the fuck?
We got this deep into the argument because you wanted to utilize context. We are now utilizing context, and you said that the competition that LeBron was facing was weaker competition. I'm now telling you, in this 3-year sample size that you were specifically picking out, 2 of those 3 years, Kobe's defensive competition was significantly worse than what LeBron was facing. Significantly worse.
But when you're first of all, when you're talking competition, strength of competition, strength of schedule, you can let me finish.
No,
you can argue that let me finish. You can argue LeBron played better defensive teams, but that doesn't mean LeBron played better teams. The Phoenix team Kobe played was a very good team. But the point is, this whole argument started with you reading LeBron's stats against Kobe. So now I took stats and I put them back in your face, and you're saying context. You didn't care about context at the beginning of this argument. You just care about it now because you lost the argument.
Did it for you.
Okay, that's your response. 2 things. A, agreed. Phoenix is a better team than I think a lot of teams that LeBron faced. However, we're not talking about the totality of the team. We're talking about the deterrents that could make one of them inefficient scores. And in those regards, undeniably, in the sample size you just referred to, LeBron went up against tougher defensive competition. That's why that's important. That's A. B, and more importantly, I was concerned about context the entire time. That's why I specifically stopped the sample size to 2013, because even though Kobe continued to play, beyond that, it will be unfair. That's the reason why when you brought up the fact that he played in a weaker conference, I specifically told you, even when he went up against Western Conference teams, it was still better. That's why when you talked about playoffs, I specifically talked about how the teams that they both played in the playoffs in the exact same years, how LeBron was more efficient. That's why even when you kept bending and conforming these arguments, I was still utilizing context. So now
no one's bending. I'm looking at efficiency over a big sample size.
No, you're not.
It's a
30 I'm looking at over 30 games.
It's a 30-game sample size of
that's
which
a lot for the playoffs.
I'm not of which 2/3 of them Kobe is on a significantly better team. And in the other third, he's going up against subpar defensive units in the Phoenix Suns. While
the Suns were average defensively. They were not subpar. They were average.
Hold on. No, but Brandon, see, the funny thing is
I mean, this debate's over. I don't like.
No, but Brandon,
in 2006, they're literally below league average. I don't know what to tell you. They're literally below league average.
Brandon, I think you just fight.
They were 13th and 16th. That's not below average.
I know you don't like
below average, Brandon.
16th is literally below league average.
Right.
No, hold on.
13th
No, Brandon, hold on. We shouldn't even be arguing. We shouldn't even be arguing these defensive rankings with him because when we talked about it earlier, he said, "Oh, you know those defensive rankings don't matter." You already said those defensive rankings don't matter.
Said that.
Yes, you did.
I never said that.
He didn't say that.
You're just making stuff up now to help your argument.
Hold on, Brandon. You gotta stop lying, bro. We were talking
I'm not,
about.
You're lying. I never.
We were talking about Brandon. We were talking about defensive rankings, and when I pulled it up, and I told you that a certain team was actually ranked 12th in the team. 12th in the league defensively, you tried to then diminish the defensive ratings and the metrics used to rank these teams defensively because we all know,
I never said that.
We all know, Brandon, that the Phoenix Suns back in that time, I don't care where they were ranked in the league defensively, were an atrocious defensive unit, especially even in the playoff because they played a ridiculous pace in the regular season, and even worse in the playoffs, which is why they got beat every year by teams that actually play real defense.
No,
so why are you making up the Brandon? No, Brandon, you're not going to try to finesse and lie.
Crazy too.
No, I'll give him that Kobe played easier defense. I'll give him that, and I'll still
lie, bro.
No. I said I will give you.
Right there.
I will give you that Kobe played easier defenses.
We
than
can
LeBron.
move on, man. Hey, Anti, what's good, man?
The flip side of that is that Kobe
What's
had
up,
more first round than
What's up,
LeBron. Well, it goes both ways, anyways.
This dude, he don't want to.
You think? Wait. So
yeah, I've been listening for the last hour and a half, bro. Like, Lord,
the Cavs were far better than the Lakers were in 06 and 07.
If you look at the Cavs roster around LeBron and you compare it to Kobe's worst teams,
he's not even going to
Smush Parker and Kwame Brown, the Cavs had a much better roster around LeBron than the Lakers did around Kobe. And that offsets playing better defenses because it was easier to double and key on Kobe because he had nobody good around him. Odom was hurt that year too. He only played 64 games.
Okay.
We're talking about the playoffs though. Odom played in the playoffs.
Yeah, but he was never fully healthy that year.
What?
Odom in the 06 playoffs.
I told you he makes this stuff up as he goes, man. He don't know.
I mean, look at the numbers.
Odom in the 06 playoffs averaged
what if he just
19,
dropped?
11,
I
19,
swear
11,
you
and
just
5.
make it up as you go, man.
He averaged 19, 11, and 5 and shot basically 50%.
He's contradicted his own logic many times, Lamont.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is
you have.
Lamar Odom was hurt. He played 64 games. He had some good games in the playoffs.
Bro, 64 games is a lot of games.
The Lakers
you know that,
roster was far worse around Kobe than the roster around LeBron, and that offsets the argument that LeBron was playing better defenses.
No, we are
Lamont, I got a question.
We're arguing about what somebody did in the playoffs, and in the playoffs, Lamar Odom in both of those in back-to-back years is a 19 and 10 guy shooting basically 49 to 50% from the field. That's more than when did LeBron had somebody of that caliber before he even went to Miami?
Zajunas Agauskas.
I'm confused about the argument because dude said himself he has LeBron James better than Kobe Bryant. So what's the argument?
He just
look, hey, legend. In 2000, remember these are the
rest of the Lakers roster is garbage.
Hold on, he said in 05 to 09, right? Kobe's some of his best runs. So if you look at that 05, 06 year and that 06, 07 year, right? If we look at that year, those 2 years where he says Kobe didn't have no help, Lamar Odom in the playoffs in that 05, 06 year averaged 19 and 11. Then he follows it up in 06, 07 with 19 and 13. And that's not even we all know that LeBron never had no one aside next to him at the caliber of Lamar Odom. We haven't even touched on any of the other guys on that on that Laker roster who actually were contributing. And then we didn't even talk about the level of coaching that made a major difference, which potentially could have elevated a lot of the guys that he claims on this Laker team weren't as good. But Phil Jackson's ability to coach guys up.
Phil in 07. Yeah, come on. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we?
I just don't.
There's no. If you look at the, you're citing Lamar Odom. If you look at the total roster,
Bro, stop it, bro. I don't, bro. The Lakers roster was better. You gotta just stop.
Yeah, the Lakers roster was much worse than the Cavs.
No, it's not.
Much worse.
But you can't even.
I'll concede. I can see it's
hold
worse,
on.
but to say it's much worse.
I just want to know what their starting lineup is. Just tell me the starting lineup. If it's that much better.
It's not that much better. Like even if it is better, it's not that much better.
And the thing is, if people can just blurt out that it's that much better, you got to at least be able to remember the starting lineup.
For who the Cavs? I think it was Eric Snow.
Hold on. But Brandon says any player after their 10th year is old. So Eric Snow was past his prime, just like he said about 35 times a day for guys that didn't play up to expectations. So Eric Snow was past his prime. So
yeah.
So it was Eric Snow, Larry Hughes, Bron,
in 2011. So.
Drew Gooden, and the Gauskas.
That was the starting lineup, and then Larry Hughes got hurt in the 06 postseason, and Ronald Murray had to come in and start for him.
And then, if I'm not mistaken, the Gauskas was dealing with a foot injury. He always was dealing with a foot injury since LeBron been there.
No, now if I go look up Ilgauskas injured in the playoffs in 2011,
like, bro, yeah, he was dealing with a foot injury since LeBron even been in Cleveland.
He barely played with
LeBron.
Larry Hughes played 9 games in 2005.
Brandon, don't tell me that LeBron's second best player was injury riddle throughout that run.
Larry Hughes played a lot in the playoffs.
Brandon, was Julius Ilgauskas dealing with injuries throughout that run?
I didn't say he wasn't playing a lot. I just said he got hurt. That's all I said. So he got hurt.
Right.
Hold on. What year are you talking about? What year?
2006. I'm gonna look up if he was injured in the playoffs, and if he was injured in the playoffs, and like, bro, your whole argument is fucking.
Okay, so
no,
the
Cavs roster was clearly better than the Lakers. It's really not close either.
Oh, who said it's not close? That boy Kevin, huh?
I mean, they had Smush Parker and
something serious, man.
No, he played. He just wasn't very good. That's all. He played, but he played horribly.
No, I was right. I mean, if you look at the Lakers roster, it was garbage.
Brandon.
Bro, I'm not saying that you acting like we saying the Lakers roster was world beaters, but to sit here and act like you can confidently walk and say that Cleveland Cavalier roster was better, you got to be crazy. You can't even you don't even know the starting lineup.
The Lakers had one good player other than Kobe.
Okay,
it was Odom. That's it.
Okay,
one good player for the Cavs.
He says
the Cavs had Larry Hughes, Ilgauskas, and Varejao.
Wow.
Varejao was a rookie. He was a rookie.
Varejao had a solid rookie year. He was basically 8. He was almost the average 8 points, 8 rebounds.
Well, then you got to give me Kwame Brown for the Lakers, right?
You didn't. Wait, what? Varejao did what?
Varejao was definitely better than Kwame Brown.
You got to give him to me though, brother.
Man, everybody was better than Kwame Brown.
Dude,
yeah, that's my point.
5 points his rookie year. He averaged 5 points.
He averaged 5 points his rookie season.
Anderson Varejao was not that good.
No way. You're just
He was a
chatting.
second round pick. Come
on.
He had a solid rookie year.
You're just chatting. Come on, guy. Come on. You're chatting. You're just talking, bro. You're just talking. He said he had a solid rookie season. He had 5 points, bro. What is he talking about?
He's talking.
Well, Varejao was never a scorer. Varejao was there for defense and rebounding. He wasn't a scorer.
2 rebounds.
Varejao was a solid player. He played.
He had 2 rebounds.
He was a solid contributor. I mean, Varejao was like Joakim Noah. He wasn't a scorer.
He averaged 5.
That's a dumb way of looking at it.
He averaged 5 rebounds.
Right, but Varejao was not there as a scorer. He was there primarily as a defender.
You said as a rebounder.
Anyways, the Cavs roster was clearly better than
rebounds.
He played 16 minutes a game.
He got to stop saying that shit, bro.
He had 5 rebounds. Is that? And I'm rounding up for him too.
The Cavs had Ilgauskas. They had. Larry Hughes played 9 games in the playoffs. He wasn't hurt right away, like you said. And they also had Varejao 60 minutes.
Right away.
The Cavs clearly had a better roster. Drew Gooden was a decent player
that
too.
11 points that Larry got is crazy.
Well, it was better than what the Lakers got from any of their guys.
19 points from Lamar Odom. Yeah, that's crazy.
So when your second best player is injured and gives you 10 points per game in the playoffs, that's enough to get it done, right?
Larry Hughes played 9 games in the playoffs. The idea was not for the whole playoffs. And if you look at the bottom of the Cavs roster,
hold on. No, Brandon. Obviously, we know that he wasn't a 10-point per game scorer when he's healthy. He averaged 10 points per game in the 8 games that he played, which tells you he wasn't himself.
Nobody's 100%.
Don't sit here, bro. Don't sit here and act like you keep bringing up these guys' names.
Again.
You keep bringing up these guys' names, Larry Hughes, because what you're doing is you riding off what you saw him do when he was with other teams, and you thinking it was the same Larry Hughes of the past, and it wasn't. It just wasn't.
He was a double-digit scorer with Cleveland. He was never the most efficient
in
player.
The playoff. What did he do in the playoffs?
Better than what Kobe had with his third.
What did he do in the playoffs? Because Kobe's second option gave him 19 and 10. What did LeBron's second option give him in the playoffs?
54 games his rookie year.
What did LeBron's second option? Did LeBron have a 19 and 10 second option? Did he have anybody that averaged any double digits in rebounds or anything is significant other than Drew Gooden?
LeBron had a better roster around him than Kobe, and it's not. I don't think it's debatable at all.
You just keep repeating the statement, and you're not
because it's
why.
true.
Right? You're not saying why.
Even if it's better, the gap isn't as wide as you're making it.
Man, both of them teams was mid. It don't even matter. Like you basically arguing mid versus mid. Like both of them were supposed to do nothing.
No, the Lakers roster was not mid. Outside of Kobe, the Lakers roster. Outside of Kobe,
hey, I'm not about to argue with this nigga LeBron.
All right, Brandon, we can move on, Brandon. Like if we can't,
I'm not about to argue with something.
You can't concede on that, then you just won't concede on anything.
Because that nigga said the Lakers roster wasn't mid.
I think he meant it was trash.
After Kobe and Odin, the Lakers roster was garbage.
But so were the Cavs.
Oh yeah, except for the 2 best players on the team, the rest of the team isn't very.
So
good.
you believe without LeBron James on that team, they're a playoff roster still?
Boy, that team is in the lottery, dog. Stop playing.
Let me ask you, Brandon. You think they're a playoff roster without LeBron?
I don't know. No, I don't think they're a playoff roster without LeBron. I don't think either
more
team.
games.
But I guarantee you, the Cavs would have had a better record.
So how is
LeBron
that? So how is that not? So how is that not a mid team? If you're if you're basically a lottery team without your best player.
I wasn't talking. I said the Lakers were not a mid team. I said the Lakers.
I'm talking about the Cavs. I said, are the
right?
Cavs,
I wasn't talking about the Cavs.
Are the Cavs a playoff team?
Yeah. The Cavs roster outside of LeBron was pretty mid. I would agree with you. But the Lakers roster outside of Kobe and Odin.
That's exactly what Anti just said.
I'm not gonna argue with this dude, dog.
No.
Also, Larry Hughes had a fractured finger in the playoffs, and Ilgauskas had sprained his ankle weeks before the playoffs had started. So just
everybody's dealing with some kind of injury late.
No, I'm just clarifying.
Most guys are not 100%. If you're gonna, I wouldn't count an ankle sprain as a major injury if a guy's playing.
Sure. I mean, you can argue.
Okay,
I'm just clarifying that the 2 best players that are on the roster were far from 100%. We're not 100%.
Right. So if we circle back to where we are with this argument,
let's not circle back.
LeBron played better defenses, but
come on, bro. Let's go. Okay, we got it, bro. I'm tired of hearing this conversation. Because
Brandon, do you think you won that argument?
No, there's no winning with him because he won't stop. What he does is when his logic fails, he just says something.
He contradicted his own logic many times.
He can't even prove.
Look,
I even confronted you about it, Brandon. You just completely ignored
this. Hold on, this conversation moved from just talking about NBA Finals to we went to talking about the playoffs in general. Now we're talking about regular season, whose rosters are better because again, he didn't span this out from all these different. What up, Beach?
He kind of act like a woman, right?
Hey, take your old ass back to sleep, dude.
What up, bro? Man, I've just
this guy can't even talk.
Laughing at this dude switch his argument every 2 seconds.
Brandon, can I still get you to answer my question?
I'm responding to what you said. I don't care. I'll argue if I want. But again, I'm looking at a 3-year sample size of 30 games.
I know, so we got you, Brandon. No, Brandon.
Let it go. 2/3 of these on a good.
Let it go, Brandon. Because remember what I told y'all before. I said what he's gonna do is the only way you can try to weave a narrative that Kobe's more efficient than LeBron is you're gonna have to search through all the years and try to find some weird sample size of years that you specifically select and say, okay, these numbers add up perfectly, and that we might be able to wiggle out a percentage that's better than LeBron. That's really the only way. And that's exactly what he did. He went and wiggled out a few years because he can't talk about the playoffs in its entirety. He can't talk about the finals in its entirety. He can't talk about the regular season in its entirety. He has to wiggle out some years where in 05, this is second year LeBron, or man, like he just wiggled out a weird spectrum of years where he just blurted out numbers. No, hold on, Brandon, let it go. I don't know what you took because you just made up half your numbers. No, half your numbers was made up, man. You got to
I'm
stop.
going to circle this back to the original argument.
Yes,
should
thank you.
Andre Iguodala have won the Finals MVP?
Oh no,
I don't think he did.
No.
But you know what? But you know what the thing is with the Finals MVP? Here's my logic on it. It's just an award based on 7 games. So that's why I say it's up for grabs for anyone, because anybody can perform well over the course of 7 games. You can have guys that you didn't scout out, that they appear on they appear into the lineup, and because you didn't scout them out, they play much better than you expected, and sometimes they can get the award and snatch it out from under you. And it happens sometimes. I don't think the best player is always the guy that's named Finals MVP. And we've seen that a number of times over the years. So that's just a 7-game award. If the series even goes 7 games, sometimes it's 6 or 5. So that's an award based on too small a sample size. Curry was the best player on that team. If you had a playoff MVP, it would have went to Steph Curry. And then that's that. We all know that. So
Lamar, this goes back to the who do you think? Because these are numbers that he made up in the fourth quarter against Orlando, where he said that he was better. Kobe was better than LeBron in the fourth quarter. I finally got back to remembering what I was supposed to look up. Who do you think shot better from the field, Kobe or LeBron?
I would assume LeBron did.
Yes, LeBron shot better than Kobe in the fourth quarter against the Orlando Magic in the playoffs in 2009. The gap is a 15% difference between the two. One, Kobe shot 30%.
Legend, it's not in the last 3 minutes, Legend.
Oh, I'll do that. Fine. Here, last 3 or last 5? Which one you do?
I don't know. Brandon, which one you want me to do? You want me to do the last 1 minute and 42 seconds, Brandon? Which one you want me to do?
I think I already won the argument. I cited 30 games over 3 years.
Brandon,
He's still talking about a 5-game sample size.
You know what I've noticed in these conversations, Brandon, is the guy that's blurting out a million times that he thinks he won the argument usually lost. You just trying to reconfirm
the other
in
thing
your
is
brain.
the Cavs had Donyell Marshall.
Let's let Legend finish what he was getting to.
Donyell Marshall? If
Marshall was much better than anyone on the Lakers roster other than Kobe and Odom. Marshall averaged 11 points a game with Cleveland.
If we
tell me one thing about
if we reduce it to the last 5 minutes.
Tell me one thing about anyone on the Lakers roster other than Kobe and Lamar.
Luke Walton.
Do you even know who Donyell Marshall looks like?
Donyell Marshall was
one of the best role players in the league
for a number of years.
Luke Walton was actually fun. But if you reduce it to the last 5 minutes, which in his original theory, LeBron
was garbage.
LeBron should get worse as time progresses. However, the one who got worse is actually Kobe. So Kobe is still in the 30s in the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter against the Orlando Magic, where LeBron goes from 45%, he jumps to 57% in the last 5 minutes in the fourth quarter against the.
Was the argument who's a more efficient player?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. So the other thing, I'll
go further.
Brandon said that he thinks Kobe's more efficient because it's not the whole game or the fourth quarter or in the finals. He said, in the last couple minutes of the game.
No, I said Kobe's more efficient than LeBron in the playoffs. If you compare their stats in the same.
No, he's not.
He is. From 06 to 08, Kobe was.
Yeah, if you compare peak Kobe to first few years in the league, LeBron, then sure.
Yeah, let me go further.
Compare prime Kobe to 21-year-old LeBron.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically.
Yeah, and the Orlando numbers are skewed because a lot of those games were blowouts where LeBron's getting meaningless layups too. But again, Drew Gooden and Donyell Marshall both.
They weren't. No, they weren't.
A lot of them were blowouts.
Hey, cut his mic, bro.
A lot of
that man lied, dog.
Were there blowouts in that series?
There were like 4 1-point games, like 4 single-digit games or something. Like,
in game 1, Orlando won by 1 point. In game 2,
LeBron was stat padding in the fourth quarter.
Can I tell them?
Go ahead, Lo, because he lying, bro.
In game 1, Orlando.
A number of those games were double-digit games in the fourth quarter.
In game 1, Orlando won by 1 point. In game 2, Cleveland won by 1 point. In game 3, Orlando won by 10. In game 4, Orlando only won by 2.
Game 5, Cleveland won by 10. And in Game 6 is the first game where it was more than 10 points. And it was a 13-point victory for Orlando. Majority
You call them blowouts?
were 10 and lower. They were not blowouts. With three of them
Lord
being
have mercy,
determined.
dog.
Three of them being determined.
Any of those games blowouts?
Three of them were.
A number of those
three
games you could just score in the
one
fourth
of them-
quarter when
one-
the game was
one of
over.
them-
It's just that
One
bad.
of them
They make it a
was
1-point
blowout.
game?
One of them was a blowout.
I'm not talking about
There were-
that
there were
game. I'm
more-
talking about the other three.
But there were more games
But
that
do
were
you know that that's
determined
what
by
happened?
one shot, though. There was more games determined by one shot than there were games that you could label as a blowout, though.
Right.
I'm
I
still
didn't
not
do that.
understanding
I
his
didn't argue
argument, bro. Like,
I said there were a good amount of games where efficiency
He
in
just
the
doesn't
fourth
like
quarter
No, you didn't say
wasn't
good
gonna
amount.
matter
You
if the
said
games weren't that close.
you
Wait,
didn't
why
say you
is
didn't say
LeBron
good
over
amount.
Kobe
You
then?
didn't say
Why is
good
LeBron
amount.
over
Anyways,
I was
right.
just about to say that
on,
he's
so-
been arguing for the longest, dog, talking about Kobe, but he has LeBron over him. I'm not understanding, dog.
Again, the
Hold on,
theory-
let's ask
He
him.
didn't close those games.
Brandon,
I'm
why do you
almost
got
done. I'm
why do you got
almost
LeBron
done.
over
I'm
Kobe,
almost done.
Brandon?
And please answer that.
And why is
Yeah,
Wilt
no,
at
so
2?
my whole argument here, what started this, is what I'm saying is that most people have LeBron
You didn't even
clearly
answer the
over Kobe,
question.
and I'm saying it's a
You said you had LeBron over Kobe.
I have LeBron over Kobe because he's
Why?
a
But
much
why?
better playmaker and a slightly better defender. But I think it's a lot closer than people think. That's what I said.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so where do you have LeBron James ranked all time?
Like
I have him
top
number
5.
2.
Okay, where you have Kobe?
3.
I don't have an exact ranking for Kobe, but I have him in the top 10 in the lower part.
What?
Okay, that's not that bad. I
Well,
actually
you had
That's
LeBron.
not. I don't think
He just said, hold on. He just said it's not far from LeBron and Kobe, but he said he don't know where he has Kobe ranked. Like that don't make sense to me.
No, I said I have
Okay, now
Kobe
that
top
doesn't make
10.
sense, but I agree with the placement.
It does make sense. I said I have Kobe
Yeah.
top 10.
No, but you said you have him in the
But you
lower
got
part,
LeBron
and it's
James
close.
too.
What he said. He don't think the difference
Right.
between
I don't see a big
the
gap
difference between
from
2 and
9
8
is my
isn't
point.
that big. Exactly. The difference between 2 or 8 or 2 and 9 is not that big of a gap. I want to be
Okay.
clear. As time progressed, if we reduce it from the fourth quarter to 5 minutes left, now we're at 3 minutes left. LeBron's field goal percentage continues to elevate. Now it's at 54%, where Kobe's is still in the 30s. It's 33%.
God damn.
Why is it so hard for you to admit this, Brandon?
So you now you're saying that these games are blowouts. So I'm going to specifically go to the games that were not blowouts.
We don't need
that
to
were
do that.
that were
I'm saying a
close.
number of the games.
No. But I will do it.
But my
I'll
other
do
point
it.
is that
But I will do it. But I will do it though. But I will do it though. I'll do it. I'm already here. I'm already here. I'm already here, bro. I'm already here.
Cleveland had multiple double-digit scorers. The Lakers did not. That Cleveland roster was clearly better.
I'm already here. So in the first game, when it was only
I don't care. We already went over this.
I don't care. I personally don't care if you don't care. I'm now fact checking for everybody else. In the fourth quarter of the close game in game 1, where Orlando only won by 1 point, LeBron scored 10 points in that fourth quarter. We then go to the game 2. I'll go back to game 2. We'll then go to game 2, where Cleveland only won by 1 point. LeBron scored 7 points in that fourth quarter. We'll then go to game 4, where Orlando won by 2 points. In the fourth quarter, LeBron again scored 10 points. In overtime, LeBron then scored 10 points. LeBron scored 20 points in 17 minutes. In the last 17 minutes of play, he scored 20 points. Then, so those are the 3 close games. He scored 10,
5-game sample size. It's just not that important. But again, back to the Cleveland roster against the Lakers. If you look at the Cleveland roster, like what you said about Cleveland's roster was a total lie. Here's Cleveland's roster. Daniel Marshall averaged double-digit points. Drew Gooden averaged double-digit points. Larry Hughes averaged double-digit points. Ilgauskas averaged double-digit points. Kobe had nobody but Odom. So when you say that LeBron faced tougher defenses, Kobe had no roster around him. He was much easier to focus on, especially
a lot of that because LeBron was better
LeBron made them better. Stop. Don't allow him to get rid of that lie. Smush Parker averaged
Not a
double
lot.
digit.
What you said about
Smush,
Phoenix defense.
Smush Parker averaged double digits.
Okay, so whoa, so are you arguing that Smush Parker was better than Larry Hughes?
You literally sat there and said
You just said nobody else scored double digits but him and Lamar, dog.
What you just
I'm
said.
saying there was no.
Context, my boy.
I just Smush Parker averaged double digits.
Smush Parker is better than Larry Hughes?
I'm not. There's not. Let me be clear. I'm not making an argument.
It seems like you are.
I'm fact checking you right now.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Look. Here's the problem. No, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that logic. Because remember, we've moved from finals, from the playoffs, all the way to the regular season. So in the regular season, yes, all of these guys, some of these guys like Flip Murray did average double-digit points. When we progress into the playoffs, which is a higher level of basketball and the stakes, there's more stakes on hand. There's only 2 guys that actually average double-digit points. You're talking about Ilgauskas and Larry Hughes at 11 points per game and Ilgauskas at 10 points per game, while LeBron averaged 30. So when you talk about all this help, when the stakes were at their highest, all of those guys did what they normally do as role players. They regressed. While LeBron James had to carry the bulk of the load at 30.8 points per game.
Can we stop giving?
Well, maybe LeBron was shooting too much. He didn't get his teammates involved.
Well, here's the problem. The problem is
you make those players better.
The problem is
there's no doubt that Laker roster.
Oh, wait. Let Lo go.
You're lying. You're still lying.
No, you're lying. The Lakers roster was much worse.
Stop. In two things.
You're wrong.
Two things. A, you just got done explaining the value of somebody by not assessing them off of points. Now all of a sudden it's just points. So that's A. B, and more importantly, being more important, but you also said that Verjão's value was off of defensive rebounding. So why are you only exclusively looking at points? But being more important, being more. Okay, that's what I just said. Being more importantly, though, in 2006. Right? You're naming all these players that average double digits. I want to make sure that's where we're at, correct? 2006, that's what you're referring to. In 2006, Verjão averaged 15. You're right. Drew Gooden averaged 10. You're absolutely right. But to then sit here and to say, oh, Ronald Murray also averaged double digits and Larry Hughes averaged double digits.
I didn't say anything about Ronald Murray.
So which year were you referring to? Which year are you referring to? I want to be clear.
I'm looking at your opponent.
Which year?
You didn't even have it up?
No, I have it up. I'm looking at it's the 05-06 roster.
Oh my God.
So that is the year I'm referring to, the 05-06 roster. That's the year.
Right. Daniel Marshall averaged double digits. Ilgauskas double digits. Larry Hughes double digits. Ilgauskas double digits. The Cavs
you just said Ilgauskas twice. You just said Ilgauskas twice.
Yeah,
Lamont, man.
I'm saying they averaged double digits.
Lamont,
the Cavs had a better roster. It's not worth debating.
When did Darnell Marshall average double digits? When?
We did that year.
05-06?
No. In the regular season, not the playoffs.
It was 11.2, I think.
No, Darnell.
No. Daniel Marshall averaged 9.3 points per game.
He didn't average double digits.
He was just shooting.
I was looking at the career number, not per year. But he's right.
Devil line, man.
Out of here.
Devil line.
Oh my God!
Please, my brain.
No, y'all just caught it on a line. He pivoted to that, bro.
Oh my God!
Yo, Lo, the fact that you're really like going back and forth with him is
crazy. Low, good job, brother.
Oh
hey, Lo,
my
good job,
God!
Right at 10.
It's not right at 10.
Good
That's
job,
not
brother.
at 10.
Oh, it's
That's
9.3. Okay, I mean that's a good argument. It's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? I told you I looked at his career number. I looked at the wrong number. I'm not lying, but he's 9.3. He's right close to 10 anyway.
And then,
just like
so, hey, Lamont, I got a question. Hold up, Lamont. So I'm guessing he said Lamar Odom was Kobe Bryant's second best player.
Yeah,
is he saying Zadrunas Ilgauskas? Is LeBron second best player?
No, he literally said Ilgauskas is better than Odom.
Yeah.
Oh, this nigga done bumped his motherfucking head.
What I said. I did not say Ilgauskas.
No, he didn't.
What I said is that the Cavs had a much better roster.
Wait, okay.
But hold on. You Lamar. Okay, let's say Lamar Odom was Kobe's second best player. Who was LeBron's second best player? Zadrunas?
It was Ilgauskas.
Wow.
And he averaged.
Wait. I don't even mind. I don't even.
Hold on.
Wait,
According
you
to
play
Brandon,
basketball 2-on-2.
Stop letting him lie. He's lying. Yo,
according
look.
to Brandon, if you're 30 years old, you're past your prime. So is Jonas Ilgauskas was past his prime? Like
I don't want to be clear. I want to be clear. When you're going through the numbers, right? So in 06 for Kobe, Smush Parker, Lamar Odom, and Chris Mims are all scoring over 10 points, right?
Chris Mims and Smush Parker were complete garbage.
I'm trying to get to this point.
Stop that.
Drew Gooden.
That Lakers roster was literally basically.
Hold up, let Low talk, dog.
Chris Mims wasn't even a starter.
That Lakers roster was complete garbage.
Drew Gooden averaged 10. Fair. Ilgauskas averaged 15, I believe. Fair. Then we get to the other two players who average double digits, which is Ronald Murray and Larry Hughes. Those are the other two players who average double digits. Okay. Now, it would seem to be like, oh, wow, he has 4 players averaging double figures. However, that's not the case. What ended up happening is, in the beginning part of the season, Larry Hughes was available. He played, but then he got hurt and missed like 50 games in the regular season. Within those 50 games,
Odom got hurt too.
That's when they then traded for Ronald Murray and inserted him into the team, and that's how he became a double-digit scorer.
Right.
But when both of them were playing at the same time, both
clipped.
of them were not exactly. Their scoring wasn't still the same of the 15 to 13 points. So on any given night, more than likely, LeBron just had 2 or 3 double-digit scores, the same way that Kobe had 2 to 3 double-digit scores as well. That's the reality.
Flip and Larry Hughes were actually redundant in skill set.
Like, you're citing
they were
Chris Mims
literally
and
similar
Smush
players.
Parker. Chris Mims and Smush Parker were not NBA players. They were complete garbage.
Brandon, you got to stop because you're sitting here parading around. You're sitting here parading around Flip Murray and some of these other guys on the Cavs roster, but then you want to get mad.
No, I never
Chris
said
Mims,
anything about Flip Murray.
Man, stop it.
I
Man.
never said anything about
both
Flip
agreed.
I said
the rosters were mid.
No, I never said anything about Flip Murray or any of those guys.
But bro, the rosters were mid.
Larry Hughes and Drew Gooden and Daniel Martin.
Is he talking about rookie? No, hold on. Is he talking about rookie?
I don't know.
Anderson Varejao?
I say it again, bro. You basically arguing mid versus mid, dog. It don't make no sense, dog.
Varejao. He's arguing a rookie Varejao right
now. This man arguing mid versus mid, basically. It don't make no sense, dog.
Parker wasn't even bad that year, though.
He was not
cap. He was good. He was good that year.
Hold on, Lamar. Is he saying that Damon Jones was better than Smush Parker that year? That's what he's saying. That's what he's trying to stand by?
No, I'm saying the Cavs had a better roster.
I don't know about Damian Jones, but he's just saying in a general sense the roster's better.
They had Sasha Pavlovich.
What everybody else is saying,
2 NBA players on their roster.
To say that somebody averaging double digits while shooting 37% from 3 isn't an NBA player is crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
But to say, and also Luke Walton is on the roster. He had a very a long career. I think he played like over 10 years in the NBA. To say that he's not an NBA player is also crazy. Long story short,
Walton was not a good player.
I
didn't say he was a good.
Let me reason with Brandon, man.
Cavs had 4 double-digit scores to go with LeBron.
Hey, Herm, ain't no reasoning with this young man, dog. You might do it on the side,
I think I can get it wasn't 4.
I think I can.
It wasn't 4 though. You keep saying it's 4. It was not.
Is that Herm about to bring?
It wasn't 4.
Hey, Brandon, man. Hey, Lo. I feel reason with Brandon, man. Hey, Brandon, look.
But
I don't have LeBron as my GOAT either, man. And you know, I rock with MJ the long way. But your reasoning to try to say why LeBron's not the GOAT, that's not the way to go by it, bro. End of the day.
Oh, that wasn't even the argument, though. Yeah. We just said he's better than Kobe. Everybody know that.
Yeah. So I mean, the way that you're going at it, Brandon, that's not the way. That's not the way to try to even try to bring up how Kobe Bryant can even be on the level of LeBron James or be better. To come from a different angle, the way you doing it, trying to break down the rosters, that's kind of difficult because both of them. The fact that he trying to break down 2 mid rosters is the problem.
Like the
both of them played with terrible rosters. Both of them played with terrible rosters. Kobe was the cause.
The Cavs
of it.
roster was not terrible. It was slightly
Yes, it
below average.
was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
It was mid at
Yes,
best.
it
Eric
was.
Snow was
Both
the
of them.
point guard, bro.
Brandon, it was
Both
mid at
of
best.
both of them was terrible,
Right,
bro.
that's what I just said. I said slightly below average. I said it wasn't
At
horrible.
best. That's what it is at best.
They were both.
That's
bad
what it
rosters.
was.
They both had to overcome the talent level on their roster. They both had to overcome
They are
that.
both
Kobe
bad.
Bryant. Now, what you could have said, Brandon, that what Kobe was doing with the roster he had in the West, that was impressive because you got to remember at that time,
That's what he did.
it took 50 wins just to even get to the playoffs, regardless. And for Kobe Bryant to win 50 games with the team that he was playing with. Now you could have brought something up like that instead of just trying to compare the roster.
Nah, Kobe missed the playoff with that roster. Hey, Herm, let me ask you a question, Herm.
He didn't win 50 games. He won 42 1 year, and they still made the playoffs.
Herm, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, you're right, Lo. You're right about that too.
Question, bro.
Yeah.
Kobe was more efficient.
Hey, Herm, what was Kobe doing at 22?
I mean, he won a championship. I mean, we know what he did at a young age. That's why people.
No. Did he lead his team to the finals at 22?
I mean, he was one of the big components. He was one of the big components of why they was even competing for a championship.
Did he lead his team to the finals at 22?
You could argue.
You can argue that. Though.
Hey, Lo, stop playing. You know that was Shaq. Come on now, dog.
It wasn't all Shaq though. It wasn't all Shaq.
We not doing this, man.
No.
He's talking about exclusively 2001. That's what he's talking about.
It wasn't all Shaq because you guys got to remember.
That's a fair
What
point.
did
Yeah,
Shaq average in the finals?
Well,
Nah, see, you guys
That's
keep.
not what you said. That's not what you said. You said
Yeah.
who led them to the final. That's what you said. You didn't say.
Yeah, you
Shaquille O'Neal
can't.
led them to the finals.
No, but see.
Shaq definitely took over in the finals, but Kobe had a crazy
Because Kobe going to the finals,
he was bugging.
Kobe averaged more points than Shaq heading into the finals.
Yeah.
No.
Even in
I'm
the
saying the
finals,
finals. You
No,
doing?
that's not what you said.
That's not what you said.
You said led.
Who led? Who led the team to the finals at 22?
And you could argue
You can make the argument for Kobe.
You can argue it was Kobe Bryant, honestly, because
now who led in the finals? Shaq.
That's Shaq.
Led to
yeah, but
the
then too low. We could bring up Shaq just had favorable matchups and with.
Oh, here we go.
I agree.
That's a great
Let me tell you something.
Hold
up, now you can't do that. You can't. You can only play who in front of you, dog. Don't do that.
No. Yes, he can.
You only play who in front of you. We not doing that. Lamont, please bring up Shaquille O'Neal's numbers in the playoffs when Kobe was 22.
Look, we don't have to bring it up because we
ain't got to do all that.
Like Lo knows that it was Shaq's gravity.
Yeah, Lo.
Shaq's gravity.
Welcome to reality. Welcome to reality. You got your stats now.
No. The thing was with Shaq. The beauty of playing with Shaq. There's a lot of people who benefited with Shaq, especially when Shaq was in the prime. Is Shaq attracted so much from the defenses. Like Phil Jackson did a really good job with that triangle of making Shaq always being a constant offensive threat where teams always had to be on their P's and Q's. They always had to watch for him.
Hey, hello. How many doubles and triple teams Shaq got in that finals?
If you want to say the finals, I agree with you. In the finals, Shaq was better.
What did Kobe shoot in them finals when Shaq was getting double and triple team?
Like 41%.
Oh, that's great. No, that's wonderful.
How many doubles and
triple teams did Ilgauskas have?
That's not what you asked.
All right,
that's not what you asked. That's not what you
according
asked.
to Brandon. According to Brandon,
you come with facts. They ain't got nothing to say.
I know, but that's not what you asked though.
I'm asking you now. I changed.
Right, you're looking at a sample size of 4 games.
Shooting percentage while Shaq was getting double and triple team.
In the finals, in particular, yeah, he had a bad.
Yeah. Now you think LeBron James was gonna shoot 41% ever? With Shaq was shooting getting doubled and triple team. I don't want to hear about no Kobe and LeBron.
Yeah, but with Shaq,
Kobe's not a spot-up shooter anyways. That's not his game.
With Shaq, with Kobe.
Stop.
But with Kobe has shot, with LeBron has shot.
When the best player on the team was getting double and triple team, you tell me
he wasn't. He wasn't getting double triple team against Philly. He wasn't. He wasn't.
What?
Mutombo asked for that matchup alone.
Mutombo asked for that matchup alone. Mutombo specifically asked to not double, so he was not getting doubled in the 0-1.
You know why he did that?
That was stupid. Right.
Stupid.
Yeah, he was stupid for that. He was stupid.
So no, he was not getting double. I'm not saying it never ever happened,
Jared,
but not to
to the frequency.
Not to the frequency that it normally does.
Jared, you're back.
It was not happening. And I want to be clear. Yes, I'm not saying he's not efficient, but like the first 3 rounds between Portland, Sacramento, and San Antonio,
good for him.
Kobe was averaging 32 on 49 shooting from the field, 32 from behind the arc, and 81% from the free throw line.
Wonderful.
I actually don't
close those games.
I don't think LeBron would be able to do that. I actually don't think LeBron, especially at 22. I don't think he'll be able to.
Yeah, but legend. This the beauty of this is that the LeBron has never been Kobe. Like their games are completely different.
And that is also true. That's also true.
That's what I'm saying. Like we always, I hate it when we sit here and try to compare Kobe's the best of the best Kobe versus the best of the best LeBron. The numbers are going to be completely different. LeBron's game predicated around his playmaking, which opens up his scoring, and Kobe is his scoring that possibly opens up additional playmaking for others. So it's backwards. And then you have LeBron's bringing the ball up the court, facilitating the offense.
Right.
While Kobe, he's coming down the court while others set the offense up for him. Right. And in a system that's designed for him to always get optimal looks, and he's still going to shoot it, even if the looks aren't optimal.
Optimal looks.
Optimal is kind of
no. That's what the optimal looks. Hold on. The best you can get in the NBA. In the NBA, 1-on-1 is optimal. 1-on-1 hand in your face is optimal. That's optimal. If you're
relative to that era, and relative to that era.
If you're an elite, no. If you're an elite player, I don't care what era you in. 1-on-1 is what you always look for.
That's fair. That's fair.
Open. Steph Curry.
You think it's more optimal?
1-on-1 finals, LeBron.
Whatever is optimal. It depends on. I just want to be clear. Whatever optimal is depending on the player. That's
what I'm saying is most teams predicate their defense around stopping the other team's best player. If you're the best player, you can't expect to get open looks to get your points. 1-on-1 is the best you're gonna get. If you guard Devin Booker 1-on-1, he's gonna cook you. You got to do it with a team effort. Like there's certain players where it just takes more than one player to stop you. 1-on-1, you're gonna get torched. KD, you're gonna get torched 1-on-1 unless he's just having an off day. But
hey, you know how low feel about KD.
And Mr. Lane.
Hold on.
Hey,
hold on. But look, remember the team that gave, I think, one of the best defensive performances against KD was what the Celtics did to him.
Boston,
what the Celtics did was they said, we're going to force you to be a ball handler from the top of the key. You got to put the ball on the floor to get to your spot, as opposed to us just letting you set up in your spot while they run the offense and get you the ball in your spot. That's when that's when you're most efficient. So we saw he struggled as a guy that needs to put the ball on the floor and do the Kyrie thing. And so that's where they turned him. They flipped the roles. They flipped Kyrie and KD's roles, and they turned KD into the Kyrie type of player, and he struggled with that. So everybody has a weakness. I'm not tripping on that. And if you have a good enough defensive team to force you into that, you got to find a way to fight through it.
So you're saying theoretically, looking for 1-on-1 matchups and trying
to theoretically, if you're a star player in this league, 1-on-1 is what you're hoping for.
Right. Because you can always beat your guy. Right.
That's what you hope. Like Steph Curry cannot go into a game hoping, okay, I should hope to get 15 open looks so I can get my shot off. Steph Curry has to shoot the ball with hands in his face, people pushing him, all types of crazy shit going on. He still has to take tough shots and make tough shots. That's what a star player has to do.
But what is more optimal? Because like for me, what's more optimal, again, it kind of depends. So what's more optimal for Giannis isn't really 1-on-1, especially against a quality matchup, because like if he's not the greatest like 1-on-1 scorer, what's optimal for Giannis is to just try to get as close as he can to the basket, and it's a lot of times when he's diving to the rim or he's coming full speed at you. Not necessarily.
We're talking about two different types of players. Like when LeBron,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
LeBron is the playmaker first, uses his playmaking to open up his scoring, similar to Jokic. I feel like Jokic uses his playmaking to open up his own scoring, as opposed to Giannis, where it's reverse. Giannis uses his offensive ability as far as attacking and getting to the rim to attack And once he scores at the rim a few times, that's what opens up the kickouts to others. So some guys is just reverse. And when you're the playmaker first, sometimes, and so, this is why sometimes you'll see a game with Jokic where he'll have 14 points, but he'll have 15 assists or he'll have 18 rebounds or something. Doesn't mean he had an off night. It just means the playmaker in him was needed that game more so than anything else, or the rebounder in him. They needed him in other assets. When you're the team's primary playmaker, scoring you can't always judge them based on scoring numbers or efficiency numbers, because it's harder to score off the dribble as a point guard in this league. Some guys are more just catch it in the spot and go from there. And so when you asking these guys to do all of that and be efficient, it's just tough, man. That's why I say LeBron won't ever get a fair shake. Giannis won't either. Jokic still don't get a fair shake, and he's a 2-time MVP and a champ. There's a whole bunch of guys in this league that don't get fair shakes. Nobody, because people don't understand the game.
All I'm just saying is that what a fair opportunity looks different. Also, you should show more illegal defense.
Bro,
on this channel.
I couldn't hear you. Hold on.
Show more illegal defense on this channel, because I don't think people thoroughly.
That's a
but bro, Legend, I done went through this a million times on here. People will still fight me. Like I pulled up video. I've done videos on it. People like Brandon will still act like illegal defense wasn't a massive handicap, because I still believe to this day, if you unhandicap the good defenses of the 90s and you give a team like the Knicks the full power of a zone defense with their defense, or you give the Pacers with all that size and speed that they had, the full capabilities of all of the zone defenses out there, and they didn't have to worry about illegal defense, the Bulls would definitely have some L's. The Bulls would definitely have some L's. So again, handicapping the defense is not the same as unleashing them. And we saw what happened when the league unleashed all the defenses in the league and gave them all zone at the same time. And it tricked people like Brandon into thinking nobody could play offense anymore. That's how great the defense became. In one season, they didn't have time to catch up. That's the power of the zone defense. It turned the league into a defensive league overnight because teams didn't have time to adjust.
We'll disagree on that. We'll disagree on
the league also allowed much less physical defense after the 90s too. So the rule changes went both ways. They weren't all one way.
Yeah, but allowing zone defense, allowing zone defense is way more impactful than the physicality.
Yes.
I think.
No, I don't agree. In the 90s, the defenses were far more physical than the 2000s.
I'm not saying. I don't even think that's true. But even if you want to say it is, what's more impactful?
It is true.
Will be the positioning.
The Knicks could not have played defense the way they did in the 90s.
They called a hand check foul on average of 9 times per game. Hand check. Y'all claim that the hand check was legal in the 90s. It was the most commonly called foul in the 90s.
Yep.
Hey, Lamar,
but for every 9 times they called it, there were 30 or 40 times.
Y'all got to stop making stuff up. Hold on. You can go look. There were more fouls called per game in the 90s than there were in the 2000s, 2010s, or even today. So again, y'all was in a slow-paced game, and more fouls were being called, which slowed it down even more.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it, man.
Yeah, but the defenses were still much more physical in the 90s.
No, they were not much more physical. Physical is not always better defense.
It is. Look at the numbers. Yeah.
Do you think the defensive numbers favor 2000? Do you think defensively the era was better in the 90s?
Yes, they do actually.
Oh my God! Now you want to argue numbers?
You have to adjust for the competition they were playing too.
There we go.
What? The competition is themselves. What are you talking about?
No, what the fuck is he talking about?
What are you talking about?
Don't let him do
it,
bro.
If you evaluate a defense, you have to look at who they're playing. You look at the best offensive players in the 90s, they're certainly better than the 2000s. When you look at guys like Jordan,
such as who?
A lot of guys.
Jordan? Okay, I'm sorry. Jordan, who else?
Can you please tell me who your nigga Jordan was guarding in the 90s?
Stop. Please name the better offensive players. Jordan, who else?
In the 90s? Well, let's just take the center position in the 90s. You had almost 7 Hall of Fame centers just in the 90s alone. You had Brad Doherty. Let me finish. You had Brad Doherty, you had Mourning, you had Ewing, Robinson, you had Olajuwon, you had Shaq. I mean, the 90s was loaded.
I'll ask the question again. You said offensive players. Name me the offensive players.
Right, those are all offensive players.
Alonzo Mourning is. I would not consider him an offensive
He
oriented.
was not an offensive player. He was not an offensive
player. He wasn't as good as David Robinson or Hakeem,
but he was not an offensive player. Stop it.
I'll ask the question again. Name me the offensive oriented players, not just players. Name me the
offensive I already did.
Players.
I would say Hakeem Olajuwon,
okay,
Patrick Ewing, Michael Jordan, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, Shaq. I could go on and on.
That's no. Keep going, please. Nobody stop
you.
No, one is stopping you. So continue to go.
You can go on and on. Keep going.
Keep going. That's you named 5. Okay. Who else?
No, I named a lot more than 5.
I was just counting them.
Name some more.
No, he's on 6. Shaq was 6.
He named Alonzo Mourning again. It's not an offensive oriented player.
No,
we're not including Zoe.
I would rate Alonzo Mourning at the bottom of the centers, but if you I mean, you had 6 Hall of Fame players in the 90s.
Skip Alonzo. Just go. Keep going.
You can't just keep naming the players. You said you can go on and on. Just keep naming the offensive oriented players.
Offensive is the key word.
Yeah, no, I would say these players were off. I mean, just because a guy's good defensively,
can you just name the names, Brandon?
Just name the names. Name the offensive oriented players you were talking about.
Oh, Stockton, Kevin Johnson, Sean Kemp.
Kevin Johnson.
Go on and on.
This nigga said Sean Kemp.
Sean Kemp.
I would.
Yo, bro.
It's just
and you're saying these guys are better than Brandon. Are you saying that these guys are better than the Carmelos and the T-Max and the players of the 2000s? Is that what
the Kobe's and the Iversons?
He has to be. He has to be.
And the LeBron.
Are you kidding me?
The Shaqs, the Dirk.
Okay. Iverson is one of the most inefficient scorers.
Don't stick on Iverson.
Oh no! Hey!
That's pirate. That's pirate. Low. I found it out. That's pirate. Brandon is pirate.
Now he's talking about
Iverson was 41% from the field. He was
what about the rest of the players that we named though? Like the other players, like
Melo,
again,
Kobe,
the Dirks, the
Shaq.
Kobe's, the Nash, the LeBrons,
Stoudemire, Iverson. I knew
Stoudemire's,
Steve Nash.
Stoudemire had about 4 to 5 years in his prime, and then he got hurt.
You could argue the same for Brad Daugherty. You can argue the same for Sean.
Brad Daugherty had about.
Brad Daugherty had 8 years. Brad Daugherty had 4 years.
Oh my God!
He broke down and terrible. Oh my God!
So hold on, is he Lamont? Is he trying to argue that they had better offensive talent in the 90s than they had in the 2000s?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Wow!
I don't think it's close either.
Wow!
I want to be clear. He said he had 8 years.
That John Stockton was killing, boy.
Brad, if not only he said he had 8 years, he only played 8 years in the NBA. One of the years he played 41 games. Another year he played 50 games.
Right.
And then that means you also have to include his rookie season where he's not even averaging 20 points that year. But you're going to say for the entire time you would consider him an offensive player?
No, what I said is that Brad Daugherty in his prime was a Hall of Fame caliber player. Brad Daugherty's not. My point about mentioning Brad Daugherty is there were 7 Hall of Fame centers.
Brandon, we're asking about offensive players. Offensive. This is a key word that you said.
Brad Daugherty was just because a guy's good defensively doesn't mean they're not good on offense. Brad Daugherty was a good offensive player.
But if that's one of the names that you're reaching for, that's a very.
I'm not reaching. He's one of them, and he's not even at the top of the list.
Oh no, Brandon.
Keep naming the ones that are better.
Y'all are not.
Bro, for everybody that you name, bro, you can name people in the 2000s that was probably better than them, dude. Like you tripping, man.
He only had 3 years
I'm not saying that Brad Daugherty
points.
was the best offensive player in the 90s.
He only had 3 years we averaged over 20 points.
Who in the 2000s is he better than that we just named?
Like if you go to the 2000s, you got Kobe, you got Shaq, you got McGrady,
you got Kevin Garnett, man. You got Steve Nash.
You got Dirk. You got
Michael Finley,
Carmelo. You still got Vince Carter. You got Gilbert Arenas. You got Steve Nash.
Dwayne Wade.
You got D-Wade.
Chris Bosh.
You got Ray Allen.
No, I wouldn't put Bosh in that category.
Ray Allen.
He's not an offensive player.
Paul Pierce.
Like
Patient.
Yeah, we just said Paul Pierce.
Objectively,
Mitch
speaking,
Richmond.
there's just-
Vince
if I'm
Carter?
not mistaken, there's more 20-point scores in the 2000s than there were in the 90s. I don't know. What you're
No,
talking
he's gonna say
Yeah,
the
that
defense
doesn't
was
mean
better.
anything because the Eastern Conference was much lower scoring in the 90s.
Oh my God!
That Eastern Conference was
Well,
garbage.
the other thing is
That
you have
helps the point,
okay.
though, does it
But
not?
I'll keep
Wait,
going
does
with
that not
guys
help
in the
the point?
90s. You have Clyde Drexler as well. Clyde Drexler,
Clyde
Tim
Drexler's a
Hardaway,
better answer.
Kevin
That's a better
Johnson,
answer,
John
okay.
Stockton, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, Malone, and
Gary
Shaq played longer at a higher
Shaq
level in
is
the
fine.
90s
Yeah,
than he did
Shaq
in
is
the
in the
2000s
90s.
too.
Is fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Gary
Shaq in the
Payton.
90s.
Gary Payton and Stockton didn't average.
These are all better. I want to be clear. These are
No, I
all
didn't
better
say that.
answers.
Damn, Brandon.
These are all
I mean,
better
the 90s
answers
was
than
the 90s was
Brad
clearly better than the 2000s. It's not
No,
close.
No,
You
it wasn't.
said
Early,
no
oh my
Tracy
God.
McGrady was never an
Early
efficient scorer.
2000s is the best era.
As a negative
They actually
90s
played
guy, how do you
defense in the
feel about
90s.
this?
From an offensive standpoint.
Hey,
Did
look,
you get the
man.
cards?
Look, I already know. Look, y'all got the cards. You know, I keep the 90s cards on me, man.
You ain't even got to do that, Lamar. Hey, Brandon. Brandon, you telling me the defense in the 90s was so tough, right? I seen Allen. Hold on. I seen Allen Iverson hit Michael Jordan with a basic in and out crossover, dog, and then knocked his damn shoes off, bro.
And
you gonna tell me like, man, come on, man.
I will say this though. Some of those guys.
Why do you keep the 90s cards on deck? What's up with
Like, if Iverson was your baseline,
man,
He hit that nigga with a basic in and out. That nigga couldn't even stay in front of him, bro.
I will say this though. Those guys
I
being
keep
better
the
than
90s
Iverson, I
cards,
don't really
man.
have that big of a problem with.
Stop people from lying on the 90s, man.
Ain't nothing like
I can't stand it either,
you're
man.
Hey,
The pace,
keep these
the pace was
Craig Elo.
noticeably higher in the 90s, and they still score fewer points in the
No, you're looking at. You see, that's a lie. The
How?
pace in the
Backwards
Eastern
argument.
Conference was much lower. The pace in the West in the 90s was high. In the East, it was low. So you have to adjust points per game in Eastern Conference
what?
players to how low the tempo was in that
Nah,
conference.
Brandon.
And then on top of that, I don't know if you.
That's
Then on top of that, I don't know if y'all know this, dog. Like they had a problem. The league was they had a problem with scoring in the league at that time, so they pushed the 3-point line in to WNBA lines in 94, 95, 96, 97, and 98 season.
Crazy.
They pushed the 3-point line in for these niggas so they can shoot shorter threes. They moved it back after 98.
Hey, but Brandon, but for real, the problem with what you're trying to say though, bro, that most of the guys that was in the early 2000s, they came in the mid 90s. So really, even though really like the Kobe's, the Ray Allens, the Stephon Marbury's, all those guys, Allen Iversons, they came in the mid 90s. So really, most of those guys, most of the good offensive players, they translated. Really hit their primes in the 2000s. So really, you only got like a handful of scores, and most of them was big man in the 90s. And then you had guys like Penny. You really can't count him because he would have been an early 2000s. He would have stayed healthy too. You can't count Grant Hill. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to say that the 90s had better scores.
It's pretty
you really
easy.
can't say that.
No,
it's not.
No,
it's not.
And Herb, you know what the reasons why is because
6 to 7 Hall of Fame players in the 90s.
Hold on, Herb. And one of the main reasons why I believe, and I say this all the time, I believe we never saw the best of the 90s because it still goes back to the legal defense. Remember when Ryan Thorne said he was getting rid of the illegal defense, he said it's because teams offensively were slowing the game down to a bore, just isoing their designated number one guy, running the shot clock down and allowing those. So we never saw what some of these guys might look like if the ball was getting whipped around.
Right.
Teams could play zone, and we never saw what some of these other guys could potentially be as scorers because teams were slowing the game down so much, just giving it to their number ones.
Charles Barkley was in the post.
And Lamont, we only
in the post 24 seconds most of the time on the clock. You know what I mean?
That's why I say they did a detriment. They hurt themselves with the illegal defense because it was a ton of guys in the 90s who, like, I feel like Mitch Richmond could have been better, could have had more of an offensive, but there's a lot of guys that really got slighted.
Chris Mullin would have been better.
Second options. Even if a lot of people don't understand this, a guy like Brendan Maxwell, who had to keep dumping that ball down there in Hakeem, he was a great scorer at one point in time, but the style of play was force the ball into Hakeem every time.
Yes.
Force the ball into Hakeem.
Yeah, because
Maxwell was a good scorer at one,
but
but
also
he never
Lamar.
could showcase it. He could never showcase it.
Maxwell.
But also Lamar, we only was able to see one hybrid offense. Really, to me, in the 90s, that was Don Nelson, Golden State Warriors.
Yep. And what did it do?
Really the only hybrid offense that we saw.
And it looked lethal. And if they could have sold it to Chris Webber before he demanded a trade to get out of there because he didn't want to play the center, that would have been one of the most unstoppable offenses in the NBA in the 90s. But they couldn't sell the idea, the concept to Webber. Webber was still thinking the traditional role of the power forward.
Yep.
He didn't see
100%.
the vision. He didn't see the vision of Nelson. Nelson was talking about, let's go small. We about to run the shit out of these slow bigs.
Kidding me?
They was about to run the life out of them slow big. Mutombo versus Webber.
Oh my God.
Mutombo,
the shooters that they had,
crazy.
With the spacing that they would have had on that team.
Yep.
Oh,
Because they had the shooters, they had the drivers, and then they would have had Webber, which would have been the
Hey, Brandon, don't get me wrong, Brandon. Don't get me wrong, Brandon. I mess with the 90s, but the early 2000s is the best era of basketball to me because it was a mixture of all of it. They had some 80s in there, had some 90s, and of course they got the 2000 flavor as well. I think that's the only era that got a mixture of every piece of
there were definitely more all-time great players in the 90s and the 2000s.
They got all of it in one. I mean, the early 2000s got all of it in one.
The other thing is, I know I heard you. I'll name the 5 best offensive players that I have from the 90s, and you can name the 5 best offensive players.
All right, go ahead and name a 5.
Let's go.
Hold on, y'all. Let them name.
Herman, we heard you. All right, let's see who comes out ahead. So
let's go.
If I were to put a team with the 5 best offensive
players
in the 90s,
number 1, we already know Jordan. Let's go. Give me your other 4.
Right.
Jordan is your number 1. Let's go.
Okay, stop talking.
You can use Karl Malone.
Jordan, Drexler, Barkley, Malone, and Hakeem. So who are the 5?
Hey, go ahead and cook that nigga, Herb.
All right. Now you only got 2 legit guys that you could say that okay, they're in their better scores than everybody else, like Malone or Jordan. Okay, cool. That's the only 2. Before Hakeem Olajuwon, you can name several big men in the early 2000s that are better scores than Olajuwon was. Dirk Nowitzki got more career points. You just named the 5 in the 2000s. I can name all guards.
Never better than Hakeem. No,
I can name all guards.
As an offensive player
in the 2000s.
Offensive, yeah.
I can name all guards.
That should be easy, bro.
I can name all guards. You can name Allen Iverson. You can name Tracy McGrady. You can name Kobe Bryant.
In the 90s than he did in the 2000s.
Who's your Shaq?
Dirk Nowitzki.
Shaq, Dirk, Kobe. That alone.
Dirk was not.
That right there, them 3 right there alone, bro. This nigga said
you got guys like AI. You could throw in that Tracy McGrady. You could throw in there.
Please stop throwing in AI in these conversations.
Stop throwing.
You don't even need AI in this one.
I'm talking about he was a better scorer than a lot of them cats in the 90s.
That's fair to him. That's fair.
He was a 41% shooter.
And I'm sure
Wade is also better than a lot of those players you just named as well. Offensively.
And Wade?
Yeah.
Melo better than a lot of the players that you just named.
Wade isn't
about 3 years that
he's not better than Jordan.
Hell, Joe Johnson a better scorer than some of them.
Hold on, y'all. Look, y'all. We going on 10 hours. I gotta shut this thing down.
You should have been shut this shit down.
Because y'all keep going. Y'all don't care. Y'all just keep going and keep going.
Hold on, let me say it real quick then. Kobe. If you want to say the 5, it would be Kobe, Nash, Wade, Dirk, Shaq. Those 5 alone. Oh, I forgot about LeBron.
You could even name another team.
You can name another 5, bro.
You got KG. You got Kevin Ball.
You can put Melo.
Do the second team.
You can put
Malone and Barkley shit on Garnett.
Wait. Barkley.
Malone was shit on Garnett.
He's an
offensive player.
Get the fuck out of here.
Kevin Garnett is better.
I want to be clear though. I want to be clear.
Malone was a much better offensive player than Garnett.
But Dirk was a power forward that I named, and I think undeniably we will all agree that Dirk is a better offensive player than the players.
Yes.
A prime Tim Duncan too.
Karl Malone.
A prime Tim Duncan.
Oh my God! I didn't even want to say
Dirk can't play defense.
Dirk undeniably is a better offensive player than Malone. I don't know what you're talking.
No, he
about.
wasn't.
There's no blinking.
Yes, he is. Yes,
What?
he is.
Hey, shut it down, Lamont. We not finna get into this, bro. Shut it down, Lamont.
There's not a single statistic that shows Dirk's a better offensive player than Malone. Not one.
Lamont, you got enough what you needed. You got enough of what you needed, Lamont.
Yeah,
He's
the
not.
average.
And Duncan wasn't as good of an offensive player as Malone either.
I'm about to say right now, he averaged 25 points between like 02 to 2010.
Yeah,
on like
that's not looking at
48.
efficiency. That's meaningless.
I'm literally about to get to the efficiency on 48, 38, 88 shooting splits, and then he went to the postseason and essentially sustained that level of accuracy and efficiency in the postseason within that same time frame as well. So, and that's something I know for a fact Malone wasn't able to do. That 2011.
Okay. Oh, here, Lo, I have a quick question. So Malone got to the finals twice without a second player who averaged.
Dirk Nowitzki got to the finals twice
If I
too.
put Dirk Nowitzki on the two Utah teams that got to the finals, did they get to the finals? Yes or no?
Dirk been to the finals twice, though, man.
No, I'm asking Lo. Yes
They
or
might
no?
have beat the Bulls.
Actually, I do think they'll get back.
Yes, yes. I was about to say something. Yes.
Wait. What is getting to the finals to do with them offensively? Who they were as an offensive player?
Because Malone carried Utah on offense. He never
Hey,
had
but
a
to be honest, Lo,
but you can say
to be honest, Lo, Charles Barkley was a better offensive player than Malone.
If he was arguing,
Malone was better than Nowitzki.
if he was arguing Barkley, he would have a way better argument.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. He should have argued Barkley.
He picked Malone of all players.
Right.
No, Malone was a better offensive player than Barkley, but
No, he wasn't. Barkley was a better offensive player.
Shut it down.
Hey, shut it down, Lamont, bro. Shut it down, Lamont.
Hey, Lamont.
What up, dude?
Just ban this dude, bro.
Really?
Bees woke up from his nap and said, I don't want no more.
Malone carried two teams to the finals who didn't have a second scorer.
No, he didn't. That system did. That system carried him, man.
What do you think Dirk did? Who did Dirk have helping him get to those finals?
Jason Terry.
Who?
No, Dirk had very good teams around him.
Oh my God!
Wait.
Yeah, Josh Howard, man. Come on, man. Dirk was impressive, man.
I'm still confused.
And Dirk actually
Sean
won
Marion,
one of those.
Jason Kidd. Dirk had a lot of talent around.
And Dirk actually won.
Jason Kidd was old as hell.
He won it because LeBron showed.
You had Sean Marion. You had Kidd.
Sean Marion was not in his prime.
I'm still confused. So what does that have to do with who's better offensively?
It's a distraction. That's all.
What does it have to do
Malone was
with
a better offensive player than Dirk.
You said Malone was the best offensive player. I agree.
Hey, I'm gonna tell all y'all mamas.
Dirk was also the best offensive player.
all y'all niggas, legend. I'm telling all y'all niggas. I'm calling y'all mama. Y'all been arguing with this transsexual.
He's woke up grumpy. He's woke up grumpy.
Hey, you heard me,
This
bro.
dude is like a straight female. All he do is move the goalposts
All
every
over the
10
day.
seconds, bro.
Yep.
No, you're just too dumb to understand what I'm saying.
Nah, Brandon, you take it too far, man.
He averaged
25 points per game on 57% true field goal.
Brandon, you take it too far, bro. You take it too far.
What?
No, I'm responding to him.
What'd you call it? It was what? He was 57% on what?
I said
he's a damn lie.
25 points per game on 57% true field goal.
You a damn lie. You a damn lie.
What is true field goal percentage? What is that?
True shooting percentage.
Oh, true shooting. I think
that's what he meant.
That's just a little above average. They're just a little above average.
I just not a little above average. 57%.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear. We said the 90s, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dirk also has a true shooting. They both have the same true shooting. I don't know why. Like throughout their careers,
right? But Malone played in an era. Malone played tougher competition in an era where the defense was much better.
No,
you gotta stop it, man.
Yes.
Why you keep saying? Why? Hold on, Brandon. Why is it when when you run into a blow rock with your logic, you always say something silly like,
not a blow rock. His argument's dumb.
Hold on. You keep saying they played tougher competition or this player was like whenever your logic gets debunked, you just
throws a smoke grenade and runs away, Lamar.
The Western Conference in the
No,
90s.
you got to stop just saying random stuff that don't make no sense. We already spent time.
You're not listening, yeah.
Man, I told you.
Wait, I want
LDBD.
True. Wait. When Dirk was in the league, the true shooting when Dirk played.
Salute, contact.
The league average true shooting when Dirk played was 53.
Bro, I can't wait till I debate again. Every time you back me in the corner, if we debate again, I'm gonna be like, the defenses was better. I'm just gonna start saying random dumb shit.
The true shooting for both of them was exactly the same. The league average
when Malone played
the league average true shooting was exactly the same for both of them.
He said Bergeron was better than LO. That's what y'all go to bed now.
Also, I know for a fact.
Galvin was better than Lamar.
I did
not say that.
No. Wait, Brennan. What is Karl Malone's true shooting in the playoffs?
What?
Below.
Like 52.
What is Karl Malone's true shooting in the playoffs?
He don't know low.
I dare him to
Malone's
say
true
it.
shooting percentage in the playoffs?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, I mean, Malone played on some garbage teams in the 80s. I wouldn't be.
Oh my God, bro! I'm about to go to sleep, bro.
They were great.
Hey, I'm gonna holler at you, Lamar, dog.
Early 80s, boy.
What was his true shooting specifically in the 90s in the playoffs? We can just specifically look in the 90s.
Dirk Nowitzki's true shooting percentage for his career is 57%. That's elite.
In the playoffs.
Man, let me help him out.
Stop. In the playoffs, what is Dirk's true shooting also? It's also 57.
It's the same thing.
It's the same. What is
Karl Malone's 52.
What is
Karl Malone's
52? Exactly. It dropped all the way to 52.
He played tougher competition, man.
Hey, Lo, stall him out, man.
He dropped 5%.
Hey, Lo.
You're looking at stats from different eras with different competitions.
No, hey, Lo. Can you break down to this?
Somebody dropping 5% is just you dropping 5%. That's not normal. Barkley wasn't dropping 5%.
Malone is known for underperforming in the playoffs.
No, he's known for.
That's all he was known.
Wait, hold on. Gotta say something real quick.
You calling him better than Dirk is crazy. What's up?
All right, okay, now
Malone was better than Dirk.
Hold on, Brandon. Shut up for a second. Hold on. I'm gonna say this
Brandon.
real quick before I dip. I gotta go to sleep. Lamont, you owe Pootie an apology right now. You and I forgot the dude roasted the fuck out of him, saying he never says anything intelligent, saying he just spews nonsense and bullshit. And this motherfucker Brandon has been saying nothing but has been doing like content said, throwing smoke screens, running away, never fully acknowing that he's wrong for more than 6 hours. All the capital goalpost moving. You got cooked. I don't know how many times you are burnt crispy.
You're a fucking
Rice
bitch,
bro.
your baby.
You suck.
Oh,
you have never said a single logical thing in this entire time, bro. For 6 hours, this man has just been bullshitting about the 90s, about LeBron being worse than Kobe. Bro, you could hit this man with a 2-ton freight train with the fact that he's just gonna be like, but Kobe's better because he's more efficient with my eyes. What the fuck logic is that? I'm at the gym listening to this shit, and it's pissing me off how like he's just not making sense. He's not like taking the facts as it is. He's just, but Kobe's better. But look at the defenses. Smush Parker, Kwame Brown. Guys could shoot. Like, nigga, shut up.
Don't forget Bergeron.
But Bergeron 5-5. That's good season. Like, nigga, shut up. Oh my fucking God!
I'm talking. It don't matter what logic you put in front of them. And this is what.
But below, and Lamont. Here's the thing that tripped me out when you talk about Karl Malone. He must don't realize that Karl Malone most of his points. most of the points come from him and Stockton and him and Stockton action and off of transition. That's where he was getting most of his points from. He wasn't no guy that was creating his shot like a Charles Barkley was.
Look.
Nah,
Malone
this
was a
shit.
really good scorer. Let's not take that away from him.
Yeah, he is most
But was
definitely.
he a better scorer than Dirk Nowitzki? That's not
Hell no.
He's not a better scorer.
move does he have?
To me, he was better than Charles Barkley, but he just had more points.
No, he wasn't better.
He's not.
I thought Charles Barkley was a better offensive. Charles Barkley,
Yeah, he was.
That's why
better than.
that's why I said if he had picked Barkley, then he would have a way better argument.
And playoff translation, Barkley won there. Barkley actually elevated in the playoffs. He truly didn't have the teams a lot of times to really sustain.
Especially those Philly years. Those Philly years killed.
Yeah. I think Barkley gets.
Hey, Herm, he said Kevin Johnson better than Stockton.
Yeah, that was
that was the most I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was
Brandon never
KJ,
go on a sports
I love
platform
KJ, but he ain't better than
life.
no damn
Please,
Stockton.
never again. I think I got 10 years taken off my life listening to you, running away and running away and running away.
He said Malone averaged 5 more points in Dirk for his career, but it's not a career argument. It's what they did in the 2000s versus the 90s. In the 90s, Malone averaged 27. In the 2000s, Dirk averaged 25. It's a 2-point difference. The reason why Dirk's is so low is because what he did before the 2000s. In 99, he only averaged 8 points, and then from 2012 on down, which is like 8-year sample size, he's averaging 16 points. So we're not using those. We're using who he was in the 2000s. And in the 2000s, he was averaging like 25 points. The difference is 2 points.
No, but and then
in a slower pace era too. It's 2 points.
And Lo, here's the thing that was tripping me out though. This is what really kind of got to him. He kept trying to talk about Brad Doherty, and Brad Doherty only had like 3 good. He only had 3. He only had 3 good years. He only had 3 good years.
Yeah, but the problem is he just threw out names. He threw out so many names. He just didn't know the numbers. He just was saying stuff, and like again, when you called him out on it, he just got to making up excuses. Man, it was crazy, man. I've never heard so many. Like I said, we went from talking about
Brandon KJ was not better than John Stockton. You must
now
forget
about regular season. Now we
forget about the Cleveland years too.
It was wild how he moved.
You forget about that.
We couldn't start over Mike Price.
Yeah, he forget about that. See,
yeah.
Hey, look, y'all. I gotta shut this down though. I gotta.
Be good, fellas.
Salute, Legend. Appreciate you pulling up, man. That was wild. Chill was just here right before you too.
Good job, Legend.
Shout out to y'all. Hey, whenever you want to get cooked, Lamar, let me know, man. All right. Yeah. I done heard what you said about me. Whenever you want to get cooked too, just let me know, Lamar. Just let me know. Yeah. You thought I was gonna let you get away with that, did you, huh? Let me know when you want to get cooked.
What up? How do you even hear this stuff? Who told you?
Nah, my ears all over the place, man.
Hey, Lo, you were supposed to cook KD like the comedian.
No, Legend. I think people exaggerate stuff, but that's fine. That's a little slight work for me.
Katie's already got baked enough on.
Whenever you want to get cooked, Lamar.
I need a little exhibition match.
KD needs all the bacon he can get. He deserves it.
An exhibition match is crazy.
He's gotten baked for like 6 years, huh?
Oh, hey, hold on, because I hadn't heard from you. I didn't hear from you since the 4th of July. How'd it go? Did y'all survive, man?
Oh yeah, the house is crazy smoky. Jesus, bro.
Still?
Oh, not now, but like for like 2-3 days straight. It was like you couldn't. The first 2 days you couldn't even walk through the house. It was pretty
crazy.
Bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Don't shoot fireworks inside the house to the kids out there watching.
I would never do that. I'd be worried the whole house gonna burn down. That'd be my biggest fear. I'm like, man.
Oh, that's the biggest reason why they end up stopping. Somebody popped the firework and it bust a hole in the ceiling, and there was a pipe that was exposed, and so we were like,
or it go through and hit the insulation. You know, that's super flammable. It's just like, man, I be hoping that shit don't get worse because, you know, boy, they people are just trying to cancel y'all for some bullshit like that.
I mean, they gonna cancel for a burn down in your house. Like, I don't.
They will. You know, I'm telling you, the internet is wild.
Hey, Lamar, I got a bone to pick with you too. Because if I was talking like Brandon, you would have blocked me for the rest of the stream, though.
I ain't never blocked you, Herm, man.
You would have kicked me out for the rest of the stream.
I'll hit your line. We'll set something up. All right, I got you. I'll oblige. I'll go ahead and y'all want to see Legend win and fall, man. All right.
Oh man, it's gonna be nasty, y'all. It's gonna be nasty. But
what are you debating, Legend?
Hold on, we got to come up with a topic because we really don't disagree on all that much. To be being honest.
I don't know.
Kevin Durant.
We'll have a hard time coming up with something because even the stuff I disagree with, I can find common ground. I'm like, all right, I can see how you say that. We agree on way too much.
You don't really believe the things you say about Scotty. I just think you just say it.
No, that's not true. I do believe those. That's a fact.
Hey, Legend, don't you Kevin Durant?
Don't do that.
I don't hate KD. Wait, where do you rank?
Don't do the Scotty.
Wait, where do you rank him though?
Top 25 in the 20s, 20 to 25. If I'm going realistic,
that's a little too high. But okay,
that's too high. That's too
high.
But that'd be hard to debate that. Like I can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can convince people that he's top 25.
I can convince people he's not top 30. But yeah, it is what it is.
How do you feel about Kevin Durant?
I think. Well, he top 10. He top 10 to you, right, Lamont?
Right. When all time?
No, right now.
In the NBA?
Yeah. I think we can both agree that he's top 10.
See, here's the problem. You got that recency bias on your side, man. He pissed a lot of people off right now. It's recency bias.
But everybody thinks he's top 10, though. KD.
No, I think he's a top 10 talent, but I don't necessarily rank players off talent. I rank players based off of outcomes and I always tell people the rankings ain't never fair because it's based on a lot of different things. Sometimes the players can't control. So is he a top 10 talent? I think he's a top 10 talent, but is he a top 10 player right now? Probably not.
No way, Lamont. No way.
What? He's not top 10 right now?
Hold on. Hold on. There's a difference between top 10 talent and the top 10 player.
Even if you go off of results, even if you go off of results, he would still be top 10, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying if it, I feel he's still a really good player in this league, but if somebody ranked him outside of the top 10 based on results, I couldn't knock him for it.
But the results still led to a second round exit, albeit it wasn't like he was the greatest in the second round. But
no, he let a lot of people down. I mean, he did. I thought I never believed the Phoenix Suns could go make a deep playoff run because I didn't feel like they had enough time together to gel quick enough. So I never thought they was gonna go deep enough. They just
Lamar, he's top 10. I don't want your chat to cookie right now. Let's switch it. No, Lamar, let's check it. This is I already did my
rankings. I already have them.
I don't want this to be a quick cooking, Lamar. I don't want this.
I'm actually surprised.
I'm not gonna hold on first, Legend. I'm not gonna debate you that he's not top 10. I would never do that.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
That's the case. I'm not gonna debate you on that because that's one of my favorite players.
Say he one of my favorite players too, man.
I don't know. We gotta stop hating on Kevin Durant.
Legend is wild. Legend, and the funniest thing, you sit there talking to him so calmly, just telling him about how trash he is, and I'm like, Legend is a cold motherfucker, bro.
I'm supposed to lie to him. I'm not supposed to lie to him. Like, yeah, he's great in the postseason. Like, no.
I know, but there's so many factors that went into this year. It's just like that was a cold blow. Like, on any other year, I give that ether to him. But last year, really, truly, I don't believe it was his fault.
I'm not even saying it's his fault, but like as a player, I mean, I can't overlook the fact that he's just not getting to the rim as much. But
Achilles tear, you getting older, it's hard.
Yeah, that's all. Those are all things I agree with. Those are all reasons to why he can't do it no more. That don't mean I got to sit here and.
But can't we say the same thing about LeBron?
He did make a valid point.
I don't.
He get into the paint is like a layup. He did make a valid, like he's 7 foot, can shoot over anybody he wants.
So that's not my fault. He was missing his layups in the playoffs. That ain't my fault. I agree with the LeBron statement. Like, yeah, that's the reason why for a good portion of the season I didn't have LeBron as a top 10 player.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't mind that either.
We gotta find something, man. We'll figure out something. I'm gonna go check out your takes, man. I could definitely find something.
Middle leg.
You done said some wild stuff about John Stockton too, man.
Oh, you want to do that one? Now that one. Okay. That one. No, I'm well versed in the Stockton.
I can't give you nothing that you didn't already practice on other people with, man.
Yeah, I'm ready for the Stockton, man. I'm ready for it. But just let me know. Just let me know.
We'll find. You know, I'm gonna hit you up. We'll get something put together this week. Where you want to do it on your platform or over here?
90s. No, we're over here. We're over here. I think the 90s is overrated except for overrated except for Hakeem and Jordan.
Yeah, so that probably wouldn't be a good debate.
Well, Lamont agrees, though.
I agree with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying.
No, but the thing is, Lamont does hate on the 90s.
I mean, I'm a firm advocate on that one right there.
Yeah, he agrees with that too.
Bro, it was so funny the other day. I was asking Brandon. It was Brandon. The funny thing is, it was Brandon that I asked. I said, Brandon, tell me about the 90s without mentioning Michael Jordan. And he was trying his hardest. He tried for about 30 seconds. Next thing you know, he went back to talking about Michael Jordan. He was like, man, I can't, man. He just broke down, man. I can't. I was like, bro, it's overrated there.
The 90s, Lamont MJ.
It's not a big man.
Not just one player though. There's plenty of players to talk about in the 90s.
No. But when it's not necessarily players. Like you got to have like storylines or like big moments and things like that. Like
there were storylines too.
I don't know no real storylines. Most of they involve Jordan. Most of the primetime matchups, right. Jordan and somebody else. Bulls and Pacers, Bulls and Knicks, Bulls and Jazz. But you never really, I mean, maybe every now and then you heard about like Jazz Spurs, but was that really that interesting?
Who was playing that era though, Lamont?
Miami and Knicks.
Was it really that interesting?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just like I kind of remember it. I don't know if it was that. Like I said, man, you don't cut away from the NBA Finals if Jordan's playing and watch the OJ car chase.
I guess. Also, shout out to Ace 30. Ace 30, I think he always want to smoke for me. I don't know why, but anyway.
People be wanting to come for your head, man. You such a big name out here in the streets, man. People be wanting to come chop your head, man.
But they agree with me.
I always question. I come in peace, man. I come in peace. I might take my shots at people, man. I come in peace.
Nah, I heard what you said a couple of times.
Legend, do you keep it real on LeBron?
Yeah, I keep it real on LeBron. Yeah. I heard what you said, man.
There are a lot of people that don't do real.
Ain't nothing that bad, man.
No, but you said you cooked me. Yeah, I think it had something to do with 90s defense too.
It had something to do with that. It was like one of the first times you came over here. I feel like I kind of cooked you, but it wasn't as bad as what I said. I can admit.
Exactly. See, you played it up. Played it up for the stream and make it seem like I cooked. And I was like, I don't remember you getting cooked. I remember us having a conversation. I don't remember it was like really against getting cooked or something like that.
But we'll find the topic. We just got to find something we disagree on, man. I just don't see too much.
We'll do it over here. We'll do it over here though.
I got you, man. No, I'll make it happen. I'll hit your line. We'll come in with something, man.
Bet.
All right, man. Hey, salute Jared, man. Salute to Legend, man. Make sure y'all check him out. I'm sure most of y'all done checked him out on PC. Make sure y'all follow his platform, all his channels, all his networks. And Jared, man, salute. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. Appreciate you sticking around for the night.
Salute.
Like I said, yep. And I'm gonna catch you on the next one, Jared.
Yep.
All right, man. Salute y'all. FYF Sports, man. Podcast episode. Super long, crazy stream. I didn't expect it to be this long, but it is. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Salute to Chilltown pulling up, man. Salute to all the mods that pulled up, helped moderate the chat, man. Sammy, One Cool P, man, top moderator of the channel, man. Just a lot of stuff going down on the channel, man. So I saw True the King come through. Anti pulled up, man. So again, salute to everybody pulling up, man. Helping keep this platform afloat, man. Like I said, appreciate it. But yeah, it's FYF Sports, man. It's another great podcast episode. I gotta get off here, man. I don't even have much time to sleep, man. I gotta be up early, man. I gotta hit the gym in a few hours. So you know it is what it is. But hey, y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're gonna be back with more sports news, y'all. Until then, it's FYF Sports. Here we are.
Now we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one special when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. When everything backed up with actual source.